Chapter 1: The Apocalypse Farming System. Welcome Edo bind the Apocalypse Farming System. As Jiangyango Penetices, Huas greeted Betheflickering lights and Thesi, Lingoff T Basi and a passage text materializing before him. Harry Akadao to touch it, and was met with a sensation akin Tatato fat touch screen, followed by the emergency OFA panel. Farm owner Jiang Yang. Level novice farmer. Experience points 0-10. Strength 9. Agility 7. Backpack capacity 0-100. Jiang Yang started at her panel in confusion, when suddenly Tuo stream soft memorias intermingled within his mind. Moments later, he realized it had traversed from Earth to Planetna's blue star. Civilization owned thrived in blue star, Butith had been invaded by extraterrestrial forces 300 years prior. The civilization owned the planet was annihilated, semi-humans perished, others fled interspace, and a minuscule fraction became captives, left Bethelians and this planet steeped in the ray of death, serving gas experimental subjects. The invaders swore a colossal cosmic pirate group, which turned the conquered planet into an experimental base, releasing various monsters on it. They retained a portion of the planet's native to observe how they survived in a world fraught with dead literal. Simultaneously, Thepard group deployed advanced surveillance technology outside the base, broadcasting Thieverai movie of test subjects to extraterrestrial viewers. These alien audiences, primarily composed of beings from other advanced civilizations, sought entertainment from the broadcasts, and if they found it enjoyable, they might offer sponsorship, such as sending Governor P-sort Wufulian weaponry. Ifan performed exceptionally well and caught the Iophanalian overlord. They might have been purchased. Of course, such occurrences were exceeding lyra ray. Having digested the memories, Jiang Yangle Tao Te deep breathed and began to scrutinize the information panel before him. If I am not mistaken, this howled Betha system. As an avid reader of online literature, Jiang Yang was well aware of what the system entailed. An apocalypse farming system? Goodness, the size of world-dominated by alien technology can farming trilla triumphovers and extraterrestrial prowess? Up in closer inspection, he discovered that the system was indeed geared towards assistingent farming, and he couldn't help you text claim in disbelief. Ding! The fierce das gas benisud clear a PC off farmland. Task rewards 10 experience points, a seed of farming tools, and a packet of corn seeds. Thought he system appeared impressive, task still need to be undertaken after all, one could note at without working. But where a could declare from land? The lane of T out Sid world dad being thorough lipolud adventuring gouch required protective each year, and apart from unique land plants, one could hard lie adapto such a harsh environment. Jiang Yang pondered for amament and decided to cultivate in Thebasi instead. Ding! Do I wish to establish a farming chamber? Jiang Yang selected yes. A dazzling light flashed, and a pachoffer delay lamp materialized behind through a lad adjacent to the Kriya chamber, surrounded by transparent glass, with a soon light lamp overhead revide in essential warm hands and light for the plants. However, it was rather small, spanning merely in square meters. Farmland. Level 1. Area 9 square meters. Output rate 9 kilograms soft grain of era 24 hours. Upgrade conditions Welks 1. Harvest 3 times. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the novice taste reward challenge. With a hush, a circle of golden light erupted beneath Jiang Yang's feet, prompting him to quick climbing up the information panel. Farm owner Jiang Yang. Level 1 farmer. Experience points 0-50. Strength 11. Agility 10. Backpack capacity 2-0-150. Jiang Yang noticed not on lihadis attributus improved, but this backpack also contains viral new items. Upon opening it, he found a hoe, a sickle, a shovel, and other farming implements, alongside a packet of seeds. Ding! Thesikin task gas benisud completely planting. Task reward spring waterwelks 1, 30 experience points. Having grown upin the countryside in his past life, Jiang Yang found the task offering to be exceedingly simple. Hahaf Theoi and dintered the farming chamber, casting a hole in each square meter of soil before planting corn seeds. Ding! Task completed. Reward shave being dispensed. Now, Jiang Yang could see a sound down to mer hovering above each plot of farmland the count, downs conclusions and if I'd the maturity of tech crops. Friendly reminder the maturity time for crops is not fixed watering and fertilizing the farmland will shorten the maturity time and may even enhance the crop quality. Now, let's construct an irrigation facility for the farmland. Ding! A new task is being build a spring water well and irrigate the farmland. Task rewards 30 experience points, watering tanks 1, and a pack of top level 1 fertilizer. Zhang Yanko set a build spring water well bezadetha farmland, selected allocation, and confirmed. A spring water well was swiftly constructed. Spring water well. Level 1. Effect capable of transforming polluted water into spring water, which extends life when consumed. Upgrade conditions crystal energy -X 50, water bug woods 20. Thules water was clear and transparent young and hand full to drink. Find in jitsui tan thirst quenching. On a bleeder resist, Helena dover the land drank deply, savoring the first clean, odorless water hayden countered to date. After quenching his thirst, Zhang Yang filled watering can with water and proceeded to irrigate the farmland. He discovered that after watering, the maturity time of tech crops was reduced behalf in hor. However, the interval for watering was only and a half hours otherwise, Zhang Yang could have watered continuously till the crops matured. Ding! Task completed. Reward shave being dispensed. Once again, a circle of golden light erupted beneath his feet. Farm owner Zhang Yang. Level 2 farmer. Experience points 10100. Strength 14. Agility 13. Backpack capacity 2, 5200. Ding! A new task is being complete a fertilization. Task rewards 20 experience points, fertilizer maker, laser gunks 1. Zhang Yang prompt lie to count he fertilizer to apply it to the crops. Ding! Fertilization successful maturity time for the crop has been reduced by 1.5 hours, and quality has improved beyond level. Zhang Yang wished to fertilize the other crops, but the fertilizer wasn't a small packet, sufficient for merely on a square meter of crops. Ding! Task completed or word shape and dispensed. Ding! A new task is being gather materials to create fertilizer and apply it to the remaining crops. Task guidance please collect materials according to fertilizers have been produced fertilizing fertilizer maker. Task rewards 120 experience points, corn seeds 5. Zhang Yang retrieved fertilizer maker, a device resembling an alchemy furnace, towering over half% in height. The large opening at the top was for placing materials, while it has smaller opening at the bottom dispensed fertilizer, and it could even automatically package it. Positioned fertilizer maker across from the farmland and open to reveal the production interface. Level 1 fertilizer. Function reduce crop maturity time about 1.5 hours, with a 5 chance of enhancing crop quality. Required materials low-level bone worm viscerax 3, charred thunderwoods 5. Seeing that the required materials included worm viscera, Zhang Yang we would need to venture outside for an adventure. Retrieved the laser gun awarded BT system, a compact weapon roughly the size of a handgun, capable of offering lasers with greater power than bullets, and it could fire indefinitely. Dressing in his protective gear, Zhang Yang made his way to the base and transy and pressed the gate button. Chapter 2 Fierce Battle with Boneworms. Creak. Thebes' door slowly opened, revealing Gaster Case leading upward. Zhang Yang ascended Thesters, and Thebes' door gradually closed behind him. Up and reaching the surface, Zhang Yang surveyed Hedisality and drew an apocalyptic landscape around him. Nearby, the scorched earth smoldered, littered with thescally remains of animals, wily in the distance the unsopacity, faint lie revealing the silhouettes of lurking monsters. This planet was already home to various monsters, and the prodigrufid further unleashed experimental subjects, resulting in an influx of worm-like creatures and alien beasts. These beings were formidable foes, among which the most numerous were earthworms. As Zhang Yang merged onto a surface, Akramzoni appeared above him. He glanced up, a hint of apprehension flicker in his eyes. The Twasagostai, a creation of Healy Input group utilizing biotechnology, capable of transmitting wadi to observato spaceships light years away for extraterrestrial audiencesto witness. The ghost eye coldly scrutinized him, while in inner space, a starship screw was watching the live broadcast. Oh ho, this fellow final literesto emerga from Thebes he thought he had perished inside. Out often thou sand test subjects, Only remain, has merely one-off Timen Dwilliklingweisen. Humans synthis planetare incredibly weak Venasingelminster Caniacili overpower them. Ircoldinative soft healast backa planet cold tear apart void beasts with Thierbury hand sand withstand plasma bombs from worms. Baconative s were indeed fires had Thier technology not been so primitive, Theperta group might know they've been able to conquer them. I've hoard that a group hof Baconative s managed to survive until Thien Dan gained Thier freedom. That's a joke Thperta group would never allow them to live don't they fear retaliation? Who knows? According to the regulations, in due ring until Thien can lead to freedom, but whether Thothold Sani truth remains uncertain. Why has experiment subject 777 headed towards the insect nest? Isha seeking death? Seeking death, undoubtedly. A thismament, Zhongyang was cautious slime making ease way towards the insect nest. Within the insect race, the queen is Thesapermentity, possessing terrifying power and a colossal size. Typically, there exists Buton queen per planet. Beneath Queenereth advanced, intermediate, and low-level insect soldiers. Every insect nest is equipped with Aprimeri crystalled hat connects to Thenist, facilitating the transportation of insect soldiers. Thus, Tauterla destroy an insect nest, one amos delvane toits divsando obliterateth the primera crystal. However, given Zhongyang's current equipment and strength, merely approaching Thenist to drondra near 90% of death. Fortunately, the bone-eating insects are low-level soldiers, dispatched to scout Heinverment from afar. Zhongyang Gonli need to search in regions distant from Thenstolo Caddy trace off bone-eating insects. Before long, he detected dametallic scent-off blood mingled with a foul scent in the air. Zhongyang's expression shifted slightly hesweeft like concealed himself behind a mound of fearth, crouching low on deck tending-ish to observe at the distance. There, he spot the carcass of a monster screecherlying prone, with 3 bone-eating insects feasting gravenously up in it. The body hadel reedy begging to decay, emanating an unbearable. Zhongyang not as said the teach bone-eating insect that a health bar, hovering above each shed, divided into 5 segments. When aimed his laser gun, the head displayed 5 segments flickering, while at the body showed 3, Anthelix on Leon. These indicated that targeting different body parts would yield varying levels soft imagetoth bone-eating insects. Aiming for the head would drizzle to nasingle shot takedown, while targeting Theba would require 12 shots. Onoff the insects amid to sense something amiss sand, Ternetto crawl towered shim, its mandibles still dripping with the creature's entrails, blood oozing onto ground. The phantom I captured this scene. Ha ha ha, this fellow must be terrified. How to he seen I trouble with the insect trace? Hennever would hobdeneth this before hashless his mind? Isn't the going trin? The bone-eating insect will find hymenimament now. The extraterrestrial audience aboard Thester Shaprivled in his predicament. With his backtith mound, Zhongyang couldn't licenseth intensifying, causing him to grip his laser gun tightly. As the bone-eating insect climby day top the mound dan lower at it shed to spot them, without hesitation, Zhongyang fire dash at it. With a swift whoosh, Thele Serpier said through the insect's cranium, resulting in instant death. Thysanelophtedience, Hoha eagerly awaited Zhongyang's demise, visibly displeased, wherein expression Sakanto havings, wallow adofly, muttering, pure like Thierura still 12 left. Their remaining 12 bone-eating insect sensed the disturbance and cautiously approached from either side. To king a deep breath, Zhongyang resolved to eliminate Tethionit he left first, aiming for it shed. As the insect shed a line Ed with Thele Surgun sights, he squeezed the trigger. A beam of laser shot forth, striking the bone-eating insect shed with precision. Yet no their insect fell, but Zhongyang's position was no compromised. The last bone-eating insect emitted a hissing roar, its 8 legs propelling jit forward at astonishing speed. Readida pounce. Without time eye for the head, Zhongyang target that's body and unleash Dabra Giov's hots. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozen soft laser spearsid through the airborne insect's body, drenching Heim in violet blood. Fortunately, his protective jewet shielded Heim otherwise, his kind would have been severe like corroded be the blood. Thud. The corpse collapsed before him. Zhongyang exhaled in relief and began collecting materials. Acquired bone-eating insect entrails 3. Acquired bone-eating insect carapace 3. Having gathered the materials, Zhongyang hasti lit up her head from the treacherous area. Thelevaudian say expressed their dissatisfaction and confusion regarding his actions. How infuriating he managed to turn thitables. The reaction speed-off experiment, subject 777, seems to have improved compared to before. And dwatische planning to with thentral sand, carapaceoft bone-eating insects? It is well known that materials from the insect trace can bear finetin tapatushon scuda possibly be intending to. Impossible. Heloxt necessary equipment for refinement. Moreover, refining patushons requires profound expertise, which is soon attainable line the civilization off this planet. Truly not perhaps wary overthinking these. While the debated, Zhang Hadao reallocated charred thunderwood. This type of wood possesses the ability to conduct electricity and attract lightning. Fortunately, Zhang Yang's protective jewet was insulated. After collecting sufficient charred thunderwood, Hesweeft Lim made his way back to Thebes. The Phantom Eye followed him to the of T base before vanishing from sight. Chapter 3. The Corn Caper. As the gates of the base swung open, 3 water guns extended outward, thoroughly cleansing and disinfecting Zhang Yang, who was clad in protective gear. Only after this meticulous process could he finally shed the cumbersome suit and approach the fertilizer production device. Please add the materials according to the specified ratio, the device instructed. Given the scarcity of charred thunderwood, Zhang Yang realized he could not produce a substantial quantity, so he proceeded to add 3 portions of bone-eating insect innards along with the charred wood. Once all the ingredients were in place, he pressed the start button. Instantly, the transparent glass section at the center of the device radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. Zhang Yang observed as the innards of the bone-eating insects and the charred wood gradually disintegrated into molecular form, only to recombine anew. This process endured for a quarter of an hour. Then, with a chime, packets of fertilizer were neatly sealed and dropped from the exit. Zhang Yang counted them, 15 in total, and took them to fertilize the fields. Ding! The maturation time of the crops has been reduced by 2.5 hours. Ding! Task completed. Task rewards have been issued. A circle of golden light appeared beneath Zhang Yang's feet. Farm owner. Zhang Yang level. Level 2 farmer experience. 3,350 strength. 19 agility. 18 backpack capacity. 65,300. Zhang Yang leveled up once more, and his strength saw an increase. Ding! A new task has been issued. Upgrade the farmland. Task guidance. Please elevate the farmland to level 2. Task reward. 300 experience points. Level 2 fertilizer recipe. Seed synthesis machine. Orchard planting chamber. Zhang Yang opened the information panel for the farmland. Farmland level. Level 1 area. 9 square meters output speed. 9 kilograms of grain every 24 hours. Upgrade conditions. Well X1. Harvest 3 times with 3 more harvests required, and without fertilizer, he would need to wait 72 hours. Zhang Yang smirked and applied the remaining fertilizer to 1 plot of land. He watched as the crop's maturation time diminished at an astonishing rate, visibly growing before his eyes. Soon, 5 promising corn stalks emerged, each adorned with 7 to 8 plump ears of corn. Zhang Yang harvested them all, placing several into a pot to boil. While waiting for the corn to cook, he planted seeds in the ground, watering and fertilizing them until every last bit of fertilizer was used up. Before long, a sweet aroma wafted from the pot. Zhang Yang pulled one out, taking a bite. The kernels burst forth with juiciness, their sweet flavor igniting his appetite. He devoured all 5 ears of corn, letting out a satisfied belch, feeling invigorated. Upon checking the information panel, he was pleasantly surprised to find his strength and agility had increased. Farm owner. Zhang Yang level. Level 2 farmer experience. 3,350 strength. 19.03 agility. 18.02 backpack capacity. 65,300. Though the increments were slight, they indicated that the crops Zhang Yang cultivated were not only delectable but also possessed health-boosting properties. Moreover, this was merely level 1 produce. If he were to cultivate higher-level crops, the attribute enhancements would surely be even greater. Zhang Yang suddenly realized that the farming system was indeed quite promising. After filling his stomach, he drank some spring water and prepared to venture out once more to collect additional bone-eating insect innards. Ding! Assistance system unlocked. Just as Zhang Yang intended to inquire about the assistance system, a chat group notification materialized before him. Within the chat box, thousands were conversing, seemingly just as bewildered. What is going on? This chat box suddenly appeared in my communication device. Same here. Is this some advanced alien technology? Your nicknames are all base no X. Are you also on Blue Star? Of course, are you too? Finally, I found someone like me. Help us. I'm running low on water and food. I'm nearly starving. I'm so sick of eating insects. Someone please send me food, even if it's just steamed buns. I'm willing to trade my materials for food. The group not only allowed chatting but also enabled the sharing of images and videos. Some members posted pictures of their emaciated selves, pleading for compassion. Others showcased their collected materials. Zhang Yang spotted a video featuring a base overflowing with energy crystals, exactly what he needed. Thus, he snapped a photo of his boiled corn and shared it in the group. The moment the image appeared, it ignited a frenzy among the group members, who were all utterly thrilled. Wow, big shot. Where did you get that corn? I've tried growing crops outside, and it's utterly impossible. Those ears look so plump. Can you spare just one? I'm drooling over here. Please, I'll do anything for a single ear of corn. Seeing the item exchange feature in the assistance system, Zhang Yang messaged that those in need of food could trade energy crystals, water insect wood, charred thunderwood, and other materials. As soon as he sent the message, he was contacted immediately. I have the materials you want. ILL trade 100 ears of corn along with the planting method for 1 kilogram of materials, a member from Base 506 messaged. Zhang Yang chuckled to himself. It was quite the audacious offer, and thought of negotiating. At that moment, a message from a beautiful Special Forces soldier from Base 444 popped up. I only have about 10 kilograms of energy crystals. How much food can I get for that? Zhang Yang favored this straightforward approach and replied, 2 ears of corn for every kilogram of energy crystals. How does that sound? Deal. Zhang Yang activated the exchange system, and a platform appeared before him. He placed 20 ears of corn on the platform, and a flash of light ensued. The corn vanished, replaced by a pile of energy crystals. Acquired energy crystals X60. Zhang Yang sent a message back, expressing satisfaction with the transaction and inviting future exchanges of materials. Yang Shishir, upon seeing the fragrant, cooked corn, couldn't help but salivate. Over the years, her diet had consisted almost entirely of insect corpses or scavenged remains of creatures consumed by the insect race. To the point of nausea. Now, finally able to enjoy proper food, tears of joy streamed down her face. Holding an ear of corn in one hand, she typed, "Thank you, big shot. I'll keep you updated and collect more materials to trade." Zhang Yang closed the private messages and opened the group chat, preparing to post an announcement when members from Base 506 began to grow impatient. Are we trading or not? I gathered these materials risking my life. No need, keep it for yourself. After sending that message, Zhang Yang shut down the private chat and drafted an announcement, placing the ears of corn on the exchange platform. Within a minute, all the corn was traded. The group erupted once more. Finally, after so many years, I've eaten something edible. It's so delicious. Why is this corn so fragrant? I feel completely revitalized after eating. Big shot. Do you have more? I was caught off guard and missed out on the exchange. Zhang Yang hadn't anticipated the rapid pace of the exchanges inside. You'll have to wait for the next batch of crops to mature. Patience is key. Please, I beg you for just a bit more. Even 1 ear of corn for 2 kilograms of materials would be fine. Recently, the insect numbers have surged, and I haven't tea eaten in 3 days. Zhang Yang decisively exited the group chat. Although he had some corn left, it was reserved for his own consumption, and he had gathered enough materials for now. Chapter 4. Establishing the orchard. Advancing toward the farmer's goal, Zhang Yang approached the spring well and opened the upgrade panel. Ding! Upgrading the spring well requires energy crystals X50, water insect wood X20. All materials are sufficiently stocked. Would you like to proceed? Yes. The spring well upgraded with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, the radiant glow faded, signaling its successful enhancement. Spring well level. Level 2 effect. Spring water effect upgraded. Irrigating crops will now double their growth rate. Additionally, the water pressure has increased, allowing for automatic irrigation through sprinklers, thus saving the farmer's labor time. Upgrade conditions. Energy crystals X300, water energy stones X100. Zhang Yang noticed that several pipes connected to the bottom of the spring well, reaching up to the ceiling of the planting chamber. Each fitted with several sprinklers. These would periodically and precisely water the crops to maximize growth efficiency. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the upgrade task for the spring well. Task rewards have been issued. Zhang Yang once again opened the information panel. Farmer, Zhang Yang level 2 farmer experience points, 330 350 strength, 19.03 agility, 18.02 backpack capacity, 68,300. Zhang Yang opened his backpack again, discovering an additional item, a seed synthesizer. This device allows for the creation of crop seeds using various materials, and the seeds produced possess greater vitality than ordinary seeds, yielding fruits of superior quality. Zhang Yang placed the seed synthesizer next to the fertilizer maker and accessed the synthesis panel. High-temperature resistant chili seed level. 1 seed required materials for synthesis. Magma worm liver X3, fire energy stone X1 description. The fruit grown from this seed enhances the body's resistance to high temperatures and provides temporary cold protection. Powerful pumpkin level. 1 seed required materials for synthesis. Beast heart X1, insect soldier shell, any type, X5 description. The fruit permanently boosts physical strength, improves resilience, and accelerates wound healing. Consuming it in abundance delays the onset of fatal injuries. Zhang Yang scrolled through the list of seeds for synthesis. Although they were all classified as level 1, their descriptions left him in awe. If these seeds were cultivated on a large scale, the resulting fruits would be sufficient to create a legion of super soldiers. Just imagine, if Zhang Yang consumed such crops daily, he might eventually transform into an invincible superhuman, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to blades and bullets. Even if he couldn't soar through the skies, he would be more than capable of confronting the alien monsters and insectoid soldiers on Blue Star with bare hands. Next, he turned his attention to constructing a fruit orchard cultivation chamber. Zhang Yang opened the construction panel and selected the location. He chose to build the orchard opposite the farmland, and upon confirming, the base's walls erupted with dazzling light. As the brilliance faded, a transparent glass wall stood before him, revealing fertile soil within. Unlike the farmland cultivation chamber, the orchard was taller, with a depth exceeding 5 meters. Furthermore, the overhead sunlight lamps were larger, and the irrigation system was denser than that of the farmland. Orchard level. Level 1 area, 20 square meters depth, 5.5 meters function, 10-fold acceleration of time. Once the fruit matures, it enters a quality growth phase, during which the fruit does not fall or rot but continues to absorb nutrients, enhancing its quality. Upgrade requirements. Cosmic Energy Stone X5, Vibrant Steel or X50. Level 2 Spiritual Spring Well, Level 2 Farmland, Level 2 Base. Upon the completion of the orchard, subtle changes occurred within Zhang Yang's base. It seamlessly integrated the spiritual spring well, farmland, and orchard, all of which appeared on Zhang Yang's information panel. Base level, Level 1 Shield Value, 100 weapons, none upgrade requirements. Host level must reach Level 1 Farmer. On this perilous planet, danger lurked everywhere, with only the base providing a semblance of safety. However, this safety was not absolute. Some monsters could effortlessly demolish a 100-story building, and a mere stomp could crack the earth. Moreover, if the insectoids discovered the base's location, waves of soldiers could descend upon it, potentially leveling it within minutes. Some bases had already met with a grim fate. Fortunately, Zhang Yang's base had yet to attract any menacing attention. Zhang Yang first planted all the corn seeds, then opened the synthesis list of the seed synthesizer. Searching for suitable seeds. Gem banana seed level. 1 seed required materials for synthesis. Insect soldier skull, any type, X5. Groundworm egg X2 description. Gem bananas not only taste delightful but also provide abundant nutrition and energy. A single banana can satisfy a person's daily food requirements. However, it lacks any attribute enhancement. Currently, Zhang Yang had no shortage of food, but being able to cultivate gem bananas would free up farmland for other crops that provide attribute boosts, allowing him to utilize them as primary sustenance while exchanging surplus at trading platforms with other subjects. Ding! A new task has been issued. Become a farmer. Task description. Upgrade facilities, harvest crop synthesis materials, hunt monsters for experience points, and elevate your level to that of a level 1 farmer. Task reward. Assistance system upgraded to Galaxy Exchange System. This system will connect to other colonized planets in the universe, enabling communication and trade with extraterrestrial beings. Farmer's Treasure Chest X1. Though the current assistance system sufficed for Zhang Yang, the base held limitless developmental potential and could serve as Blue Star's most formidable stronghold against an alien insectoid invasion in the future. Therefore, to acquire the strength needed to confront such formidable entities, higher-grade materials for upgrading the base were essential, and these materials might not necessarily be available on Blue Star. Thus, trading with extraterrestrial life forms became indispensable. In Jiang Yang's mind, a grand blueprint began to take shape, but the immediate priority was to synthesize the gem banana seeds and resolve the food issue once and for all. He armed himself and set out. In the chat box of the assistant system, many individuals, unable to obtain food, were compelled to seek it themselves. Base 404's Muscleman, anyone want to team up? Base 10888 already has 4 elite members, those wishing to join the team. Hurry up, we need 7 to depart. Base 648's girl seeking a big brother to team up. Base 2104's cute girl seeking assistance. Some began to utilize the chat group to form teams, hoping to compensate for their lack of strength through numbers. Several young women uploaded selfies, some even removing their tops to take suggestive photos, aiming to attract attention. Before long, several men were hooked. Beautiful soldier from Base 69032, skilled in hand-to-hand combat and firearms, join me for a team-up. The message was accompanied by a photo showcasing a well-defined physique. Handsome guy from Base 506, a former fitness coach, trained in wilderness survival, teaming up with me maximizes our chances of survival. Another muscular photo followed. On this planet, formidable strength held the same allure for women as substantial wealth once did. Those showcasing their muscles quickly received a flood of team-up requests from female group members. Naturally, many sought to team up with Jiang Yang as well. Where's that big shot from earlier? Big shot, are you forming a team? I can follow your orders completely, just provide food. Big shot, why are you silent? Are you disdainful of us? Big shot, say something. I'm a famous actress from the island nation. Though my survival skills are lacking, I'm exceptionally good at other things and can help you with your physiological needs. After waiting a long time without receiving a response from Jiang Yang, they reluctantly abandoned the idea of teaming up with him. Chapter 5. A simple late-night snack. Jiang Yang received countless private messages requesting to form teams, enough to become somewhat bothersome, so he opted to disable message notifications. He had no intentions of teaming up, at least not for now. If he were to seek companions, his requirements would be exceedingly high, and the individuals must be trustworthy. After all, on this resource-scarce planet, human hearts often proved more perilous than the alien monsters. Jiang Yang continued his approach towards the insectoid nest. The bone-eating worms were the lowest rank of insect soldiers, responsible for digesting corpses on the battlefield while monitoring the surroundings of the nest. These insect soldiers were numerous and scattered around the areas outside the nest. It was not difficult for Jiang Yang to locate them. The foul stench in the air indicated proximity to the bone-eating worms. Upon finding the bone-eating worms, Jiang Yang remained undetected, taking cover within range and employing his laser gun to eliminate them swiftly. With his attributes enhanced, Jiang Yang's accuracy improved, significantly increasing the likelihood of striking vital points with each shot. 2 bone-eating worms, engrossed in feasting on a corpse, were pierced through their bodies by the incoming laser beams. Ding! Experience points gained from monster kills will be stored in the experience storage unit. Jiang Yang opened the experience storage unit, discovering it contained 150 experience points. Beyond the experience gained from task rewards, any experience obtained from hunting monsters, upgrading facilities, and harvesting crops would be stored here. Jiang Yang immediately opted to upgrade. A flash of light enveloped him, and Jiang Yang ascended to level 3 farmer. Jiang Yang level 3 farmer experience points. 0500 strength, 25. 03 agility, 23.02 backpack capacity, 68,500. With the level increase, both Jiang Yang's speed and strength saw a marked enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, host has leveled up. The system grants the host the opportunity to upgrade equipment. Please choose to upgrade either the protective suit or the laser gun. Jiang Yang contemplated for a moment. The protective suit was currently sufficient, yet the laser gun undeniably lacked power. Even the most feeble of the insectoids, the bone-eating worm, required several shots to be dispatched. Thus, he opted to upgrade his laser pistol. Before long, his laser pistol was enveloped in a sphere of light, and when the luminescence faded, a laser gun, several times larger in size, materialized in his grasp. Ding! The upgrade of the laser pistol was successful. The laser pistol has now transformed into a laser gun, equipped with adjustable modes for speed and power. In speed mode, the firing rate increases, albeit at the cost of reduced power. Conversely, in power mode, the charge time extends, but the power intensifies. The host is advised to choose the attack mode judiciously. Jiang Yang gazed at the laser gun in his hand. A faint smile gracing his lips. With this weapon, Confronting higher-tier insectoids would pose no challenge. He hastened forth, collecting the heads and innards of the bone-eating worms, then set out in search of his next targets. Following the upgrade, Jiang Yang found it considerably easier to deal with the likes of the bone-eating worms. The extraterrestrial spectators observing the live broadcast were taken aback by his increasingly adept slaughter of insect soldiers. Experiment number 777 seemed to have grown significantly stronger. However, it was merely a matter of dispatching some insectoid fodder, failing even to pierce the insectoid's hide. Yet, in comparison to other experimental subjects, his performance was decidedly exceptional. What they could witness was not solely Jiang Yang's live feed, but also that of others. The predicaments faced by others were far from Jiang Yang's ease. "Help, my leg, in a distant grove near base 6044. A 6-member team, while searching for sustenance, fell prey to an assault by 2 bone-eating worms. One male team member was seized by a bone-eating worm, which snapped his right leg with a sickening crack, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The other team members, armed with submachine guns, unleashed a barrage, yet the bullets merely sparked against the chitin of the bone-eating worm, failing to breach its defenses. Moreover, the bone-eating worms were astonishingly swift. Rendering their targeting nearly impossible, they were utterly unable to slay the creatures. "Flee, quick, flee. We are no match for these monsters." The captain was the first to flee, with the remaining team members snapping back to reality and hastily following suit. The injured member wailed in agony, only to be silenced as another bone-eating worm severed his neck, claiming his life. Another bone-eating worm pursued from behind, its speed remarkable. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to a slower female team member and pounced upon her. "Help! Save me!" The other team members glanced back, their faces etched with terror. The captain gritted his teeth, hurling a grenade towards the female member. The female member, her expression one of despair, did not flinch as the bomb hurtled towards her. With a resounding explosion, she was engulfed, the bone-eating worm sent soaring, its legs obliterated. Seizing the moment, the captain shouted, "Run!" The remaining team members quickened their pace, racing back towards the safety of the base. In their frantic dash, they finally returned to the base alive. Upon arrival, they immediately opened the chat group, pleading for assistance. However, the chat was inundated with cries for help. "Help! Members of Base 605 have encountered bone-eating worms and had their arms severed. We urgently require medical supplies. A 7-member team at Base 30057 has been nearly wiped out. I am the sole survivor. We cannot contend with these monsters. They are too powerful. We can only evade." Seeing the messages in the chat, Yang Shishir felt a pang of reflection. Were it not for Jiang Yang's assistance, she might very well be risking her life outside in search of food. Fortune favored her. The base was situated beside a crystal energy mine. Years prior, an earthquake had fractured the base's walls, creating a passage to the mine, facilitating the collection of ore.as long as this vein remained. Yang Shishir could trade with Meng Zhan for sufficient provisions. "I must devise a way to cultivate food. Next time, I shall barter for some seeds." With a mining pick in hand, Yang Shishir descended into the mine. While she toiled to extract crystal energy ore, Jiang Yang had already gathered a portion of materials and returned to the base. He deposited the materials into the seed synthesizer, producing seeds for gem bananas. Unlike ordinary bananas, gem bananas did not require propagation through division or sprouting. One could simply plant the seeds directly. After planting the seeds, Jiang Yang watered them. Within a 10-fold time frame, the seedlings swiftly emerged from the soil. Gem banana seedling maturation time. 10 days and 5 hours. Jiang Yang retrieved the other materials and commenced crafting fertilizer. During the fertilizer production, he boiled corn in a pot while simultaneously preparing the beast meat he had hunted. Most organisms on Blue Star had been rendered extinct, yet a few had survived. Evolving through mutation, hunting them was no less challenging than slaying the insectoid soldiers. The armored bull Jiang Yang had in his possession had endured a full 10 shots from the laser cannon before succumbing. An average individual would find it impossible to contend with such a formidable creature. He sliced the meat and placed it over the fire to roast, capturing a photo to accompany the caption. Returning from the hunt, indulging in a simple late-night snack. The moment this update was shared in the group, it ignited a frenzy in the chat. Chapter 6, Big Shot, please form a team. The tender, sweet boiled corn, alongside the richly succulent roasted meat, could be seen in the corner of the photo, with several severed heads of bone-eating worms casually discarded nearby. All group members gasped in awe at the sight. I thought merely having boiled corn would be a treat. I never anticipated there would be roasted meat as well. My heavens, I can almost smell the aroma through the screen. That roasted meat is colossal. It's making my mouth water. Big shot. Where did you procure that roasted meat? Can you spare me a piece? I'm willing to exchange all my materials for it. Jiang Yang snapped a photo of the unprocessed lean meat and shared it in the group. A staggering quantity of armored bull meat, several hundred pounds, appeared akin to a treasure hoard hoarded by pirates, utterly tantalizing. Upon viewing this image, the group members nearly lost their composure. The sheer volume of meat was enough to drive them wild. They never expected the supply to exceed 1,000 pounds. Is that really armored bull meat? That caliber of beast could easily overpower a team of over a dozen. Unbelievable. Big shot. Can you take me along next time you form a team? Recognizing the armored bull from the photo, the members were awestruck, clamoring for team formations. Currently, I have no intentions of forming a team, Jiang Yang replied. You may exchange materials for beast meat, albeit at a higher price than corn. Subsequently, Jiang Yang divided the 10 kilograms of beast meat into 20 portions, marking them with different prices and listing them on the exchange platform. The beast meat was nearly snatched up within seconds. Observing the materials piled nearly into small mountains before him, Jiang Yang clicked his tongue. On this planet, food was worth more than gold. Big shot. Please list some more. Big shot, I beg you. I didn't manage to exchange for any. Jiang Yang sighed, apologies, perhaps next time. He then exited the chat group. The materials obtained from this exchange were sufficient to produce dozens of bags of fertilizer, easily meeting the requirements for upgrading the farmland. Meng Zhan savored the boiled corn and roasted meat before commencing his work. Meanwhile, those who had exchanged for beast meat were filled with unbridled excitement. They had lost count of how many days had passed since they last tasted meat. The flavor had nearly faded from their memories. Yet, as they savored the meat, its firm texture brought tears of joy to their eyes. Delicious. Can you describe the flavor of the roasted meat? Is it sweet or salty? How does it feel? Those who had tasted the meat posted photos in the group, flaunting their bounty and causing others to salivate with envy. While Yang Shishir mined in the pit, she caught sight of the roasted meat photos and her stomach growled loudly. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that one day she too would savor such delectable roasted meat. With this thought, her arms wielding the pickaxe grew stronger. After more than an hour of labor, she had produced a substantial amount of fertilizer. Jiang Yang applied the fertilizer to the growing corn seedlings. The maturation progress bar above the seedlings visibly accelerated. Ding! This batch of corn crops has fully matured. Do you wish to harvest? Jiang Yang selected yes. The plump corn cobs were immediately collected into his backpack. He then took out another set of corn seeds, replanted them, and resumed watering and fertilizing. Minutes passed before the system chimed again. Ding! This batch of corn crops has fully matured. Do you wish to harvest? Yes. His backpack now brimmed with nearly 200 corn cobs, alleviating his concerns regarding food for the next fortnight. Ding! The farmland has met the upgrade conditions. Do you wish to upgrade? Jiang Yang selected yes once more. A radiant light enveloped the area. The farmland expanded threefold, the soil transforming from yellow to a vibrant red. When the luminescence faded, the system's voice resonated once more in Jiang Yang's ears. Ding! The farmland upgrade was successful. Farmland level 2 area, 27 square meters yield rate. Crop maturation speed increased by 15 times, along with a 10% enhancement in crop quality upgrade requirements. Base level 2. Harvest 10 times. An increase of 10% in quality implies that the attributes provided by corn will be significantly greater. Ding! Farmland upgrade completed, rewarding the host with 500 experience points. A luminous circle appeared beneath Jiang Yang's feet once again. Farmer. Jiang Yang level 4 farmer experience points. 0,750 strength, 30.03 agility, 28.02 backpack capacity, 279,1000. A smile graced the corners of Jiang Yang's mouth as he turned and approached the seed synthesizer. Opening the synthesis list, he meticulously selected the seeds that pleased him. Moments later, he had his sights set on the toxic-resistant tomato and the armored mushroom. Toxic-resistant tomato level 1 seed materials required for synthesis. Zerg liver 2. Crystal or 3 maturation duration. 3 days 18 hours description. Slightly enhances the consumer's permanent resistance to toxins. Armored mushroom level. Level 1 seed materials required for synthesis. Zerg carapace 1. Crystal or 3 maturation duration. 2 days 5 hours description. Slightly enhances the user's permanent skin strength. Many of the exotic creatures on this planet, including plants, are toxic, and even the air carries a faint toxicity. Thus, it is essential to don protective gear upon leaving the base. However, should the protective suit sustain damage during outdoor activities, it could prove fatal. Hence, the toxic-resistant tomato holds significant value for Zhangyang. The armored mushroom, while not as potent as the powerful pumpkin in enhancing overall physical strength, still offers a commendable level of protection. This means that Zhangyang need not worry about swift exotic creatures closing in on him. Most importantly, he currently possesses only the necessary materials for these 2 seeds. Zhangyang chose to synthesize, placing the materials inside, and then patiently awaited the outcome. After 5 minutes, 6 packets of seeds were ejected. Each packet contains seeds sufficient to plant in 3 plots of land, equating to 3 square meters. Zhangyang planted the armored mushroom and toxic-resistant tomato seeds, reserving the remaining plots for corn seeds. He proceeded to water and fertilize the crops. Following the expansion of the farmland, fertilizer quickly became insufficient. Zhangyang resolved to get a good night's rest and venture out to gather materials the following day. After a satisfying meal, he lay in bed, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Ever since being cast onto this planet, his memories seem to be filled with nights spent sleeping on an empty stomach, with the rare stroke of luck allowing him to consume some barely palatable sustenance. Zhangyang reminisced about the taste of roasted meat as he drifted into slumber. That night, colossal insects emerged on the desolate planet. With 8 legs as sharp as spears, they supported their carapace-covered bodies several meters above the ground, moving at remarkable speeds. Atop their abdomens, a sphere glowed like a furnace, emitting a red light in the darkness. Their eyes shone like beacons, illuminating the night as if it were day. These were the intermediate Zerg soldiers known as lava bugs, possessing greater speed and strength than the lower-tier bone-eating bugs, along with the ability to launch lava projectiles and a higher level of intelligence. During the day, they detected the presence of humans nearby and dispatched bone-eating bugs to investigate, yet no news returned. Upon their arrival, they found only the disassembled remains of the insect's Point 1 lava bug launched a lava projectile into the sky, which exploded like fireworks, lighting up the night. Chapter 7. The Swarm Assault. After signaling, the lava bugs soon saw several burrowing worms emerge from the ground. With drill-like heads capable of easily shattering rock, they moved underground at speeds rivaling those of surface beasts. Their most crucial trait was their acute sense of smell, allowing them to track prey from 100 meters away. The lava bugs emitted hissing sounds while the burrowing worms sniffed the scent of the corpses before diving underground. Following Zhangyang's lingering scent, they reached the vicinity of the base, emerging from the ground with their diamond-shaped drill heads unfurling like umbrellas to reveal a single eye, gazing towards the base. The burrowing worms dove underground again to report back to the lava bugs. The lava bugs led a contingent of several bone-eating bugs and burrowing worms towards the base. Soon, a swarm of insect soldiers gathered at the front gate of the base. The lava bug opened its mouth and spewed a lava projectile, which struck the base gate. With a thunderous explosion, Zhangyang was jolted awake from his slumber, only to hear the system's voice in his ears. Warning: insect soldiers are attacking the base. Base shield value has decreased by 12%. Should the base shield value deplete entirely, the base will lose its defensive capability. Zhangyang was taken aback and hurried to the control panel, opening the computer to find over 30 insect soldiers gathered at the base's entrance. Among them were 3 exceptionally large soldiers, launching lava projectiles at the gate. Zhangyang's expression darkened. If this continued, the insect soldiers would breach the base in under a minute, and he would meet a grim fate. However, confronting a swarm of insect soldiers alone was not an option. Fortunately, the base gate could be operated intelligently in an instant. Zhangyang devised a strategy, donned his protective suit, and armed himself with a laser gun. Setting the power mode to maximum, he opened the gate just a crack, and as soon as the gap appeared, several bone-eating bugs lunged forward. Zhangyang pulled the trigger, unleashing a beam of laser as thick as an arm. With a swift whoosh, the laser pierced through the bodies of 4 bone-eating bugs, sending their carcasses flying. Yet the relentless tide of insect soldiers continued to surge forward. The laser gun charged once more, and another wave of bone-eating bugs fell to his aim, their greenish blood splattering against the walls, while dismembered bodies littered the corridor. Even standing several meters away, Jiang Yang found himself splattered with blood. Though he was grateful for his protective suit, the 3 lava bugs, having charged their attacks, prepared to launch more lava projectiles. Seeing this, Jiang Yang quickly signaled for the gate to close. With 3 explosive booms, he reopened the gate, adjusting the laser gun to rapid-fire mode. The laser beams streamed out like bullets from a machine gun, sweeping through the gap. The bone-eating bugs charged through the hail of fire, with one nearly reaching Jiang Yang's face before being obliterated by the laser. The burrowing worms, due to the base's unique protective measures, could not burrow underground until the shield value was completely depleted, forcing them to attack from the surface. On the surface, the burrowing worms lost their advantage entirely. Their combat effectiveness was even inferior to that of the bone-eating bugs, and they were swiftly gunned down amidst the relentless laser fire. Ultimately, only 3 lava bugs remained, standing at a distance, each lava projectile requiring nearly a minute and a half to charge. This afforded Jiang Yang a brief window for counterattack, before the base's shield value could be entirely diminished. Jiang Yang used the base gate to withstand another round of lava bombardment. He then charged out with his laser gun in hand. The display panel before Jiang Yang indicated that the lava bugs had a health bar of 20 segments. However, their weakness was marked clearly, located at the glowing red tumor on their abdomen. Taking advantage of the lava bugs' charging time, Jiang Yang unleashed a flurry of shots at the weak point. Each laser blast could deplete half a segment of health, with a firing rate of approximately 2 shots per second. Thus, hitting the vital spot meant he could eliminate a segment of health in a mere second. When one of the lava bug's health bars dropped to half, it emitted a wretched scream of distress. The tumor began to swell like a balloon, and sensing something amiss, Jiang Yang hastily retreated back into the base gate. Before he could close the door, a deafening explosion erupted. The tumor detonated suddenly, scattering the lava bug into countless pieces, while the other 2 were also blasted away. Scalding lava splattered everywhere, corroding the base gate and leaving numerous pits. Jiang Yang was thrown back, crashing against the wall, disoriented yet managing to rise again. A glance outside revealed that all 3 lava bugs had been obliterated. However, due to the recent explosion, the base's shield value had plummeted by 30%. Thankfully, the base possessed self-repair capabilities. Given time, it could restore its shield value overnight. Jiang Yang exhaled a sigh of relief, collecting the scattered remains of the insect soldiers. These materials could be used to manufacture fertilizer and synthesize seeds, thus must not go to waste. He connected a water pipe to the spring well, washing down the base's corridors and walls. Jiang Yang's actions were not born from a sense of cleanliness, but rather a precaution, as some exotic beasts and insect soldiers could be drawn by the scent of blood. Given the current state of the base's shield value, it would not withstand another wave of insect soldiers. After tidying up the base, Jiang Yang closed the gate and opened the experience storage unit, discovering it contained over 1,200 experience points. Surprised, he wondered how he had accumulated such a substantial amount in one go. It is only through the inquiry of the system that one learns that the magma worm belongs to the intermediate class of insect soldiers, with the elimination of a single specimen yielding 200 experience points. Coupled with the bone-eating worms and burrowing insects, along with the experience points accumulated prior, 1,000 points is truly not a substantial sum. Jiang Yang absorbed all of this experience, and the luminous circle beneath his feet flickered once. Farm owner, Jiang Yang level 5 farmer experience points, 688, 1000 strength, 35.64 agility, 32.98 backpack capacity, 778, 2000 ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an opportunity for a free equipment upgrade. Please select the equipment you wish to upgrade. This time, Jiang Yang chose the protective suit. Though still worn and soiled, with holes created by the insect soldiers and magma, the protective suit radiated a soft white light. Subsequently, what had originally appeared cumbersome transformed into an ensemble reminiscent of a panther's battle attire. Albeit in a predominantly reddish hue, adorned with crimson gold stripes across the abdomen, back, arms, and legs, a fist-sized neck pillow-like apparatus adorned his neck, equipped with sensing devices capable of determining the necessity of activating the helmet based on environmental changes. The helmet cleverly concealed within this very accessory. The fabric appeared akin to nylon, yet felt cool and smooth to the touch, perfectly conforming to Jiang Yang's robust physique. Ding! The protective suit has been upgraded to a futuristic combat suit. This futuristic suit not only offers protection against toxins, but also automatically regulates the internal temperature in response to external conditions. Regardless of the seasons, this single garment suffices. Most importantly, compared to the old protective suit, the futuristic combat suit is significantly lighter, allowing for greater mobility, while also providing a modest enhancement to defensive capabilities and resisting dirt accumulation. Jiang Yang was exceedingly pleased. After running a few laps around the base, he found it incredibly comfortable. Next, he would attend to the materials from those insect soldiers. Chapter 8. With food in hand, one remains unperturbed as the majority of the corpses of the lower-tier insect soldiers had been obliterated. Jiang Yang unceremoniously cast them all into the fertilizer maker. This method of producing fertilizer would reduce resource waste by 10%, but Jiang Yang was too preoccupied to sift through the remains. After all, there was an abundance of insect corpses, making him indifferent to that 10% loss. From all the lower-tier insect soldier corpses, he produced 51 bags of fertilizer. Next came the corpses of the magma worms. As soon as Jiang Yang placed the carcass inside, a system notification chimed. Ding! Intermediate material detected. You can produce secondary fertilizer. Jiang Yang promptly selected the secondary fertilizer option. 15 minutes later, the fertilizer maker dispensed 10 bags of fertilizer. Jiang Yang was astonished. Merely one leg of a magma worm could yield 10 bags of primary fertilizer. How exceedingly valuable were these intermediate materials? With a grin spreading across his face, he tossed almost the entirety of the magma worm's corpses into the fertilizer maker, leaving only 3 glowing, warm orbs in his possession. These had been salvaged from the tumors of the magma worm, untouched by the explosion, and were undoubtedly precious items. Thus, Jiang Yang decided to keep them for future use. Ultimately, the magma worm's corpses produced over 500 bags of fertilizer. Jiang Yang was beaming. With this fertilizer, he could cultivate over 1,000 kilograms of food, more than enough to sustain him for half a year. During this time, he could indulge in a cycle of eating and sleeping at the base, and if boredom struck, he could entertain himself with the base's computer, playing single-player games or watching films. Living such a life on this planet was a dream come true for anyone. Should he share this with others, envy would surely ensue. Jiang Yang took the fertilizer and diligently fertilized the fields. Mature crops, once placed in his backpack, could be stored indefinitely without concern for spoilage due to excess. With each application of fertilizer, the crops grew at a visibly accelerated rate. The toxin-resistant tomatoes soon bore small green fruits, only the size of a thumb, but this was a matter of great delight for Jiang Yang. The armored mushrooms, though still quite small, merely the size of an infant's palm, were also ready for harvest. But as they could continue to grow, Jiang Yang decided to leave them be for now. As for the corn, it had matured the most, with a harvest already completed. After picking the corn, he sowed another batch. The primary fertilizer could reduce growth time by 2.5 hours. 10 bags could shorten it by a day, and with 51 bags in total, he used them all on the corn. The secondary fertilizer could cut down growth time by 4 hours, with 6 bags achieving a day's reduction. There were over 500 bags at his disposal. Notably, the toxin-resistant tomatoes required the longest to mature, needing 3 days and 18 hours, averaging 23 bags for one to ripen. The armored mushrooms required even less. Jiang Yang calculated that fully hastening one batch of toxin-resistant tomatoes would require over 400 bags of fertilizer. To hasten another batch of armored mushrooms would deplete his supplies. Therefore, he opted to expedite the growth of the toxin-resistant tomatoes. On one hand, they could be consumed raw, serving as an emergency food source in situations where cooking was impossible. On the other hand, enhancing his body's resistance to toxins was crucial. Take tonight's ambush by the insect horde, for instance. The damage to his protective suit nearly resulted in him being infected by the toxic blood of the insect soldiers. While armored mushrooms could strengthen skin resilience, the futuristic combat suit diminished their necessity. Thus, Jiang Yang hastened the growth of all the toxin-resistant tomatoes. Ding! All toxin-resistant tomatoes are now ripe. Do you wish to harvest? Yes. A single tomato plant could yield 20 pounds of fruit, while several others, enhanced by fertilizer, could produce 40 pounds. Upon harvesting, he obtained over 200 pounds of toxin-resistant tomatoes. Unlike ordinary tomatoes, these not only enhanced his body's toxin resistance, but also increased satiety and replenished essential vitamins and nutrients. Thus, 2 tomatoes sufficed for a meal, and combined with the corn previously harvested, he had enough provisions for half a year. Moreover, the tomato plants could yield 3 harvests, implying that they would continue to bear fruit. The armored mushrooms and corn were still growing as well. Most importantly, Jiang Yang still had over 100 bags of fertilizer remaining. With provisions in hand, he felt untroubled. Jiang Yang picked a toxin-resistant tomato to enjoy as a fruit. The sweet and tangy flesh burst with juice upon his bite. The flavor was simply exquisite. After contemplating his abundant food supplies, he decided to venture out to exchange some items, curious if others at different bases had stumbled upon anything useful for him. However, before doing so, Jiang Yang took 61 of the remaining bags of fertilizer and expedited the growth of a gemstone banana tree. Ding! The fruits of a gemstone banana tree have matured. Do you wish to harvest? A gemstone banana tree bore 3 bunches of bananas, each bunch densely packed with gemstone bananas, weighing a total of 200 pounds. Each banana weighed about a pound, sufficient to constitute a meal. Jiang Yang plucked a bunch and placed it on the table, alongside a collection of toxin-resistant tomatoes and corn, snapping a photo to send to the group. Anyone interested in exchanging for food? This simple inquiry captured everyone's attention. When they beheld the golden gemstone bananas alongside the plump tomatoes and corn on the table, they were left utterly speechless. They had initially thought that having meat was already a luxury. Yet here they were, presented with fruit. That bunch of bananas nearly occupied half the table, enough to sustain one person for 2 to 3 months. Extravagance, sheer extravagance. You're amazing. I want to exchange. I too wish to barter for food. I have a stash of ores saved up, all for you. I've been starving for days. As a woman, how about I offer meat in exchange? I can also provide meat, and I'm even more attractive than she is. Ma Yun, let me exchange first, and when I rise again, I'll share half my wealth with you. What use is money? Wang Sikong. Let me exchange first, and from now on, we shall be brothers. What's mine is yours, including my girlfriend. You can have a few tiles. I am the emperor of an island nation. Money and women mean nothing to me. I'll even share half of my island with you. Jiang Yang smiled at these requests for preferential treatment and replied, for this exchange, I don't need ores. I require some other items, such as the peculiar things you may have found. Whatever it is, just take a picture and send it to the group. If I fancy it, we can negotiate. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent and promptly began searching their bases for items to exchange, sending photos to the group. In an instant, the number of photos in the chat surged to 99. Jiang Yang perused the images one by one, and indeed, he discovered an item that piqued his interest. Chapter 9. The cold fog period is approaching. A photo sent by Luo Zhe from base 5943 depicted a Unimog off-road vehicle. Jiang Yang needed a mode of transportation, both to conserve energy and to ensure a means of escape in emergencies. Jiang Yang initiated a private chat, inquiring, "Is the vehicle operational?" In the midst of his anxious waiting. Luo Zhe was overwhelmed with joy upon receiving a private message from Jiang Yang. Once a skilled surgeon, he had been reduced to a mere specimen, kept by aliens due to the upheaval on his planet, barely surviving through his extensive professional experience. Although he managed to stay alive, he yearned for a proper meal to reward his suffering stomach. Luo Zhe promptly replied, "The vehicle is operational. It has only sustained superficial damage. While its internal components remain in excellent condition, just 2 days ago, I drove it to the city ruins 2 kilometers away to gather supplies." Jiang Yang instructed, "Send me several photos, the underside, the interior space, and beneath the hood. All are necessary." It wasn't that Jiang Yang was inherently suspicious. Rather, he sought to avoid any potential complications. After all, a vehicle of such size could easily conceal any modifications made within. Luo Zhe hastily captured several photos and sent them. Satisfied that the components appeared sound, Jiang Yang then inquired, "How much food do you wish to exchange?" "I want all the food on the table," Luo Zhe declared. Jiang Yang frowned slightly. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Luo Zhe responded excitedly, "This off-road vehicle is my lifeline. It has saved me countless times. Without it, I cannot venture out to find food. So I require a substantial amount of provisions to ensure my survival. That is too much. Lower your demand a little, or I will have to seek someone else." Trading a table full of food for a vehicle seemed a fair bargain to Jiang Yang. However, The food on that table represented half of his own rations, and in this world, food was worth its weight in gold. While the vehicle was indeed a crucial asset, many others remained available outside. If necessary, Zhang Yang could procure another himself. All right, I will settle for 2/3. Will that suffice? Luo Zhe made his final concession. Deal. Zhang Yang placed 2/3 of the food on the exchange platform. A moment later, a flash of light transformed the food into a unimog. There are 10 liters of gasoline in the cabin. Consider it a gift. Luo Zhe was elated to see the food before him and sent another message. At Luo Zhe's base, his wife and younger brother danced with excitement around the bountiful supplies. With this food, they could at least secure a stable existence for a month. Zhang Yang smiled faintly, closed the private chat panel, and ignited the engine from the driver's seat. The engine roared to life, causing the vehicle to tremble slightly as Zhang Yang gripped the steering wheel and tested both forward and reverse gears. Finding no issues, he then opened the global chat channel and announced, "Someone has exchanged 2/3 of the food. I will trade the remaining for gasoline at a rate of 4 kilograms of gasoline for 1 pound of food." Everyone knew that gasoline, firearms, ammunition, clean water, food, and medicine were scarce resources, with an expected exchange rate of 1-to-1. Thus, when Zhang Yang proposed a 4-to-1 ratio, dissatisfaction erupted among the crowd. 0.4 kilograms of gasoline for just 1 pound of food? What a shameless deal. This is extortion. Just because you possess food doesn't mean you can act with impunity. Beware of divine retribution. Zhang Yang shrugged. Sorry, having food does grant me certain liberties. Those willing to trade should act quickly, as time waits for no one. Despite the chorus of vitriol directed at Zhang Yang, many still opted to exchange. While gasoline was indeed a rare commodity, it paled in comparison to the importance of food. Before long, the last 90-plus pounds of food on the table had been entirely traded. Zhang Yang's backpack now held 384 kilograms of gasoline, sufficient to fill the Unimog's tank 2.5 times. However, it would suffice for a while. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the base's computer. Zhang Yang leaped from the vehicle and approached the screen. The prompt contained a message. The cold fog period is imminent. All base members should stockpile supplies and minimize outdoor activities during this time. Each year, Blue Star experienced several extreme weather events, with the cold fog period being one of them. During this period, temperatures would plummet, often dropping over 20 degrees, with some areas experiencing a chilling decline of more than 100 degrees, all while the planet was shrouded in thick fog. Such conditions were unsuitable for human activities. Yet they represented a paradise for certain insectoid and alien creatures, allowing them to move freely and gain amplified strength. For those seeking food, the difficulty level would multiply manifold. The cold fog period typically lasted no less than half a month. The base's computer predicted that the cold fog would arrive within 5 days, as its meteorological instruments could only forecast the weather for that duration. The atmosphere in the global chat channel grew tense. The cold fog period is approaching. Brothers, hurry and team up to gather supplies. Damn it, resources are already scarce, and now the cold fog is coming. Is there no respite? The pace of teaming up is painfully slow. Stop dawdling. Base 10222 has a cute little pup. Does anyone want to adopt? I can be either a dominant or submissive partner, ensuring you won't feel lonely during the cold fog. Big sister from base 3737 seeking adoption. Every time this happens, you pathetic fools come crawling out. Can't you manage for yourselves? You're bringing shame to us Blue Star residents. But damn, the sister from base 3737 has impressive assets. Too bad my supplies are only enough for me. Yang Shishir also received the notification regarding the impending cold fog period and looked down her nose at those begging for someone to take them in. After shutting off the chat channel, she surveyed her own supplies. Having exchanged some food with Zhang Yang, along with her collected rations, she could manage for a month if she conserved. However, with the temperature set to plummet during the cold fog period, heating materials such as firewood and coal became necessities. After all, there had been instances of individuals freezing solid while sheltering in the base during previous cold fog periods. Moreover, the rivers would freeze over, necessitating ample water reserves. Yang Shishir equipped herself and drove her jeep away from the base to gather supplies. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, who had initially planned to rest for a few days, realized he too must venture out for provisions. The base lacked a heating system, with the temperature regulation of future combat suits set between 50 degrees Celsius and -15 degrees. Additionally, Jiang Yang's base was situated in a region particularly affected by the cold fog, where temperatures could plummet to -40 degrees. The base's computer housed a map, and Jiang Yang used it to locate a coal mine 6 kilometers away, taking his tools and setting off in the Unimog. Chapter 10. Gathering supplies in preparation for the cold fog period. The Ghost Eye of Blue Star broadcasts continuously for 24 hours, and as Jiang Yang drove the Unimog out of the base, he was immediately spotted by alien viewers. When did this guy acquire an off-road vehicle? Someone must have assisted him. I wanted to see him perish. So who is this fool? Any viewer could financially support the indigenous inhabitants of the planet. As per the rules, indeed, if you're displeased, you can fund one of them and instruct them to eliminate that fellow. To higher-level beings, humans on Blue Star were mere playthings, easily manipulated at will. However, according to the broadcasting regulations, viewers were strictly prohibited from setting foot on the planet. To influence the fate of the experimental subjects, they could only purchase the appropriate items with money. If they wished for someone to die, numerous methods were available. For instance, spending 10,000 cosmic coins could launch a lethal rocket to target a specific being on the planet. Alternatively, one could spend 100,000 cosmic coins to deploy a slaughtering robot to locate the target and execute them according to the donor's instructions. Of course, the majority of viewers would hesitate to part with such sums. To encourage these viewers to willingly spend their money, pirate groups would interfere with the planet's environment. For example, they might unleash monsters to wreak havoc, but the audience revels in witnessing how an individual reacts when plunged into despair. Simultaneously, the pirate syndicate deliberately selects aesthetically pleasing test subjects to captivate the audience's affection, with the ulterior motive of encouraging financial investment in these subjects. Such occurrences are not uncommon. For instance, there was a female viewer who became enamored with an indigenous inhabitant of another planet, going so far as to lavish him with monetary gifts and resources to ensure his survival. The pirate syndicate would consistently create crises to keep him on the brink of death, ultimately leading to the point where the female viewer expended a fortune to purchase the test subject. The pirate syndicate has conquered countless planets, and the creatures under the surveillance of the Ghost Eye extend beyond just the blue planet. They have an astute grasp of the psychology of these advanced civilizations. The impending cold fog period is also orchestrated by the pirate syndicate. To them, the life forms on this planet are merely tools for profit, their lives being of no consequence. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yang, he has already become a target. Even if he were aware, he would not take it to heart. Could he really expect compassion from such beings? As he journeyed from the base to the coal mine, Jiang Yang gazed out of the vehicle's window, taking in the apocalyptic scenery. The wasteland was teeming with the movements of insect soldiers and exotic beasts at a mere glance. Fortunately, it appeared that high-level insect soldiers and beasts were relatively rare in this region, and Jiang Yang felt a sense of relief. However, his moment of respite was short-lived. The roar of the Unimog engine attracted the attention of several bone-eating insects and exotic beasts, which turned their gaze towards the off-road vehicle and charged forth. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Yang spied a swarm of bone-eating insects and lower-tier rending insects, with a few flesh-eating beasts joining in the pursuit. Noticing their overwhelming numbers, he promptly abandoned the idea of confrontation and pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding away. The flesh-eating beasts quickly lost interest after a few hundred meters of pursuit. However, the insect soldiers were relentless, maintaining their chase as new ones joined the fray. Luckily, the stamina of the lower-tier beasts and insect soldiers was limited. After 2 to 3 kilometers, they began to tire. Moments later, Jiang Yang arrived at the coal mine, slowed down, executed a U-turn at the entrance, and alighted from the vehicle to enter through the main gate. This coal yard had lain abandoned for approximately a century, with machinery rusted and decayed, and the structures collapsed. Wind and sand had accumulated, and vegetation sprawled across the area, rendering it nearly unrecognizable as a coal mine. Within this desolate site, Jiang Yang discovered an abandoned base. He retrieved his laser gun, setting it to speed mode, and approached the base. The main entrance had been breached, and upon examining the damage, it was evident that the destruction had occurred within the past year. Inside the corridors of the base, he found remnants of insect soldier body parts and the bones of exotic beasts, indicating that the base had likely suffered an attack from these creatures. Upon entering, he encountered scattered skeletal remains and disarrayed rooms. The dim lighting flickered weakly, and through the night vision function of his helmet, he spotted two bone-eating insects moving about. Without hesitation, he fired upon them, swiftly eliminating the threat before beginning to scavenge for supplies. Beyond energy crystals, he unearthed a variety of items, including 2 submachine guns, over 100 rounds of ammunition, 15 grenades, a flamethrower, and various digital devices such as phones, tablets, and cameras. He also stumbled upon a considerable amount of jewelry and cash, alongside other miscellaneous items that, although not immediately useful, he decided to stow in his backpack, as there was ample space and they might prove beneficial in the future. After thoroughly pillaging the base, leaving behind only debris, Jiang Yang turned toward the mine, the entrance of the mine. He discovered the tracks of flesh-eating beasts. Jiang Yang took 4 grenades from his recent haul and stacked them at the mine's mouth, then stepped back to fire several shots into the darkness within. The gunfire echoed through the tunnels. The flesh-eating beasts were instantly roused, rushing towards the entrance. These creatures possessed lizard-like bodies, crocodilian jaws, and eagle-like talons, thriving on decaying corpses and typically dwelling in dark, damp caves. When 5 flesh-eating beasts reached the mine entrance, Jiang Yang aimed at the pile of grenades and fired. With a series of thunderous explosions, the 5 beasts were obliterated. 2 remarkably resilient flesh-eating insects survived the blast, prompting Jiang Yang to dispatch them with additional shots before collecting their remains and brandishing his pickaxe as he ventured into the mine. Within the tunnels, numerous coal fragments lay scattered, and Jiang Yang took the opportunity to gather over 100 pounds. Upon reaching a suitable mining location, he swung his pickaxe, commencing the extraction of coal. After 2 hours of labor, he had amassed over 600 pounds of coal, which should suffice to endure the cold fog period. With the pickaxe stowed away, he contemplated departing, as the coal mine was not far from the base. And with the off-road vehicle, he could make the round trip in a matter of minutes. If supplies ran low, he could always return, provided he remained vigilant against high-level insect soldiers and beasts along the way. On his return journey, Jiang Yang encountered those bothersome lower-tier insect soldiers and exotic beasts once more. This time, however, he did not flee. Instead, he halted the vehicle and stood atop it, unleashing a barrage of fire. These lesser creatures could not withstand the power of laser projectiles, succumbing to their fate after just a few hits. However, he could not afford to collect the materials, as their numbers were overwhelming. After indulging in the thrill of the hunt, Jiang Yang holstered his laser gun and swiftly departed before more insect soldiers and beasts could arrive. Chapter 11. Video call from Base 444. Upon returning to the base, Jiang Yang parked the Unimog and conducted a thorough inspection of the premises. Confirming that all was well, he secured the base's entrance, preparing for the onset of the cold fog period. He organized the supplies he had scavenged, categorizing them within the storage area. While inventorying his findings, Jiang Yang unearthed a projection device, perfect for watching movies, along with a hot pot, which he had been wanting. After tidying everything up, he set up the projection equipment and began watching a film titled Edge of Tomorrow. This film, considered ancient, depicted humanity's struggle against extraterrestrial creatures known as mimics. The protagonist, for reasons unknown, acquired a peculiar ability, allowing him to return to a specific point in time upon death, ultimately leading to his discovery of how to defeat the mimics and unlock a romantic subplot. The people of that era scoffed at the monstrous insectoid beings portrayed in the film, never imagining that the story would one day become a reality hundreds of years later. As Jiang Yang watched, he mused that it would be delightful to have popcorn at that moment. He rummaged through the storage area and found a popcorn machine. After preparing the corn kernels and turning on the machine, a bowl of delicious popcorn was ready in no time. Jiang Yang filled a paper cone with popcorn, settled onto the sofa, and enjoyed the film. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He picked up his phone, snapped a picture, and shared it in the global chat channel. While others struggled outside to gather supplies, they would surely be driven to envy upon seeing his photos. Is there any justice in the world? This unscrupulous merchant is enjoying popcorn and a movie? Brothers, let's team up and raid his base. Who's in? Are you kidding? He can take down armored bulls. What chance do we have? Do we want to meet our demise? Forget it, dream on. Instead of plotting against Jiang Yang, many considered how to survive the cold fog period. While numerous individuals contemplated raiding Jiang Yang's base, their capabilities fell far short of his, leaving them to only express their thoughts in the chat. I am so envious. Can I join you? Handsome brother, I want to watch the movie too. Biffed. It's just a movie, I can watch it at my base too. Any ladies want to join? Do you have such a big screen? Can you even enjoy popcorn? No, but I have a 24-inch display and dried fruit. Is that acceptable? I have that too. Why would I risk my life to go to your place? Some individuals exchanged corn for popcorn. As they too had machines and prepared snacks, sharing their photos in the global chat channel, don't envy him. I have it too, though the screen isn't large, it's cozier. Any sisters want to come? The popcorn is free. Who's going? The cold fog period is approaching. I need to hurry and gather supplies. So you think you're Zhang Yang? He has the resources to do this. If you waste time now, you'll regret it when the cold fog arrives. While many were envious, some retained their sense of reason. Zhang Yang is on a different level. He has the means. Everyone, please don't blindly imitate him. It's not worth risking your lives. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? I just finished popping popcorn, and now you drop this. What the hell? I wasted a whole day's worth of rations. You wretched sisters, you're so cunning. Compensate me for my corn. Forget it, popcorn is still edible. Though it won't fill me up, I'll make do. That damn Zhang Yang has led us all astray. Zhang Yang, upon observing the discourse within the chat channel, bore an expression of resignation. I merely shared a few photographs. I did not urge you all to follow suit. Having closed the chat channel, Zhang Yang swiftly immersed himself in the cinematic narrative. Outside, however, the weather began to shift. The temperature gradually declined, accompanied by a cool breeze. The oppressive heat, which had approached 40 degrees, fell to the low 20s. Yang Shishir, still outside gathering supplies, sensed the refreshing change, though her expression grew increasingly somber. The drop in temperature signaled the impending arrival of the cold fog period. Subsequently, the temperature would continue to descend in a step manner. And when the cold fog period arrived, it would plummet below freezing. Time was of the essence. Yang Shishir muttered to herself as she glanced at the world chat channel, spotting the photos Zhang Yang had posted. She bit her lip, feeling a pang of injustice. Despite her arduous efforts to collect resources, Zhang Yang seemed to be indulging in leisure. Resolute, she opened Zhang Yang's private message and composed a reply. Hitting send. While engrossed in the film, Zhang Yang received a notification for a private message. Upon opening it, he found Yang Shishir inquiring about methods for planting crops, expressing her willingness to offer any price for the knowledge. Zhang Yang knew he could not assist her. Even if he granted her a piece of land, she would be unable to cultivate it, for she could not contend with the insectoid soldiers and exotic beasts. Without materials, she could not synthesize seeds or fertilizer, rendering her efforts futile. This disparity was a stark reminder of the advantages conferred by his system. Initially, Zhang Yang intended to ignore her. After all, any response would be a refusal. However, she sent a video call request. Zhang Yang pressed his lips together, paused the film, set aside his popcorn, and accepted the call. A breathtaking visage appeared on the screen. Silver hair styled to the ears, skin with a healthy, sun-kissed hue, and a scar running beneath her left eyelid, extending to her cheek. Bloodstains adorned her face and clothing, giving her a travel-worn appearance. Yet, despite this, her stunning beauty and resolute gaze remained undiminished. Truly, she embodied the essence of a female Special Forces soldier. After a brief silence, she spoke first. Hello, I am Yang Shishir from Base 444. Hello, no need for introductions. We are already familiar with one another. Yang Shishir nodded slightly, hesitating before saying, I wish to exchange planting methods with you. I understand the value of this knowledge is immense, so I am willing to share all my resources, even myself. And I promise I will never divulge this method to a third party. I implore you, please tell me. In the video, Yang Shishir's eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with pleading. Zhang Yang noticed not only the scar on her face but also a horrifying scar on her neck, extending beneath her collar. May I inquire about the origin of the scar on your face? Yang Shishir instinctively raised her delicate fingers to cover the scar, a long-buried emotion stirring within her. After so many years, she had almost forgotten the sensation of being cared for. If it's inconvenient to discuss, then so be it, Zhang Yang said. I can provide you with some seeds and the water needed for irrigation. You will have to find a place to experiment. As for the rest, that is for you to figure out. Yang Shishir's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, her heart swelling with joy, and tears of excitement streamed down her cheeks as she trembled. Thank you, Zhang Yang replied, You may exchange anything with me for the seeds. The rules of the exchange platform required that both parties possess items, regardless of their value. What? Just anything? That can't be right. Yang Shishir was taken aback by Jiang Yang's generosity. After all, this was the most precious planting method, and others would never divulge such secrets. After careful consideration, she unzipped her jacket. Jiang Yang was momentarily stunned and quickly interjected. Please, not like that. I am not that kind of person. Yang Shishir removed her necklace, perplexed. Not like what? Seeing Jiang Yang's dazed expression, she chuckled softly. I merely wish to offer you my most treasured possession. What do you think I intend to do? Jiang Yang cleared his throat. I assumed you meant to part with your necklace. Given its significance, it must hold extraordinary sentimental value. How could you part with it? Chapter 12. A Small Goal. To enjoy a hot pot in the apocalypse, Yang Shishir fell silent at his words, staring at the necklace in her palm, memories flooding back. This is the Morning Star pendant. A 10th wedding anniversary gift from my father to my mother. My father was an astronomer, perpetually busy and rarely present for my mother and me. He said this pendant was more precious than his own life, and thus he entrusted it to my mother. Shortly after, my father disappeared. Later, my mother, afflicted with a terminal illness, passed it on to me. Now, I wish to give it to you. Please keep it safe for me, and should I find another way to repay you, I will retrieve it. Seeing the determination in Yang Shishir's eyes, Jiang Yang nodded. The exchange platform shimmered, and a bag of seeds vanished, replaced by the Morning Star pendant. Jiang Yang picked up the pendant, still warm from Yang Shishir's touch. The pendant, crafted from a unique metal, was encircled by 4 star rings, with a sculpture of the Venus de Milo adorning its surface. Losing such a precious item would be disrespectful to others, so Jiang Yang promptly donned it over his protective suit, ensuring it would remain intact unless he were to perish. Yang Shishir received a packet of seeds and opened it. Discovering they differed from the plant seeds she had previously encountered, I have given you 2 types of seeds, corn and toxin-resistant tomatoes. Once you identify a suitable planting site, come to me for the irrigation water. Jiang Yang explained. Yang Shishir nodded gratefully. After concluding the video call, she hurried to finish collecting the resources in her vicinity, then hopped into her jeep to return rapidly to the base. Within the crystalline energy mine's pit at the base lay a patch of land, significantly less contaminated than the surface and situated underground, ideal for experimental farming. Yang Shishir dug a hole and carefully planted the seeds, then sent a message to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang prepared the spirit spring water in plastic barrels and transmitted it to her. While she returned a heap of crystalline energy, or, after irrigating with the spirit spring water, she inquired, Is this sufficient? Indeed. Just water it once a day. The rest is a matter of patience, Jiang Yang replied. He could not guarantee the seeds would germinate. He had done his utmost by providing the spirit spring water, and if that did not suffice, there would be no alternative. Yang Shishir felt immensely thankful for Jiang Yang's assistance and dared not ask for more. Thank you. I shall wait patiently. Closing the chat window, she remained by the farmland, her bright eyes fixated on the soil as she fervently prayed, Please sprout. Please sprout. In that moment, she seemed to lose track of time. And several hours slipped by in the blink of an as night fell. The temperature dropped to the teens. Feeling cold, Yang Shishir retrieved a blanket, wrapping herself in it as she leaned against the rock wall, keeping vigil by the farmland. After enduring a few more hours, her eyelids grew heavy, and she soon fell asleep. While she slumbered, the seeds, nourished by the spirit spring water, broke through their shells and extended their roots, drawing energy from the surroundings. The crystalline energy, or on the rock wall, emitted a soft glow, resembling distant stars in the dim environment. Bathed in the light from the crystalline or tender sprouts emerged from the soil, thriving under its luminous influence. Upon awakening, Yang Shishir beheld a field brimming with seedlings, each the height of her thumb. It felt like a dream. She pinched her arm hard enough to elicit a gasp. Overwhelmed with excitement, she exclaimed, This is real. I have succeeded. Previously, she had conducted countless experiments, all ending in failure, but this time, she had finally triumphed. The joy she felt was something only she could truly appreciate. Remembering Jiang Yang's instructions, she quickly watered the farmland once more, then excitedly relayed the good news to him. Jiang Yang answered the video call, and in the frame, she beamed like a child, showcasing the seedlings behind her. Zhang Yang glanced at the seedlings in the field. After a day, they had grown to this height, which seemed exceedingly slow in his own planting chamber. They would have transformed into fully grown plants ready to bear fruit overnight. Nevertheless, it appeared that the seeds synthesized through the system could indeed be cultivated in less contaminated soil. Though the growth rate is somewhat sluggish, it is still worthy of congratulations, Zhang Yang remarked. Yang Shishir, taken aback, responded, "Is this slow? Even in pristine soil, it takes 10 days to 2 weeks for seeds to sprout, and this has only taken a day to reach this height, at this rate. They should bear fruit in half a month." To Yang Shishir, this was already the fastest growth rate imaginable. Yet, even so, Zhang Yang regarded it as inadequate. "Keep up the good work." Hearing Zhang Yang's encouragement, Yang Shishir replied earnestly, "I will certainly strive to do my best." Subsequently, Zhang Yang terminated the video call and cast a fleeting glance at the hot pot beside the table. For the past few days, his meals had been limited to corn and barbecued meat. It was high time to change things up. Why not indulge in a hot pot feast? He approached the seed synthesizer and opened the synthesis list, identifying several vegetables suitable for hot pot: potatoes, bok choy, oilseed lettuce, and enoki mushrooms. Additionally, he noted the ingredients required for the broth: millet pepper, prickly ash, green onions, ginger, and garlic. Zhang Yang recorded the materials necessary for synthesizing these vegetable seeds before equipping himself and setting off in his unimog. As the vehicle exited the base, a chilling wind rushed in. The temperature had plummeted below 10 degrees Celsius, and many cold-sensitive beasts and insect soldiers had begun their preparations for hibernation, in just a couple of days. The earth would be blanketed in ice and snow. To enjoy a steaming hot pot amidst the frigid mist would be an exquisite delight. The very thought. Zhang Yang felt invigorated. Less than a kilometer from the base, 2 wandering corpse-eating beasts set their sights on him. The synthesis of potato seeds required the brain marrow of these creatures, which had conveniently come to him. Zhang Yang slammed on the brakes, leaped onto the roof of his vehicle, and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the charging beasts. As they closed within 7 or 8 meters, they fell lifelessly to the ground. The viewers watching the live stream began to murmur among themselves, speculating that the laser weapon he employed did not belong to the civilization of this planet. Clearly, someone must be backing him. This fellow seemed to be living rather comfortably. It was time to teach him a lesson. Such filthy, inferior beings should be eradicated. He ought to be forever kneeling before us, pleading for our mercy, rather than living so carefree. Which base is closest to base 777? I wish to reward him for eliminating this nuisance. The nearest one, 6 kilometers away, was base 778, which had already been destroyed. Now, the closest was base 506, located over 60 kilometers away. I shall bestow 200 cosmic coins to fund him a digital sword. I will offer 150 cosmic coins for a vial of Beast Frenzy Potion, 1,000 cosmic coins for a full suit of exoskeleton armor. At base 506, Luozhe was engaged in flirtation with Zhang Yan, who was residing there. Suddenly, they heard a commotion outside the base. Luozhe immediately lost his composure. Zhang Yan, flustered, asked if a monster was attacking. "Close your ravenous mouth," Luozhe retorted, rising to the base's computer and checking the surveillance. He spotted a small alien spacecraft hovering outside. Upon seeing it, his excitement knew no bounds. Every base owner was aware they were being monitored by extraterrestrials, but they also understood that good behavior could attract funding from alien spectators. However, for a low-level civilized planet like theirs, it was rare to receive such support. Yet, he had unexpectedly received it. "What is out there?" Zhang Yan timidly inquired. Luozhe shot her a glance and coldly replied, "None of your concern." With that, he donned his protective suit and stepped outside, standing beneath the spacecraft with his arms crossed over his chest, fervently proclaiming, "Thank you for the support. I shall dedicate my life to fulfilling your every command." A beam of light radiated from the circle at the bottom of the spacecraft, materializing all the supplies before him. Simultaneously, a voice prompt emanated from the ship. "Put on the communicator. Your masters will issue commands to you." "Understood," he affirmed. The spacecraft ascended and vanished with a swift whoosh. Luozhe transported all the supplies back to the base, leaving Zhang Yan in utter shock. "You actually received support?" she exclaimed. "Shut up. This is none of your business." Luo Zhe shot her an irritated look before donning the communicator, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. Esteemed masters, what are your commands? Upon hearing this, the viewers who had provided the rewards scoffed derisively. Yet, Luo Zhe remained unfazed. As long as he could secure funding, he would gladly refer to them as masters, even consider them as paternal figures. The most generous among them was a Badarian, boasting an exaggeratedly large head that appeared split in two, reminiscent of a massive posterior. His name was Bajalu, a mine owner from Balu Star. Bajalu sneered, "Utilize the equipment we provided to eliminate Zhang Yang from Base 777, Chapter 13. Exposing the ugly face of a scoundrel. Eliminate Zhang Yang from Base 777? Luo Zhe paused, contemplating the opportunity. Why not? The last time he attempted to trade food with Zhang Yang, he was rebuffed, thus creating a grudge. I am more than willing to assist, esteemed masters. Bajalu furrowed his brow and inquired. What do you mean by more than willing? It means I am exceedingly eager to serve you. It's an old saying from our Blue Star, Luo Zhe explained, somewhat condescendingly, not expecting these self-proclaimed high-level extraterrestrial beings to be ignorant of idiomatic expressions. Bajalu appeared slightly agitated. Do not flaunt your primitive civilization's language before me. Yes, I will remember. Luo Zhe nodded vigorously. Get to work. I want to see that brat dead swiftly. With that, the communication was severed. Luo Zhe rubbed his hands together in excitement, while Zhang Yin, standing nearby, felt a surge of exhilaration, silently praising her discernment in choosing the right man. Opening the box, he first revealed a humanoid exoskeleton, which would grant the wearer enhanced speed, strength, and temporary levitation capabilities. Above that lay a more advanced humanoid mech, but such high-level equipment was too extravagant. There was no need to employ such weaponry against a low-level civilized creature. There was also a digital sword. Upon activating the hilt, the blade shimmered with arcs of electricity, capable of easily slicing through steel plates an inch thick, making it one of the most practical close combat weapons of advanced civilizations. Lastly, there was the Beast Frenzy Potion, which, according to the instructions, would grant the user triple strength and temporarily render them impervious to fatal injuries. For instance, even if one were to be stabbed in the heart, they would not perish until the potion's effects wore off. With all this equipment, even facing a small to medium swarm of insect soldiers would pose no problem. After donning the exoskeleton armor, Luo Zhe was filled with hubris and decided to emulate Zhang Yang by taking a photo to share in the global chat channel. Come here and take a full body shot of me. He called to Zhang Yin, brandishing the digital sword. Zhang Yin inquired with a smile, Am I not entitled to a share of all these supplies? What does this have to do with you? This is a gift from the alien masters to me. Don't you know your own identity? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin felt a surge of indignation but remained silent, hastily snapping a picture. I'm leaving for my own base. Don't you expect to see me again? She stormed off, incensed. With your terrible photography skills, it's fortunate I'm handsome. I look good no matter how I'm captured. Luo Zhe casually uploaded the photo to the global chat channel, adding the caption, To all you losers, behold my new gear. The global chat channel attracted attention continuously. When others laid eyes on Luo Zhe's image, a wave of astonishment washed over them. In a way, you actually received support? How did you manage that? Those alien bastards would love to see us dead. Truth be told, that gear looks incredibly domineering. Even low-level insect soldiers and beasts would likely flee at the sight. Luo Zhe smirked disdainfully. I'm not afraid of medium-level insect soldiers or beasts. Bro, how did you win over those aliens? Yeah, bro. Share your secrets with us, bro. I'll call you bro. If we can secure alien support, I would gladly refer to you as my father. Luo Zhe, basking in his self-importance, declared, Of course, it's because I'm so exceptional that those aliens can't bear to see me perish. Which is why they bestowed this equipment upon me. Wow, bro, you're amazing. You're the real big shot. What is Zhang Yang even worth? Exactly. What is he but a mere jester? Luo Ge can easily crush him. Back at her base, Zhang Yin observed Luo Zhe's deceitful boasting in the global chat channel, her anger boiling within her. Without hesitation, she stepped forward to expose him. He is talking nonsense. He is not exceptional at all. He is merely a parasite, and those aliens want him to eliminate Zhang Yang. Her words sparked an uproar among the crowd. The aliens provided him equipment just to eliminate Zhang Yang? No way. Does Zhang Yang have such clout to provoke alien intervention? Is this true, Luo Ge? Luo Ze's expression darkened. Don't listen to that foul woman's ramblings. I indeed intend to eliminate Zhang Yang. But that is merely to obtain his resources and fairly distribute them among everyone. As for the aliens providing me with equipment, it's due to their recognition of my potential. Just half an hour ago. You were sweet-talking me at your base, and I witnessed your obsequious demeanor towards the aliens. You can deceive others, but not me, Zhang Yin retorted with a cold smile. Luo Ze glared at her menacingly. Do you wish to die? Let it be. Do you think I'm afraid? Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll expose all your sordid deeds. Zhang Yin has once again revealed an explosive secret. A group of onlookers is both laughing and astonished. They laugh at Luo Ze's inadequacies, yet they are shocked that aliens have actually provided equipment support to eliminate Zhang Yang. Goodness, after all this time. Zhang Yang is the true protagonist. One must wonder, why do the aliens wish to eliminate Zhang Yang? Surely, they harbor no good intentions. They must perceive Zhang Yang's potential growth as a threat, necessitating his eradication in his infancy. I suspect Zhang Yang may have been discovered while formulating a plan to annihilate the aliens. Could it be that the aliens, envious of Zhang Yang's striking looks, wish to eliminate him out of jealousy? The individual above, with inflamed tonsils, it is not yet your turn to speak. It stands to reason. The aliens, being so unattractive, would undoubtedly envy Zhang Yang's handsome visage. Where is the esteemed Zhang Yang? Is he lurking in the shadows? Luo Ze, infuriated by these discussions, finds it absurd that he, the actual protagonist, is being overshadowed by Zhang Yang. Everyone, silence. I am going to eliminate Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, prepare yourself. I shall soon send you to the afterlife. Is this for real? We are all inhabitants of Blue Star, fellow compatriots. Can you truly go through with this? Goodness, though, if Zhang Yang is killed, could I perhaps receive a portion of his provisions? This is going to be quite a spectacle. Where is Zhang Yang? Why has as the incessant alert tones of the system echoed in Zhang Yang's ears, the shield value of the base plummeted under the relentless assault of the insect soldiers. Swiftly descending to around 30%, anxiety gripped him. Suddenly, the onslaught ceased. Confounded, Zhang Yang hurried to the base's computer and activated the surveillance feed, finally comprehending why the swarm had halted its attack. Chapter 15. There is no need to feel remorse for slaying a scoundrel. It turned out that the hidden Luo Ze had been discovered, prompting the swarm to converge upon him. Utilizing the strength of his exoskeleton armor, Luo Ze was able to hold his ground against the mid-level biting insects, able to repel them with a single punch. Ha ha ha, wretched insect clan. With my extraterrestrial technology, what do you amount to? He jeered, drawing forth his electronic sword. The humming electronic sword, crackling with arcs of electricity, lacked a sharp edge but emanated an aura that instilled trepidation among the insect soldiers. They momentarily retreated, encircling him as they sought an opportune moment to strike. However, Luo Ze felt a twinge of confusion. He had concealed himself so thoroughly, how could the insect soldiers have found him? His belt was an optical cloaking device, capable of rendering him invisible like a chameleon at the flick of a switch, undetectable even before the keenest human eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the insect race possessed the most grotesque evolutionary capabilities in the universe. While they lacked the ability to create civilization, no intelligent species dared to underestimate them. The insect race could adapt and evolve unique abilities based on their environment, with harsher conditions accelerating their evolutionary pace. The pirate faction had long been aware that, under the conditions of Blue Star, the insect race would cease to evolve upon reaching a certain threshold, as long as they remained on Blue Star. They posed no threat. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that the insect race had developed a special ability under Blue Star's influence, acquiring the skill to see through all forms of disguise. Even Luo Ze, clad in an optical cloak far surpassing Blue Star's technology, was not beyond their detection. Within the base, Zhang Yang observed that the insect soldiers were not launching a frenzied attack but rather organizing themselves into formation. His heart sank at the sight of the resolute Luo Ze. If this fellow did not flee, he was likely doomed. Several magma insects took a step back, their abdominal magma sacs glowing brighter, indicating they were charging a magma projectile. Yet Luo Ze remained oblivious and initiated a live broadcast. Watch closely as I demonstrate how to annihilate this rabble of insects. The The World Channel broadcasted Luo Zhe's every move. Wow, Brother Luo is incredible. Show those insects who's boss. Truly a remarkable individual. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. A crowd drawn by the spectacle had gathered, and he cautioned, Luo Zhe, you are no match for them. Take advantage of the magma insect's charge and flee at once. Luo Zhe scoffed, you are merely envious of my prowess. After I deal with them, I shall turn my attention to you. Zhang Yang's expression grew grave as he pondered his next course of action. Luo Zhe's gaze swept over the insect soldiers, a grin spreading across his face as he charged in with his electronic sword. With the propulsion of the exoskeleton, he leaped 7 to 8 meters high, raising the sword above his head to strike at the mid-level biting insect. However, his strike missed. The mid-level biting insect, with its superior reflexes, merely stepped back to evade the attack. Luo Zhe's expression shifted slightly as the lower-tier insect soldiers surged forward, their sharp claws swiftly tearing through his protective suit. The anguished cry sent a chill down everyone's spine. Meanwhile, the aliens such as Badru, who were observing this scene, frowned deeply. This insect swarm has evidently evolved unique skills. We have wasted our rewards on this fool. He should have fled. Although our rewards were formidable, he is incapable of harnessing their true potential. Damn it. These lower civilization beings deserve extinction. After all, they were but lesser beings of a primitive civilization. Luo Zhe, realizing the threat posed by the insect soldiers, hastily injected himself with the beast frenzy potion, driving the syringe into his chest. The serum coursed through his veins, turning his skin a vivid crimson and causing his hair to bristle, transforming him into a wild man in the blink of an eye. Even with his protective suit torn, the toxic air he inhaled had no adverse effect on him. A woo! Fangs emerged from his mouth as he fixed his gaze on the insect swarm. Die! He then swung his electronic sword, descending into a frenzy of slaughter. The attacks from the lower-tier insect soldiers were utterly ineffective against Luo Zhe, enhanced by the beast frenzy potion. Even when a chunk of flesh was bitten off, he did not flinch. Luo Zhe appeared to have entered an invincible state, as the lower-tier insect soldiers could not withstand the lethal slashes of his electronic sword. One after another, they fell, yet they charged forward fearlessly. Not far away, the mid-level insect soldiers directed the lower-tier ones to attack, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Seeing Luo Zhe ensnared in peril, Zhang Yang, also a denizen of Blue Star, unhesitatingly donned his gear and burst from the base, aiming at the abdomen of a magma insect, unleashing a torrent of fire. In an instant, the mid-level biting insect took notice and turned to advance towards him. Yet the magma insect that had been struck by the laser trembled violently, its abdominal tumor swelling like a balloon. Zhang Yang quickly leaped behind a large rock, using it as cover. Then came the deafening explosion. The surrounding insect soldiers were sent flying by the blast, and several other magma insects that had been charging also succumbed to the ensuing explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves shattered the boulder, sending magma splattering in all directions. Luo Zhe, covered in insects, was hurled away, and the live stream abruptly cut off. The audience on the World Channel was left in utter bewilderment. Zhang Yang, too, was caught in the aftermath. Airborne for several seconds before crashing down, he coughed up blood, struggling to rise, feeling as though his very organs had been shattered. He picked up a nearby laser gun and staggered towards the motionless Luo Zhe. Several insect soldiers nearby still clung to life, writhing in agony. Zhang Yang aimed the laser gun and ended their suffering before kneeling beside Luo Zhe. Blood flowed from Luo Zhe's mouth, and he was battered all over. Thanks to the protection of his exoskeleton and the insects atop him absorbing some of the impact, the explosion had not proven fatal. Regrettably, the effects of the beast frenzy potion came at the cost of his life, and having inhaled the toxic air, compounded by the poison from the insect soldier's claws, toxins had infiltrated his very essence, keeping him barely alive. Save me, Luo Zhe gasped, but before he could finish his plea, he expelled a final mouthful of blood and perished. Zhang Yang stood frozen in place. Shortly thereafter, Yang Shishir, who had arrived on the scene, was struck with shock at the sight of the devastated battlefield. She could scarcely fathom the ferocity of the battle that had ravaged the environment to such an extent. The scattered corpses of the insect soldiers were a harrowing sight. At last, her gaze landed on Zhang Yang, who stood motionless, and she rushed to his side, only to find Luo Zhe lifeless on the ground. Jiang Yang's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Yang Shishir needed no words to grasp his current turmoil. Before him lay a fellow countryman. For an ordinary person who had never taken a life, witnessing the death of a compatriot was often unbearable. Her hand rested gently on his shoulder as she murmured, "When I passed by base 488, I discovered that Zhang Yin had been brutally slain by him. Do not burden your heart with excessive guilt. You have slain a scoundrel, avenging others in the process." Chapter 16. Thank you for the equipment you sent me. Although Jiang Yang had previously stated he did not require her assistance, Yang Shishir was still concerned for his well-being and hurried over on her way. She had passed base 488. The base's doors were ajar, prompting her to disembark and investigate. Inside, she stumbled upon a fully naked corpse, bearing signs of brutal assault. Through the base's surveillance footage, Yang Shishir witnessed the chilling scene of Luo Zhe murdering Zhang Yan. In a fit of rage, she set the entire base ablaze, converting it into Zhang Yan's burial ground. Fueled by her anger to confront Luo Zhe, however, upon her arrival, the battle had already ceased. Jiang Yang inquired, "If killing someone does not evoke guilt, is that not a form of monstrosity? Are you grappling with this dilemma?" Yang Shishir replied, "Then I can only say, you'll grow accustomed to it. After all, if you spare him, he may not show you mercy, and there might be more women like Zhang Yin who fall victim to his poison." Hearing her words brought Jiang Yang some solace. He exhaled deeply. "I will handle the bodies. You wait in the vehicle, I will assist you. No, this is my first kill, and it holds profound significance for me. I want to bury him alone. Do not watch or disturb me." Yang Shishir believed that yielding to him would provide him some comfort, so she returned to the vehicle, driving the jeep into the base. With the base doors closing, Jiang Yang began fervently collecting the corpses of the insect soldiers. These were indeed invaluable materials. Gather all the corpses of the insect soldiers. I nearly filled my backpack to the brim. Truly a bountiful harvest. At last, Jiang Yang's gaze fell upon Luo Zhe. The electronic sword in his hand was shattered halfway, yet the external mech skeleton he donned suffered only minor damage. Retrieve the equipment. Jiang Yang's hand brushed against the mech skeleton, and with a swift motion, it was absorbed into his backpack. By inspecting the backpack, one could unveil the intricate details of the mech, even tracing its origin through the production number. This particular mech was manufactured on Jierra Star, crafted from vibranium, a material capable of absorbing impact. Moreover, it could bestow the wearer with a strength of 500 pounds and the ability for short-distance flight. A standard issue for armies of advanced civilizations. No wonder this individual was not obliterated. The preceding explosion had shattered even the mid-tier tearing insects, while Luo Zhe remained intact thanks to this mech. Jiang Yang then picked up the severed electronic sword. Due to the main body being damaged and Meng Zhan lacking the means for repairs, he decided to temporarily stow it away in his backpack. Subsequently, Jiang Yang discovered a biocard on Luo Zhe, the key to unlocking base 500 and SIXS gate, containing Luo Zhe's DNA information. Jiang Yang possessed a similar card, and with that secured, only a corpse awaited his attention. He considered himself no saint. The explosion had not awarded him the chance to play the martyr. "Thank you for the equipment you've provided. I hope your descent into hell is not too torturous." Jiang Yang observed a moment of silence for 3 seconds, then retrieved the flamethrower he had scavenged from the abandoned base and incinerated the corpse on the spot. The ashes danced in the wind, leaving only fragments of bone. An unexpected sense of relief washed over Jiang Yang, prompting a thought. Enemies sacrificed to the heavens, their power boundless. In that instant, Jiang Yang felt precisely that. He turned back to the base, where he found Yang Shishir gazing in awe at the plants through the glass wall of the greenhouse. The scene within the base was even more astonishing than the battlefield had been. She could hardly believe that this vibrant place belonged to a single individual. When Jiang Yang removed his helmet and approached her, she finally noticed his return. Yang Shishir exclaimed, "How did you manage this?" Jiang Yang countered, "Isn't it beautiful?" She nodded vigorously, "It's stunning." Before the alien invasion of Blue Star, industrial construction had reached unprecedented heights, with green vegetation only visible in specialized greenhouses. In that era, such farmland was a luxury, accessible only to the wealthy. "Stay for a meal," Jiang Yang suggested. Yang Shishir's heart agreed, but she was unsure how to interact with a man, having virtually no experience in such matters. Since kindergarten, she had attended an all-girls school, and upon adulthood, she joined the Yanlong Special Operations Team, enduring rigorous training. The only individual she interacted with daily were the cold-hearted female instructors or heinous criminals. Only during rare breaks did she have the chance to speak with her mother on the phone. Opportunities to converse with her father could be counted on one hand. Anxiety quickened her breath and heartbeat, and her cheeks flushed. Yang Shishir realized Jiang Yang's eyes were fixed on her face. Hastily diverting her gaze elsewhere, flustered, "No, I need to return to prepare supplies for the cold fog period, and I must tend to the farmland, so I'm afraid I can't." "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Take these items back with you," Jiang Yang insisted, producing the firearms, ammunition, and some beast meat he had scavenged. Yang Shishir gazed at the succulent piece of beast meat, swallowed hard, then decisively declined. "I have nothing to trade, so I cannot accept it." "Why not?" "It's a gift from me," Jiang Yang queried, perplexed. Yang Shishir replied seriously, "This food was obtained through your life-risking battles against the beasts. I cannot take it for free." Jiang Yang felt a slight headache. He hadn't anticipated her to be such a principled woman. "Then how about this? Consider it a debt. Is that acceptable?" he proposed. Yang Shishir felt tempted, wishing to savor the taste of beast meat. Her rational mind disagreed, but her cravings concurred, leading to an internal struggle. Ultimately, her desire triumphed over reason. "All right, thank you for your generosity," Yang Shishir declared, bowing deeply as if she had made a momentous decision. This left Jiang Yang somewhat taken aback. The atmosphere became slightly ambiguous and awkward. Yang Shishir was at a loss for words. Jiang Yang broke the silence first. "Let me help you load the items into the vehicle." "Oh, sure," she responded. They filled the vehicle to capacity, and Jiang Yang escorted her outside the base. As Yang Shishir glanced at the sky, dusk was approaching. The night would render this planet even more perilous. And with the impending cold fog period, temperatures would plummet. "Be careful on the road," Jiang Yang cautioned. "You too must be cautious. After killing Luo Zhe and so many insect soldiers, those remaining in the insect tribes will surely not let it slide." Yang Shishir warned. Jiang Yang feigned nonchalance. "I'm not afraid of them." His optimistic demeanor inspired Yang Shishir, and a smile graced her face. That radiant smile was akin to a rose in bloom. And Jiang Yang yearned to behold it a moment longer, but like a fleeting dream, it vanished amidst the roar of the engine. As night fell, Jiang Yang noticed frost beginning to form on the ground and returned to the base. Activating the experience storage device. Chapter 17, Equipment Upgrade, Hot Pot Feast. Within the experience storage device lay nearly 10,000 experience points. Jiang Yang was taken aback, speculating that the system's calculation mechanism attributed the experience points for the insect soldiers he had not directly killed. After all, he had lured hundreds of insect soldiers, with each mid-tier soldier yielding 200 experience points and each low-tier soldier 75. However, Jiang Yang was aware that the insect soldiers he had destroyed likely constituted less than a tenth of the entire nest. Furthermore, considering the reproductive capabilities of the insect species, those that perished might be replenished within a fortnight. Jiang Yang allocated all 10,000 experience points for upgrades. The light circle beneath his feet flickered in rapid succession. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have upgraded to level 6 farmer. You have earned one free equipment upgrade opportunity." "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have upgraded to level 7 farmer. You have earned one free equipment upgrade opportunity." "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have upgraded to level 8 farmer. You have earned one free equipment upgrade opportunity." "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have upgraded to level 9 farmer. You have earned one free equipment upgrade opportunity." An impressive leap of 4 levels. Jiang Yang excitedly opened the information panel. Farmer, Jiang Yang level 5 farmer experience points, 271, 3500 strength, 56.64 agility, 50.98 backpack capacity, 1978 5000. Jiang Yang clenched his fist, feeling invigorated. The increase in strength and agility transcended mere numerical elevation. More crucially, it signified a transformation in his physicality. "System, what would my current strength rank within the universe?" The omniscient mechanical female voice of the system replied, "If we do not account for the host's equipment, the host's current strength should meet the passing threshold of several combat-oriented civilizations' youths." Jiang Yang was not surprised. He knew that within this world existed entities akin to the Eternals from the Marvel Universe. The Eternals were Thanos' kin, possessing a physical strength capable of contending with the Hulk. While Jiang Yang had yet to reach such heights, in the context of Blue Star, his current prowess could be deemed invincible. Warriors from certain martial arts novels possessed physical capabilities comparable to his own. Jiang Yang felt extraordinarily light, as if he could leap 4 to 5 meters with ease. Occasionally, if he miscalculated his strength, his head would collide with the ceiling. It seemed that rapid upgrades were not entirely beneficial. They could lead to an inability to control newfound power, perhaps what novels refer to as a state of inflated transcendence. Setting aside training for the moment, he now had 4 opportunities for equipment upgrades. The items eligible for enhancement included not only the future battle suit and laser gun, but also the off-road vehicle, electronic sword, external mech skeleton, and flamethrower, among all the gear in his backpack. Although any equipment he utilized could be upgraded, these opportunities were precious, limited to 4. Jiang Yang chose to upgrade the off-road vehicle, external mech skeleton, electronic sword, and future battle suit. Initially, he intended to upgrade the laser gun last, but its power was still adequate, while the future battle suit was something he wore at all times. Had it not been for the future battle suit absorbing part of the shock from the explosion, he might have truly perished. Please select the equipment you wish to upgrade. Jiang Yang selected 4 pieces of equipment and confirmed his choice, thereby exhausting his 4 upgrade opportunities in an instant. The 4 items were enveloped in radiant light, and as the futuristic battle suit was donned, Jiang Yang's body was likewise shrouded in brilliance. When the luminescence faded, his attire had undergone a remarkable transformation, morphing into a suit of armor with a metallic sheen, reminiscent of Iron Man's steel exoskeleton. Although the upgraded suit did not enhance its resistance to extreme temperatures, its defensive capabilities had significantly improved. Upon examining the other pieces of equipment, Jiang Yang found that they had also undergone dramatic metamorphoses, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. The futuristic battle suit had been upgraded to a next-generation metallic armor. The exoskeleton had evolved into a riot mech, full coverage. The electronic sword had transformed into a pulse sword. The off-road vehicle had been upgraded to a hydrogen-powered armored vehicle. The riot mech, primarily white with blue accents, stood at an impressive height of 2.5 meters, yet appeared remarkably agile, exuding an air of futuristic technology, akin to a compact Gundam, equipped with 2 slots for gear on its back and waist. The mech featured thrusters that allowed the wearer to soar through the skies as long as there was sufficient energy. However, the thrusters consumed not fuel, but crystal energy, with 100 units of crystal energy providing only half an hour of flight time. In contrast, the hydrogen-powered armored vehicle had been enhanced with an additional layer of armor, and its engine and fuel tank had been upgraded. What once required gasoline to operate could now be powered simply by water, all while producing less noise. Jiang Yang no longer had to worry about running out of fuel. Lastly, the pulse sword, a blade reaching up to his chest, emitted flames from the hilt, forming a blade of blue flames with a white core. Not only had its form changed drastically, but its power had also been substantially augmented compared to the electronic sword. Clad in the riot mech, which enveloped his entire body, Jiang Yang could observe his surroundings through a small screen in the helmet, offering a panoramic view of 180 degrees. The mech even had the capability to magnify distant objects for clearer visibility, complete with a targeting reticle. Regrettably, the mech was not equipped with rockets or firearms. Otherwise, it would have been akin to a walking tank. Grasping the pulse sword in his right hand and a laser gun in his left, Jiang Yang felt confident enough to take on a mid-tier biting insect without issue. He attempted to swing the pulse sword, but misjudged his grip, causing the sword to slip from his hand and embed itself in the base's main entrance. Warning: base shield integrity reduced by 3%. Reminder: the riot mech is a high-level combat device. Please master its controls before employing any weapons. Jiang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not struck the base's mainframe, or the entire facility's air circulation and power systems would have been compromised. He raised his left hand to place the laser gun in the gear slot on his back, then cautiously maneuvered the riot mech to retrieve the pulse sword from the door. Stowing it away as well, he then made his way to an empty corner, shedding the riot mech after such a busy period. He realized he had yet to eat. He had intended to prepare hot pot, but had not even planted the ingredients. Approaching the seed synthesizer, he saw his backpack brimming with materials, capable of synthesizing several types of seeds, barring a few that required special components: potatoes, bok choy, butter lettuce, enoki mushrooms, along with ingredients for the broth such as millet peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, scallions, ginger, and garlic. Zhang Yang methodically added the materials for each seed into the synthesizer, and while waiting for the seeds to synthesize, he turned to the fertilizer maker, discarding the materials from the low-level insect soldiers to produce fertilizer, saving the materials from the mid-tier insect soldiers for future use when the seed synthesizer could create level 2 seeds. After synthesizing the seeds, he planted them in the ground and generously applied fertilizer. He no longer had to worry about a shortage of fertilizer. Once the crops matured, the yield would be enough for Zhang Yang to enjoy 10 hot pot meals. He harvested a portion based on his appetite, leaving the rest to continue growing. After processing all the ingredients and placing them on a plate, he filled the hot pot with water, adding the broth base and seasonings, and awaited the water to boil. Once boiling, he began adding the ingredients: a full plate of beast meat slices, meatballs, along with an array of vegetables, presenting a feast of abundance. Zhang Yang turned on a movie, preparing to enjoy his hot pot while watching, when he received a private message from Yang Shishir. "Quick, check the World Channel." Yang Shishir added a cute sigh emoji to her message. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow as the World Channel chat popped up, revealing a flurry of messages claiming he had perished. Zhang Yang pursed his lips, snapping a photo and sending it to the group with a message: "Apologies for disappointing you all, but I'm very much alive and currently enjoying dinner." Chapter 18. Thank you, Big Shot. Tonight's stream will have material. Ever since Luo Zhe had cut off the live stream, discussions had erupted. Zhang Yang was surely dead. Even if he had survived, he would have been torn apart by the swarm of insect soldiers. With no news from Luo Zhe, he was likely deceased as well. Both of these individuals were no good. Luo Zhe was ruthless, and Zhang Yang was a heartless merchant. Indeed, they both deserved to die. Is anyone willing to team up to raid Zhang Yang's base? Right, Luo Zhe's gear and the food supplies at Zhang Yang's base would be of no interest to the insect tribe. Damn, I just thought of that. If we could get Luo Zhe's equipment and Zhang Yang's food reserves, we could live comfortably for the rest of our lives. I'll initiate the team. Don't try to steal my thunder. Heh, if they're dead, their belongings are fair game. Whoever gets to it first gets to keep it. Let's raid Zhang Yang's base. Those who want to join, hurry up, we're leaving soon. Raiding sounds so harsh. Let's call it home invasion. Yes, home invasion. It's only right that we take what belongs to Zhang Yang's base. As they plotted to raid Zhang Yang's base, he suddenly posted a photo along with a message that nearly scared the life out of them. "Apologies, but I'm still alive, much to your disappointment," Zhang Yang stated nonchalantly. Upon reading this, and seeing the lavish hot pot spread before him in the photo, they were left dumbfounded. "Zhang Yang, how can you possibly be alive? Did the explosion not kill you? Where are the insect soldiers? What about Luo Zhe? Did the insect soldiers and Luo Zhe run off together? Damn it, that hot pot looks overly sumptuous. Wasn't your base under attack by the insect soldiers? Even if the base wasn't T-breached, you shouldn't be able to enjoy such a lavish meal. I suspect Luo Zhe and the insect soldiers are still outside the base. He probably planned to enjoy a good meal before he met his end." Reading these comments, Zhang Yang smiled subtly and prepared to address, "I wish to preserve this photograph as a representation of my life's aspirations." Yang Shishir smiled gently as she turned off the World Channel. The barbecue before her was now perfectly cooked, emanating an irresistible aroma. After savoring the grilled delicacies, she wrapped herself in a blanket and fell asleep beside the farmland, drifting into a peculiar dream. In this dream, she and Zhang Yang were strolling through the streets when they unexpectedly encountered her parents. Her parents inquired, "Is this your boyfriend?" Yang Shishir, her cheeks flushed, attempted to explain, but her parents paid her no mind, laughing and praising Zhang Yang for being a perfect match for her. She even heard her father remark that Zhang Yang possessed the charm of his youth and would make a fine son-in-law. Suddenly, her parents vanished, and in the pitch-black void, a table appeared, upon which lay a black and white photograph, leaving only her and Zhang Yang in attendance. Tears streamed down Yang Shishir's face as Zhang Yang embraced her. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, 2 tears traced down her face as she slept. Night fell, and a layer of frost blanketed the earth. Ice shards emerging in the flowing river, a faint mist began to envelop the entire planet. The temperature dropped below freezing, and the cold-sensitive alien beasts had already commenced their hibernation, while the insect race hastened to amass provisions to survive the fog-laden period, at present. Most of the insect soldiers had yet to evolve the ability to withstand the cold. At -20 degrees, the majority of the insect soldiers could only move within their nests. At -50 degrees, some fell into a dormant state. At -80 degrees, most entered hibernation, leaving only a handful capable of activity within the nest. This elite group of soldiers, aside from the insect queen, were the most fully evolved and powerful beings within the insect race, serving as the ultimate defense, ever vigilant beside the queen and never straying from the nest. On board a starship in outer space, Budru and a throng of spectators vociferously cursed, attempting to persuade the pirate faction to refund their donations. The pirates, however, responded with, "Donations are non-refundable." They further suggested, "You may donate more cosmic coins and employ stronger weaponry to eliminate Zhongyang." In the pirates' eyes, the more capable the experimental subjects were at inciting donations, the more valuable they became. Thus, they had no intention of disposing of Zhongyang. Rather, they hoped for him to grow stronger, prompting the spectators to contribute even more cosmic coins for his demise. This infuriates me. How did we end up with such a fool, with our funded high-tech equipment, to be outperformed by a creature from a primitive civilization? Budru suddenly interjected, "Everyone, calm down and listen to me. We were overly rash in selecting our servant. We must reevaluate our mistakes and try again. This time, we will surely eliminate Zhongyang." Budru was the wealthiest spectator on the starship, possessing a mining star. Though he was merely a minor miner in the grand cosmos, among the audience watching the broadcasts from lower civilizations, he was regarded as a wealthy magnate. Hence, when he spoke, the crowd fell silent, eager to heed his words. "We shall seek new candidates." "No, one is insufficient. Let us find several. I will fund each of them with a set of external exoskeletons, while you will provide the rest of the equipment," Budru proposed. "What do you all think?" The others exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Chapter 19. The coordination training between man and exoskeleton. After a thorough selection process, Budru and his companions chose Tuliang. Stationed at base 1288. Coincidentally, Tuliang was the instigator of the proposal to raid Zhongyang's base, having gathered 9 like-minded teammates. Their plan was to launch a surprise attack while Zhongyang was off guard. Tuliang, towering at nearly 2 meters, bore a quarter of Viking blood, giving him a somewhat Western appearance. Originally a pirate from Somalia, he had retreated to the base with all his assets following the alien invasion of Blue Star. Zhongyang's base, having been ravaged by the insect soldiers and Rose, must be on the brink of destruction. Once we arrive, we can drop a few bombs to blast open the gates and storm in to eliminate Zhongyang, Tuliang declared. Another foreign man with a sharp nose interjected, "But what if Zhongyang possesses Rose's equipment?" Tuliang was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the base. Through the base's surveillance system, Tuliang discovered that it was a spaceship dispatched by aliens. "No way. Could it be that we are receiving funding as well?" Tuliang mumbled, hastily opening the base doors. The others followed closely behind him, rushing beneath the spacecraft. Subsequently, a beam of light emitted from the ship, and several large crates descended before them. A voice resonated from the spaceship, "Put on your communicators. Your master will issue commands." They gazed skyward as the ship soared into the skies. "Vanishing from sight." It said we. "Does that mean these provisions are for all of us?" Wang Yong stepped forward to open a few crates. 7 exoskeletons emerged before their eyes. The 10 individuals instantly lit up with excitement. Having witnessed firsthand the prowess of these armors when worn by Rose, deeming them divine instruments, it appears these are indeed our gear. But why are there only 7? At that moment, the communicator emitted a series of beeps. Tuliang approached and donned the communicator. Budru's voice, resembling a duck's, squeezed out, "All of you wear this equipment and eliminate Zhongyang." Tuliang's suspicions were confirmed. The aliens had provided them with gear solely to eliminate Zhongyang. Tuliang respectfully replied, "Master, we have 10 individuals, yet there are only 7 exoskeletons." Budru retorted, 7 sets are more than sufficient. If you cannot defeat Zhongyang with them, then find a rock and bludgeon him to death." These armors were not cheap. Budru had invested significantly to provide 7 sets. Asking for 3 more was utterly unreasonable. Tuliang quickly apologized. "Rest assured, Master, We will complete the mission flawlessly. After hanging up the communicator, Tuliang muttered under his breath, "How stingy. You send 7 sets for 10 people. How are we to share?" Tuliang claimed 1 set for himself and said to the others, "You 9 should figure out how to divide the remaining 6 sets." How were they to distribute 6 sets among 9 individuals? Stunned, they simultaneously lunged for the 6 sets, engaging in a frenzied scramble. "Damn it, I got here first. Get out of my way. Does it have your name on it? Stop whining. Whoever throws the hardest punch gets it, damn. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The 9 individuals fought fiercely, and amidst the chaos, Tuliang seized the opportunity to don the exoskeleton, wielding an electronic sword in one hand and a gravity gun in the other. Observing the others in a furious brawl, he aimed at a nearby boulder and fired. The blue light from the gun emitted no bullets were discharged, but a resounding thud echoed as the boulder was crushed to powder as if under a hydraulic press weighing thousands of pounds. Tuliang's heart raced, and the others immediately ceased their fighting. The power of the gravity gun was too terrifying, leaving them all in shock. Regaining his composure, Tuliang grinned and said, "Zhao Er, Li Tong, Yang Shuai, you 3 can make do with ordinary equipment." The others dared not protest as the remaining 6 individuals cheered and donned the exoskeletons, brandishing electronic swords and gravity guns. "Ha ha ha, high-tech equipment is simply magnificent. Now, those insect soldiers are nothing before me." Tuliang scoffed. Rose is truly pathetic. With such powerful gear, he couldn't even kill Zhang Yang. "Enough. Stop acting like unrefined bumpkins and settle down," he added, then turned to the other 3. "You 3 drive us to base 777. The 3 individuals who failed to acquire their equipment were exceedingly disheartened and had no choice but to take to their vehicles. Tuliang, maneuvering the exoskeleton, stepped into the vehicle, causing the tires to compress by a third. 3 vehicles sped towards base 777. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yang was diligently practicing how to master the riot mecha within the confines of the base. A teaching video on the mystical shadow fist played on the large screen. Zhang Yang emulated the movements depicted in the video, and with the elevation of his level, his comprehension ascended to an astonishing realm. He now resembled a rare martial arts prodigy from a wuxia novel. Having successfully opened the Ren and Du meridians, the martial arts techniques came to him effortlessly, and the profound mysteries could be grasped in mere moments. Chinese martial arts, which have been passed down for thousands of years, once served as the foundation for righteous heroes in ancient times. However, as firearms came to dominate, martial arts gradually waned, relegated to mere health and fitness regimens akin to aerobics and yoga. Yet now, with the aid of ancient instructional videos, Zhang Yang was gradually mastering the essence of traditional martial arts. The movements of the mystical shadow fist, executed by the highly advanced riot mecha, showcased a unique mechanical elegance. During his practice, Zhang Yang felt increasingly adept at controlling the riot mecha. More importantly, the superficiality that had accompanied his rapid advancement began to dissipate. When the martial arts master in the video completed a full set of punches and stood at the center of the frame, hands clasped behind his back, an aura of transcendence emanated from him. This fist technique was not difficult to learn but exceedingly challenging to practice. It combined softness with strength, moving like a cat and striking as swiftly as lightning. In combat, opponents were often overwhelmed before they could discern the method, leaving them dazzled and disoriented. Hence the name. I am but a humble martial artist, having spent many years understanding what martial arts truly are and what one can achieve with them. There is no hierarchy in martial arts, only a distinction between practitioners. Through competition, we can discover and recognize our true selves, for our most formidable opponent may well be ourselves. The martial arts master's gaze sharpened, his demeanor transforming abruptly, akin to a sword being unsheathed, radiating brilliance and exuding an air of superiority as he clasped his fists and proclaimed, "I am Huiyuanjia. I humbly accept your challenge." Zhang Yang was taken aback to find that Huiyuanjia existed in this world and furthermore, that he had survived into the modern age. No wonder his presence was so extraordinary. Inspired by Huiyuanjia's formidable aura, Zhang Yang reciprocated the gesture. Huiyuanjia flashed a charismatic smile as the recording concluded. Zhang Yang felt a refreshing exhilaration, a transcendence of mindset. At this moment, the riot mecha felt like an extension of his own body, no longer a burden. Suddenly, The surveillance screen of the main computer displayed several pickup trucks halted outside the base. 10 individuals jumped from the vehicles, some clad in exoskeletons. Tu Liang stood outside the base gate, brazenly laughing. Jiang Yang, come out and meet your doom. Chapter 20. Boastfulness leading to humiliation. In a bid to make a name for himself and establish authority, Tu Liang commanded everyone to turn on the live stream. Although it was already late at night, a significant number remained awake. Within less than half a minute of the stream commencing, the viewer count surpassed 10,000. Were others receiving sponsorships to challenge Jiang Yang? This time, there were not just one, but a full 7 challengers. The gear they wielded seemed to surpass even Luo Zayas in strength. Jiang Yang was doomed. Meanwhile, on the starship in outer space, tens of thousands of extraterrestrial spectators eagerly anticipated this spectacle. That brat better come out soon. I can't wait to see him crushed, they thought. He is definitely cowering in the base, too scared to emerge. Ha ha ha, let him understand that provoking us comes with a deadly price. Look, look, the base gate is opening. Everyone fixated on the entrance, their minds concocting images of Jiang Yang trembling and begging for mercy. Yet when Jiang Yang appeared before them, he was entirely unlike what they had envisioned. A towering figure emerged from the base, the mecha exuding a commanding and extraordinary presence. A pulse sword slung across his back, radiating an aura of formidable prowess from head to toe. In stark contrast, Tu Liang and his companions' exoskeletons appeared as inferior, poorly crafted toys. What the hell? Why does his mecha look more advanced than the exoskeletons? No way. Has Jiang Yang's technology surpassed that of the extraterrestrial beings? Jiang Yang's mecha appeared far more formidable. Whether it was truly superior remained to be seen, but it was undeniably striking. Indeed, our own designs are far more aesthetically pleasing than those bizarre creations of the aliens. The extraterrestrial audience was equally astonished and perplexed. I've never seen this young man's mecha before, and it seems even more advanced than the exoskeletons. Heh, mechas are judged by their combat effectiveness. A visually appealing mecha is useless in battle. Let them make their move, Badru commanded through the communicator. Understood. Tu Liang took a deep breath, scoffing, just a fade. Hold off your attacks, let me handle him alone. The others stepped back. Tu Liang drew his electronic sword and swung it a few times, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he charged forward. However, Jiang Yang remained utterly still. Why isn't he dodging? Could it be he is too frightened to move? This is bad. It seems he has just a pretty face with no substance. He'll be cleaved in two. I could already envision that gruesome scene. It was making me nauseous. Yet Jiang Yang remained unfazed by Tu Liang's approach, for to him, Tu Liang's attack was riddled with flaws, rendering even the pulse sword useless. Only when the attack was almost upon him did he spring into action. With a swift sidestep, he rotated his upper body and unleashed a right fist, striking with lightning speed. Though merely 3 simple movements, he adeptly sidestepped the descending electronic sword, delivering a powerful blow to Tu Liang's chest, propelling both man and mecha through the air. Onlookers watched as Tu Liang traced a perfect arc in the sky before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Outside the base, as well as in the viewing rooms of all the onlookers and the starship, there was a profound silence. With just one punch, he had laid low Tu Liang, who was equipped with extraterrestrial technology. Waves of astonishment surged through the crowd, which soon erupted in the global chat channel. Impressive, absolutely stunning. I can see the mark of a true master in his movements. That punch was executed with such finesse, striking at Tu Liang's vital points. I'm in awe. Such prowess could never be achieved merely by relying on the mecha's power. At Blue Star Base, individuals from various professions stood in admiration, including martial arts practitioners and combat masters who recognized the skill behind Jiang Yang's punch, offering continuous praise. The others, oblivious to the intricacies, simply relished the spectacle, as long as it was captivating. The extraterrestrial audience, however, was less than pleased, their expressions darkening. What are you waiting for? All of you, attack together, Badru barked through the communicator. Yet the communicator was singular, attached to Tu Liang's ear, and he was unable to respond due to his injuries. Only when the others regained their senses did they remember to aid Tu Liang. Quick, administer the Beast Fury Serum. Wang Yung rushed forth, injecting Tu Liang with the serum. His skin turned crimson, his eyes glinting with a beastly ferocity. As he struggled to rise from the ground, glaring at Jiang Yang with a low growl, Jiang Yang took a few steps forward, calmly stating, "Come at me together. I'm ready to take on Tin." This nonchalant declaration ignited their fury. "Damn it, he is looking down on us. All together now, let us finish him off. Zhao Er, you three provide cover fire, the rest follow me." Tu Liang led his teammates in a simultaneous assault, their electronic swords flashing like lightning before Jiang Yang. He sprang into action, moving with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea, leaving his opponents bewildered and unable to grasp his technique. Bullets rained down upon the riot mecha, yet the defenses remained unbreached. In that moment, every limb of Jiang Yang's hands, elbows, feet, and legs became lethal weapons, each strike targeting vital points. Aside from Tu Liang, who was under the influence of the serum and remained unaffected, anyone else who took a hit was left severely injured. The viewers of the live stream watched in awe, dumbfounded. I was wrong. He is not just a master, he is at the Grandmaster level. I have never seen a fight so visually pleasing. He is incredibly powerful. I would gladly declare Jiang Yang the strongest man on the ground. Tu Liang sensed this shift as well, shouting, "Quick, inject the Beast Fury serum." Jiang Yang, beneath his helmet, furrowed his brow and said sternly, "The Beast Fury serum drains one's life force. Using it will lead to death." Tu Liang's expression twisted with malice as he sneered. "Do you think I would believe your nonsense? What are you all waiting for? Are you ready to die?" Gritting their teeth, the others injected themselves with the serum. Soon, 6 beast-like individuals stood once more, their skin a deep crimson, fangs protruding, their eyes gleaming with predatory ferocity. "Ha ha ha, now let us see how you handle this," Tu Liang cackled. Jiang Yang delivered a powerful kick to Tu Liang, who, astonishingly, rose again as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yang's voice turned cold. "Since you wish to perish, I shall personally escort you on your journey." His hand rested on the hilt of his sword as he unsheathed the pulse sword. "Activate the gravity gun," Tu Liang shouted. Zhao Er and the others discarded their submachine guns and replaced them with gravity guns. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. As they pulled the trigger, a warning prompt immediately appeared on the small display screen before him, urging him to vacate the area at once. His honed instinct for danger sent a shiver down his spine, compelling him to leap aside without hesitation. It was as if an invisible mountain had descended upon the ground, creating 3 massive craters. Shocked, Jiang Yang realized that the weapon provided by the aliens had exceeded his expectations once again. "Brothers, charge!" Tu Liang brandished his electronic sword and surged forward. Jiang Yang resolved to hold nothing back. Upon seeing Tu Liang approach, he swung his sword, cleaving him in two. The upgraded pulse sword could not be withstood even by exoskeletons forged from vibranium. Blood splattered across the ground, leaving the remaining few utterly stunned. "Fire! Quick, fire!" Wang Yong panicked, drawing his gravity gun and beginning to shoot. However, despite the gravity gun's formidable power, it suffered from a 1 to 2 second delay, and in his current state of utter fright, Wang Yong's gravity rounds failed to find their mark on Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang moved with the swiftness of the wind, leaving behind mere afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he was before Wang Yang. Just as he intended to pull the trigger, the gravity gun was knocked from his grasp. With a swift thrust, the pulse sword pierced through the heart, incinerating it to ash under the electronic pulse's influence, rendering even the Berserker serum ineffective. Those who had injected themselves with the Berserker serum were left with no hope of survival. Jiang Yang, casting aside any lingering compassion, charged forward, dispatching them with a single stroke. His speed was so astonishing that they could not comprehend it. Tio preserved the integrity of the exoskeletons. Jiang Yang ensured that each strike was fatal without damaging the armor, often delivering a heart-piercing blow to the chest. Wielding the pulse sword, he resembled a streak of white lightning traversing the night. When he appeared behind the remaining enemies, they all collapsed. Silence enveloped the area once more, leaving the last 3 individuals terrified, hastily discarding their gravity guns and kneeling on the ground. The alien spectators wore ashen expressions, as if they had consumed something foul. Yet, to the eyes of the Blue Star audience, Jiang Yang had undoubtedly become a hero in their hearts. Chapter 21. The creation of the monster compendium. Jiang Yang cast a glance at the 3 men, causing them to shiver in fear. Please spare us. We had no choice. Have mercy, big brother. We were live streaming. Many are watching, an adage rings true. To kill one is a crime, to slay thousands is to become a king. Having set a precedent with Luo Zhe, Zhang Yang could no longer associate himself with the notion of mercy. Although they may have acted out of momentary greed, they were all adults and must bear the consequences of their actions. Zhang Yang replied coolly, I will grant you a painless death. This shall be my final act of mercy. With that, he swung his sword, and the heads of the three men fell simultaneously. The live stream was abruptly cut. But those who witnessed the scene felt a chill run down their spines. Terrifying. He had taken on 10 and slain them all, that hadn't he warned them not to court death? Had they not seen the Grim Reaper? Who would dare to provoke Zhang Yang in the future? Seriously, why can't they just live well? Why must they seek their own demise? Nevertheless, witnessing this spectacular battle was worth it. It was far more exhilarating than any action blockbuster. Zhang Yang seemed to be employing techniques reminiscent of his martial arts. Each of our bases seemingly contained instructional videos on martial arts. Wow, I almost forgot I should hurry and practice. Perhaps one day, I too could take on 10 foes like the great Zhang Yang. This battle not only solidified Zhang Yang's invincible reputation, but also ignited a collective resolve among everyone to train and strengthen themselves. The long-hidden videos of the elusive fist were brought forth for all to view. The legendary master Hui Yuanjia returned to the public's consciousness. Equipment recovery. 7 sets of gear were all reclaimed into Zhang Yang's backpack, along with 3 small pickup trucks. The bodies were incinerated to ash with a flamethrower, scattering into the mist. Zhang Yang gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, reflecting on the notion that if everyone could acquire sufficient resources through their own efforts, perhaps such slaughter could be diminished. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Yang, and he swiftly returned to the base, shedding the rider's exoskeleton. He approached the main computer and created a file titled Monster Compendium, inputting all the monster information he had encountered thus far. Corpse-eating worm, a low-level insect soldier, vulnerable at the lower jaw and abdomen, can be killed with standard or armor-piercing bullets from a distance. Corpse-eating beast, a low-level alien creature, extremely fast, fond of gnawing on carrion, can be lured with corpses as bait. Its weakness lies in its eyes. Hitting the eyes with regular bullets instantly nullifies all sensory capabilities. Armored bull, a low-level alien creature characterized by tough skin and flesh. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate its defenses, but it moves slowly. Its underside lacks scaly armor, allowing for the setting of spike traps for ambush. Magma worm, a mid-level insect soldier capable of charging and launching magma bullets. Its weakness lies in tearing worm, a mid-level insect soldier. Once the document was edited, Zhang Yang extracted images from surveillance footage, pairing them with the text, and then packaged it for sharing in the communal channel. The others were still engaged in discussions about the martial arts videos. Can you guys check my movements? I feel like practicing once yielded no results. Obviously, mastering it in one go would make you a genius. A martial arts expert retorted without hesitation, this is master-level martial arts. Ordinary people would consider themselves fortunate if they could reach the basics after 3 to 5 years of practice. What? Is there no quick method? Of course there is. Go ask Zhang Yang to open your meridians for you. I'd rather not. I don't want to seek death. Hey, Zhang Yang just released a document, Monster Compendium. What's that about? I received it too. Let's take a look. Wow. It details the weaknesses of insect soldiers and alien beasts. Incredible. Each weakness and characteristic is meticulously noted. This is priceless. Who knows how many lives it could save? The Great One truly lives up to the title. So generous to share such precious information for free. This compendium has arrived just in time. The reason these people have suffered so greatly is that they could not combat the insect soldiers and alien beasts. Even with weapons in hand, they were often unaware of where to aim, leading to wasted ammunition. Now, with Zhang Yang's provided monster compendium, they merely need to overcome their fears, realizing that those monsters are not so terrifying after all. Even the most formidable entities possess weaknesses, and if one strikes at those vulnerabilities, victory is possible. Zhang Yang. Oh no, Zhang Gu. From now on you are my brother, closer than even a biological one. Thank you. 1.1. Zhang Yang remarked, this monster compendium is not complete. I will update it regularly. If anyone finds any inaccuracies, feel free to contribute. This compendium is editable by all. The corpse-eating worms seemed to fear water. A few days ago, while scavenging in the urban ruins, I encountered two of them in a panic. I leaped into the river, and I saw them stomping in frustration on the shore, unwilling to enter the water. Is that useful information? I know of a type of purple berry with wave patterns on its skin. Smearing its juice on oneself can evade detection by insect soldiers and alien beasts. I've tested it personally. I've also tested a triangular leafed fern that is edible. Along the strait, every 5 days at midnight, the rising tide brings in some edible algae. Two-headed wolves fear the sound of nails scratching glass. Jiang Yang's monster compendium created a ripple effect, with countless individuals contributing their survival experiences to the compendium. Jiang Yang also gleaned a wealth of useful information from it. On the alien battleship, the footage of Jiang Yang defeating Tu Liang and the others was on a continuous loop. The aliens could not comprehend Jiang Yang's techniques as they lacked an understanding of martial arts. Moreover, Jiang Yang's elusive fist captivated some alien spectators who even wished to learn it. They had never witnessed such a use of melee weaponry. It was refreshingly novel, opening their eyes as if they had stepped into a new world. An alien mercenary commander believed that if he mastered this set of techniques and taught his subordinates, it would significantly enhance his mercenary group's strength. Thus, he spent a staggering 5,000 cosmic credits to purchase the footage from a pirate group. Meanwhile, Badu and the others were furious, nearly bursting with rage. Another failure. How could they have lost again? What to do? 7 well-equipped warriors could not defeat him. The only option left was to bombard him with the Death Star cannon. A single shot from the Death Star cannon was not cheap. They would need to reconsider. The following morning, Yang Shirshir awoke, as usual, to irrigate the fields before having breakfast. With some free time, she opened the World Channel, only to find it buzzing with discussions about Jiang Yang .1 against 10, Monster Compendium. What did I miss? Chapter 22. A return to the insect nest. Yang Shirshir's face was filled with confusion, and some who, like her, had missed the live stream were inquiring about what had transpired. What happened? Did you not see last night? Such a pity that you are unaware of the thrilling spectacle that unfolded during last night's skirmish. Jiang Yang, the formidable figure, was nothing short of a deity, vanquishing adversaries with ease. 1 against 10, a scene so spectacular it was breathtaking. Moreover, Jiang Yang employed martial arts techniques, seamlessly integrating them with his mech, navigating through a hail of bullets unscathed. TSK, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Allow your imagination to wander. Although many have deified Jiang Yang, she managed to extract vital information from the chaos. It turns out that last night, multiple assaults were launched against Jiang Yang's base, all of which were deftly neutralized. Additionally, Jiang Yang established a monster compendium, cataloging the information of every creature encountered. This compendium has since evolved into a revered tome among all, its status comparable to the unparalleled martial arts of ancient novels. Yang Shirshir was oblivious to the multitude of events that transpired while she slumbered. Upon downloading the monster compendium, she discovered the initial editor's information, base 777 Jiang Yang. Each entry within this compendium was akin to a priceless treasure. While ordinary individuals would scarcely escape when faced with a monster, let alone have the luxury to probe its weaknesses. After merely perusing a few pages, Yang Shirshir gleaned a wealth of valuable information. Her gratitude towards Jiang Yang immeasurable. Subsequently, she observed many individuals on the global channel sharing videos of themselves practicing their martial techniques, seeking corrections and guidance from others. Some even posted videos thanking Jiang Yang for successfully hunting low-level beasts like the armored bull. Yet, Jiang Yang did not respond to a single one. Yang Shirshir presumed he was merely still asleep after his late night. However, in the next moment, Jiang Yang sent her a private message. Do you have any crystal energy or? Yang Shirshir promptly replied, yes. How much do you need? Take as much as you can spare. I have urgent use for it, Jiang Yang responded. Yang Shirshir placed the remaining 200 pounds of crystal energy ore at the exchange station. In a flash of light, the ore vanished, revealing an exoskeleton mech, a gravity gun, and an electronic sword before her. Astonished, Yang Shirshir covered her mouth, then received a video call request from Jiang Yang. How can you possibly give me such important equipment? She exclaimed. Jiang Yang replied, feel free to use it. I have 7 sets here. Acquiring alien high-tech equipment is a daunting task for others, yet Jiang Yang treated it as if gifting a toy, and he had 7 sets to spare. Yang Shirshir accepted graciously, though she confessed, but I don't know how to use this equipment. The exoskeleton mech, gravity gun, and electronic sword were all too advanced for her comprehension. Almost forgetting to address this, Zhang Yang instructed, "Just watch how I do it and follow my lead." He approached the exoskeleton mech and meticulously guided her through the process of donning it. Yang Shishir, possessing an exceptional aptitude for comprehension, quickly mastered the usage of the exoskeleton, followed by the gravity gun and electronic sword. Zhang Yang shared crucial tips. The gravity gun has a delay of 1 to 2 seconds after firing. Timing is essential, while the electronic sword can be wielded as a conventional melee weapon. Understood, Yang Shishir responded, "I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Beneath my base lies a crystal energy or vein. Should you ever require more, do not hesitate to ask." Zhang Yang was pleasantly surprised by this fortuitous discovery, as his rebel mech and upgraded planting chamber were in dire need of crystal energy ore. Very well, practice at your own pace. If you can synchronize its use with martial techniques, the exoskeleton S power will be significantly enhanced. All right, I shall remember that. After ending the video call, Zhang Yang directed the extracted crystal energy ore into his rebel mech, donned his armor, equipped himself, and set off in a hydrogen-powered armored vehicle towards a small insect nest. Although the cold fog season had yet to fully arrive, a thin mist enveloped the entire continent, with ice layers blanketing the ground and streams almost completely frozen. Even the low-level carrion insects and beasts that roamed the wild had vanished, giving way to creatures with thick fur capable of withstanding the frigid temperatures and snow. Consequently, the cold fog season had transformed into a paradise for carnivorous beasts resilient to the cold. Zhang Yang checked the temperature, 17 degrees below zero, then pressed the accelerator, halting the vehicle at the forest's edge. He exited the vehicle, armed with a pulse sword, gravity gun, an electronic sword at his left hip, and a laser gun at his right. Zhang Yang retrieved the laser gun, set it to speed mode, and ventured into the woods. Within the forest, large herbivorous beasts roamed, but Zhang Yang tread lightly, avoiding alarming them as he pressed forward. Soon, he came upon an insect nest, enshrouded in frost. The formerly vigilant toxic worms had retreated underground, and most of the entrances to the nest had been sealed, save for a few larger openings for the mid-level biting insects to patrol. Only a handful of these mid-level biting insects remained outside, totaling 8. These mid-level biting insects were encased in hardened shells, possessing formidable close combat capabilities, yet their sole weakness lay in their lack of ranged attack methods. Zhang Yang stowed the laser gun and switched to the gravity gun, taking aim at one of the mid-level biting insects before pulling the trigger. Buzz! The unfortunate insect was instantly crushed into a pulp by the overwhelming force of gravity, blood splattering in all directions. The remaining mid-level biting insects noticed Zhang Yang and charged at him with ferocious roars. Anticipating their trajectory, he fired again, obliterating 2 more mid-level biting insects under the gravity S. The others prepared to pounce. Zhang Yang leaped into the air, the thrusters on his back propelling him aloft. While the mid-level biting insects jumped several meters high yet failed to reach him, he fired again, dispatching the last of the mid-level biting insects before landing. Collecting the pulverized insect materials, he switched to the pulse sword and stealthily approached the ends. It should be some form of bioluminescent illumination. As Zhang Yang stepped inside, he heard peculiar sounds emanating from deep within the insect nest, reminiscent of countless centipedes crawling within an iron pot. Chapter 23. The Labyrinth of the Insect Nest. Zhang Yang, with keen observation and acute hearing, pressed onward. The passage of the insect nest descended, and after a short while, it branched into 2 divergent paths. Zhang Yang speculated that these might be interconnected like the tunnels within an ant hill, making either choice inconsequential, so he arbitrarily selected one. Thus, he traversed through 3 such forks before detecting the movements of insect soldiers, alarmingly close by. Slowing his pace, he approached the corner of the passage. Pressing against the wall to peer around in a space as vast as a living room, 2 carrion beetles were gnawing on corpses, with a mountain of bodies piled high in the open area. One of the insect soldiers, mid-feeding, suddenly convulsed as if in great agony. Its claws frantically scraped at its own body, drawing forth copious blood. Subsequently, a layer of exoskeleton split from its midsection, and a viscous fluid mixed with blood gushed forth. From within, a larger insect soldier emerged, akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell, the scene decidedly gruesome. Jiang Yang realized that with each evolution, the insect soldiers underwent a molt, and upon completion, their strength would significantly increase. He thought it wise to strike while it was still incomplete. Adjusting his laser gun to power mode, he took aim at the evolving carrion beetle and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. The carrion beetle emitted a series of wails, blood holes appearing on its body, and it fell, eyes filled with resentment. The other carrion beetle began its own evolution. Jiang Yang unsheathed his pulse sword and charged forward, bringing it down with a decisive strike. With a whoosh, the carrion beetle was cleaved in 2, meeting its demise. Jiang Yang reclaimed the bodies of both insect soldiers, receiving a peculiar material known as insect molt. Though uncertain of its current utility, he decided to collect it nonetheless. Continuing onward with his pulse sword in hand, Jiang Yang ventured deeper into the insect nest, which resembled a vast, underground labyrinth with no apparent end. He encountered numerous chambers teeming with insect soldiers. Yet the location of the insect queen seemed still a great distance away, with not even a single mid-level soldier in sight, which struck him as odd. The very depths of the nest lay a colossal chamber akin to an underground palace. The walls of the palace were densely lined with red insect eggs. Some contained larval insect soldiers, while others had matured into fully developed forms, poised to break free and engage in combat. Additionally, a subset of these eggs differed markedly, being a deep crimson hue, and the insects they harbored were distinct from the others. They represented the most advanced evolution of insect soldiers, the strongest of their kind. Serving as the insect queen's trump card, the center of the palace was a mountain of corpses, beside which a massive insect, the insect queen herself, voraciously consumed the remains. She possessed a body reminiscent of a spider yet bore a human upper body, crowned with a diadem of bone, from which several antennae resembling router antennas extended. Her long, jet-black hair flowed down, and her face was extraordinarily beautiful, beyond description, adorned with heavy makeup that rendered her irresistibly alluring. Her mouth, a gaping fissure in her chest, was fed by dozens of tentacles that frantically shoved corpses into her gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Suddenly, the insect queen paused her feast, sensing something amiss. She closed her eyes, and the antennae atop her crown trembled violently, relaying the state of the entire insect nest. When she reopened her eyes, fury etched across her features. She let out a piercing scream. Ah! The shriek echoed throughout the palace, reverberating through the convoluted passages to reach Jiang Yang. He instinctively winced, clutching his head, yet the sound waves penetrated, piercing his brain like steel needles. Then, Jiang Yang heard the sound of approaching insect soldiers, closing in from all directions. His heart sank. He realized he had been discovered by the insect queen. He hurriedly retraced his steps, but upon reaching the first fork, he was met by a swarm of insect soldiers. Dozens of carrion beetles, both low-level and mid-level, surged toward him without hesitation. Jiang Yang tightened his grip on the pulse sword and unleashed a bloody rampage. Splat, splat, splat. The insides and blood of the insect soldiers quickly stained the armor of the rampager. Roar! Behind him, another wave of insect soldiers appeared, led by mid-level biting insects. Jiang Yang, disregarding the materials, slashed through the oncoming carrion beetles while pressing forward. The thrusters on his back expelled blue flames, and with the rampager's defensive capabilities, he swiftly navigated the passages of the insect nest. Switching to his laser gun, he set it to rapid-fire mode, his finger never leaving the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The low-level insect soldiers had barely leapt into action before being obliterated by the laser beams. As Jiang Yang passed through another fork in the path, a swarm of mid-level biting insects charged from a side passage, colliding with him and sending him flying. With a loud thud, Jiang Yang crashed into the wall of the insect nest, landing heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. Without a moment to lose, he scrambled to his feet and fled. As time passed, the gathering swarm of insect soldiers grew ever larger. In that moment, Jiang Yang truly grasped the terrifying nature of the insect race. The relentless assault of such a multitude of insect soldiers was a nightmare for anyone. With insect soldiers populating every passage, what was he to do? Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yang switched to the gravity gun and fired at the wall of the nest. With a thunderous boom, the wall shattered. Clenching his jaw, he bombarded the upper wall of the insect nest with the gravity gun. ascending as he did so. Insects leaped up from below, and Jiang Yang, wielding the gravity gun in his right hand and the laser gun in his left, fired downward in this manner. He blasted his way upward layer by layer, drawing ever closer to the surface. When the final wall was breached, sunlight and mist poured in, filling him with elation as he accelerated toward freedom. Soaring to a height of several meters, he glanced down to see a few low-level insect soldiers, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, leaping out only to freeze mid-air, their bodies crystallizing into ice sculptures before crashing to the ground with a crunch, shattering upon impact. The remaining insect soldiers cowered within the nest, too afraid to emerge, only able to unleash furious roars at Jiang Yang, suspended in mid-air. Suddenly, a piercing scream from the insect queen resonated through the nest, causing the insect soldiers to retreat like a receding tide. Jiang Yang exhaled in relief, hastening back to his vehicle to return to the base. Within the underground palace of the insect nest, a mid-level biting insect lay prostrate before the insect queen. She placed one hand upon its head, absorbing all the combat data regarding Jiang Yang stored within its mind. Withdrawing her hand, the insect queen abruptly unleashed dozens of tentacles toward the insect eggs on the wall. The low-level eggs were ensnared and tossed into her gaping maw, causing her abdomen to swell like a balloon. After consuming 100 insect eggs, she halted, letting out a heart-wrenching scream as fresh insect eggs erupted from her rear. Despite devouring 100 eggs, only 20 newly hatched larvae emerged. The insect queen's tentacles meticulously hung these eggs upon the wall, and as she gazed at them, a look of rapture crossed her face. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the larvae within these eggs bore a resemblance to those of the uppermost tier of insect soldiers, yet uniquely, they possessed wings. Chapter 24. Base Upgrade. Intelligent Base Steward Dora V. Dream at the base. Jiang Yang, clad in his armor, underwent thorough cleansing with a wash gun, followed by comprehensive disinfection before being allowed to proceed. Once he removed his armor, Jiang Yang leaned on his knees, breathing heavily, casting a glance back at the rampager. The armor displayed numerous damages, but fortunately, the upgraded equipment would gradually self-repair as long as it was not in use. Though he had failed to eliminate the insect queen this time, he had acquired a wealth of valuable information. He resolved to set out once more the following day to revisit the insect nest. Jiang Yang examined his experience storage device, noting a significant accumulation of experience points, more than sufficient for an upgrade. He was finally poised to advance to the rank of farm owner. Taking a deep breath, he infused all his experience into the device. A golden halo illuminated beneath his feet, and this upgrade felt longer and more profound than any previous one. Farm owner, Jiang Yang level 1 farm owner experience points, 455, 6500 strength, 86.64 agility, 80.98 backpack capacity, 2,439 15,000 ding. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to level 1 farm owner. You have earned a free equipment upgrade opportunity, ding. The host has met the conditions for base upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the base upgrade? Equipment upgrades could wait. Jiang Yang eagerly clicked on the base upgrade panel and confirmed. The base upgrade will entail a comprehensive transformation of the facility, a process expected to last approximately 30 minutes. Please refrain from moving any items within the base unless absolutely necessary. The host is requested to click confirm once more to initiate the base upgrade. Jiang Yang clicked confirm again. The base upgrade commenced, with a remaining time of 29 minutes and 59 seconds. In the once spacious central hall, a circular flower bed emerged at its center, from which countless lines of code surged forth. The code enveloped every corner of the base, causing everything to seem as if it had come to life, constantly shifting and transforming. The base's main console vanished, replaced by a pristine white wall. The mecha positioned in the corner also disappeared. Jiang Yang found himself amidst a vast ocean of code, rendered powerless, compelled only to observe. The sound of mechanical movements filled his ears, relentless and almost reminiscent of an exhilarating heavy metal symphony. The base was undergoing an upgrade, with only 10 seconds remaining. Jiang Yang fixed his gaze on the floating digital display composed of code, silently counting down the moments. As the countdown reached 0, a beam of starlight cascaded from above. He looked up to behold a dazzling starry sky beyond the thin mist. The once solid steel barrier transformed into an arched transparent glass, allowing him to gaze at the cosmos from within the base. How beautiful, Jiang Yang marveled sincerely. The code emanating from the central flowerbed coalesced into a tree, a magnificent tree entirely composed of code, surrounded by transparent screens that served as the main console's display. The previously dim and chaotic base had morphed into a pristine space adorned with white walls and floors, now featuring several doors and connecting passageways. From the code tree emerged an ethereal figure, who approached Jiang Yang and bowed slightly, respectfully stating, "Esteemed Master, the base upgrade has been completed. I am your intelligent base steward, and you may name me and alter my appearance in the days to come. I shall assist you in managing the base." Before Jiang Yang's eyes, a configuration panel for the intelligent base steward materialized. "Are there selectable designs?" he inquired. "All selectable model panels have been recorded based on the master's memories," came the response. Jiang Yang scrolled through the list, discovering an array of options, including characters from anime, figures from films, and even teachers from adult films, alongside anyone Jiang Yang had encountered. Ultimately, he chose the form of a robotic cat and named it Dora V Dream. The panel even allowed for voice and personality settings. Jiang Yang kept everything as the original, making only slight adjustments to the personality before confirming. The intelligent base steward underwent a code reorganization, transforming into a figure no taller than half a person, embodying the form of Dora V Dream. "Nice to meet you. I am Dora V Dream," it greeted in a familiar voice. Jiang Yang smiled slightly. "Could you guide me to familiarize myself with the base?" "Not a problem," replied Dora V Dream, waving its spherical hand, which promptly summoned a screen before Jiang Yang. With its small round hand, it navigated the screen, explaining all the information about the base. The base was divided into 3 sections. The door on the left led to the bedroom, the door on the right led to the storage room, and the central door opened to the planting and research rooms, where all of the master's planting equipment was stored. Do not mistake the transparent section on the ceiling for ordinary glass. It is crafted from ultra-durable synthetic materials, functioning as a viewing lens akin to a massive telescope. The master can use it to observe the wonders of outer space and also for calculations and design work. Curious about the viewing lens, Jiang Yang asked, "May I try it?" "Certainly," replied Dora V Dream. The master can summon the control panel with thought alone. Upon merely thinking about it, a control panel appeared before Jiang Yang. Complete with various operational buttons, he adjusted the settings, and the scene through the viewing lens abruptly shifted from a starry night sky to a vast expanse filled with meteors and fragments of spacecraft. This sight left him in awe. Suddenly, he spotted a colossal starship in the far reaches of space. "That must be the starship of the alien invaders," he murmured. "Can we drive it away?" he inquired. "Not at this moment," Dora V Dream replied. Jiang Yang pressed further. "If that starship were to launch a ground attack, would the base withstand it?" Currently, the base's shield value has risen to 9,999. To breach that shield, one would need a superweapon capable of penetrating the Earth's crust. However, such an action would also lead to the destruction of this planet, Dora V Dream elucidated. Reassured by this information, Jiang Yang asked, "By the way, the ghost eye outside won't be able to see the scenes within the base through the viewing lens, will it?" "You needn't worry, Master. The ghost eye is child's play before me and cannot possibly penetrate into the base," Dora V Dream assured him. Jiang Yang nodded slightly, turning off the viewing lens. "Let me see other areas," he requested. After the base upgrade, it is now equipped with a supernova cannon, whose maximum power is sufficient to create a hole in that starship in outer space. Dora V Dream explained. Jiang Yang was taken aback. "But you just said we couldn't drive it away." "Master, the supernova cannon draws energy from the plants you cultivate. Given the current quantity and level of your plants, it can at most shatter a meteor in outer space, barely touching a hair on their heads," Dora V Dream clarified. "Is that so?" Jiang Yang continued. "Is that the only weapon?" "At present, yes. The master may surrender any unused weapons to me, and I shall integrate them into the base's offense and defense systems," Dora V Dream informed him. Without hesitation, Jiang Yang retrieved several gravity guns and electronic swords, asking, "Will these do?" Dora V Dream's small round hand emitted codes that enveloped the weapons, stating, "These weapons can equip the base with a gravity compression cannon and an electronic pulse cannon. Install them," Jiang Yang instructed. "All set," came the swift reply. "So quick? Master, you underestimate me," Dora V Dream responded, adding, "One thing to remind you. The base's weapons consume the energy of cultivated plants, so use them judiciously." Zhang Yang nodded slightly. I understand this. You may take your leave for now. Understood, Master. I am always at your service. Dora V dream vanished. Zhang Yang began to receive task rewards. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the upgrade to Farm Master. The task rewards have been issued. Please check. Ding. The assistance system has been upgraded to the Galactic Communication System. The World Channel will now connect to the Cosmic Channel. Chapter 25. Farm Master Treasure Chest. For the moment, Zhang Yang opted not to connect to the Cosmic Channel, instead opening the Farm Master Treasure Chest to discover the valuable rewards for his hard-earned upgrade. A treasure chest radiating golden light appeared before him. Shall I open the Farm Master Treasure Chest? Yes. The chest slowly opened, emitting a dazzling white light. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining the secondary seed synthesis chart, recorded in the seed synthesizer. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining a level 1 ranch. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining a level 1 fish pond. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining a gene egg synthesizer. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining an incubator. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining a feed manufacturer. All rewards have been placed in the backpack space. Please check. Zhang Yang hurried to the planting room, where the door opened automatically, revealing the farmland planting room and the orchard planting room behind the glass walls. Over the past 2 days, Zhang Yang had not harvested much, but the vegetables in the farmland were thriving exceptionally well, and the gem bananas were gradually transitioning from golden to a reddish-golden hue, indicating an improvement in quality. Zhang Yang decided to position the ranch adjacent to the orchard planting room and the fish pond next to the farmland planting room before clicking confirm. A 9-square-meter fish pond and a 30-square-meter ranch appeared before him. Fish pond level, 1 area, 9 square meters capacity, 050 cultivable species. Freshwater organisms such as fish, shrimp, crabs, and clams can cultivate seafood after upgrading. Deep-sea fish can only be raised after reaching level 5, growth speed. 10-fold acceleration upgrade requirements. Water spirit stones 10. All farm orchards must reach level 2. Host must reach level 2. Farmer ranch level, 1 area, 30 square meters capacity. 030 existing facilities. Chicken coop, remaining space 015. Duck house, remaining space 015, growth speed. 10-fold acceleration upgrade requirements. Earth spirit stones 10. All farm orchards must reach level 2. Host must reach level 2. Farmer with the fish pond and ranch established. Zhang Yang could reliably ensure a stable supply of meat. However, currently, there was nothing within them, indicating the need to utilize the synthesizer to create fish fry and poultry. Zhang Yang approached the entrance of the research room. Identified as highest authority, the door is now open. The research room door slowly opened, and Zhang Yang stepped inside to find various facilities neatly arranged. He placed the gene egg synthesizer and feed manufacturer next to the equipment. Upon opening the gene egg synthesizer, he discovered the level 1 aquatic seedling synthesis list and the level 1 livestock synthesis list. Inside were the genetic panels of various organisms, including not only those originally present on Blue Star, but also all the creatures Zhang Yang had hunted thus far. Zhang Yang selected the templates for carp and armored bulls, and then adjustable parameters appeared beside the genetic sequence image. Please, host, adjust the various genetic parameters reasonably to avoid creating deformed organisms. Due to the influence of biological genes on the survival rate of organisms, one must exercise caution. Zhang Yang replaced the genetic segment responsible for the flesh quality of the carp with that of the armored bull and then clicked confirm. The viability calculation for the gene commenced, 05100. Upon completion, the gene's viability was determined to be 98, thus it was deemed usable. Subsequently, the panel presented a list of synthesis materials for this genetic organism. Beef carp level. Tier 1 fry description. Fish flesh possesses the nutritional components of beef. Materials required for synthesis. Low-level corpse bug cranium 1, low-level corpse bug bones 5. Zhang Yang, having an abundance of materials, surreptitiously inserted 15 portions of materials. The fry synthesis commenced, with a remaining time of 15 minutes. Zhang Yang then opened the gene synthesis panel and selected the gene board for the river crab, this time opting not for synthesis but purely to enhance the body size gene, allowing for greater growth. The viability calculation for the gene began, 05100. Upon completion, the gene's viability was determined to be 97, thus it was also deemed usable. Giant river crab level. Tier 1 freshwater crab description. Larger than the ordinary river crab, with more abundant crab meat and roe Materials required for synthesis. Low-level bone worm bones 10, low-level corpse bug viscera 2. Should this giant river crab be added to the synthesis queue? Yes. Zhang Yang placed 35 portions of materials into the queue, then called forth the gene panels for chicken, duck, pig, and sheep. He fused the genetic fragments of mutton with that of chicken, and the genetic fragments of pork with that of duck, thus creating two new genetic organisms. Mutton-chicken level, Tier 1 poultry description. Chicken meat possesses the nutritional components of mutton. Materials required for synthesis. Low-level corpse beast cranium 2, low-level sheep horn beast horn 2. Pork duck level, Tier 1 poultry description. Duck meat possesses the nutritional components of pork. Materials required for synthesis. Low-level corpse beast viscera 3, low-level thorny wild boar heart 1. Zhang Yang placed 15 portions of each material into the queue, incorporating chicken and duck egg synthesis into the process. Before proceeding to the feed production machine, the host can utilize this machine to synthesize feed for aquatic creatures, livestock, and other organisms. The synthesis materials can involve not only the bodily components of insect soldiers and exotic beasts, but also the crops cultivated by the host, thereby effectively enhancing the quality of the organisms. Tier 1 aquatic feed function reduces the growth cycle of aquatic organisms by 2.5 hours. Materials required for synthesis. Low-level biting bug exoskeleton 5, low-level corpse bug viscera 5. Additional effect. Incorporating crops enhances the meat quality of aquatic organisms and doubles the attribute enhancement effect. Tier 1 poultry feed function reduces the growth cycle of poultry by 2.5 hours. Materials required for synthesis. Low-level corpse bug exoskeleton 4, low-level corpse beast bones 5. Additional effect. Incorporating crops improves poultry meat quality and doubles the attribute enhancement effect. Zhang Yang added 50 portions of materials for both types of feed, simultaneously incorporating toxic-resistant tomatoes and armored mushrooms into the synthesis. The required synthesis time amounted to 100 minutes. While the gene eggs and feed were in the process of synthesis, Zhang Yang opened the seed synthesis list. Upon updating the Tier 2 seed synthesis list, the seed database nearly doubled in size, with the crops produced from Tier 2 seeds providing a more pronounced enhancement to attributes. However, the synthesis materials required were of a higher grade. With the materials Zhang Yang currently possessed, he could only synthesize flame apple seeds. Flame apple level, Tier 2 seed materials required for synthesis. Intermediate biting bug brain matter 3, intermediate magma bug firestones 10. Description. Significantly enhances a person's fire resistance and gradually allows mastery over fire control abilities. Zhang Yang placed the materials into the seed synthesis machine. The synthesis of flame apples would take 3 hours. Patience was advised. Almost all devices were in operation. Zhang Yang said, Dora V Dream, set the alarm and remind me when the synthesis is complete. Leave it to me, master, came the melodious voice of Dora V Dream. Zhang Yang turned to the warehouse, which had been transformed from its former monotony into a weapons depot, vehicle storage, food warehouse, and mecha repository. According to Dora V Dream's introduction, the warehouse was expandable in the future. Should aircraft be acquired, there would also be an aircraft hangar. He opened the mecha repository. All right. The mecha repository revealed 7 mechas neatly arranged within the warehouse, with the riot mecha at the forefront. Zhang Yang had one opportunity left for equipment upgrades, yet he was uncertain how to proceed. Dora V Dream, he began. No sooner had he spoken than Dora V Dream appeared beside him. Master, do you require my assistance? Do you think I should upgrade the riot mecha or enhance other weapons? Which option would better aid me in annihilating the insect nest? Chapter 26. Connecting to the Cosmic Channel, an alien communication hub. Before Dora V Dream appeared several displays, showcasing various known data regarding the insect nest. Based on the data currently provided by the Master, it was evident that the number of insect soldiers exceeded 10,000. A force capable of obliterating a city. The construction pattern of the insect nest mirrored that of a base, both situated underground, while the supernova cannon was designed for linear strikes, capable only of demolishing nests above the surface. However, the good news was that the data indicated the insect soldiers had yet to evolve cold resistance genes, suggesting that in low temperatures, the majority of the insect swarm might fall into a dormant state. Thus, I have devised 2 strategies for the Master. One is to infiltrate the insect nest and eliminate the insect queen. The other is to lure the insect queen out of the nest, at which point I can launch the supernova cannon from the base to obliterate it. Therefore, I recommend upgrading these mechas to mechanical sentinels, using them as bait before the arrival of the cold mist. The master should conserve energy and accumulate experience points. When the cold mist descends, the master can then lead the mechanical sentinels to eradicate the insect queen. Dora V. Dream's proposal resonated with Jiang Yang's thoughts. You are truly astute. Dora V. Dream bashfully scratched the back of its head with its small round hand, two rosy blushes appearing on its cheeks as it chuckled. It's nothing, I owe it all to the data provided by the master, which enabled me to reach these conclusions. If anyone is to be credited, it is the master who is most impressive. Then, it added, so, can the master reward me with a dorayaki? Jiang Yang inquired, do you still need to eat? I am the most advanced artificial intelligence. What is eating to me? If the master makes an effort to find me a partner, I could even reproduce, Dora V. Dream declared proudly. Jiang Yang clicked his tongue. Although he had no intention of helping Dora V. Dream find a partner, he could certainly indulge it with dorayaki. Moreover, he needed to plant some wheat. Relying solely on meat and vegetables for sustenance was rather taxing. Nevertheless, he decided to prioritize upgrading the mechas at hand. Shall the external mecha exoskeleton be upgraded to mechanical sentinels? Yes, a white light enveloped one of the external mecha exoskeletons, and as the brilliance faded, a metallic-hued mechanical sentinel stood before him. It possessed weapon slots and jets, yet its aesthetic appeal lay between that of the riot mecha and the external mecha exoskeleton. Beep. The external mecha exoskeleton has been upgraded to a mechanical sentinel. Notice, due to the upgrade to a non-wearable mecha, additional internal components are required, resulting in a sacrifice of external aesthetics. Furthermore, its strength is slightly inferior to that of the riot mecha. Jiang Yang inquired, how do I control it? Master, the mechanical sentinel lacks consciousness and can only execute commands through code input. However, with my presence, I can manage it in real time, enabling me to fight alongside the master, explained Dora V. Dream. With that, Dora V. Dream's small rounded hand emitted a stream of code that flowed into the mechanical sentinel's body. The mechanical sentinel's eyes emitted a blue glow, performing a pirouette before bowing elegantly. Master, what are your instructions? Jiang Yang commanded. Equip the electronic sword and gravity gun from the weapons depot. The mechanical sentinel approached the weapons depot, retrieving an electronic sword and a gravity gun for its arsenal. Jiang Yang nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the mechanical sentinel's performance. In times of need, it could serve as a soldier, and in times of leisure, it could act as a caretaker. The once desolate base now felt somewhat more lively. Jiang Yang proceeded to synthesize seeds and tasked Dora V. Dream with preparing lunch. Leave it to me. My database contains countless recipes from the 3 major cuisines. As long as the ingredients are complete, I can whip up any dish, Dora V. Dream assured confidently. Returning to the research room, where other devices were in operation, he added wheat seeds, sugarcane seeds, and red bean seeds to the seed synthesis machine queue. He then made his way to the central hall, reclining on the sofa, instructing the system, connect to the cosmic channel. A mandatory notice appeared before him. Upon connecting to the cosmic channel, you will encounter numerous civilizations with higher levels than Blue Star. They may be foes or allies. Therefore, please refrain from revealing your planet's coordinates recklessly to avoid unnecessary troubles. Jiang Yang checked the box beneath the notice and clicked confirm. Connecting to the cosmic channel, 010-3100. Connection successful. In an instant, Jiang Yang's consciousness was drawn into another realm. As he glanced around, he realized he was amidst the vast expanse of the universe. Suddenly, he spotted a colossal tower not far away, teeming with myriad moving black dots. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that they were various extraterrestrial beings. Through the system, he understood that he was situated in the realm of consciousness, and the tower before him was the connection tower, where all who entered were mere virtual consciousness entities. This space, including the tower, was constructed by a mysterious civilization that had existed for several epochs, serving as a trading hub for countless beings from various planets. Jiang Yang ascended to the connection tower when a purple, luminous jellyfish with eyes materialized before him, startling him. Greetings, I am the registrar of the connection tower. To enter, you must first register. Please provide your basic information. Noticing others being similarly halted by the purple jellyfish, Jiang Yang felt reassured and relayed his information. Before him, an elliptical tag coalesced from the waving tentacles, which began to engrave his details. He caught a glimpse of the tag. Registrar No. 100,049 species. Intelligent place of origin. Connection tower civilization rating. Level 4 time of existence. 4 epochs. Jiang gasped. This jellyfish-like extraterrestrial had a lifespan far exceeding that of Blue Star civilization. Your identity badge is ready. The registrar placed the badge in Jiang Yang's palm. He observed as it transformed into a streak of light, attaching itself to his chest. Here in the realm of consciousness, the identity badge will automatically adhere to the consciousness entity, so there's no need to worry about losing it. Enjoy your experience. With that, the purple jellyfish vanished. Jiang Yang examined the information on his identity badge. Name: Jiang Yang. Species: intelligent place of origin, Blue Star civilization rating. Pseudo level 1 time of existence. 00003 is Blue Star civilization only rated as pseudo level 1? Jiang Yang exclaimed in astonishment. The highest rating is level 5, and the lowest is unranked. The civilization level of the host planet is not the lowest, the system explained, leaving Jiang Yang even more speechless. As he descended upon the connection tower, he observed numerous extraterrestrial beings setting up stalls. The array of goods dazzled his eyes. Anyone interested in exoskeletons from Lawrence Star? 2,000 cosmic coins each. Industrial-grade spacecraft boosters, only 5,000 cosmic coins. Intelligent servants capable of assisting with any task, now on sale. Selling an unranked civilization planet. Inquire if interested. The more Jiang Yang listened, the more astounded he became. Planets were indeed for sale. He squeezed through to a stall and saw before the vendor a virtual image of a planet, reminiscent of a globe. It vividly displayed vast regions as desolate wastelands, devoid of even a single tree. Moreover, the civilized species inhabiting this planet appeared to be in the primitive stage of existence. What mineral deposits are on this planet? Someone inquired. The vendor replied, buy it and find out for yourself. I've never searched. Such statements are often from charlatans. What use is a planet without mineral deposits? Just for decoration? There are plenty of such planets, not even worth taking for free. I thought it was a mining planet. What a waste of my time. After the crowd dispersed, Jiang Yang asked, how much is this planet for sale? The vendor glanced at his identity badge with disdain, sneering, and continued to hawk, completely ignoring him. Irritated, Jiang Yang heard a voice beside him. Don't take it personally. This is quite common. Chapter 27. Dora v. Dream Chef. Turning around, Jiang Yang beheld a towering creature with a wolf's head, 3 eyes, and 6 arms, standing at 3 meters tall. He glanced at the identity badge on the creature's chest. Name: Carlo. Species: Battle Orc. Place of origin: Beast Star civilization rating. Level 1 time of existence. 1 year and 3 days. To his surprise, the civilization level of this being's planet was even higher than his own. Jiang Yang asked, what brings you here? Carlo replied, I seek to exchange for some food. Do you have any? Jiang Yang's backpack contained provisions. Yet he doubted the creature's request was as simple as it seemed. As food scarce on your planet? Long story short, our planet is under the notorious control of a pirate faction, which unleashes various monsters upon us. The few surviving compatriots of mine are treated as experimental subjects, perpetually devising ways to scavenge food from outside the base. Jiang Yang was taken aback and continued. Is there something called the Eye of the Phantom on your planet, monitoring your every move? Carlo looked surprised. How do you know? Could it be? Jiang Yang nodded slightly. Indeed. My home planet is also under the control of a pirate faction. Carlo's expression fell. He had hoped to trade with a being of lower civilization, but it seemed that chance had vanished. However, I do possess an abundance of food. It merely depends on how many cosmic coins you can offer. Jiang Yang continued. Carlo scoffed. On planets controlled by pirate factions, productivity regresses to primitive levels. With monsters rampant, even a battle species like me must come here to seek sustenance. Do you truly have surplus food? Who are you trying to fool? Seeing Carlo's straightforward nature, Jiang Yang directly retrieved agricultural produce from his backpack. Corn, potatoes, toxin-resistant tomatoes, and gem bananas, foods that not only enhanced satiety but also elevated various bodily attributes. 1 cosmic coin, and I'll let you try one. Carlo seemed skeptical. All right. In the real world. Jiang Yang placed a gem banana on the exchange platform, and with a flash of light, it transformed into a round purple coin, engraved with the emblem of Beast Star. Holding the cosmic coin, Jiang Yang felt the energy within it was 100 times richer than crystal energy ore. This single cosmic coin is nearly equivalent to 100 pounds of crystal energy ore. Meanwhile, at base 500046 on Beast Star, Carlo hesitated before the gem banana. Then, after a moment, swallowed it whole. Suddenly, a glint of brilliance sparked in his eyes, as if he had discovered treasure, though its taste was somewhat peculiar. One banana was enough to substitute an entire meal, and most importantly, after consuming it, his strength and speed experienced a subtle enhancement. Typically, Carlo needed to consume over 10 pounds of food to feel somewhat full, but a single gem banana sufficed. Being a battle species, he was particularly sensitive to enhancements in bodily attributes. Although the boost from one banana was slight, he detected it keenly. He hurried back to the connection tower. Relieved to find Zhang Yang still present, I want as many gem bananas as you have, 2 cosmic coins each. How does that sound? Zhang Yang replied, that's far too low. On planets under pirate control, food is life. Do you truly believe your life is worth merely 2 cosmic coins? Carlo pondered for a moment. 4 cosmic coins each, that's my final offer. Right now, I can only rely on hunting low-level monsters on my planet to earn money. And my savings are not plentiful, fine, but under one condition. If you have monster materials, you can exchange them for food, Zhang Yang stipulated. Carlo's expression brightened. That's splendid. It saves me the trouble. How many gem bananas do you want? Zhang Yang inquired. Carlo glanced at his savings, 200. Zhang Yang placed 200 gem bananas on the exchange platform, and with a flash of light, they transformed into 800 cosmic coins. This amount of universal currency could purchase nearly half an exoskeleton. Fantastic, now I have to go hungry. Carlo exclaimed joyfully, then asked, will you return in the future? I will, though not at any given moment, Zhang Yang replied. Carlo suggested, then let us at each other as friends. I fear I may not find you again once these are gone. Zhang Yang nodded. How do we do that? I'll show you. You just need to place a layer of consciousness lock on my identity badge. Carlo instructed. Zhang Yang focused on Carlo's badge, envisioning the consciousness lock, and indeed, a lock appeared on his badge. Beast Star Carlo requests to establish a consciousness lock with you. Do you agree? Agree. Subsequently, a lock also appeared on his identity badge. And Zhang Yang noticed a new friend notification pop up, indicating Carlo, that's it. I must take my leave now. Until we meet again. With that, Carlo vanished. Zhang Yang sighed contentedly, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured, it seems earning extraterrestrial coins is rather lucrative. As long as I locate other experimental subjects on planets controlled by pirate factions, I need not worry about making money. Zhang Yang glanced around. The items within his reach were either unnecessary or unaffordable, rendering further exploration meaningless, and thus, he exited the connection tower. That moment, he caught a whiff of delectable aromas wafting through the air. Dora V. Dream, donned in an apron and wielding a spatula, emerged from the kitchen. Master, the meal is ready. Let us dine. Zhang Yang nodded slightly as he approached the dining table, which was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. There were stir-fried shredded potatoes, spicy shredded meat, tomato mushroom soup, corn rib soup, braised pork ribs, and more, all exuding a tantalizing aroma. Each dish was crafted with great care, displaying a perfect harmony of color, fragrance, and flavor. Zhang Yang was pleasantly surprised. Did you prepare all of this? Indeed, replied Dora V. Dream with a smile. Please enjoy your meal, master. Previously, Zhang Yang's dining experiences were rather simplistic, merely cooking food and sprinkling some seasoning before indulging. The most elaborate meal he had ever encountered was hot pot. He lacked the skills or time to create such intricate dishes himself. His stomach grumbled, and he sat down, picking up his chopsticks to feast heartily. Before long, nearly all the dishes had been consumed. Sated, Zhang Yang reclined in his chair. Farm owner, Zhang Yang level 1 farm owner experience points, 455, 6500 strength, 87.74 agility, 82.58 backpack capacity, 2439 15,000 after a satisfying meal. Zhang Yang's attributes saw a slight enhancement. Once the fish pond and ranch were operational, he could expect an even greater variety of dishes, perhaps even a grand banquet. That time, a single meal might significantly boost his attributes, making it possible to tackle formidable foes such as the hand-torn insect beasts with ease after indulging for 10 days, or even half a month. Dora V. Dream remarked, Master, the items in the research room have been completed. Zhang Yang rose and decided to inspect the research room. Chapter 28. The arrival of the frost fog period. A day early at that moment, Zhang Yang's alarm clock rang. "Master, it seems the items in the research room are ready," Dora V-Dream announced. Zhang Yang stood and proceeded to see for himself. Upon opening the door to the research room, he found a neat arrangement of duck and chicken eggs on the table, along with 2 water tanks, one containing fish fry and the other small crabs. The feed and seeds were also neatly packaged on the table. "Master, I have organized everything for you," Dora V-Dream said. "I see," Zhang Yang replied as he placed the chicken and duck eggs into the incubation chamber. Mutton chicken level 1 poultry hatching time. 2 days 12 hours pork duck level 1 poultry hatching time. 2 days 12 hours. There was no way to expedite the hatching process. He could only wait patiently. Zhang Yang summoned the mechanical guardian to help move the 2 water tanks while he stowed the feed and seeds into his backpack. They then made their way to the fish pond. "Pour everything in," Zhang Yang instructed. The mechanical guardian emptied all the fish fry and small crabs into the pond. Beef carp level 1 freshwater creature growth cycle. 7 days giant crab level 1 freshwater creature growth cycle. 14 days watching the fish fry swimming energetically in the pond. Zhang Yang poured in the aquaculture feed. The fish fry and small crabs surged forward, eagerly devouring the feed, visibly growing larger before his eyes. What had once been smaller than a half-worm-sized fry and yellow bean-sized crabs quickly grew to palm-sized. Though they had not fully matured, they were now capable of eating, albeit with slightly less meat. Zhang Yang was not in a hurry. He continued tending to the fields. The current area of the fields was clearly insufficient and required an upgrade as soon as possible. But the conditions for upgrading required 10 harvests. Thus, Zhang Yang spent the following time continuously producing fertilizers, applying them, and harvesting. With Dora V-Dream assisting him, he saved considerable effort. Outside, the fog thickened, and as midnight passed, the temperature plummeted. The river, which had previously been audible, instantly froze, and the leaves stirred by the wind abruptly fell silent, coated in a layer of ice crystals. A dense fog enveloped the entire planet. Yang Shishir felt the sudden drop in temperature and heard a notification from the base computer. The frost fog period had arrived, with temperatures plunging to -50 degrees. Precautions against the cold were advised. Yang Shishir set up several stoves around the fields to raise the temperature. She practiced mastering the external mechanical exoskeleton, following the martial arts training videos on the computer, bit by bit. With ample supplies, she could not afford to venture outside in such frigid temperatures. However, others were not so fortunate. The World Channel was filled with cries of despair. "Isn't there still a day left? Why has it come early? I haven't gathered enough supplies." "What do you mean? I had chopped a pile of wood to return to the base tomorrow, and now it's probably all frozen. Someone help me. No one is willing to take me in. And I haven't collected any supplies. I'm going to die in the base. Me too. My food supply is dwindling. Who will show me some pity? I warned you lot, but you didn't listen. Who can you blame? I know I was wrong. I'll remember next time. Someone save the child." Yet, few were willing to offer assistance. No one wanted to risk their lives during the perilous frost fog period to rescue someone they had no connection with. "Is your base frozen? The floor of mine is already starting to ice over. Mine too. The temperature has dropped to -10 degrees. The drop in temperature varied by region, with the Huaxia sector experiencing the most severe chill. During every frost fog period, its temperatures dropped the most. Last time, it had plummeted to over -80 degrees. This time, it was uncertain if it would break 100. By the way, Zhang Yang is from the Huaxia sector. He is probably shivering by the stove right now. I don't know if he is cold, but I'm freezing to death here. 3 stoves barely suffice. Although the base was constructed underground and equipped with a heating system, it only alleviated the chill slightly. The temperature difference between inside and outside the base was generally around 20 degrees. If the outside temperature was excessively low, the inside would not be much higher. However, after the upgrade, Zhang Yang's base could maintain a temperature above 20 degrees. If he wished, he could easily make it feel like summer inside. Stoves were entirely unnecessary. Previously, he had amassed a considerable amount of coal, only to find it of no use. Thus, he opened the World Channel and inquired, "Is anyone in need of coal or wood? I can trade materials for them." "Seriously, Zhang Yang, aren't you in the Huaxia area? It is so cold there, and you're still offering coal and wood?" "Exactly. Don't you need them for yourself?" Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, "I'm sweating from the heat right now. If I light another stove, It turned into a sauna. Wow, that's impressive. I've never heard of anyone sweating during the frost fog period. We're all freezing like popsicles. A sauna sounds nice. I want to trade for coal and wood too. This could be a lifesaver, big boss. Please send me some too. Recently, Jiang Yang had accumulated over 10 tons of coal from the coal mine, all of which he exchanged for materials. Those who had been unable to gather supplies were deeply grateful. Thank you, big boss Jiang Yang. You're practically like my own father. What do you mean practically? You're even better than my biological father, brother Jiang. Do you feel lonely in the base? Can I come keep you company? Hey, don't you dare hit on my dad. Jiang Yang's 10 tons of coal nearly resolved the heating issues for hundreds of people. Moreover, he had also acquired a substantial amount of materials. After closing the world channel, he opened the upgrade panel. The conditions for upgrading the fields had been met. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. The fields were enveloped in a white light, and moments later, the glow dissipated. Ding. Field upgrade successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Fields level 3 area, 54 square meters output speed. Crop maturation speed increased by 20 times, and crop quality improved by 20%. Medicinal herbs with a focus on age maturation speed increased by 40 times. Upgrade conditions: meteorite or 50, crystal energy or 300, steel 350, wood 500, spiritual spring well at level 3. Looking around, the area of the fields had doubled, allowing for the planting of seeds that had previously lacked space. Jiang Yang instructed Dora V Dream to take the seeds and begin planting. Then he opened the upgrade panel for the spiritual spring well. The conditions for upgrading the spiritual spring well had all been met. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Once again, white light enveloped the spiritual spring well. Moments later, the radiance faded, transforming the original well into a fountain pool. In the center of the pool, 4 water elementals coalesced into beautiful mermaids, each holding a water bottle with a look of reverence. Ding. Spiritual spring well upgrade successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 850 experience points. Spiritual spring well level 3 effect. Spring water enhances crop growth speed by 3 times and improves crop quality by 5%, while the spring water also provides a 1000th attribute enhancement for humans. Upgrade conditions: crystal energy or 600, cosmic energy stone 1, stone materials 500, wood 500. I have enough of the other materials, but I'm lacking cosmic energy stones. It seems that these are unavailable on Blue Star. It appears I will need to make another trip to the connection tower. Jiang Yang gently stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. The spiritual spring well had successfully leveled up, and Jiang Yang returned to upgrade the farmland. Having just exchanged a ton of coal for numerous materials, he now had more than enough to proceed with the upgrades. Chapter 29. The emergence of the frost giant, crushing a base with 3 fists. Ding. The farmland has been successfully upgraded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,500 experience points. Farmland level 4 area, 108 square meters production speed. Crop maturation speed increased by 30 times. And crop quality improved by 40.4 medicinal herbs that emphasize age. The speed increases by 50 times. Upgrade requirements: meteorite or 500, crystal energy or 1200, steel 2300, wood 3000, spiritual spring well must reach level 4. Now, everything that could be upgraded has been upgraded. The remaining items lack materials that are absent from Blue Star. Jiang Yang then synthesized some seeds and filled the farmland to capacity. Originally, the toxin-resistant tomatoes would take nearly 4 days to mature. But now that time has been reduced to less than 2 days. Observing the scant materials left, Jiang Yang synthesized them all into fertilizer and entrusted it to Duo Lai V Meng for application. As night deepened, the temperature outside continued to plummet. A sudden roar of a beast echoed across the mist-covered continent. A herd of armored wild bulls charged out of the woods in a frenzy. Fleeing into the distance, behind them, massive shadows advanced through the fog, their heads adorned with eyes resembling 2 red lanterns. Suddenly, a gigantic, furry fist emerged from the mist, smashing down upon the herd of armored wild bulls. Boom! In a thunderous crash, 2 armored wild bulls were flattened, and the surrounding herd was scattered by the force of the blast. That enormous hand seized an armored wild bull and brought it to a cavernous maw. The sound of crunching teeth resonating through the air. Then it let out a deafening roar. Within a base situated relatively close to the monstrous creatures, The inhabitants trembled uncontrollably in their beds upon hearing that sound. The beasts dispersed, searching for prey. Aboard a starship in outer space, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, the frost giant has made its entrance. This time, 15 frost giants were deployed across each continental plate, with 25 allocated to the Huaxia plate. Last time, during the frost fog period, only 10 were released, and now the number has more than doubled for Huaxia. Isn't that a bit excessive? 25 frost giants could nearly annihilate a 1,000-man army of a level 1 civilization. It is said that Badru contributed extra funding for 10 more. A collective gasp resonated among the audience. One frost giant costs at least 8,500 cosmic coins. Such a generous expenditure. Lord Badru must have been provoked. That lad is doomed now. At that moment, the big screen displayed a frost giant discovering a base and swinging its colossal fist down, boom, with a single punch. The base's archway caved in. The individuals inside the base trembled uncontrollably. Boom. Another punch, and this time a large hole was smashed directly into the base's arch. Warning. The base has been compromised. All personnel are advised to evacuate immediately. However, the people inside the base gazed up through the gaping hole at the colossal monster, completely losing their will to resist, even forgetting how to breathe. The frost giant's fist descended once more, producing a resounding crash, rumble. With the final punch, the base exploded, and the frost giant was instantly enveloped in a layer of ice crystals, mitigating the explosion's force before turning to seek out other prey. 3 punches obliterated a base. Truly, the might of these monstrous beings is astonishing. Creatures of a pseudo-level 1 civilization possess no means to contend with such beasts, leaving them with no escape. With Lord Badru's considerable investment, it seems the entire Huaxia plate's test subjects are doomed. This night was destined to be tumultuous. By the next morning, the World Channel erupted with chatter. Did you hear that terrifying commotion last night? It was the frost giant. I never expected such a creature to appear during this frost fog period. The frost giant? Impossible. It has not appeared for 3 years. It's true. A base was attacked by a frost giant just 3 kilometers from me, and I could clearly hear its roars. I was chatting with a friend last night when he was suddenly ambushed by a frost giant. The base and everyone inside vanished. The base couldn't withstand the frost giant's assault. The shared channel fell silent. Even hiding in the base no longer felt safe. They could only hope that the frost giants would not discover their whereabouts before the frost fog period ended. After rising, Zhang Yang washed up and opened the World Chat channel, discovering that many were discussing the frost giants, a palpable air of sorrow permeating the conversation. A glance at the member list revealed that the avatars of over 100 individuals from the Huaxia plate had turned black, while only a handful from other plates had done so. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. Frost giants were creatures that should not exist on Blue Star, enormous in size and possessing incredible strength. They emerged as an invading army during Blue Star's catastrophic onslaught. Almost no weapon could subdue them. During normal frost fog periods, only some relatively powerful exotic beasts appeared, typically requiring a group to breach a base. However, there was a very slim chance that frost giants would emerge during these periods, rendering bases as fragile as thatched huts in their eyes. Hopefully, the frost giants won't find me here, Zhang Yang murmured, before entering the connection tower. His purpose this time was to purchase cosmic energy stones, water spirit stones, earth spirit stones, and vibration steel ore, while also selling some food. Zhang Yang wandered about, seeking vendors selling ores and clients interested in purchasing food. The last time, Carlo had bought enough rations from him to last several days, so he likely wouldn't return soon. Before long, he spotted some vendors selling ores and approached to inquire about prices. Energy stones are 500 cosmic coins each. That expensive? Huh? Energy stones are used by advanced civilizations to create high-tech products. As a low-level creature of a pseudo-level 1 civilization, you wouldn't find any use for them. So, of course, you think they're pricey. Zhang Yang scoffed and turned to another stall. Yet, the quotes from other vendors were even higher. And upon seeing his identification badge, they had no intention of continuing negotiations. It seemed impossible to purchase energy stones, but earth spirit stones, water spirit stones, and vibration steel ore were relatively inexpensive. Earth spirit stones cost 20 cosmic coins each, as did water spirit stones, while vibration steel ore was slightly cheaper at 15 cosmic coins per piece. Zhang Yang spent all 800 cosmic coins, acquiring 10 water spirit stones, 10 earth spirit stones, and 30 vibration steel ores. After making these purchases, he intended to continue exploring. Suddenly, he spotted the vendor selling planets. His planet had yet to be sold and appeared disheartened, lacking the energy to call out. Zhang Yang approached to glance at his identification badge. Mo's race, half-mechanical birthplace, Tyran star civilization rating, level 3 time of existence, 10 years and 104 days, Zhang Yang mused silently. No wonder he looked down on low-level civilization creatures. He belonged to a level 3 civilization. Young man, are you interested in buying this planet? Mo's mechanical face glowed red as his eye scanned Zhang Yang's identification badge. His tone laced with sarcasm. Zhang Yang inquired, "How much for the planet?" Mo's mockingly replied, "If you want to buy it, I'll give you a discount, 42,700 cosmic coins." Zhang Yang continued, "What value does this planet hold?" Mo's chuckled, "That's for you to discover. Perhaps it harbors vast mineral veins, and you'll strike it rich. You must understand, a planet with mineral deposits typically starts at 200,000. My price is very reasonable." At that moment, a vendor nearby called out, "Selling young frost giant cubs for only 3,500 cosmic coins. Absolutely a steal. Additionally, we have giant beast collars. Even an adult frost giant will obey your commands once fitted with this collar. Only 200 cosmic coins each." A glimmer of interest sparked in Zhang Yang's eyes as he pressed on. "How much can an adult frost giant be sold for?" Mose hesitated before responding. "Approximately 8 to 9,000 cosmic coins." "Then would you consider trading this planet for 5 adult frost giants?" Zhang Yang continued to inquire. Chapter 30. Master, when will you acquire 5 adult frost giants for me? The value of these beings is undoubtedly equivalent to that of a desolate planet. This planet has already been surveyed by Moss, revealing only a meager amount of mineral resources, which are hardly worth developing, which is why it is being auctioned off. However, the frost giants are a different matter entirely. They are highly sought after. There has always been a shortage of servants from the giant beast species in the market. If I could obtain these 5 frost giants, they could either be utilized for personal purposes or sold at a premium. The crux of the matter, however, lies in the ability to capture adult frost giants. Creatures of the giant beast species are formidable beings, and the cost of capturing one alive is exceedingly high. Moss regarded Zhang Yang as merely a being from a lower-tier civilization and questioned what means he possessed to capture adult frost giants. "Are you jesting?" Moss asked. "Your planet, being of such a primitive civilization, has likely not even developed a spaceship capable of traversing the stars freely, has it?" Zhang Yang replied earnestly, "I am serious." "Very well. Then if you can present me with 5 frost giants, this planet shall be yours immediately," Moss stated. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly. "Not at this moment. Grant me a few days, and once I have captured the frost giants, I shall return to you." Moss chuckled, not taking the matter seriously at all, and casually replied, "Fine, I will remain here for a while, but you must act swiftly. If another offers me a satisfactory price, I shall sell the planet." "Agreed, but I require a copy of the planet's data." Zhang Yang insisted. Generously, Moss provided him with a copy of the planet's data. This information was virtually worthless, not something that could be sold, so since Zhang Yang desired it, he acquiesced. Upon receiving the planet's data, Zhang Yang exited the connection tower and promptly summoned Dolave Meng, handing over the chip containing the planet's data to ascertain its suitability for human habitation. Indeed, Zhang Yang's intention in acquiring this planet was for interstellar migration. Currently, Blue Star is entirely under the control of pirate factions, and through Carlo, Zhang Yang understood that even higher-tier civilizations could not escape the clutches of these marauders. If this situation persists, although he would not perish, the inhabitants of Blue Star would gradually meet their demise, leaving him alone in the end. Thus, he devised a plan to purchase a planet and several interstellar ships, facilitating the migration of all Blue Star inhabitants to an extraterrestrial world. This notion seemed distant, yet it was far more preferable than waiting for annihilation on Blue Star. Dolave Meng observed the virtual planet before him and stated solemnly, "Understood, Master." Seizing the opportunity while he analyzed the data, Zhang Yang utilized the materials to upgrade both the fish pond and the ranch. Ding. The fish pond upgrade was successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 experience points. Ding. The ranch upgrade was successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 experience points. Fish pond level 2 area 18 square meters capacity, 5,100 aquatic species. All aquatic life forms, with a maximum size limit of 3 meters, deep-sea species can only be raised post-level 5, growth rate, 15 times acceleration upgrade requirements. Water Spirit Stone 30. All farm orchards reaching level 3, host achieving level 3 farmer ranch level, 2 area, 45 square meters capacity, 30-45 existing facilities. Chicken coop, space remaining 1520, duck house, space remaining 1520, growth rate, 15 times acceleration upgrade requirements. Earth Spirit Stone 30. All farm orchards reaching level 3, host achieving level 3 farmer Jiang Yang smiled bitterly. The materials required for future upgrades were becoming increasingly costly, and he was currently penniless, let alone affording a planet and interstellar ships, which seemed utterly unrealistic. Nevertheless, Jiang Yang quickly rallied his spirits. They're the last hope for all humanity. How could he easily give up? Master, I have made a significant discovery, Dolave Meng exclaimed, his eyes squinting into a symbol as he hurried over to Jiang Yang's side. Jiang Yang inquired, is that planet suitable for human habitation? Absolutely, based on the data analysis. The atmospheric composition of that planet bears a 70% similarity to that of Blue Star. The remaining 30% contains a special energy that is highly beneficial to the human body. Regularly absorbing this energy can enhance physical strength, improve cognitive abilities, and prolong life. Dolave Meng displayed several screens, showcasing various data. Jiang Yang furrowed his brow. Then why haven't the natives of that planet achieved civilization? This is precisely what I wish to address, Master. Dolave Meng brought up a screen, revealing an animated breakdown of the planet's core. Within the planet's core, there exists a unique life force that continuously siphons energy from the planet, possessing a certain level of intelligence and formidable stealth capabilities, thus concealing all mineral veins on the planet. Jiang Yang exclaimed in surprise, the mineral veins on that planet are hidden. Indeed, this planet is rich in minerals. There are over 100 cosmic energy stone mines, not to mention the other resources. If all these minerals were fully extracted, they would be sufficient to forge a super-powerful cosmic fleet, Dolave Meng declared excitedly. Jiang Yang suddenly felt perplexed. Why had others failed to detect this? The entity within the core possesses extraordinary concealment abilities. I estimate that even the technological means of a level 4 civilization might not be able to uncover it. Dolave Meng responded. Jiang Yang was astonished. What level of existence was this intelligent assistant that the system had granted him, capable of achieving what even a level 4 civilization could not? Dolave Meng mused aloud. According to the current data analysis, the entity within the core cannot entirely consume the planet's energy, which is why it resorts to such measures to render this planet inconspicuous. Jiang Yang realized that this planet must be secured. Thus, he continued to inquire, with the current capabilities of the base, can we capture a frost giant alive? Dolave Meng replied, it poses some difficulty, but it is not entirely impossible. With those words, Jiang Yang felt reassured. He decided to set up a stall at the connection tower, accumulating enough funds to purchase the collar for the giant beast. He asked the system if he could bring Dolave Meng along to the connection tower, to which the system affirmed that it was permissible. The intelligent base steward is of the highest level of intelligence. Accompanying you to the connection tower poses no issue. Jiang Yang immediately summoned Dolave Meng, and they made their way to the connection tower, where the purple jellyfish reappeared. Please provide your basic information. Jiang Yang spoke on his behalf. Before long, an identification badge was prepared. Dolave Meng species, intelligent being birthplace, Blue Star civilization rating, lower tier existence time, 000000, wishing you and your servant a pleasant experience at the connection tower. After the purple jellyfish vanished, Dolave Meng blushed and said, Master, that young lady was quite beautiful. May I pursue her? What beautiful lady? Jiang Yang suddenly understood. He was referring to the purple jellyfish. It was quite normal for two intelligent beings to have peculiar aesthetic preferences. Jiang Yang replied, I summoned you here for a purpose, not to flirt. Dolave Meng, with a serious expression, acknowledged, understood, Master. Jiang Yang paid a fee of 5 cosmic coins and reserved a stall, displaying all the items he had cultivated. He instructed Dolave Meng to remain there and oversee the stall. While tending to the stall, Dolave Meng noticed other stalls selling intelligent being companions and drooled, asking, Master, when will you get me one? Jiang Yang sighed, with your aspirations, once I have the funds, I'll get you 10. Dolave Ming immediately treated the stall as a significant endeavor, putting in extra effort to attract customers. Chapter 31. Free servants. Dolave Ming's enthusiastic calls soon attracted a crowd. Perhaps out of curiosity, these extraterrestrial beings, having never encountered Blue Star's flora, stopped to inquire about prices. How much? Each one is 4 cosmic coins. Quite inexpensive. I'll buy one to try. Very well. Which one do you want? That red one. I'll take one as well, and I want that yellow. Long one. Zhang Yang placed a toxic-resistant tomato on the exchange platform, and with a flash of light, 4 cosmic coins were in hand. The extraterrestrial beings who tasted the tomatoes, bananas, and boiled corn immediately lit up with excitement. What delicious food! I didn't expect such delectable items to exist on a lower-tier civilization's planet. What is this food called? Tomato? Such a strange name. It's delicious. I want to buy more. How many tomatoes are left? I want 10, and I'll take corn. Give me 3. After savoring the delightful flavors, a throng of extraterrestrials commenced their fervent purchases. In no time, Zhang Yang amassed several hundred cosmic coins. Yet, this sum fell woefully short of his aspirations. Zhang Yang devised a plan, instructing Duolive to return to the base and prepare a barbecue featuring mushrooms, potatoes, baby bok choy, and enoki mushrooms, which he would then sell. As anticipated, the grilled vegetables became an instant sensation. Zhang Yang pondered what these high-ranking aliens typically consumed, to be so irresistibly enticed by such simple barbecued vegetables. Nearby stall owners were drawn in, with Moses, perplexed, questioning why this young vendor's stall was so bustling. He approached the crowd and, upon seeing the offerings, furrowed his brow and said, "I'll have one of those." Grilled potato slices, right? 6 cosmic coins per skewer, Zhang Yang replied. Moses countered, "When you purchase from me later, I'll offset it in a way. Who knows if your planet might be sold to someone else one day?" Zhang Yang retorted. Moses ground his teeth in frustration. "All right, I promise to keep that planet reserved for you. Is that acceptable?" Zhang Yang smiled faintly and handed him a skewer. The tantalizing aroma made Moses salivate. The flavor of the spiced, grilled potato slices set his taste buds ablaze, producing copious saliva. For this half-mechanical life form, who hadn't savored food in ages, this dish held an inexplicable allure. Moses took a warm bite, and the taste instantly captivated him. He devoured the remainder in no time, exclaiming, "Another skewer, please. The first is complimentary, but the second will cost you," Zhang Yang informed him. Moses retorted, "Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Yang, resigned, replied, "It's a small business. Can you show a little understanding?" Fine. Give me 10 of each," Moses said, eager to avoid a lengthy dispute over trivial expenses, and paid promptly. Zhang Yang's earnings surged by 300 cosmic coins. Moses, upon receiving the skewers, returned to his stall, indulging in a feast. The crowd of eager customers continued to swell, yet Zhang Yang's supply of ingredients remained ample. Cosmic coins flowed in like a rushing stream, quickly accumulating enough to purchase the giant beast collars. However, the throng showed no signs of dwindling, leaving Zhang Yang unable to extricate himself from the bustling scene. It dawned on him that he required more assistance. "Duolive, you manage things here. I'll step away for a while," Zhang Yang declared. Duolive gasped, "Master, I can't manage without you." Zhang Yang patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, "I have faith in you. You can handle it. Besides, I'm off to help you find a wife." At these words, Duolive perked up, confidently assuring, "Rest easy, Master. I've got this." Zhang Yang turned and exited the stall, taking a deep breath as he pushed through the crowd and made his way to the vendors selling the giant beast collars. Passing Moses' stall, where he was relishing his grilled skewers, Zhang Yang greeted him. "How's the food?" Moses swallowed a mouthful of grilled leeks and replied, "The taste is beyond compare." "Are you off to buy a giant beast collar?" Zhang Yang nodded, and it's my first time seeing a second-tier civilization being interested in such items. However, I recommend you purchase some paralysis capsules as well. Although they're relatively expensive, they might save your life in critical moments. Moses advised. Zhang Yang chuckled, "Thank you. I'll have Duolive gift you 10 skewers later. You're a good friend." Moses replied appreciatively. Zhang Yang approached the stall selling the giant beast collars and scanned the vendor's identity badge. A second-tier mechanical life form, he floated in midair with 6 mechanical arms. The vendor inquired, "What would you like to purchase?" Giant beast collars, Zhang Yang responded. The vendor stated, 200 cosmic coins each, no bargaining. Zhang Yang asked, do you have paralysis capsules? Yes, 150 cosmic coins each, the vendor replied. After some calculation, Zhang Yang said, I'll take 6 giant beast collars and 4 paralysis capsules. That totals 1,800 cosmic coins. The vendor stated. Zhang Yang placed the coins on the exchange platform, and a flash of light revealed 6 bracelet-sized giant beast collars and 4 grenade-like paralysis capsules. The collars could automatically resize based on the giant beast's dimensions. The paralysis capsules function like grenades. Pressing the top button before throwing would release a vast electric net, temporarily incapacitating the target. They were single-use items, non-reusable. Zhang Yang winced at the hefty price of 150 cosmic coins each, but justified the purchase for capturing the frost giant. After stowing these items in his backpack, Zhang Yang continued, do you have any inexpensive intelligent servants for sale? The vendor replied, if it's a low-level intelligent being, I can give you one for free. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Free? Low-level intelligent beings are as common on my planet as weeds. Seeing how much you've purchased from me, giving you one is no trouble at all, the vendor explained. I truly appreciate it, Zhang Yang exclaimed, and a flash of light illuminated the exchange platform, revealing a glowing blue orb within which countless lines of code swirled. This orb represented the essence of the intelligent being. Dual IV had one as well, albeit much larger and more complex. Soon, a charming intelligent being resembling a character from the adventures of the carp appeared, speaking delicately, greetings, master. Please set my appearance and name. A panel materialized. And Zhang Yang altered the name, leaving all else unchanged. Mimi at your service, she declared. Zhang Yang reviewed Mimi's information panel and found her computational ability vastly inferior to Dual IV's, limited to executing simple commands. Any complex tasks like commanding mechanical guards in battle or analyzing planetary data were beyond her capabilities. And no wonder she was given away for free, Zhang Yang thought, lowering his expectations. Chapter 32. Terrifying expenses. Zhang Yang brought Mimi to the connection tower, scanned his identity badge, and arrived at the stall. Dual IV was overwhelmed, besieged by a throng of dissatisfied extraterrestrial customers. Can you hurry up? Everyone's waiting, came the chorus of impatient voices. Upon seeing Zhang Yang return, Dual IV rushed over, tears of relief streaming down his face as he clung to Zhang Yang's leg, exclaiming, Master, you've finally returned. I was on the verge of collapse. Zhang Yang comforted him. There, no more tears. Look what I brought back for you. Mimi floated to the front, sweetly saying, Hello, I am Mimi. Dual IV was momentarily speechless, feeling that all his previous toil had been worthwhile. Master, you are truly wonderful, Dual IV cried, overwhelmed with gratitude. Observing his reaction, Zhang Yang hesitated to reveal that Mimi was merely a complimentary gift, as that would be rather unkind. All right, you two will manage the stall from now on while I return to tend to the farm. Ensuring you have ingredients to sell, Zhang Yang instructed before departing the connection tower. Dual IV glanced at Mimi and quickly lowered his head, shy to speak. Mimi inquired, What do you need me to do? At that moment, the customers began urging them again. So many people are waiting. Why are you two still chatting? Are you going to conduct business or not? Dual IV snapped back to reality and declared, Leave the cooking to me. You just need to serve the customers and collect payments. How do I do that? Mimi asked, looking perplexed. Dual IV gently tapped her forehead, transferring a segment of code into her core. Mimi instantly understood. Got it? Leave it to me. The duo began to operate in tandem, and the stall quickly fell into a smooth rhythm. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang observed as Mimi continuously brought the dishes prepared by Dual IV to one of the exchange platforms, while the cosmic coins piled higher on the other, eventually spilling onto the floor. Zhang Yang felt at ease to engage in other tasks. Due to the emergence of the frost giant, no one dared to venture outside the base. Consequently, Zhang Yang saw no need to take risks and instead remained on the premises to care for the fields, pastures, and fish ponds. Although he couldn't venture out to battle for experience, tending to these areas also granted him experience points. Zhang Yang tilled the soil, watered the crops, and dealt with pests, accruing a substantial amount of experience over 2 days. Coincidentally, the hatchlings in the incubator had also emerged. Zhang Yang took them out and placed them in the chicken coop and duck pen, pouring feed into the troughs. The chicks and ducklings happily flocked to the trough to eat. Ding. Feeding the chicks and ducklings awarded 10 experience points. Ding. Experience points are full. Do you wish to level up? Yes. The luminous circle beneath Zhang Yang flickered. He leveled up once more. Farm owner. Zhang Yang level. Level 2 farm owner experience points. 43,8500 strength. 107.74 agility. 98.58 backpack capacity. 6,905 20,000 ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful upgrade. You have earned one opportunity for a free equipment upgrade. This time, Zhang Yang opted to upgrade the rebel mech. Shall I upgrade the rebel mech? Yes. The rebel mech was enveloped in a radiant glow. And when the light faded, a brand new mech stood before him. The rebel mech was successfully upgraded to the second-generation rebel mech. The primary design of the second-generation rebel mech remained largely unchanged. Yet 2 luminous blades extended from its arms. Additionally, 2 laser cannons rested upon its shoulders. Upon entering the mech, Zhang Yang noticed that the previously monotonous control panel now featured options for mech weapons and an energy shield alongside the thruster. Opening the mech weapon options, he discovered that both the pulse blades on his arms and the laser cannons on his shoulders could be integrated into the mech. Maintaining the 2 pulse blades would require energy. Thus Zhang Yang stowed them away and activated the energy shield. A transparent, honeycomb-like energy shield enveloped the entire mech. While this energy shield resembled that of the base, it lacked the latter's formidable strength. Curious about the shield's defensive capabilities, Zhang Yang instructed the mechanical guardian to strike him with an electronic sword. Clang! The electronic sword was deflected, and the energy shield remained unscathed. The guardian then switched to a laser gun, set to rapid-fire mode, unleashing a barrage of shots at the energy shield. The shield held firm. Lastly, the guardian adjusted to power mode, unleashing a beam of laser as thick as an arm. With a resounding boom, the second-generation rebel mech was propelled backwards, crashing into the sofa. Amidst the swirling dust, Zhang Yang rose, the energy shield still intact, though the panel displayed a warning of low energy. It seems that as long as I have sufficient energy, commonplace weapons cannot breach the shield, Zhang Yang mused. After deactivating the energy shield and surveying the disarrayed hall, he instructed the mechanical guardian to tidy up before shedding the mech to tend to the farm's chickens and ducks. In the past few days, the fish and crabs in the pond had also grown considerably. Zhang Yang even caught a fish, which he had Dorive Ming prepare into a pot of fish soup. The flavor proving quite delightful now, he eagerly anticipated the rapid growth of the chickens and ducks, hoping to soon enjoy new culinary delights. With time on his hands, he opened the World Channel, which was steeped in an atmosphere of panic. Numerous bases had recently been obliterated by frost giants. Among these, the owner of base number 9999, situated relatively close to Zhang Yang, had lost their avatar just the previous night. Zhang Yang surmised that it would not be long before the frost giants found their way to his location. Yang Shishir sent a message inquiring about his situation. After a brief conversation, Zhang Yang learned that her fields had begun to bear fruit and would be ready for harvest in a few days. Subsequently, he closed the chat window and made his way to the connection tower. Over the past few days, Zhang Yang had earned a considerable sum from his stall at the connection tower, inciting envy among many alien vendors. Soon, imitators emerged, crafting similar barbecue offerings to compete with Zhang Yang for customers. Although their flavors were somewhat inferior, they offered their goods at lower prices to prevent losing business. Zhang Yang realized he needed to cultivate higher quality crops. Glancing at the over 10,000 cosmic coins in his possession, he strode directly to a vendor selling ores, purchasing 16 cosmic energy stones, 50 vibration steel ores, 30 water spirit stones, and 30 earth spirit stones. His cosmic coins dwindled to just a few hundred upon returning to the base. Zhang Yang began upgrading the orchard and spiritual spring well. A radiant light enveloped the entire planting room. Ding. Orchard upgrade successful. Ding. Spiritual spring well upgrade successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,000 experience points. Orchard level. Level 2 area, 40 square meters depth, 10 meters function, accelerates time by 20-fold. And once the fruits mature, they enter a quality growth phase during which they do not fall or rot but continue to absorb nutrients, enhancing their quality. Upgrade requirements: Cosmic Energy Stones X10, Vibration Steel Ores X100, Spiritual Spring Well Level 3, Farmland Level 3, Spiritual Spring Well Level 4 effect. The spring water accelerates crop growth by 4-fold. while also enhancing the quality of crops by 10%. Additionally, the spring water offers a 3000th enhancement to human attributes. Upgrade requirements: Crystal Energy Ores X1200, Cosmic Energy Stones X2, Stone Materials X750, Wood X7500. Not pausing for breath, Zhang Yang still had some materials left and proceeded to upgrade the orchard again. Ding! Orchard upgrade successful. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 experience points. Upon reaching level 3, the orchard's requirements increased to 20 cosmic energy stones and 250 vibration steel ores. With Jiang Yang's current financial resources, he could not afford such expenditures. The orchard's current area sufficed for his needs, prompting him to elevate the fish pond and farm to level 3, depleting his materials entirely and gaining enough experience points to level up once more. Chapter 33. Confrontation with the Frost Giant. Ding. Experience points are full. Shall I upgrade? Yes. The luminous circle beneath Jiang Yang flickered, and he ascended to level 3 farm owner. Farm owner. Jiang Yang level 3 farm owner experience points. 105 10500 strength, 120. 74 agility, 118.58 backpack capacity, 1453 25,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned one opportunity for a free equipment upgrade. This time, Jiang Yang chose to upgrade his combat suit. Shall I upgrade the combat suit? Yes. Instantly, Jiang Yang was enveloped in a white light. When it dissipated, his once metallic combat suit transformed into a supple metallic fabric, enveloping his body comfortably. The metal then converged from various parts of his body towards his chest, forming a circular red iron ring. The next generation metallic combat suit had been upgraded to a nano combat suit. Ding. The combat suit has been upgraded to the highest level and cannot be upgraded further. The nano combat suit represented the pinnacle, leaving no room for additional enhancements. Jiang Yang pressed the red iron ring on his chest, and the nano metal enveloped him entirely, only to retract upon another press. This combat suit not only possessed self-repair capabilities, but also significantly enhanced damage resistance. With the nano combat suit and the second-generation rebel mech, the number of beings on Blue Star capable of inflicting harm upon Jiang Yang could be counted on one hand. Inspecting his backpack, he found enough rations to last him 3 months, but the materials required for synthesizing seeds, genetic fish fry, fertilizers, and feed had been completely exhausted, as had the upgrade materials he had previously gathered. Dorive Ming, once you've sold everything you have, close up shop, Jiang Yang instructed. Understood, Master, Dorive Ming replied. As time passed, Jiang Yang patiently awaited developments. Outside the base lay a world blanketed in ice and snow. A few kilometers away from base No. 777, 3 frost giants strode forward with massive steps, shaking the ground beneath them. They paused near the insect nest, their eyes betraying a flicker of trepidation, before veering away to continue their advance. On board a spacecraft in outer space, a group of alien spectators observed the scene, unable to suppress their astonishment. The insect race truly deserved its reputation as the most dangerous species, even instilling fear in massive beasts. Why does the pirate group allow the insect race to remain on this planet? Knowing the danger they pose? One queried. I've heard that some level 4 civilizations have mastered methods to control the insect queen, wielding the entire insect race as a military weapon. Another chimed in. I also heard that certain superiors from level 4 civilizations are offering high prices for the insect queens. Comprehension dawned upon the crowd, and they collectively gasped. The insect queen was exceedingly rare. A single one could spawn countless self-evolving insect soldiers. To control the insect queen was equivalent to commanding a super army. Such power would make even the strongest of level 4 civilizations envious. Suddenly, someone shouted, redirecting everyone's attention. Look! The frost giants are nearing base 777. All eyes fixated on the screen as the 3 frost giants exhaled dense mist, advancing step by step towards base 777. Yang Shirshir at base 444 distinctly felt the tremors of her base. An ominous premonition settling in her heart. Jiang Yang donned the second-generation rebel mech and intoned gravely. Open the door. Dorive Ming cautioned. Master, please be careful. The great gate of the base creaked open, releasing a frigid mist that enveloped me. Beyond lay a vast, white expanse. At that moment, the temperature outside had plummeted to below 80 degrees Celsius, and the instant the gate swung ajar, frost blanketed the floors and walls within. With a whoosh, the mech's thrusters expelled azure flames, propelling Jiang Yang into the sky to survey the surroundings. The mech sensors swiftly detected colossal energy fluctuations several kilometers away. Close the base door. Wait for my return. Understood, Master. With a swift motion, the second-generation rebel mech shot forth like a bullet, its speed compressing the air into a vacuum behind it. Help! The frost giant is attacking my base. Someone, please save me. In an instant, both Base 608 and Base 609 fell under siege from the frost giant. Those under attack activated their live streams, seeking assistance in the video feed. The dome of the base was dented under the onslaught, the deafening sounds reverberating through the soul. Everyone, flee! Do not linger in the base. The outside is shrouded in mist, providing cover. Escaping might offer a sliver of hope. Though the air is frigid, at least there exists a chance for survival. Hiding within the base leads to certain doom. In a frenzy, thousands surged from the bases on the Huaxia Plate, rushing away from the distant explosions. I have a vehicle. Hurry. Let us leave together. The temperatures during the frost mist period are perilously low, making survival alone nearly impossible. They gathered, sprinting toward the mountains, where I knew a cave awaited. A temporary refuge, a throng of people, some in cars, others on motorcycles, raced toward the mountain's base. Help me! The frost giant has blocked the entrance to my base. I can't get out. In the video chat channel, upon seeing the plea for help, a collective silence of mourning enveloped all. The power of the frost giant was overwhelming. How could mere mortals hope to contend with such a force? With a thunderous crash, the dome of the base was breached, mist flooding in. Through the haze, the desperate soul glimpsed the grotesque visage of the frost giant, paralyzing fear rendering them immobile. The eye of the phantom recorded the scene, transmitting it back to outer space. Alien spectators, sipping their drinks, cheered as this spectacle unfolded before their eyes, akin to a science fiction blockbuster, indifferent to the plight of those in peril, their only desire being entertainment. Kill it! Smash it to pulp! Attack! The frost giant raised its massive fist, poised to strike, when two laser cannons pierced the mist, striking its chest. Boom, boom. With the resounding explosions, the frost giant lost its balance and toppled backward. Those hurrying toward the mountain summit beheld the immense figure collapsing within the fog, confusion etched upon their faces. What just happened? It seemed the frost giant was attacked. Who could have done this? Everyone hastily opened the global chat channel, locating the live video of the desperate plea. The caller, equally bewildered, could not comprehend the unfolding events. Just as he pondered, Jiang Yang descended in his rebel mech. You're not injured, are you? Jiang Yang inquired. The caller shook his head in a daze. I'll get you out now. Run toward the mountaintop, others are gathering there. With that, Jiang Yang whisked the caller out of the base, transporting him to safety. The frost giant struggled to rise, and Jiang Yang urged, hurry. The caller nodded vigorously, expressing heartfelt gratitude before sprinting away. The World Channel witnessed this moment unfold. And why heavens, it's Jiang Yang. He saved a life from the clutches of the frost giant. Speculation swirled. Was he daring to challenge the frost giant alone? Jiang Yang's sudden appearance astonished all, including the aliens. It's that guy again. Frost giant, tear him apart. Kill him. The frost giant stood, its furious gaze fixed on Jiang Yang, unleashing an earth-shattering roar that dispersed the fog within a 100-meter radius. Jiang Yang soared into the air, firing upon the frost giant, yet his assault merely inflicted superficial injuries, provoking its wrath. The frost giant bellowed, digging a hand into the base to extract a steel panel, hurling it at Jiang Yang. With an abrupt increase in thrust, Jiang Yang narrowly evaded the projectile, which obliterated a distant grove. Astonished, Jiang Yang turned to flee, the frost giant in relentless pursuit. Jiang Yang pinpointed the locations of two additional frost giants and felt a sinking sensation. Both were converging near base 444. Chapter 34. Why is his base different from ours? Jiang Yang promptly contacted Yang Shishir, and the display within his helmet revealed her still at the base. Hurry, get out, Jiang Yang urged. Yang Shishir, having delayed to construct a protective shelter for the farmland against falling debris, sensed the frost giant's imminent approach. Realizing escape was futile, she resolutely declared, I don't have time. Don't worry about me. And no sooner had she spoken than the frost giant's fist descended upon the base. What once withstood missiles now crumbled like cardboard, creating a gaping hole in mere moments. Young Shirshir swiftly retreated into a mine, donning her exoskeleton to shield against falling rocks. Eye in the video feed. The mine was filled with cascading debris, the previously erected shelter demolished. Now, young Shirshir was more concerned with preserving her own life than the farmland. At that moment, one frost giant breached the base. Extending a hand into the mine, Jiang Yang witnessed as the frost giant seized young Shirshir by the ankle, tilting its head back and preparing to devour her. In a life-or-death scenario, young Shirshir clenched her teeth, wielding her electronic sword to strike at the frost giant's hand. Yet, the blade merely clattered against its icy shield, inflicting no harm as she faced imminent demise. The onlookers atop the mountain felt their hearts leap into their throats. Young Shirshir never anticipated such an end. A bitter smile crossed her face as memories of her mother surfaced, and she shut her eyes. At that moment, two explosive sounds echoed, followed by the enraged roar of the frost giant in pain. She felt herself flung away, plummeting through the air. Startled, she opened her eyes, seeing herself descending from a height of over 100 meters. A scream escaped her lips, anticipating a catastrophic impact. Suddenly, the rebel mech burst through the mist, catching her in a princess carry. Instinctively, young Shirshir clung to the mech's neck, her heart racing as she recognized the familiar machine. "You're not hurt, are you?" Jiang Yang asked. Young Shirshir paused, then nodded. Cheers erupted from the crowd atop the mountain. "Incredible! What a heroic rescue!" "What do you mean incredible? That was amazing." Jiang Yang was so manly. "I wish I could be held like that. If I were a woman, I would want to marry him." Meanwhile, the frost giant, clutching its eyes, struggled to rise, its massive orbs scorched and charred from the laser cannon fire. The frost giant pursuing Jiang Yang arrived, and the three colossal beasts congregated, their formidable presence capable of leveling a city. The trio of frost giants glared at Jiang Yang before unleashing a simultaneous roar that dispersed the fog for a kilometer around. Young Shirshir clutched her ears in agony, blood trickling from her eardrums. Jiang Yang furrowed his brow. The crowd atop the mountain also covered their ears, groaning in pain. The frost giants once wandering across the Huaxia Plate responded to the sonic wave, racing toward this location. Moments later, Jiang Yang glimpsed the silhouettes of over 20 giants slowly emerging from the mist. Counting them, he found a total of 22. All the frost giants on the Huaxia Plate had assembled. 25 frost giants loomed like colossal demons, exuding an aura of chilling terror. The once blue and white sky darkened, clouds gathering and thunder rumbling. The thick mist dissipated significantly. The oppressive atmosphere left the onlookers struggling to breathe. Those atop the mountain, along with viewers watching the live stream, seemed to awaken buried fears, trembling uncontrollably. The 25 behemoths appeared as demons risen from the depths of hell, here to claim their souls. "This is it. We are utterly doomed. There is no escape, nor can we stand against them." The crowd atop the mountain crumbled under the weight of despair, weeping in anguish. Held by Jiang Yang, young Shirshir felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the frost giants more acutely than anyone else. The sensation was nearly suffocating. Meanwhile, the alien spectators cheered with glee. Now he has nowhere to run. 25 frost giants possess the capacity to obliterate all civilizations on a small planet. He has enraged the frost giants and is likely to be crushed into a pulp. Badru, with a sense of satisfaction, swirled his wine glass, eagerly anticipating the scene of Jiang Yang being mercilessly slaughtered. Jiang Yang, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure, bit down hard on his tongue to regain his focus, then turned and soared towards the base. The frost giants roared in unison, their colossal strides echoing like Kung Fu in pursuit of Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang contacted Dalive Ming, speaking in a grave tone. "Fire the laser cannon when I enter 100 meters of the base." "Understood, Master." Inside the base, Dalive Ming activated the laser cannon. Two towering artillery platforms, each nearly 4 meters long, rose before the onlookers, gathering energy and emitting a dazzling light from their barrels. The observers atop the mountain were taken aback. How could there be artillery platforms in Jiang Yang's base? Mine doesn't have any. Mine neither. Could it be that he alone possesses them? Have you noticed that Jiang Yang's base seems rather different from ours? I did. It appears to be larger and more advanced than ours. This is impossible. All bases were constructed to the same specifications. There can only be one explanation. Jiang Yang has upgraded his base. They exchanged glances, bewildered. Upgrading a base. They dared not even consider it, as it would require exceedingly high technical standards and substantial material expenditures. Could Jiang Yang be intending to confront the frost giants head-on? No way, this can't be real. As they gasped in astonishment, Jiang Yang entered the 100-meter range and commanded, "Engage!" "Understood, Master." Dalive Ming immediately unleashed the laser cannon. 2 laser beams, as thick as an arm, shot forth, passing by Jiang Yang and striking the frost giants behind him. Boom! One frost giant was sent flying, its icy crystalline shield cracking under the onslaught of the laser cannon. The mountain's peak erupted with gasps of disbelief. This was the first time they had witnessed a frost giant being hurled away. The once invincible image of the frost giants began to waver in their minds. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yang carried Yang Shishir into the base. Once she was set down, Yang Shishir gazed around the clean, bright interior of the base, her expression one of bewilderment. Jiang Yang instructed, "Stay here." "Are you going to confront them?" Yang Shishir asked anxiously. Jiang Yang nodded. "You remain here and provide fire support with them." "Them?" Yang Shishir wanted to inquire further. But Jiang Yang had already dashed out of the base, followed by a voice saying, "Hello, I am Mimi." Yang Shishir turned, nearly convinced she had seen a ghost, retreating in haste and aiming her gravity gun at her. Dalive Ming appeared, urging, "Do not act rashly. You are the master's friend. We mean you no harm." Yang Shishir, taken aback, was astonished that these extraordinary beings referred to Jiang Yang as their master. Chapter 35. Capturing the frost giants. Yang Shishir holstered her weapon. "Let Mimi assist you with your injuries. I must go help the master deal with the frost giants." As her words fell, Dalive Ming vanished from sight. Yang Shishir exclaimed, "Where did he go?" Mimi explained, "He has gone to assist the master. I will help you with your injuries." Yang Shishir nodded slightly, removing her external mechanical exoskeleton and sitting on the sofa. Mimi retrieved a medical kit to tend to her wounds. "How can I see the battle outside?" Yang Shishir asked, worried since she could not observe the situation from within the base. Mimi waved a tendril, and a screen materialized, displaying scenes of Jiang Yang battling the frost giants in his rampager mech. "No, I must go out to help him," Yang Shishir insisted urgently. Mimi replied, "Do not worry. The master will manage everything." Hearing such confidence, Yang Shishir asked in surprise, "Can Jiang Yang really handle it?" Mimi inserted a cotton swab soaked in disinfectant deeply into her ear with a tendril. Yang Shishir winced slightly, furrowing her brow. On the screen, the laser cannon continued to bombard the frost giants, even the icy shields failing to withstand the relentless assault. Jiang Yang drew his pulse sword and lunged forward. Stabbing through a crack in the icy shield, with a splatter, blue blood gushed forth. The frost giant, in agony, thrashed violently, a massive hand swinging towards Jiang Yang, sending him flying. Jiang Yang soared through the air for several dozen meters before the thruster stabilized his form. Thanks to the dual protection of the mech and nanosuit, he emerged unscathed. Facing numerous frost giants, Jiang Yang found himself in a predicament. He had initially planned to capture them one by one, but now they had all come at once. "Let us deal with one first." Jiang Yang charged towards the wounded frost giant, then commanded Dalive Ming, "Unleash all firepower. Cover me." "Understood, Master." Dalive Ming activated all the weapons in the base. Atop the base, 2 gravity cannons and 2 laser cannons flanked the supernova cannon. Besides the supernova cannon, the other 4 artillery platforms opened fire simultaneously. The frost giants that had been rushing towards Jiang Yang were instantly diverted. The gravity cannons and laser cannons struggled to penetrate the frost giants' defenses. Although they created cracks, they quickly healed. The frost giants soon reached the base, unleashing a frenzied assault with their fists. The base's shield value dropped by 3 points. The base's shield value dropped by 5 points. The base's shield value dropped by 2 points. Jiang Yang's ears were filled with alerts signaling the decline of the base's shield value. Although the base possessed a shield value of 10,000 points, sufficient to withstand their blows for some time, idly waiting was not his style. Activate the supernova cannon, but do not destroy them. Hearing this, the onlookers atop the mountain, as well as those aboard the starship in outer space, were momentarily stunned. What did he mean by "do not destroy them"? The formidable frost giants were powerful, with immense strength and thick blood, and their icy shields were nearly indestructible. Was this young man joking? Such a primitive civilization could not possibly possess weapons capable of harming the frost giants. He must be here to amuse us. Live Meng locked onto the chest of one frost giant, avoiding the heart, and fired a shot from the supernova cannon. In the planting chamber, fish pond, and pasture, the plants, fish, and livestock emitted energy points similar to those gathered by Wukong when launching a spirit bomb. Floating towards the sky, these energy points converged upon the supernova cannon, culminating in a thunderous explosion. A blinding light shot forth from the cannon's mouth, shattering the icy shield and piercing a massive hole the size of a barrel in the frost giant's chest. The frost giant roared in agony, its massive form hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. A thunderous roar echoed, raising a cloud of dust. Not only the spectators but even the other 24 giants were left speechless. The beast kind was born with innate abilities, and the frost giant's gift was its icy shield. The shield's strength could withstand impacts from small meteors, yet it had been shattered in an instant. Jiang Yang frowned and spoke gravely. Reduce the power by 2/3. Just break their shields. Understood, Master. Live Meng promptly adjusted the power down. The onlookers were engulfed in waves of astonishment. He intended to reduce the power again by 2/3? Was that previous shot not at maximum power? The extraterrestrial audience in outer space watched in bewilderment. How could this young man possess advanced civilization's super weapons? Was he funded by a benefactor from a higher civilization? That seemed the only possibility. I initially thought that the benefactor from an advanced civilization would not bother watching a live stream from such a minor planet. It appears I was mistaken. Who could that benefactor be? Could they be hiding among us? In the VIP room, Budru's fists clenched tightly, his gaze seething with a desire to devour. He was now at odds with the benefactor who, in the eyes of others, was supporting Jiang Yang. I don't care who you are. Jiang Yang must die. I refuse to believe you can protect him. At Blue Star Base 777, Live Meng reduced the power of the supernova cannon and aimed it at another frost giant. The other frost giants, seeing the cannon turn towards them, displayed a slight change in expression, retreating a few steps. The spectators atop the mountain were utterly astonished. Did the frost giants seem afraid? Could it be that they feared the cannon? Expressions of incredulity crossed their faces. The terrifying frost giants, akin to hellish demons, were actually afraid of being shot at. Jiang Yang commanded, "Fire!" The crops, fish, and livestock within the base again contributed energy, and boom. Another frost giant's icy shield was shattered. Although its body was not penetrated, it spat blood from the impact. "Continue. I want all their shields destroyed," Jiang Yang commanded. The Dolave Dream unleashed a relentless barrage, while the other 4 artillery platforms were equally engaged, bombarding the frost giants that had lost their protective shields. Under the relentless onslaught of cannon fire, the frost giants resembled cattle ensnared in a swamp, struggling to move an inch. 2 laser cannons mounted on the mech targeted the fallen frost giants and commenced a frenzied assault. The air was filled with the wretched howls of the frost giants amidst the cacophony of explosions. For the first time, the onlookers atop the mountain witnessed what true artillery fire entailed. They stood in stunned silence, never having imagined that a mere human could reduce such a formidable creature to such a pitiful state. The frost giants were thoroughly frightened. Those capable of fleeing scrambled to escape, while the remaining ones, 2 grievously injured, could only move sluggishly. Jiang Yang produced 4 paralysis capsules, activated them, and hurled them towards the giants. With a soft thud, 4 massive electric nets unfurled, ensnaring all 7 frost giants. Crackling electricity coursed through them, causing the giants to tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Yang then retrieved 6 beast collars, glancing at the 7 frost giants, realizing one was still missing. He regretted not purchasing more as the thought crossed his mind. He tossed the 6 collars into the fray. The collars autonomously sought their targets and affixed themselves upon contact. The collars locked around the frost giants' necks. Despite their struggles, the giants found themselves utterly powerless. Fine metallic filaments, akin to strands of hair, pierced their skin. A pained howl escaped the frost giants. Moments later, the lights on the beast collars turned green. Subsequently, a system notification appeared before Jiang Yang. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully capturing a frost giant. Chapter 36. Your base has been destroyed. Why not reside in mine? As the paralysis capsules lost their efficacy, the 7 frost giants struggled to rise. Gasps erupted from the summit. Look, those frost giants are about to kneel before Jiangyang. My heavens, it's true. This is utterly mind-blowing. Those fleeting seconds would surely be etched into their memories for a lifetime. 6 of the frost giants turned to face Jiangyang, suspended in midair, and knelt. Since the emergence of the frost giants, humanity had only known fear. Who could have ever imagined that such terrifying beasts could be brought to heel? The observing aliens seethed with jealousy at this sight. Jiang Yang's gaze fell upon the 7th frost giant, whose eyes flickered with panic. Lacking an additional collar, he had no choice but to eliminate the laser cannon aimed at it. Another frost giant suddenly lifted its head to Jiangyang. Growling, its eyes pleading as if it were begging for mercy on behalf of its kin. The frost giant without a collar also knelt, banging its head against the ground in a desperate plea for its life. Jiangyang exhaled in relief. It was handled. He then instructed, "You lot, remain near the base and keep an eye on that one. If it attempts to flee, eliminate it." A frost giant, appearing slightly older, let out a low growl in affirmation. Upon returning to the base, as Jiangyang removed his Ravager mech, Yang Shishir rushed forward to embrace him. Hearing her sobs, he was momentarily taken aback, then gently patted her back, reassuring her that all was well. Dolave Dream and Mimi exchanged knowing glances, sharing a meaningful smile. By the way, it's time to inform the others to return to the base, Jiangyang stated. Yang Shishir quickly released him, turned to wipe her tears, and then expressed, "Some frost giants managed to escape. What if they return?" Jiangyang replied with a smile, "I had already anticipated this and devised a solution." He then opened the world channel and sent a message that everyone could safely return to the base. A jubilant cheer erupted from all in the Huaxia sector. However, some individuals broadcasting live only did so within the Huaxia sector channel, leaving those from other continental sectors in the dark. What transpired? Why are the Huaxia folks cheering for Jiangyang as a deity? What did we miss? Jiangyang has tamed the frost giants. What? That's impossible. Huaxia people, are you joking? In the minds of others, a creature of the frost giant's caliber could never submit to a human. The Huaxia members sighed in disbelief. If we hadn't witnessed it ourselves, we wouldn't have believed it either. You should have seen it. Jiangyang appeared like a celestial being, utterly dazzling. A mere glance from Jiangyang could send those frost giants fleeing in terror. Yet, to the eyes of individuals from other nations, such claims seemed almost nonsensical. What a tall tale. If Jiangyang is that powerful, why doesn't he drive the aliens away? Such blatant exaggeration. Indeed, let Jiangyang chase off the aliens. Biffed, believe it if you want. You should find a place to hide instead of boasting. The Huaxia members felt a surge of annoyance as they observed the skepticism and disdain from members of other sectors regarding this matter. Yet they had no evidence to present. After all, during the battle, they had been captivated by the spectacle, leaving no room for distractions. Just then, Jiangyang uploaded a document. The crowd glanced at it and saw it was an updated monster compendium. They eagerly downloaded and opened it. Flipping to the latest page, they were astonished to find detailed information on the frost giants, accompanied by a photograph. In the image, 7 battered frost giants knelt on their right knees, their right fists pressed to the ground, subtly nodding as if paying homage to their king. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. They were indeed telling the truth. Someone had tamed the frost giants. An utterly inconceivable feat. How had he achieved this? This individual was the true monster, wasn't he? The Huaxia members bombarded the chat with expressions of disdain. Now do you believe it? Are you willing to concede? Don't get too cocky. There are only 7 here. The Huaxia sector deployed 25 frost giants. Exactly. Let's see how you handle the remaining 18 frost giants. Jiangyang likely exhausted his ammunition in that battle. Without him, you're all doomed. Though harsh, these words struck at the heart of the crowd's fears. While Jiangyang triumphed over the frost giants, it appeared he had not emerged unscathed. The remaining 17 frost giants might not trouble Jiangyang again. But others would likely not be so fortunate. Jiangyang can defeat them once. He can do so again. Just wait and see. Members from other sectors responded with derisive laughter. Jiangyang paid no heed to these remarks, closing the world channel and turning his attention to Yang Shishir. Your base is no longer habitable. What do you plan to do next? Yang Shirshir wore a bittersweet smile. I intend to find a new base and move all my belongings there. Though I fear I won't be able to cultivate my crops anymore. On the map, numerous abandoned bases appeared. Their previous owners likely perished at the hands of the beasts or starved to death, leaving the bases unclaimed. However, one shouldn't harbor illusions about the resources within those empty bases. If there were truly useful materials, would those individuals have perished? Jiang Yang pondered for a moment and suggested. Why not stay here with me? Yang Shirshir hesitated. The outside world was frigid, and finding a new base would be exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, others often relied on shared resources in different bases, increasing their chances of survival. Yang Shirshir finally agreed. All right, I'll stay here. Jiang Yang smiled gently. Let me show you to your room. As he opened the door to the bedroom, they found two rooms adjacent to each other, one on the left and one on the right, facing each other across a corridor. The right room belonged to Jiang Yang. He opened the left room for her. Inside, she beheld decor reminiscent of a hotel. Not only was there a spacious bedroom, but also a bathroom and a lavatory. The furnishings were complete, and a wall of bookshelves beside the desk was filled with volumes Jiang Yang had collected. These books were relics from the Blue Star civilization, gathered during his scavenging efforts before its destruction. His own bedroom also boasted a wall of books. Are you satisfied? Jiang Yang inquired. Yang Shirshir nodded vigorously, thoroughly pleased. This room far surpassed her previous base. Being warm and pristine, Jiang Yang added, you should rest for a while. I'll come to call you for dinner. As he reached the door, Yang Shirshir suddenly called out, thank you. Jiang Yang smiled gently, pushed the door open, and stepped outside, instructing Dolave Dream, set her to level 2 access. Understood, Master. The secondary permissions, aside from key locations such as laboratories and weapon bases which are off-limits, allow for unimpeded access to other areas. Once the permissions were established, Jiang Yang instructed Dolave Meng to prepare dinner before he proceeded to the connection tower. Chapter 37. My planet, Titan Windstar. Upon returning to the connection tower, Jiang Yang sought out Moss. Finally, you have arrived. If it weren't for the skewers you deliver daily, I would have lost all patience waiting for you, Moss exclaimed as he munched on barbecue. I'll give you 5 more days. If I do not see the frost giant by then, I shall sell it to someone else. Jiang Yang gasped in surprise. Someone has shown interest in that planet? Moss nodded. Indeed, and their offer surpasses yours. However, as Tyronians, we value our promises. We shall not sell to anyone else since we have committed to you. Jiang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he said, I am here to deliver. Moss blinked in astonishment. You truly captured the frost giant? Jiang Yang nodded slightly and waved his hand, revealing virtual images of 6 frost giants before them. Moss inhaled sharply. How did you manage that? Can we trade? Jiang Yang retorted, of course, but I have no means to receive an immense planet. Moss was momentarily taken aback. Receive a planet? He then burst into laughter, waving his hand. It is rare to move an entire planet during a transaction. The costs are exorbitant. All that is needed is the Planet Lord's token. Planet Lord's token? Moss produced a wooden staff, its head adorned with a sphere resembling a planet. This is the Planet Lord's token. Each planet possesses a unique one. Besides staffs, they may also take the form of swords, tokens, or orbs, but invariably, these tokens contain control over the planet's cosmic barrier and encompass all information regarding the planet. Jiang Yang wished to inquire further, but Moss interrupted. There is too much information here. Explore it yourself. Jiang Yang could only nod in agreement. As he placed the 6 frost giants on the exchange platform, a flash of light transformed them into a staff. Upon grasping the staff, a torrent of information surged into his mind, followed by the system's voice announcing, Ding, congratulations, host, for activating the Planet Master function. A basic miner's treasure chest has been gifted to you. Ding, the minefield has been unlocked. The planet's information has been recorded. The host can use the Planet Lord's token to teleport themselves or their domesticated pets to the affiliated planet. Furthermore, the affiliated planet will be regarded as the host's territory, allowing the host to establish ranches, farmlands, fish ponds, mines, and so forth on it. The planet information panel has been generated, enabling the host to upgrade facilities on the planet. Titan Wind Star planet level, large planet energy level, level 3 cosmic barrier level, level 1 suitable biological species, all farmland, none ranch, none mine, none subsequent options pending unlocking. Zhang Yang gasped in awe. The classification of planets ranges from asteroids to small planets, medium planets, large planets, small stars, medium stars, large stars, neutron stars, and black holes. An asteroid is akin to a large meteor floating in space, while the subsequent planets signify those capable of nurturing life. The blue planet, in the cosmic scale, is categorized as a small planet, approximately 100 times smaller than a large planet. The energy level indicates the potential for the civilization inhabiting the planet to develop. For instance, the blue planet, without extraterrestrial invasions, would likely struggle to reach level 1 civilization, necessitating the search for energy resources on other planets. Titan Windstar, marked as level 3, implies that civilizations can thrive without concern for energy depletion until level 3. Jiang Yang's joy was palpable. Moss seemed to anticipate Jiang Yang's reaction, advising with a smile, "I recommend you keep this planet confidential. If interstellar pirates become aware of it, the planet's defense system would be utterly inadequate to repel their invasion." Jiang Yang quickly stifled his smile, pondering, "Can planets be plundered like gold and jewels?" "Certainly, however, your civilization level is too low to grasp such concepts," Moss replied. Jiang Yang nodded solemnly. As they parted ways, Moss added, "By the way, let us become friends. Should you encounter more frost giants, feel free to reach out. I possess many valuable items." Jiang Yang and Moss established a mental connection. One more thing, regarding the agreed-upon price. "I shall not take advantage of you. I will compensate you for the additional cosmic coins." After transferring over 5,000 cosmic coins to Jiang Yang, Moss took his leave. Jiang Yang smiled faintly, realizing that not all beings from advanced civilizations are malevolent. With the cosmic coins, he procured additional beast collars and paralysis capsules before departing the connection tower, the base. Jiang Yang held the staff in his hand. And with a thought, the scenery around him rapidly receded, transporting him to the mountaintop. Gazing down, he surveyed the barren ridges and desolate land. Looking up, he observed a layer akin to an energy shield beyond the planet's atmosphere. That was the cosmic barrier, a feature possessed by every main planet. Currently, the cosmic barrier was only at level 1, sufficient to withstand small meteor impacts, but incapable of enduring larger meteors or interstellar pirate warships. Jiang Yang removed the helmet of his nano-armor, inhaling deeply. Though not particularly fresh, it was free of toxins. Prompt: the atmospheric composition of this planet is rich in energy. The host may raise their pets, such as the frost giants, on this planet to accelerate their growth. Jiang Yang's eyes brightened as he hurried back to fit the last frost giant with a beast collar and teleport it to Titan Windstar. Suddenly, on the once silent plain, a colossal creature materialized. The beast's shoulder bore a figure. Jiang Yang, grasping the staff, he commanded the creature, "Take me for a tour." With thunderous steps, the frost giant ambled across the desolate Titan Windstar. This planet lacked buildings and displayed scant greenery, predominantly resembling a barren wasteland, interspersed with some dead trees. Jiang Yang frowned slightly, until the monster lurking in the planet's core was eradicated. Cultivating crops here would be impossible. Suddenly, he heard a scream in the distance. Following the sound, he beheld a monstrous bird with 4 pairs of wings pursuing a group of people. According to the information provided by the Planet Lord's token, the bird was a unique predatory species of this planet, the black-winged vulture. Judging by the number of wings, this was merely the strongest adult, positioned at the apex of this planet's food chain. The pursued were the indigenous humans of Titan Windstar, intelligent beings with an appearance reminiscent of the Gnostics from Avatar, adorned with 4 arms and a unique style of body paint akin to certain African tribes. Their skin decorated with various pigments, resembling painted phantoms. Having witnessed the dire situation, Jiang Yang could not stand idly by. He had to intervene and rescue them. The frost giant understood the command to eliminate the black-winged vulture. Taking several great strides before leaping into the air, soaring to a height of 100 meters. With a colossal fist aimed at the oncoming black-winged vulture, he struck down, boom, with a resounding thud. The black-winged vulture's body hurtled like a cannonball into the rugged mountainside, embedding itself deeply within and rendered completely lifeless. 1 punch. Only 1 punch was needed. Jiang Yang clicked his tongue, realizing why Moss sought the frost giant. Who wouldn't desire such a powerful servant? The indigenous people of Titan Windstar knelt on the ground, bowing to Jiang Yang as if worshipping a deity. Standing upon the frost giant's shoulder, Jiang Yang observed this scene with a faint smile. Chapter 38. The village of Titan Wind Star's natives. As the sole intelligent species of Titan Wind Star, they possessed immense developmental potential. Jiang Yang stepped onto the frost giant's palm, which elevated him before the natives. They gazed at him with reverence, yet they were unable to speak the human tongue, rendering communication challenging. Jiang Yang noticed they wore skins of beasts, adorned with bones and teeth as ornaments, while wielding metal weapons. He extended his hand, requesting the spear from one of the wild men draped in long hair, with a bird's skull pendant around his neck. The wild man complied, passing the spear to Jiang Yang. Grasping it, Jiang Yang assessed its weight. The nearly 2-meter-long spear felt surprisingly light. Remarkably, the spearhead was crafted from vibrating steel is as prevalent in the universe as steel is on the blue planet. Yet it boasts superior quality and is lighter. Extracting vibrating steel requires considerable technological prowess, only attainable by civilizations of level 1 or higher. These natives simply selected pieces of rock infused with vibrating steel and affixed them to long poles to create their spears. Jiang Yang pointed at the spearhead and inquired, "Where did you find this stone?" Although the wild man was oblivious to the words he uttered, he comprehended their meaning through gestures and expressions. He then began to dance exuberantly while pointing in a specific direction, beckoning him to follow. Jiang Yang nodded and returned to the shoulder of the frost giant, leading the way. The natives dashed towards a particular direction, while the frost giant ambled leisurely behind them. With each small step, the frost giant covered several meters, compelling them to run with all their might just to keep pace. Along the way, they encountered some indigenous monsters. Yet, confronted with the frost giant, these creatures harbored no intention of approaching. The natives of Titanium Wind Star exhibited profound fear towards the ferocious beasts, yet revered Jiang Yang even more, knowing that he could command the frost giant. Upon reaching their destination, Jiang Yang beheld an indigenous village, nestled against the mountains, with a mine at the village's end. The natives below pointed excitedly at the mine, chattering animatedly, indicating that their weapon materials were sourced from there. "Put me down," Jiang Yang instructed. The frost giant cradled him in its palm, knelt gently, and cautiously placed its hand onto the ground. Jiang Yang stepped down from the frost giant's hand and was enveloped by the natives as they approached the mine. There were rudimentary mining tools scattered about, revealing several shallow shafts. Upon entering, it became evident that the ore deposits were scant, primarily consisting of worthless stones. Jiang Yang inquired whether the system could summon Dormy Dream, to which the system replied that there were only 2 methods to relocate intelligent biological entities, either by moving the core code or by duplicating a core, such as a computer or USB drive. To transfer Dormy Dream to this planet, the cost of a computer or USB capable of housing Dormy Dream would likely exceed that of purchasing a starship, so Jiang Yang opted to create a copy of Mimi's code core and brought it to Titanium Wind Star. Mimi conducted a comprehensive scan of the mine and recorded the data. However, her computational power could not process such a vast amount of data, hence Jiang Yang decided to send her back to relay the information to Dormy Dream. Following extensive calculations, Dormy Dream reported good news. "Master, this mine possesses a rich deposit of vibration steel albeit concealed by the creature in the Earth's core." With this revelation, Jiang Yang opened the novice mining owner treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a novice mine. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received an energy shield. Jiang Yang chose to construct the novice mine, situating it near the mine, and subsequently deployed an automatic mining machine and an automatic smelting furnace. A radiant white light enveloped nearly the entire mine. The natives of Titanium Wind Star witnessed Jiang Yang merely tapping a few times with his finger, causing such a spectacle, prompting them to hastily kneel upon the ground. Once the white light dissipated, a novice mine along with the automatic mining machine and smelting furnace materialized before them. Novice mine mineral resources, vibration steel automatic mining speed, 10 kilograms per hour automatic smelting speed, 100 kilograms per hour materials required for upgrade, vibration steel 300. Cosmic Energy Stone 3, Level 2 Energy Core 1 with the mine constructed. Operations commenced immediately. The automatic mining machine's colossal drill burrowed into the mine, while mechanical arms meticulously placed the ore onto a conveyor belt. The automatic smelting furnace began its work, refining the extracted vibration steel into a pure form devoid of impurities. Jiang Yang unfurled the energy shield rewarded from the novice treasure chest, enveloping both the mine and the village in its protective embrace. You shall remain here to protect the mine and the village, he instructed. The frost giant nodded in agreement with a low growl. Having accomplished these tasks, Jiang Yang activated the teleportation function of his staff, vanishing in an instant. The natives of Titanium Wind Star continued to kneel, repeatedly bowing their heads, too intimidated to rise. Meanwhile, feeling a bit peckish, the frost giant ventured to nearby monster nests in search of sustenance. Upon returning to the base, Jiang Yang exhaled deeply and stowed away his staff. Master, dinner will be ready shortly, Dormy Dream announced. Jiang Yang nodded slightly and went to summon Yang Shirshir for dinner. Finding her in the midst of a shower, he proceeded to the planting room, discovering that many crops, which were nearly ripe, had reverted back to their seedling stage. It appeared that, as Dormy Dream had mentioned, the weapons at the base relied on biological energy. This energy was inherently contained within the crops and livestock. Excessive use would hinder their growth. However, as the cultivated crops increased in level and quantity, the biological energy they could provide would become increasingly substantial, consequently amplifying the potency of the base's weaponry. Master, dinner is ready, Dormy Dream called out. Jiang Yang approached the dining table, greeted by a lavish spread, yet he noticed Yang Shirshir was absent. Where is she? He inquired, puzzled. Mimi explained, she is changing into new clothes. Jiang Yang was perplexed. There were no new clothes in the wardrobe, and none had been transported back to the base. Where could she have found new attire? Just then, Yang Shirshir appeared. Jiang Yang turned around and nearly sputtered in surprise. Yang Shirshir's alluring figure was barely concealed beneath Jiang Yang's loose-fitting white shirt, which barely covered her curvaceous form, while her long, beautiful legs were fully exposed to the air. Sensual, beautiful, Jiang Yang found himself at a loss for further descriptors. Feeling a sudden impulse to embrace Yang Shirshir at that very moment. Do I look strange in this outfit? Yang Shirshir asked. Jiang Yang snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously. No, not at all. But where did you find this outfit? Mimi found it for me, Yang Shirshir replied. Mimi elaborated, Master. You were busy at the time, so I asked if I could borrow your clothes for her, and you nodded. Chapter 39. The virtuous wife and mother type of female special forces soldier. Only then did Jiang Yang recall, casting a look of admiration towards Mimi. Well done, he exclaimed, hastily rising to pull out a chair. Gallantly stating, Please, have a seat. Yang Shirshir's figure was truly exceptional, a veritable gem of the human realm. What stood out most was her natural demeanor, neither shy nor pretentious, nor overly flirtatious. The scars adorning her body only served to enhance her commanding presence. Yang Shirshir sat down effortlessly, seemingly unfazed. Perhaps it was a remnant of her life in the special forces, where her comrades, wild women from various nations, often lounged in their undergarments or even slept in the nude during downtime. Her attire was, by comparison, quite conservative. Upon seeing the bountiful spread before her, Yang Shirshir nearly drooled with anticipation. This was undoubtedly the most sumptuous dinner she had encountered in years. Don't hold back. Enjoy to your heart's content. Jiang Yang encouraged, Then I shall indulge, Yang Shirshir replied, picking up her chopsticks and initially being somewhat cautious about her manners, but soon devouring the food with fervor. Jiang Yang, too, felt hunger gnawing at him. Having scarcely eaten throughout the day, the two of them consumed the entire feast with remarkable speed, then reclined on the sofa to rest for a moment, leaving the cleanup to Dormy Dream and Mimi. When will you bring my belongings from the base? Jiang Yang asked, admiring Yang Shirshir's alluring figure. Is it all right if we do it a bit later? He added. Yang Shirshir nodded, suddenly aware of Jiang Yang's gaze lingering upon her, and asked, Is my outfit still too unappealing? Should I change back into my previous clothes? No, not at all. There's no need to change. How about we watch a movie? Jiang Yang quickly diverted his gaze. Dormy Dream, dim the lights and start the projector. The lights in the central living area dimmed. The wall opposite the sofa illuminated with scenes from a long-ago sci-fi film, Guardians of the Galaxy 1. Yang Shirshir's expression turned wistful as she watched the film. Jiang Yang softly inquired, Do you not enjoy this movie? Yang Shirshir shook her head slightly, wiping away a tear. It just reminds me of a long time ago. When I was a child, my parents took me to the cinema to see this film. It was also the last time I saw my father. Jiang Yang's curiosity was piqued about the circumstances surrounding her father's departure, prompting him to ask, "Who killed your father?" "I would prefer not to discuss this right now. Could you please refrain from asking?" Yang Shishir replied. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. The film was captivating, and the two of them enjoyed popcorn while watching, laughing together at amusing moments. The previously desolate base was suddenly infused with warmth and camaraderie. After the film concluded, Jiang Yang drove the hydrogen-powered armored vehicle, taking Yang Shishir to the ruins of the base. Due to the frigid temperatures, the ruins had already been encased in ice within a day's time. Jiang Yang lent Yang Shishir the rebellious mech suit, as he had nanofiber armor and was unperturbed by the cold. "So much has been destroyed," Yang Shishir remarked. "You gather what you can use and load it onto the vehicle. I'll check the mine," Jiang Yang instructed. Yang Shishir nodded and began packing, while Jiang Yang ventured into the mine. The mine was cold, with ice coating the rock walls. Jiang Yang retrieved a USB drive, instructing Mimi to scan and record the data from the mine. "Master, the scanning is complete." Jiang Yang nodded slightly, then retracted the USB drive, proceeding to the end of the mine where he beheld crops that had been frozen into specimens. These crops had begun to bear fruit, yet under the frigid temperatures, they had instantly transformed into ice sculptures, shattering into fragments at the slightest touch. Before long, he had finished packing his belongings and drove back to the base, assisting her in organizing and relocating the luggage to her room. "Rest well," he said. "Good night." The two retreated to their respective bedrooms. In the long, dark night, a frost giant, grievously wounded and bleeding from its chest, staggered away into the distance. It was the most severely injured creature, having sustained a bloody hole in its torso from a supernova cannon. Though not fatal, it had significantly diminished its strength. The injured frost giant wobbled forward, but after only a few steps, it collapsed. 100 meters away lay the insect nest in the subterranean palace of the nest. The insect queen sensed something amiss and emitted a piercing wail. The evolved cold-resistant intermediate insect soldiers swarmed out, approaching the unconscious frost giant and dismembering it with their sharp pincers. Subsequently, the severed body parts were transported back to the nest, laid before the insect queen. The queen trembled with excitement as she seized a piece of the carcass and began to consume it. The ingested remains swiftly transformed into nutrients for the insect eggs. Previously, the eggs she had laid were red, but this time, they were blue, hanging prominently on the walls of the nest amidst the many red eggs. A day later, Jiang Yang prepared to capture the remaining frost giants. Thus, he ventured to Titanium Windstar, intending to bring along Wangkai, the frost giant that had submitted to him. Upon arrival, he found Wangkai basking in the sun on a patch of open ground, surrounded by an abundance of food. The indigenous people dared not approach. Sensing Jiang Yang's presence, Wangkai quickly rose and knelt before him. "I'm going to the mine." "You wait here," Jiang Yang instructed as he turned towards the village. The natives greeted him with great enthusiasm, grateful for Wangkai's destruction of nearby monster nests and the bounty of meat it had brought back. They attributed this favor entirely to Jiang Yang, overflowing with gratitude towards him. Upon reaching the mine, Jiang Yang assessed the mining operations. After just one night, 100 units of vibrating steel had been produced. This vibrating steel, unlike the regular vibrating ore, was a high-purity metallic material suitable for the direct construction of mechas and spaceships. Such an amount was sufficient to craft an external mecha skeleton. However, lacking blueprints and tools, Jiang Yang could only utilize it to upgrade the base facilities. He collected the vibrating steel and left behind some projection equipment for the natives, containing introductory videos to teach them the Chinese characters. He did not expect significant advancements, only that they could communicate in human language. Subsequently, Jiang Yang, accompanied by Wangkai, returned to Blue Star. "You plan to capture the remaining frost giants?" Yang Shishir inquired, concern etched on her face. "That sounds perilous. I should accompany you." Jiang Yang replied, "There is only one set of mecha capable of resisting low temperatures. It's best for you to stay at the base." "Very well, but do take care," she responded. Jiang Yang nodded, donned the Ravager mecha, and stepped onto the shoulder of the frost giant as he departed the base. Meanwhile, Yang Shishir remained at the base, tending to the fields, feeding the poultry, and also providing sustenance for the fish, embodying the role of a dutiful wife and mother. Chapter 40. Godzilla awakens in the vast, snowy expanse. Zhang Yang stood atop Wang Cai's shoulder, tracking the whereabouts of other frost giants. As they passed by other people's bases, the inhabitants mistakenly assumed that monsters were wreaking havoc again and hurriedly exited, only to be astonished to see Zhang Yang commanding the frost giant through the icy wilderness. This breathtaking sight left them speechless. Many activated their base cameras to capture this valuable moment. Broadcasting it to the World Channel, a ripple of excitement ensued. Those who had been confined to their bases during the frost fog period, bored and restless, quickly found a new topic of discussion. Standing upon the shoulders of a giant, Zhang Yang surveyed the world, and the once threatening alien beasts appeared diminutive in comparison. The lower-level beasts, terrified, cowered in their nests, unwilling to emerge. The energy detector of the Ravager mecha could sense energy fluctuations within a 20-kilometer radius, pinpointing 3 targets. The first target was the insect nest, identified as the largest source of energy fluctuation. Upon arriving, Zhang Yang discovered that the nest had been buried beneath the snow and ice. Wang Cai emitted a low growl of apprehension. Zhang Yang was taken aback. The frost giant seemed fearful of approaching the nest. Clearly, the fearsome reputation of the insect race was not to be underestimated in the cosmos. Zhang Yang pursued the next energy fluctuation point. The area where Base 777 was located was once known as Guangling City before the Blue Star civilization met its demise. Continuing straight ahead, Zhang Yang arrived at the city center. From the ruins of the towering buildings, the former splendor of the metropolis could still be discerned. The fog-laden ruins exuded an air of mystery. The detector indicated that the energy fluctuation point was drawing nearer, ultimately stopping at a sports arena. Zhang Yang noticed a breach in the arena, as if a large hole had been forcibly smashed through its center. "Let us take a look," he suggested. As Wang Cai entered the arena, they found a spacious central area where a frost giant squatted. Beside it lay the corpse of a 5-meter-long frost swallow lizard. The giant was gnawing on the deceased creature. Zhang Yang clicked his tongue. The frost swallow lizard was a standout among intermediate beasts, and its power would only increase during the frost fog period, yet here it was, being consumed as food. Upon sensing the presence of outsiders, the frost giant immediately rose and turned, its expression shifting to one of trepidation upon seeing Zhang Yang standing atop Wang Cai's shoulder. It turned to flee. "Wang Cai, go!" Zhang Yang commanded. Wang Cai lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow that sent the frost beast crashing to the ground, shattering its ice crystal shield that had yet to fully regenerate. Zhang Yang threw a paralysis capsule, ensnaring the creature in an electric net. The frost giant, deprived of its crystal shield, convulsed under the electric shocks. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yang cast the beast's neck ring and subdued it. The frost giant knelt before him, and Zhang Yang proclaimed, "From now on, you shall be called Laifu." Though reluctant, the creature accepted its new name. Accompanied by the 2 giants, Zhang Yang set out in search of the next target. Meanwhile, aboard an extraterrestrial warship, alien spectators observed Zhang Yang capturing yet another frost giant, their expressions turning somewhat uneasy. Is the pirate group not going to intervene? Will they allow him to continue unchallenged? Once he captures all the frost giants, that planet will be at his mercy. We came to witness their suffering, not to see them thrive. Some lamented, 2 frost giants as companions. I'm envious. Discontent was palpable among the alien audience, significantly impacting the live broadcast revenue. Thus, the pirate group's overseers were compelled to intervene. The executive in charge of Blue Star's broadcast operations, namely Jaka, was a member of the intelligent species known as the Dantlas, possessing a physique similar to humans but endowed with a highly developed brain capable of telekinetically manipulating objects. With training, his telekinetic abilities had grown strong enough to intercept high-speed meteors. A low-level civilized planet like Blue Star hardly required someone of his caliber for oversight. However, there existed a peculiar faction on Blue Star, self-styled as Avengers, Justice Alliance, X-Men, and Transformers. Their power was beyond imagination, formidable enough to astound even the pirate group that had conquered countless planets. These individuals posed immense resistance to the pirate group's attempts to subjugate Blue Star. Were it not for their presence, conquering Blue Star would have taken far less than 3 years. Although Blue Star eventually fell, these individuals mysteriously vanished from the scene. Yet, it was certain they remained hidden somewhere on Blue Star. Plotting how to rescue Li Jaka's primary mission in this location was to uncover the whereabouts of these individuals. Have they finally decided to show themselves? Li Jacques mused with a sinister smile. He had long been aware of Jiang Yang and suspected that these individuals were aiding him. According to the reward system's data, no one had sponsored him. Where, then, had his equipment come from? Only those individuals provided him with assistance. Li Jacques refrained from taking action, as his intention was to lure the snake out of its hole. He believed it was time to awaken the native monsters of Blue Star. Indeed, there exist certain indigenous beasts on Blue Star that have been a considerable source of concern for them. After being defeated by the pirate faction, these creatures were placed under house arrest. Among these monstrosities are King Kong, Godzilla, King Ghidorah, Mothra, and Rodan, among others. According to the operational scale of the pirate faction, once a planet is conquered, the first step is to assess its broadcasting value. If deemed lacking in broadcast potential, the planet's resources would be entirely extracted. Conversely, planets with broadcasting value would be equipped with ghost eyes, allowing for live broadcasts of experiments conducted on the planet's subjects. The broadcasts occur in various stages, with each phase escalating the frequency and intensity of climate disasters and monster deployments on the planet. This continues until the final subject perishes, at which point the broadcast concludes and resource extraction commences. Based on the pirate faction's evaluation, Blue Star's broadcasting lifespan is 10 years. This implies that once the decade elapses, Blue Star is destined for destruction. As per protocol, the broadcast of Blue Star has only reached its 4th year. Leaving 6 years until the cataclysm. At that juncture, the dormant monsters will be roused, alongside the deployed beasts. They will engage in mutual slaughter while contending with the experimental subjects on the planet, with the last surviving entity being recruited by the pirate faction. This elimination model has allowed the pirate faction to amass formidable warriors. Thus, the planet's broadcasts have affectionately been referred to as the God of War tournament by numerous extraterrestrial spectators across the cosmos. Li Jacques retrieved a holographic panel, which displayed numerous locked square avatars. He hesitated briefly before selecting King Kong's avatar, only to subsequently choose Godzilla's as well. Deep beneath the abyss, a colossal creature, previously in slumber, was suddenly enveloped in a blue glow, illuminating the protrusions on its back. Abruptly, the monster awakened, unleashing an atomic breath towards the surface. A blue beam surged thousands of meters deep into the ocean, breaking through the surface and shooting into the sky. The once tranquil sky erupted with thunder and lightning. Meanwhile, on the distant and enigmatic Skull Island, King Kong, bound by iron chains, sensed the surge of power and gradually awakened. Roaring towards the heavens while violently tugging at his chains. The chains, as thick as a man's thigh, groaned under the strain of King Kong's might. The skeletal lizards on the island, alerted by the commotion, rushed towards the cavern where King Kong was imprisoned. Jiang Yang, who was currently searching for the frost giant, felt a shift in his expression as he gazed towards the distant blue beam. Murmuring to himself, could it be that Godzilla truly exists in this world? Chapter 41. The fate of the superheroes. Jiang Yang's memories of the past were exceedingly vague. For a few years prior, he had sustained a head injury during a battle. Although he had recovered, fragments of his memory remained lost. Nevertheless, he vaguely recalled the existence of mutants and monsters on this planet. The beam persisted for a while before vanishing. Due to the great distance, Jiang Yang was unable to rush over to ascertain what had transpired. He continued his pursuit of the remaining frost giants while simultaneously activating the global channel. Indeed, he was not the only one to notice the blue beam. The global channel was abuzz with activity. What on earth was that? Could it be yet another disturbance caused by the esteemed Jiang Yang? Jiang Yang scoffed. Why does everything seem to be linked to me? He sent a message stating, it wasn't me. I have no connection to this. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? No one else possesses such capability. No, it appears you have forgotten certain entities. Are you referring to those monsters? But they vanished without a trace after the great battle. They should be dead. There is no evidence to confirm their demise. Perhaps they merely slumber. That beam was undoubtedly Godzilla's atomic breath. Oh my God, that is Godzilla. I can verify it. I can observe the ocean's state from the base. The sea is engulfed in blue light. A phenomenon only Godzilla could create. Subsequently, many individuals residing along the coastline uploaded photos and videos to the global channel. Jiang Yang casually clicked on one video. He witnessed a shimmering blue ocean under a tempest of thunder and lightning, with torrential winds and rain rapidly approaching. He then clicked on another video, revealing monstrous waves crashing against the sea's surface, followed by a colossal figure emerging from the depths. Jiang Yang's pupils dilated. That familiar silhouette could only belong to Godzilla. The video depicted Godzilla standing at least 200 meters tall, double the size of the frost giant, with a destructive power that was nothing short of terrifying. Those situated within the nearby bases could no longer remain composed. The waters where Godzilla has emerged are merely 2 kilometers from my base. Someone, please save us. What of my situation? My base is perched on a cliff by the sea. Godzilla's waves could easily cause torrential rain here. We're doomed. It's time to accept our fates. Jiang Yang, are you available? Come save us. Jiang Yang clearly stated he could not assist and advised them that instead of calling for help, they should hastily gather supplies and evacuate the base. Those who saw Jiang Yang's refusal assumed he was unwilling to help. If you don't want to assist, then why say so much? I see now that you are a person who stands idly by in times of need. Wishing your base to be obliterated by Godzilla, Jiang Yang felt exasperated. Not only did they fail to express gratitude for his life-saving guidance, but they also berated him. Why should he risk his life to save these individuals? Even more infuriating was the fact that some stood on their moral high ground, condemning him and engaging in moral coercion. Your equipment far surpasses ours, and you can command the frost giants. You should be saving people. If you refuse to help, then you should distribute all your equipment to us, occupying the latrine without contributing. What use are you? Jiang Yang was left speechless, promptly blocking all the dissenters before turning back to pursue the remaining frost giants. Godzilla would not arrive imminently, so there was no need for concern at present. Among the members of the global channel, there existed a select few unique individuals. Parker was one such individual, known by another name, Spider-Man. Following the defeat in the war against the pirate faction, the Avengers, along with most other superheroes, retreated to Wakanda. Some disguised themselves as ordinary citizens to gather intelligence. Due to the pirate faction's highly sophisticated detection equipment, any drones from Stark Industries or Wakanda would be immediately detected upon exiting their cloaking shields. Thus, the most primitive method of employing humans for information collection was adopted. To avoid revealing his identity, Parker could not showcase his abilities to rescue individuals. However, upon witnessing Jiang Yang in action, he found it impossible to remain calm. Who is this superhero? Why does he seem so unfamiliar? I've encountered members of the X-Men and Justice League. Yet I have never seen Jiang Yang. He pondered whether this individual was a superhero born after the destruction of Blue Star civilization. Moreover, Jiang Yang's techniques left him utterly astounded. Nonetheless, Parker's perception of Jiang Yang diminished slightly due to his refusal to assist. Had he been able to freely utilize his abilities, he would have risked his life to help, even if he was no match for Godzilla. Parker transmitted some of Jiang Yang's information back to Wakanda, including the news of Godzilla's awakening. In Wakanda, the influence of extraterrestrial invaders had reduced its area tenfold, leaving only the most crucial portions intact. With the support of Stark, War Machine, the X-Men, and advanced technology, the cloaking shields were significantly reinforced. This allowed them to evade the surveillance of the Ghost Eyes, yet they remained unable to gather information about the external situation through their devices, relying solely on informants outside. Rogers received the documents sent by Parker and, upon reviewing them, immediately convened a meeting with everyone. However, only War Machine Rhodey, King T'Challa of Wakanda, Professor Charles Xavier, Beast Henry, Batman Wayne, and Superman Clark were present. Where are the others? Rogers inquired, his brow furrowed. They couldn't be bothered to come, Rhodey replied. T'Challa shrugged his shoulders in resignation. To them, it seems that whatever we do is futile. The enemy we face is far more formidable than any we have encountered before, making it difficult for them to muster their spirits. The formidable warriors of the pirate faction possess abilities that rival those of superheroes. Moreover, even the villains they have previously vanquished, including Thanos, are connected to the pirate group. According to the data they have gathered, the upper echelons of the pirate faction once visited Titan, extending an invitation to the Eternals to join their ranks, which was ultimately declined. Following the destruction of Titan civilization, Thanos established his own influence, and the pirate group approached him once more, but their differing ideologies precluded any successful collaboration. Thanos sought the purest form of destruction, whereas the pirates were driven solely by profit. Viewing slaughter as merely a means to an end.as for the maintenance of cosmic balance, they showed no interest whatsoever. The data indicates that the civilization level of the pirate faction is at least on par with that of Titan, which boasts a civilization level of 4, positioning it near the pinnacle of cosmic civilizations. Only civilizations of a higher order could contend with them. Yet such powers are exceedingly rare in the universe and would not intervene merely to save a single planet. Rogers sighed lightly. Very well, let us commence the meeting. According to the information relayed by Parker, the pirate group has awakened Godzilla. Without further ado, Rogers played the video of Godzilla's awakening. A somber gravity settled over the faces of all present. Chapter 42. The unique common sense of this world. The destructive power of Godzilla, even before the annihilation of Blue Planet's civilization, was beyond the capabilities of the human military to withstand, let alone those outside now. The only individuals capable of stopping him are currently trapped in Wakanda, unable to venture beyond its borders. Should they do so, the last bastion of purity on Blue Planet would be compromised. This is indeed dire news. Charles rubbed his forehead, massaging his face in a futile effort to conjure a solution. Clark fixed his penetrating gaze on the screen, stating gravely, "Let me go out." Wayne's magnetic voice interjected. "The moment you step outside, you will be exposed. Though you are Superman on Blue Planet, in the grand cosmos, you are but average." Rogers nodded slightly. "Your presence there would not resolve the fundamental issue. Rather, if the pirate faction were to discover you, we would lose a crucial asset in our already strained forces. And what do you propose we do?" "Simply watch," Clark retorted. Rogers replied, "There is indeed another piece of good news." The others exchanged glances, intrigued. Rogers then brought up all available information on Jiang Yang. This data included Jiang Yang's background information as well as footage of his recent battles. As the gathered individuals beheld this information, expressions of surprise illuminated their faces, reminiscent of ordinary people witnessing the display of superpowers. Once the video concluded, Jiang Yang's profile, complete with a half-body shot, remained frozen on the screen. Rogers crossed his arms. Speaking leisurely, Jiang Yang was born into an ordinary family in Huaxia, and the Avengers possessed no records pertaining to him. He then directed his gaze towards Charles and Wayne. Charles shook his head. "If he were a mutant, we would have located him immediately." Wayne added, "We can count our members on one hand, and we rarely recruit new ones." Rogers' expression shifted to one of disappointment. Chala eagerly inquired, "Is he a newly emerged superhero?" Rogers nodded slightly. It appears Parker's speculation was correct. He is a superhero born out of the aftermath of a great battle, possessing multiple abilities, including a mechanized battle suit and the capacity to control frost giants. The group exchanged looks of contemplation. Wayne slapped the table, exclaiming, "Then let him confront Godzilla." Jiang Yang's displayed prowess perfectly met their criteria, and more importantly, he could wield his powers freely in public without the fear of being discovered by the pirate faction. Rogers lamented, unfortunately, he previously turned down a plea for help. Why would he refuse? There is no justification for declining to save someone, Wayne queried, perplexed. Rogers recounted the details of the incident to them. The room fell silent in response. "It is unfortunate. While he possesses the strength of a superhero, he lacks the qualities of one," Rogers remarked. Not everyone among them began their journey as a selfless hero. Initially, many were driven by self-interest, placing their own gains above all else, only to gradually evolve over time. Jiang Yang's refusal to assist those who insulted him was, in their eyes, understandable. Charles suddenly posited, "Based on my conjecture, Godzilla should not have awakened for a few more years. His early emergence must be linked to Jiang Yang." The group brightened at this notion. Charles continued, "Perhaps Godzilla is specifically targeting him. In that case, he will have no choice but to intervene." Rhodey surveyed the assembly before commenting. Wayne interjected, however, "From my perspective, given his current abilities, he may not be a match for Godzilla." Rogers insisted, "He may be our only chance at turning the tide. We cannot afford to lose him." With numerous superheroes ensnared in Wakanda, unable to act, and those outside unable to utilize their powers, Jiang Yang became the sole weapon against the pirate faction. In other words, Jiang Yang's existence could provide them with invaluable assistance, potentially determining their fate. Thus, his safety must be guaranteed at all costs, Chala offered. "I can share a portion of Wakanda's technological data with him. I noticed the materials he employs in his mechanized suit resemble vibranium." Wayne remarked, "My data may no longer be of use to him, but Stark's technology could be invaluable." It remains to be seen whether that fellow is willing to share his resources with this young man. Jiang Yang's displayed technological prowess was already comparable to Stark Industries. Although Wayne's Batman equipment was impressive, he knew well where the true strength lay. Rhodey hesitated before stating, "I will handle things on Stark's end." A warm smile graced Rogers's face. "I appreciate your assistance." Charles and Clark exchanged wry smiles, acknowledging that their superpowers would offer no aid to Jiang Yang. Upon receiving orders, Parker was astonished. He had never anticipated the level of importance other superheroes attributed to Jiang Yang, even to the extent of providing him with Wakanda's top-secret technological data. Parker hurriedly attempted to reach Jiang Yang, only to find himself blocked from contacting him entirely. He was left to seek alternative means of communication. Perhaps due to the looming threat of Godzilla, all frost giants fled in the opposite direction. Jiang Yang followed their trail, capturing each one and adorning them with collars. Naturally, a few frost giants attempted to resist. But with so many powerful servants at his disposal, defiance was met with force until compliance was achieved. Having captured 17, only one frost giant remained elusive. Jiang Yang scoured the surroundings, unable to locate the final creature. Suddenly, he recalled the bloodstains near the insect hive and rushed to that location, discovering the ground stained blue with blood. He also noted footprints and remnants of corpses. Jiang Yang deduced that the last frost giant had likely become a source of nourishment for the insect queen. This was not good news. The corpse of a frost giant might provide the insectoid species with unique evolutionary genes, enabling them to develop new abilities. It was clear that eradicating the hive could no longer be postponed. Jiang Yang, accompanied by the 17 frost giants, returned to the base, transferring all of them to Titan Windstar before finally arriving back at the base, only to be met by Yang Shirshir, who approached him with a worried expression. "I saw Godzilla awaken, and they sent you to save people. I was truly afraid for you," she confessed, relieved to see Jiang Yang unharmed. Jiang Yang felt a warmth in his heart. Yang Shirshir continued, "By the way, there is something I need to tell you." "What is it?" Jiang Yang inquired. Yang Shirshir led him to her bedroom. Jiang Yang couldn't help but entertain a flurry of thoughts. She then opened her laptop and brought it before him, saying, "You need to see this." On the screen appeared a map of a maritime region, with an island in the center resembling a skull, its surface flickering with red dots. Jiang Yang was taken aback. "You summoned me to your bedroom just to show me this?" "Of course. It's very important." Seeing the seriousness and innocence in Yang Shirshir's expression, Jiang Yang sighed in resignation. "All right then, what significance does this hold? Please explain." Yang Shirshir replied earnestly, "Do you know of Skull Island? Isn't that something from a movie?" Jiang Yang retorted. Yang Shirshir, puzzled, responded, "Our science fiction films are based on reality. Skull Island truly exists. Did you not know?" Jiang Yang furrowed his brow. "Are the superhero films based on reality too?" "Of course. This is common knowledge. Why would you even ask such a question?" Yang Shirshir regarded him with a curious expression. Chapter 43. The Monster Cultivation Project. Jiang Yang's worldview was nearly turned upside down. However, the experiences he had endured over the past few days had significantly bolstered his psychological resilience. If he could purchase an entire planet, then accepting the existence of superheroes was hardly a stretch. So, does that mean King Kong also exists on Skull Island? Jiang Yang inquired. Yang Shirshir replied, slightly astonished, "Is that even a question? It's only natural." Jiang Yang took a deep breath and said, "All right, I understand. What do you want me to know about this island?" Yang Shirshir continued, "Years ago, my father, an astronomer, joined a research team that ascended to Skull Island and installed a signal transmitter within King Kong's body. This red dot indicates King Kong's position. Your father installed a signal transmitter inside King Kong. Is that true? You're not deceiving me?" Jiang Yang asked, incredulous. "Indeed, it's true. They also participated in the Great Battle 5 years ago. And the transmitter was installed for the sake of communication," she affirmed. "And this red dot? This red dot signifies King Kong's movement." Jiang Yang pondered for a moment, nodding slightly. It appeared that both King Kong and Godzilla had awakened. "Do you know what I'm worried about?" Yang Shirshir expressed her concern. "Worried about what?" Jiang Yang queried. "Their sudden disappearance and reappearance may be linked to extraterrestrial invaders. It's possible these monsters have been controlled by them," she explained. This thought caused Jiang Yang to feel a wave of anxiety. After all, Godzilla and King Kong were catastrophic monsters, in terms of combat power. If the ice crystal giant had a fighting capacity of 5,000, Then King Kong and Godzilla would surely exceed 10,000. Most importantly, Zhang Yang was uncertain what realm these two had reached, if they were in their early stages. Much like in the movies when King Kong and Godzilla had yet to confront each other, their strength might be somewhat diminished. However, if King Kong and Godzilla had already battled, things would become dire, for their combat power would be off the charts, nearly capable of annihilating the world. Have King Kong and Godzilla ever fought each other? Zhang Yang inquired. Yes, they have. Why do you keep asking such elementary questions? Yang Shishir replied. Zhang Yang facepalmed. Indeed, the very thing he feared had come to pass. The mere thought of King Kong wielding his battle axe while Godzilla unleashed his atomic breath sent a thrill down his spine. Then, Zhang Yang suddenly recalled something. What about those superheroes? After the cataclysm, they had vanished without a trace, and no one knew where they had gone. Yang Shishir sighed softly. Good grief, Zhang Yang exclaimed. All the superheroes have disappeared. Leaving these monsters unchecked, don't worry, Blue Star is vast. They won't specifically come to our location, Zhang Yang reassured himself. However, no sooner had he spoken than the red began to move, heading directly towards the Huaxia tectonic plate. Yang Shishir looked up, staring at him in shock. Zhang Yang's expression turned serious. Continue monitoring King Kong's trajectory. I have something else to attend to. Yang Shishir nodded gravely. After leaving her room, Zhang Yang summoned Dual IV Dream. Calculate for me, can the base withstand a fully powered Godzilla and King Kong wielding a battle axe? Zhang Yang commanded. Dual IV Dream swiftly performed the calculations and responded. No, the base must be upgraded to at least level 3 to withstand these two titans. Zhang Yang opened the base's upgrade panel. Base level, 2 shield value, 10,000 weapons, supernova cannon, gravity cannon, laser cannon upgrade conditions. All facilities must reach level 5, and the host must attain the level of a great farmer. At the current upgrade pace, by the time he finished upgrading the base, those two behemoths would be at his doorstep. Zhang Yang continued to inquire, are there any other options? Dual IV Dream replied. I cannot upgrade the base's shield or main weapon, but I can enhance the secondary weapons. As long as you provide the blueprints and materials, I can upgrade them. After a brief pause, it added. Moreover, you can also modify the ice crystal giants to enhance their combat strength. Zhang Yang was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the second option was quite feasible. After all, in the movies, even mechanical Godzilla could contend with Godzilla and King Kong. Why couldn't he cultivate a formidable group of monsters based on the ice crystal giants? Please elaborate on the second option, Zhang Yang requested. Dual IV Dream displayed a screen showing the various data of the ice crystal giants and explained. Enhancing strength can be achieved through external equipment and internal genetic modification. Since you possess a planet, materials for crafting equipment will not be a concern, as long as you provide the blueprints. I can create a set tailored to your specifications. As for genetic modification, it's quite simple. Just feed them the crops and fruits you cultivate. However, Zhang Yang interjected, however, what? Dual IV Dream continued, due to the current low level of the plants. Their enhancement effects on giant creatures are not significant enough, so we must find a way to improve the quality and quantity of the crops. To do this, we will require biological materials. Zhang Yang felt it was time to lead his giant monster army to harvest some materials. First, figure out the principles behind the gravity gun, laser cannon, electronic sword, and external mech exoskeleton. I'll handle the rest. Zhang Yang instructed. Understood. Mastered. I have already begun my research, and the external mech exoskeleton is nearly complete, Dual IV Dream replied. Good work, keep it up, Zhang Yang said before heading to the connection tower. Upon logging into the connection tower, Zhang Yang received a flurry of messages from friends, all from Carlo. Ever since Carlo had purchased some food from him, he had seemingly vanished, and Zhang Yang had begun to worry about his well-being. Zhang Yang opened the message box to find Carlo requesting a food exchange, claiming he had hunted some monster materials. After sending a reply, Carlo logged in almost immediately. Finally found you. I thought you had perished. Carlo exclaimed, rushing to embrace Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. It seemed everyone shared the same concerns. Residents of a planet under the watch of pirate groups, constantly teetering on the brink of life and death. Such thoughts were hardly surprising. So, how much food do you wish to exchange this time? Zhang Yang asked. 100 times what I requested last time, Carlo replied. So much? Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise. You see, my kin found out about my food exchange with you, and they want to come here for food as well. they've gathered a lot of monster materials. Is that all right? Carlo continued. Jiang Yang smiled. Of course, that's perfectly fine. After upgrading the farmland and orchards, the yield of food has multiplied several times over, enough for both of us to enjoy. Besides, I'm in need of monster materials. Excellent. Let's proceed with the trade, Carlo said, promptly placing all the monster materials his kin had provided on the exchange platform. Jiang Yang placed his ton of gemstone bananas and corn on the platform as well. These two staple foods offered minimal attribute enhancement but were highly filling. And the quantity was substantial. This was merely 1/3 of what he had. With a flash of light, the ton of food vanished, and in its place, a multitude of monster corpses began to pour forth, quickly filling the entire base. Chapter 44. Why does this name sound so familiar? Jiang Yang could not simply watch as the base was overwhelmed. He hurriedly opened his backpack to store all the monster materials. In the end, he filled his backpack's capacity of 25,000 completely. Good grief, the base was still littered with monster materials. Jiang Yang surveyed the ground, noting that the monster corpses were of considerable size. One leg could measure 3 to 4 meters, and a single head nearly matched the height of a table. Such monsters, if placed on Blue Star, would at least be classified as intermediate aberrations. However, on Carlo's Jupiter, known as Monster Star, they were merely average. As such sizes were quite common. One of these monsters could occupy hundreds of units of backpack space. Carlo was exceedingly generous, sending dozens of them. Even more astonishingly, Carlo inquired, "Is this enough? If not, I can send more." Jiang Yang quickly nodded. "That's sufficient. No need to send more. If you send any more, I won't have room to store them." "All right then, see you later," Carlo said as he exited the connection tower. Jiang Yang also departed, summoning the mechanical guards to assist in transporting the monster corpses to the research room. Hearing the commotion, Yang Shirsher rushed out, her gaze widening in shock upon witnessing the scene. "What on earth happened?" she exclaimed. Jiang Yang replied, "These are some monster materials I collected outside, intended to use as fertilizer." "Let me help," Yang Shirsher offered. "No need," Jiang Yang quickly responded. "Just keep an eye on King Kong. You shouldn't have to do this dirty work." Yang Shirsher was taken aback by Jiang Yang's sudden thoughtfulness, then solemnly declared, "I'll take care of monitoring King Kong." She then returned to her bedroom, fixated on the computer, continuously monitoring the movements of King Kong, while also ensuring that Godzilla's whereabouts were not neglected. Any news would be immediately relayed to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang transferred the monster materials stored in the base to the laboratory and then accessed the seed synthesis panel. The secondary seed list contained numerous seeds that bestowed unique abilities upon the consumer, such as the flame apple, which enabled the eater to wield the power of fire. Currently, a few flame apple trees were planted in the orchard. Yet they had yet to mature. Allowing the frost giant to harness the power of fire would undoubtedly significantly enhance its strength. However, this was not sufficient. Jiang Yang perused the seed list and discovered the steel durian, which could fortify the body, and the swift cherry, which could enhance speed and reflexes. Steel durian level. Secondary seed materials required for synthesis. Intermediate insect soldier shells can be substituted with skins of beasts of the same or higher level 10. Intermediate beast bones 20. Description. The nutrients within the fruit grant the consumer a strength akin to steel. Upon reaching a certain level of strength, the consumer gains the toughening skill, significantly boosting defense for a short duration. Swift cherry level. Secondary seed materials required for synthesis. Intermediate beast wings 5. Intermediate insect soldier or beast brains 20. Description. This fruit markedly enhances the user's speed and reflexes. However, excessive consumption may lead to mutations, resulting in the growth of wings and the ability to fly. Currently, there was only enough land to cultivate these two varieties, yet many others remained, such as grapes that commanded the power of lightning, rambutan that could render the consumer invisible, and longan that emitted laser light from the eyes. Jiang Yang utilized monster materials to substitute for the insect soldier components, synthesizing a sufficient quantity of seeds, while converting the remainder into level 3 fertilizer. Level 3 fertilizer function reduces crop maturation time by 12 hours and guarantees a 10% increase in crop quality, with a 5% chance of yielding rare quality. Materials required: intermediate insect soldier or beast corpses production time. 30 minutes. Rare quality fruits will have enhanced attributes and critical hit effects. Jiang Yang placed all the monster materials into the fertilizer maker and added them to the queue. He would simply need to wait. Once the monster materials were exhausted, they would automatically be retrieved from his inventory. Leaving the laboratory under the watchful eye of Duo Live Dream, Jiang Yang proceeded to Titan Windstar. Upon arrival, he observed 17 frost giants roaming near the indigenous village. Their presence instilled an unparalleled sense of security within the natives. With these guardians present, the monsters on Titan Wind Star dared not approach the village. Even flying overhead with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing these colossal beings. Given that the atmosphere of Titan Wind Star contained 30% special energy, it was highly conducive to the frost giants' recovery. In just half a day, their wounds had nearly healed, with some of their ice crystal shields fully restored. Sensing Jiang Yang's aura, they immediately gathered around him, kneeling before him. "Feel free to roam," Jiang Yang instructed. The frost giants dispersed once more. Entering the village, he found the natives attentively listening to Mei Mei's lecture. Having realized that providing them with materials for self-study was inefficient, he assigned Mei Mei to teach them directly, resulting in notable improvements. They had already acquired some basic Mandarin, eliminating the need for gestural communication. "Do you have any commands, Great Lord?" The village chief and the villagers gazed at him with reverent expressions. "Nothing urgent. Please continue your lesson without concern for me," Jiang Yang replied. "Understood, Great Lord." The villagers immediately resumed their concentrated listening to Mei Mei. Jiang Yang moved toward the mining area, gathering the accumulated vibrating steel, and ascended to the mountain's peak, surveying the desolate planet. According to the information provided by Duo Live Dream, the creature within the Earth's core was extraordinarily powerful, and he could not contend with it at his current strength. Thus, revitalizing this planet in the near term seemed improbable, and he had no desire to do so. Once the planet's resources were exposed, it would inevitably attract numerous interstellar colonial forces vying for control. Jiang Yang understood the adage that a common man is often punished for possessing something precious. Standing upon the shoulder of the frost giant and gazing up at the sky from the mountaintop, Jiang Yang clenched his fists, vowing that one day he would become an entity feared by all powerful beings in the universe. Upon returning to the base, Jiang Yang inquired about the progress of weapon research with Duo Live Dream. The response indicated that the research on the external mech skeleton was nearly complete. However, manufacturing it posed a significant challenge, especially in adapting it to the size of the frost giants. With the current output rate of the mine, it would take 3 days to produce enough material for a single mech arm for the ice crystal giant. Jiang Yang promptly instructed Duo Live Dream to redirect efforts toward researching electronic swords, gravity cannons, and laser cannons. Rather than expend effort creating a cumbersome mech for the frost giants, it would be more advantageous to equip them with powerful weapons. "Understood, Master. I shall work diligently. Tonight, I shall reward you with dorayaki." "Master, you are too kind. I adore you." Jiang Yang pushed away the exuberant Duo Live Dream, urging it to return to work, and then opened the world channel. After a lengthy absence, he was curious about the group's current situation. Upon lifting the ban, he immediately received a private message from a foreign individual who identified himself as Peter Parker and claimed to have important matters to discuss. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. The name sounded familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that it belonged to Spider-Man. Just as he was about to inquire if the other party was indeed Spider-Man, a video call request was sent. Jiang Yang accepted it. The screen revealed a young foreign man who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Spider-Man he knew. "Indeed, I am Spider-Man," Parker confirmed. "Do you need a moment to collect your thoughts?" Jiang Yang took a deep breath and replied, "No need." Parker stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I expected you to be more excited upon meeting the real Spider-Man." "Are you truly Spider-Man?" Jiang Yang questioned. Instead of answering directly, Parker shot out webbing from his wrist, ensnaring a water bottle on a table several meters away and pulling it to himself for a drink. "Need any further proof?" The web-slinging maneuver was something only Spider-Man could execute, and Jiang Yang nodded. "No further proof needed. I believe you are indeed Spider-Man. But what of the other superheroes? Where are they?" Parker's expression turned grave. "Those 2 questions I cannot answer at this moment. Is it because of the pirate group?" Jiang Yang surmised, realizing this was the only logical explanation. "The superheroes must be hiding from the pirate group." Parker nodded. "Very well, then what brings you to me? Are you asking me to help you deal with Godzilla and King Kong?" Jiang Yang speculated. "You guessed correctly, but not alongside you. Rather, alone," Parker stated seriously. Due to certain special circumstances, I cannot reveal my identity, so it must be you who takes action. Zhang Yang was taken aback. You want me to go alone? Listen, I know this sounds unbelievable, but this was the consensus among all of us. Your strength is recognized by many superheroes, and more importantly, you possess advantages we do not. Parker spoke earnestly. Fine, I accept, Zhang Yang conceded. He had already intended to confront Godzilla and King Kong. Even without Parker's urging, he would have pursued it. I knew you would agree. But let me remind you, what does the greater the power mean? You mentioned you agreed? Parker was momentarily stunned, having anticipated a more challenging negotiation with Zhang Yang, only to find it concluded so swiftly. Zhang Yang nodded in affirmation. Parker appeared frustrated, having prepared an elaborate speech for persuasion, only to find it unnecessary. All right, given that facing two monsters alone is somewhat daunting, we can provide you with some mental and technical support. Here is a dossier concerning Wakandan technology. I hope it proves useful. As soon as he finished speaking, a glimmer appeared at the exchange station, revealing a bead. This was indeed a high-tech product from Wakanda, the Kimoyo bead, and it was a high-level AV bead. It could provide holographic video and audio and even access Wakanda's database. Zhang Yang picked up the Kimoyo bead, which projected a holographic panel displaying rapidly scrolling data, all pertaining to Wakanda's vibranium technology. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Wakandan vibranium technology. Host has obtained a basic industrial facility for manufacturing technological devices. Zhang Yang was overjoyed. This was precisely what he had been lacking. Parker remarked, this Kimoyo bead contains a portion of Wakandan vibranium technology. I hope you find it useful. We cannot intervene directly, so the subsequent matters rely solely on you. If you have any other questions, feel free to contact me. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Very well, then. Farewell. Parker terminated the video call. Zhang Yang opened the construction panel and chose to build a primary industrial room adjacent to the bedroom. With a flicker of light, the primary industrial room was completed. Primary industrial room level, 1 area, 100 square meters. Technologies available. Wakandan vibranium technology, 30. External exoskeleton technology upgrade requirements. Acquire all vibranium technologies from Wakanda or obtain all technologies from Stark Industries. Level 2 Energy Core 1. Behind the transparent walls lay a spacious industrial room. Zhang Yang was now capable of producing vibranium spears, defensive cloaks, vibranium armor, Kimoyo beads, and remote-controlled vehicle spaceships, alongside certain medical technologies. Although the current access to vibranium technology was limited to 30%, it was undoubtedly sufficient for Zhang Yang's needs at present. Other advanced technologies, such as high-speed maglev trains, spaceships, and dome shields, remained out of reach given his current resources. Zhang Yang gazed at the industrial room behind the wall, a smile gracing his face. This would soon become the Wakandan base of operations. He promptly summoned Dorvi Meng, instructing him to take charge of the industrial room and commence the production of vibranium weapons tailored to the frost giant size. Given Wakanda's reverence for tribal culture, most weapons were primarily melee cold weapons. However, with the incorporation of vibranium technology, even cold weapons became extraordinarily formidable. Zhang Yang accessed the manufacturing panel, revealing a plethora of familiar technologies from the Marvel Universe. Vibranium spear description, capable of neutralizing opponents' attacks and counterattacking from a distance. Materials required. Vibranium can be substituted with the equivalent material, vibrasteel, tin, to scale up. Multiply the materials required by the size factor. Vibranium armor description. Armor designed for the battle rhinos. Significantly enhancing defensive and impact capabilities. Materials required. Vibranium 200 among these weapons. The two were the most practical. Zhang Yang calculated the materials necessary based on his size and that of the frost giant. To forge a vibranium spear suitable for the frost giant would require approximately 600 units of vibrasteel, while crafting the vibranium armor necessitated 12,000 units, given the current mining rate, which yielded 200 units of vibrasteel ore daily. And accounting for a 20% reduction in conversion from ore to vibrasteel, the daily yield would amount to merely 160 units. The vibrasteel Zhang Yang had accumulated over the past few days was only sufficient for a single vibranium spear. What was he to do? Should he forge a spear for human use, allowing the frost giant to wield it as a mere toothpick for Godzilla's acupuncture? The image was too delightful to contemplate. Zhang Yang resolved to upgrade the mining facility to enhance extraction speed or procure additional vibrasteel. He first handed over the vibrasteel he possessed to Dorvi Meng before heading to the connection tower. With a remaining sum of cosmic currency, he purchased 3 energy stones, but his funds were dwindling. He discovered that the price of a level 2 energy core was at least 10,000 cosmic coins, exorbitantly steep. However, he learned that these energy cores were developed by a semi-mechanical civilization, prompting him to contact Moss. Level 2 energy core. Such items are typically reserved for large spacecraft. Are you intending to construct a ship? Moss inquired. No. Do you have any available? Zhang Yang replied. I do, though they come at a premium. However, if you are willing to exchange a frost giant, I can offer you a discount. Very well, let us trade a frost giant. The frost giant had now become Zhang Yang's primary currency. Moss chuckled. 1 frost giant for 1 level 2 energy core. Deal. Zhang Yang transported what appeared to be the weakest frost giant from Titan Windstar and received a level 2 energy core in return. Remember to seek me out for future transactions. Farewell. Moss logged off. Zhang Yang departed from the connection tower and approached the mining facility. Ding. Upgrade conditions for the mining facility have been met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes. A radiant light enveloped the area as the mining facility began its upgrade. Chapter 46. Consume the golden apple of abilities. Ding. Mining facility upgrade successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,000 experience points. Post-upgrade, the mining facility expanded tenfold, and the mining machines underwent enhancements. The drill bits were not only larger but also operated at a faster drilling speed, with the number of machines increased to 5. The smelting furnaces also rose to 5 in number. Mining facility level, 2 connected or veins. 1 3 current or vein. Vibrosteel or automatic mining rate. 300 units per hour automatic smelting rate. 600 units per hour materials required for upgrade. Vibrosteel or 1500. Cosmic Energy Stone 15, Level 3 Energy Core 1. In connection to 3 ore veins following the upgrade, the mining speed increased 30-fold. Furthermore, the facility could connect to 2 new ore veins, allowing Zhang Yang to extract additional minerals. The automatic mining machines operated at great speed, delivering piles of vibrosteel ore to the smelting furnaces, where it was refined into pure vibrosteel. With the current extraction rate, the supply was more than adequate to meet the demand for crafting vibranium weapons. Would you like to connect to the industrial room? Once connected, the refined vibrosteel will be transmitted directly to the manufacturing chain. Zhang Yang readily agreed, as this would save him considerable effort. At that moment, Dor V. Ming sent a message informing Zhang Yang that the seeds and fertilizers for the laboratory had been successfully synthesized. Observing the remaining 16 frost giants, Zhang Yang departed from Titan Windstar. Upon returning to the base, he summoned the mechanical guards to sow the seeds and began a fervent fertilization process. Level 3 fertilizer could reduce the maturation time by 12 hours and offered a 5% chance of yielding rare quality produce. The maturation time for flame apples, rapid cherries, and steel durian was generally 5 days, meaning 10 bags of fertilizer could hasten the growth of 1 fruit. Ding. Flame apple maturation time reduced by 12 hours. Ding. Rapid cherry maturation time reduced by 12 hours. Ding. Steel durian maturation time reduced by 12 hours. Ding. Flame apple maturation time reduced by 12 hours, and a rare quality golden flame apple has been harvested. In the midst of fertilizing, Zhang Yang paused, rising to inspect the flame apple tree he had just treated. The leaves and fruits, initially adorned with faint red flames, had transformed into a radiant golden hue upon achieving rare quality. Even the skin of the fruit had turned to gold, resembling apples crafted from the finest gold. With a 5% chance of obtaining rare quality from level 3 fertilizer, Zhang Yang was pleasantly surprised by his good fortune. Having produced rare quality produced twice in a row. Continuing to fertilize, the mechanical guards were tirelessly pouring bag after bag into the orchard. The fruit trees grew at an astonishing rate. A sapling that had been half a person tall just a moment ago now towered 3 to 4 meters high. Laden with fruit, ding, golden flame apples have matured. The lush apple trees were adorned with golden apples, each enveloped in radiant golden flames, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. Zhang Yang plucked one to taste. The juice was sweet and rich, and he finished it in just a few bites. Soon after, he sensed a change within his body and promptly opened the information panel. Farm owner. Zhang Yang level 3 farm owner experience points. 65 55 10500 strength, 120. 74 agility. 118.58 fire resistance and high temperature resistance. 13. Fire damage and high temperature damage reduction of 6.5, Upon reaching 300, will master fire abilities, backpack capacity, 34 55 25,000. A single golden flame apple increased his fire resistance by 5%. Could it be that consuming a multitude of them would grant him mastery over fire? Without hesitation, Jiang Yang proceeded to pick dozens of golden flame apples. With hundreds of apples on a single tree, the portion he harvested amounted to merely a tenth. Jiang Yang gazed at the apples before him, beginning to consume them one after another. By the end, he felt quite full, with only a few left. Jiang Yang sensed that he could eat no more. Were it not for the golden flame apples transforming into energy to integrate into his body, he feared he might burst. It seemed he would have to wait until the next meal to try again. No sooner had he thought this than the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden flame. With a sudden puff, golden flames erupted from his body, the intense heat distorting the air around him. A smile graced Jiang Yang's lips. At that moment, the base's fire detection system identified an anomalous temperature in the orchard, concluding that a fire had broken out. Instantly, the sprinklers above the orchard released a cascade of spiritual water. Droplets cascaded from above, yet before they could touch Jiang Yang, they evaporated into thin air. Alarms blared throughout the orchard. Only then did Jiang Yang extinguish the golden flames and access his information panel. Farm owner, Jiang Yang level, Tier 3 farm owner experience points, 6555 10500 strength, 120.74 agility, 118.58 fire resistance and high temperature attributes, 626, fire, high temperature damage reduction, 313, ability 1, golden flame, possessing a temperature of 1000 degrees Celsius. For every 100 points increase in fire resistance and high temperature attributes, the power of the golden flame will rise by 1000 degrees Celsius, with a maximum limit of 3000 degrees Celsius. Backpack capacity, 34 55 25,000. Jiang Yang toyed with the golden flames in his hands, which he could manipulate without incinerating his clothing. However, if cast aside, it would unleash astonishing destructive power. This also resolved a long-standing curiosity of Jiang Yang's. Why characters in games and novels could wield fire without their clothes catching fire. What just happened? Yang Shishir, having heard the commotion, approached the orchard and gasped at the sight of the golden flames in Jiang Yang's hands. Your hand is on fire. Jiang Yang retracted the golden flames and replied with a smile. This is an ability. Yang Shishir stared in disbelief. You possess an ability? Are you a mutant? Jiang Yang shook his head slightly. Of course not. And you can possess abilities as well. Yang Shishir found it even harder to believe. She had always yearned for an ability, dreaming of becoming a superhero capable of saving the world. Since childhood, she had admired superheroes, wishing to be a mutant herself, yet lamenting that mutant powers were innate. Now Jiang Yang claimed she could also acquire such an ability, leaving her in disbelief. Jiang Yang plucked a golden flame apple and placed it in her hand. If you eat 60 of these apples, you will gain an ability. Yang Shishir looked skeptical. Are you sure? Absolutely, give it a try. Jiang Yang encouraged. 60 apples presented quite a challenge. Gritting her teeth, Yang Shishir began to eat. By the time she reached the 57th apple, golden flames erupted from her body. I can control the power of flames now, she exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she gazed at the golden flames swirling around her. However, in her exhilaration, she lost control of the temperature, reducing her clothing to ashes. The sight of her graceful form left Jiang Yang momentarily speechless. Yang Shishir, too, felt something was amiss. Glancing down, she realized her attire had vanished. At that moment, the fire prevention system activated again, and sprinklers began to spray water. Yang Shishir instinctively covered her vital areas, flustered and unsure of what to do. Jiang Yang quickly removed his jacket and said, "Don't panic, just focus on controlling it." As the golden flames on Yang Shishir finally extinguished, Jiang Yang approached and wrapped his jacket around her upper body. The sprinklers drenched both of them. They stood close enough to feel each other's warmth and heartbeat. Yang Shishir's gaze became somewhat dazed. The orchard now brimmed with a hint of enchantment. Just as Jiang Yang leaned in to kiss her, a mechanical guardian approached with a clattering sound, tapping him on the shoulder and gesturing at an empty fertilizer bag, indicating it needed refilling. Yang Shishir, her face flushed, turned away shyly. I'll go change clothes. With that, She hurried back to her room. Jiang Yang felt exasperated. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped away. He glanced at the mechanical guardian, which wore an innocent expression, pointing at the bag. Jiang Yang retrieved fertilizer from his backpack and piled it in the corner for the guardian to continue its work before heading to his room to change clothes. Chapter 47. The frost giant evolves into the fire and ice giant upon emerging from his room dressed anew. Jiang Yang collided with Yang Shishir, who had donned a thigh-length nightgown that accentuated her tall figure. Leaving little to the imagination, it seemed she had forgotten the earlier incident and was now earnestly showing Jiang Yang something on her computer. I have made a significant discovery. What news about King Kong? Jiang Yang inquired. Yang Shishir replied, it seems King Kong has altered its destination. It is heading to Africa. Jiang Yang's brow furrowed as he promptly opened the world channel. Since Godzilla lacked a locator, determining its whereabouts relied solely on the messages shared by others in the group. In recent days, they had been discussing Godzilla extensively. Godzilla had awakened near the oceans of the Euro-American plate, wreaking havoc with seemingly intent, targeting cities with nuclear power plants. Each nuclear plant destroyed enhanced its power incrementally. This isn't random destruction. It's searching for a place to recharge, Jiang Yang surmised. What does King Kong seek in Africa? Yang Shishir pondered for a moment before her eyes widened. King Kong's battle axe has fallen into a pyramid in Egypt. It wants to reclaim its axe. Jiang Yang stroked his chin, realizing both Godzilla and King Kong were seeking ways to augment their powers. Should we intervene? Yang Shishir asked. Jiang Yang shook his head slightly. We cannot stop them. However, their actions do afford us some extra time. Pausing, he added, prepare yourself. We are going to the insect nest. The insect nest? That place is perilous. What is the purpose of such a visit? Yang Shishir queried, surprised. Jiang Yang responded, do not ask so many questions. Just prepare. Taking a deep breath, Yang Shishir acquiesced. All right. Jiang Yang returned to the orchard, where some fruit trees had matured. Fortune smiled upon him, as each type of tree yielded a rare fruit. Keep the rare fruits. Gather all the others to take to Titanium Windstar. Jiang Yang summoned Wankai, placing the fruits before it, instructing it to devour them all. The frost giant, being enormous, consumed even more, seizing dozens of apples in one grasp, devouring durians whole, and cherries without hesitation, swallowing hundreds at once, including the pits. Jiang Yang had brought 300 pounds of fire apples, 1,000 pounds of steel durians, and 400 pounds of speedy cherries. This bounty was the result of over 30 bags of fertilizer. The fire apples and speedy cherries were devoured first, while midway through the steel durians, Wankai suddenly erupted with a searing red glow. Clenching its fists, Wankai roared skyward, unleashing a torrent of frost and flame, creating a tempest that engulfed the area in chaos, turning the already sparse flora into mere ash and ice shards. Jiang Yang donned the berserker mech to withstand the ferocity of the winds. Wankai's form continued to expand, and 2 fleshy orbs began to grow from its back. Suddenly, with a pop, the orbs burst open, revealing 2 colossal wings that, when spread, could cover an entire village. The fierce winds swept through, uprooting homes, prompting the indigenous villagers to seek refuge in the mines. Wankai soared into the sky, emitting a deafening roar. Other frost giants looked on in astonishment. Though they were kin, they sensed the overwhelming power radiating from Wankai. That should suffice, Jiang Yang declared just as Wankai landed before him. With a resounding thud, it kicked up a cloud of dust before kneeling. Ding! Congratulations! Your servant, the frost giant, has successfully evolved into the fire and ice giant. Ding! Your servant has learned a new skill, Ice and Fire Tempest. Jiang Yang examined Wankai, noting the fiery patterns that had emerged on its body. Its icy crystal shield had transformed into a blue-red hue, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Its size had increased from 100 meters to 150 meters. While it still fell short of the levels of Godzilla and King Kong, it represented a significant advancement. More importantly, it not only gained the ability to fly but also acquired a ranged area of effect attack, the Ice and Fire Tempest. Jiang Yang looked upon Wankai with great satisfaction. Now, with over 1,000 bags of fertilizer at his disposal, he had ample resources to transform the remaining 15 frost giants, potentially elevating them all to the same level as Godzilla. Jiang Yang inquired if the Dori V Dream had completed the Xinjiang weapons. Dor-IV Dream replied, Master, I have only crafted one Jinjin spear thus far, I'll take that for now. Continue crafting the other weapons, Zhang Yang instructed. Zhang Yang presented the long, 100-meter-long vibranium spear before Wang Kai. Wang Kai grasped the spear, brandished it a few times, then aimed at a distant hill, hurling it with great force. The vibranium spear sliced through the air, crashing into the hillside with a resounding thud. Sending shards of rock flying in all directions, the hill erupted in a thunderous explosion, with the spear embedded halfway into the mountainside, surrounded by deep fissures. Wang Kai soared over, extracted the spear, and returned to Zhang Yang. Kneeling in gratitude, as a creature of the giant beast lineage, it revered the strong and was profoundly grateful to those who enhanced its power. Zhang Yang had elevated its strength significantly, and in its eyes, he remained a paternal figure. Zhang Yang's gaze fell upon the village, now reduced to ruins by the icy firestorm, and he instructed Mei Mei, you shall direct them to reconstruct the village, ensuring it is sturdier than before. Mei Mei nodded slightly, replying, as you wish, my master. With that, Zhang Yang departed with Wang Kai, while the other frost giants looked on with envy. Yang Shishir had donned her external mech skeleton, equipped with weapons, and awaited outside the base in full armor. At this moment, the temperature had plummeted to -100 degrees. Were it not for her possession of golden flames, she would have been frozen solid the instant she stepped outside. Observing the golden flames enveloping her, the alien spectators watching through the Ghost Eye broadcast displayed expressions of utter confusion. What could possibly be the source of that golden flame on her? I have heard rumors of a mutated human species known as mutants on this planet. Could she be one of them? Mutants? Didn't those creatures perish long ago? On the moon, Li Zak observed Yang Shishir through a holographic panel. Sneering, a new mutant, perhaps? At that moment, a fierce wind swept across the sky above the base, dispersing the mist. A colossal entity descended before Yang Shishai. Li Zak's pupils contracted sharply. Yang Shishir stood agape, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of the massive creature, the weight of its presence rendering her breathless. She momentarily feared it was Godzilla, and cold sweat poured down her face. Its eye. Do not be afraid. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yang Shishir looked up to see Zhang Yang standing atop the creature's shoulder. Waving at her, a tempest of emotions surged within her. Simultaneously, the alien spectators were left in shocked. Is that really a frost giant? Absolutely not. Frost giants are not this large, nor do they possess wings. Where did he acquire such a beast? It appears even more formidable than the frost giants. What is he planning? Zhang Yang instructed Wang Kai to crouch down and extended his hand, lifting Yang Shishir to his shoulder. Standing beside Zhang Yang, she gazed around, feeling as though she stood atop the summit of Tai Mountain. Below lay a vast sea of mist, resembling a cloud ocean. Steady yourself. We are departing, Zhang Yang declared. Wang Kai took colossal strides toward the insect nest. Surprisingly, Yang Shishir felt no swaying, as if standing firmly upon solid ground. On the moon, Li Zak's expression shifted as he observed Zhang Yang's trajectory. He seems to be heading toward the insect nest. Could he possibly be intending to confront the insect horde? To challenge a race even the frost giants fear? Does he seek his own demise? Not necessarily. The creature he commands is exceptional. Perhaps he truly can eradicate the insect horde. The insect queen is a precious asset. Does the pirate faction not care? But Du Lu, overhearing this, scoffed derisively. Do not forget. The insect queen devoured the corpse of a frost giant. Suddenly, everyone comprehended the implications. They had nearly overlooked that fact. Given the insect horde's grotesque evolutionary capabilities, they must have developed new abilities. Did this mean the young man was courting death? It had been ages since the insect horde had shown their hand, and the thought of witnessing the insect soldiers shred their foes filled them with excitement. Li Zak scoffed. Such arrogance. The insect horde's individual combat capabilities are not remarkable. Their true terror lies in their numbers and execution. Once the insect soldiers reach a certain threshold, even planetary-level beings will tremble in fear. Just days ago, the insect queen devoured another frost giant. By my estimation, the insect horde is now perilously close to achieving a mid-level nest, with their numbers reaching staggering heights in my view. Zhang Yang's venture into the insect horde's territory is nothing short of self-inflicted torment. The footsteps of the ice-fire giant stirred the inhabitants of the base, prompting them to activate surveillance cameras to investigate the situation outside, revealing a giant wielding a spear moving through the thick mist. Perched upon the giant's shoulder were two figures. The shock of this sight rivaled that of Godzilla's emergence. Everyone's attention shifted to the colossal being in the Chinese region. Some were captivated by this new monster. What is this creature? Those two figures look strikingly familiar. Aren't they Jiang Yang and Yang Shishir? When did he subdue such a beast? How did we receive no word of this? Look at how they are enveloped in golden flames. They are mutants. Parker, who had been closely monitoring the global channel, furrowed his brow upon seeing the photos and videos shared by the others. Jiang Yang is a mutant? But that was not mentioned in the reports. Furthermore, the colossal creature he commands should have been a frost giant. Why has it transformed into something even larger and more imposing? And that weapon in the giant's hand. It resembles an oversized vibranium spear. How did he create it? Parker's mind swirled with astonishment and confusion. His curiosity about Jiang Yang surpassed even that of the average person regarding superheroes. Is he preparing to confront Godzilla and King Kong? But they are not in that direction, Parker pondered, perplexed. At that moment, another video surfaced, revealing the giant halting near the insect nest. Parker gasped, realizing Jiang Yang intended to assault the nest to him. The insect horde seemed more terrifying than Godzilla and King Kong. If Godzilla and King Kong were capable of ground-level destruction, then the insect horde was a planetary-level annihilator. The two were not even in the same league. To eradicate the insect horde, one must possess an impeccably crafted strategy. Otherwise, failure would only result in the horde evolving to become even more formidable. Ultimately, they would not even require other monsters to intervene. Blue Star would be obliterated at their hands. Parker hastily attempted to contact Jiang Yang. As Jiang Yang planned his assault on the insect nest, he received Parker's message advising against an attack, as it could accelerate the nest's evolution. Listen to me. The nest characteristic is that it grows stronger with each battle. Once threatened, its evolution rate will increase. We should wait until the pirate faction is dealt with before formulating a plan for the nest, Parker urged. Jiang Yang replied, by then, the insect horde may have already claimed the entire planet. But you must understand, should you fail, it will hasten the insect horde's evolution, leading to even graver consequences, Parker insisted sternly. I assure you. I am 100% confident, Jiang Yang responded. Parker let out a long breath. Conceding, very well, you must stream the entire process so I can monitor it. If things take a turn for the worse, I will instruct you to withdraw immediately. What a peculiar request, Jiang Yang remarked. Just broadcast it. I will restrict access to myself alone. Besides, the live stream will not interfere with your battle. To avoid Parker's persistent inquiries, Jiang Yang reluctantly initiated the live stream. Through the broadcast, viewers were treated to a close-up of the ice-fire giant, its imposing presence nearly rivaling that of Godzilla. Parker promptly transmitted the live stream back to Wakanda, where numerous superheroes could analyze the situation, thus enabling Jiang Yang to avoid risks. Upon witnessing the live stream, Rogers's expression turned grave, and he hastily summoned the other superheroes. While Blue Star was already in dire straits, if the insect horde were to be provoked into a frenzy of evolution, Blue Star would meet its end. Thus, this matter could not be taken lightly. In a secluded valley in Wakanda, a hidden shield concealed a luxurious villa beside a tranquil pond. Tony and his daughter fished by the water's edge while his wife, Pepper, lovingly prepared tea and snacks, assisting them with bait. To protect their family's serene existence from disturbances, Tony had employed Wakandan technology to create the shield. Just as they were enjoying their time together, a voice cut through the tranquility. Tony, the captain urgently seeks you. The smiles on their faces faded simultaneously. I have told you. Do not bother me, Tony replied impatiently. Roddy, outside the shield, responded helplessly. This is an exception. There's been activity at the insect nest. If something goes wrong, even Wakanda may cease to exist. Tony's expression shifted slightly. Without Wakanda, his family would be left to wander the cosmos. Tony, this is genuinely crucial. I implore you, Roddy said gravely. Tony's gaze flickered. Pepper smiled softly. Go ahead. Tony gazed at his daughter. Little Morgan planted a kiss on his cheek and exclaimed, Daddy, I will catch a big fish for you to eat when you return. All right, I shall return swiftly, Tony replied. embracing his daughter and casting a tender glance at his wife before rising from his concealed shelter. Upon emerging, he saw Rhodey waiting anxiously outside. Rhodey, with a grave expression, stated, "The captain is awaiting us in the conference hall." "Then what are we waiting for?" The Iron Man nanotech armor enveloped Tony's body, blue flames erupting from his feet and palms as he soared toward the royal conference hall. Rhodey hastily summoned his war machine to follow suit. Tony alighted in the conference hall, the nanotech suit dissipating automatically. He scanned the room, his gaze settling on Rogers. "What transpired at the Hive?" Rogers projected the live feed onto the holographic screen, explaining, "Jiang Yang is planning to strike at the Hive." Tony furrowed his brow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "Excuse me for interrupting, but who is Jiang Yang? Does anyone here know him? What audacity does he possess to provoke the insectoids? Is he tired of living?" Chapter 49. What happened to the Hive? It's the Hive that has been prodded. He is a superhero born after the cataclysm. That is all the information we have about him. Rogers handed Tony the holographic panel containing Jiang Yang's data. Tony merely glanced at it, his brow furrowing further. Has the standard for superheroes fallen so low? He then surveyed everyone in the room. His power is extraordinary and could provide us with significant assistance, Charles remarked. Tony retorted, "Can he defeat the pirate syndicate? Can he save this planet?" The conference hall fell into immediate silence. "Are we not burdened enough with our own troubles?" Tony expressed his disappointment, promptly advising the reckless young man to cease his actions and remain at the base, avoiding any foolish heroics. "I've already tried to dissuade him, but to no avail. Moreover, we cannot reach the scene to stop him. We can only offer him advice through the live feed to help him successfully eliminate the Hive," Rogers replied. "Are you still asleep, or am I?" Tony remarked, "I cannot do it." With that, he shoved the holographic panel back to Rogers and turned to leave. Everyone watched his retreating figure. At the doorway, Tony halted, turned around, and declared, "I've changed my mind. I refuse to sit here and await my demise. I intend to construct a spacecraft to leave Blue Star in search of a means to save this planet. Who wishes to join me?" No one responded. Rhodey interjected, "There is currently no way to mask the pirate syndicate's detectors. Departing Wakanda in a spacecraft would expose us. I will focus my efforts on overcoming the pirate syndicate's detectors. Rather than wasting time here, is there no one?" Tony sighed. "Well then, I wish you all the best." With that, he turned to leave, Rhodey hastily following him. The others understood Tony's temperament. No one could sway his decision, and they were left in resigned silence. Meanwhile, as they were arguing, Jiang Yang had already commenced his assault on the Hive. According to his original plan, he intended to infiltrate the Hive and lure out the insectoid matriarch. But now such meticulousness was unnecessary. Jiang Yang instructed the Icefire Giant to raise the vibranium spear and thrust it forcefully into the Hive. The spear, spanning hundreds of meters and imbued with the Icefire Giant's elemental power, pierced through the sturdy Hive walls as if they were mere sheets of paper, breaking through dozens of layers in an instant. The Icefire Giant withdrew the spear and plunged it down again. At this temperature, most insectoid soldiers had succumbed to slumber. One thrust resulted in countless insectoids being impaled. When the vibranium spear was pulled out, it was adorned with the corpses of insectoids, resembling skewers at a barbecue stall. The Icefire Giant raised its other hand and flicked the insectoid corpses off the spear. It was as if a rain of bodies fell from the sky as soon as the insectoids exited the Hive. They were instantly frozen into ice blocks, shattering upon impact with the ground. For Jiang Yang, whether the corpses remained intact or shattered was of no consequence, as they would ultimately be transformed into synthetic fertilizer and seeds. Thus, he cared little for their damage. Instead, he urged the Icefire Jiang Yang suddenly recalled that both the rebel mech and the nano battlesuit were capable of absorbing energy damage. With these two layers of protection, they were hardly fearful of the sonic attacks unleashed by the Zerg Queen. However, Yang Shirshir was not so fortunate. Though her external mech skeleton was also crafted from vibrating steel, it was not a fully encompassing design. Her body remained exposed, rendering her defenseless against the sonic onslaught. She felt an excruciating pain in her head, as if her eardrums were about to burst. Clutching her ears, she screamed in agony, unable to maintain her balance. The Ice and Fire Giant, protected by its ice crystal shield, could partially withstand the sonic assault, Yet even it stumbled in a moment of distraction. Yang Shirshir fell from the shoulder of the ice and fire giant. A drop of over 100 meters, she would surely be crippled despite the external mech skeleton's protection were it not for Jiang Yang's quick reflexes. As he flew to catch her, the helmet of her nano battlesuit transformed into nano-robots, crawling onto her body through his palm, reconstituting into a helmet to shield her from the sonic attack. As Yang Shirshir regained her senses, she found herself in Jiang Yang's embrace, bewildered. What just happened? You fell from the shoulder of the ice and fire giant, he replied, as he carried her back onto the giant's shoulder. Looking down, they observed that the Zerg soldiers were also suffering from the sonic waves, howling in pain as they writhed in distress. It appeared that even the Zerg soldiers could not withstand the sonic assault. Jiang Yang retracted his helmet with a faint smile, resuming his offensive. The Zerg Queen's tactic of inflicting harm upon her foes while damaging her own forces proved utterly ineffective against him, inadvertently weakening her minions. This provided Jiang Yang with a splendid opportunity to attack. The ice and fire giant raised its vibrating golden spear once more, not to stab, but to unleash the weapon's defining characteristic, the ability to absorb energy from attacks and retaliate. The colossal vibrating golden spear Jiang Yang had forged was extraordinary, capable of absorbing energy 100 times more than a standard vibrating weapon, thus amplifying its retaliatory might correspondingly. Now, charged with ample energy, the spear was aimed at the swarm of Zerg soldiers. Waves of energy erupted from the spearhead, almost engulfing the entire Zerg nest. The soldiers at the epicenter of the energy wave were obliterated in an instant. As the energy wave dissipated, the surrounding Zerg were hurled into the air, their bodies unable to withstand the force, disintegrating mid-flight. This spectacle left onlookers in stunned silence, particularly Chala, the current king of Wakanda, who had not anticipated that the colossal spear was entirely crafted from vibrating steel. Beside him, Charles exclaimed, "Is this the power of your vibrating technology?" "No, I never imagined vibrating weapons could be utilized in such a manner." Chala replied, his expression one of astonishment. Charles suggested, "Then why not give it a try? Someone has already demonstrated the feasibility of this method to you." Chala, feeling the potential, nodded slightly. "I'll show this video to Princess Shuri and discuss it with her." Unbeknownst to Jiang Yang, his method of employing vibrating weapons was pioneering for Wakanda. As the residual energy waves subsided, the Zerg soldiers exposed outside the nest had been nearly annihilated. The Zerg Queen, utterly shocked, could not fathom that her grand attack had not only failed to harm her enemies but had decimated her own forces. Furious to the verge of vomiting blood, she summoned all her newly evolved Zerg soldiers. The blue eggs were torn apart by Zerg limbs, giving birth to the azure ice speed mantises. These creatures bore ice crystal shields akin to those of the frost giant and possessed wings for flight. Their forelimbs wielded two large, razor-sharp ice blades, gleaming with a chilling light. These ice speed mantises, birthed from the Zerg Queen's consumption of the frost giant's flesh, were the latest breed of Zerg soldiers. Boasting formidable defensive capabilities, astonishing speed, and terrifying offensive power. Originally intended as a last resort, the time for their use had now arrived. With a low roar, the Zerg Queen commanded hundreds of ice speed mantises to unfurl their wings and surge forth from the nest. Jiang Yang, observing the almost eerily silent Zerg nest, suddenly noticed several azure figures darting towards them. His gaze sharpened instinctively as he drew his pulse sword to shield himself. "Be careful." Yang Shirshir quickly activated her defenses. Sparks flew as several blades flashed past them, and upon looking down, Jiang Yang was alarmed to see 3 deep gashes etched into the rebel mech. A buzzing sound resonated from behind him. Turning, he beheld a swarm of ice speed mantises hovering in midair, their ice blades radiating a blinding cold light. Glancing at Yang Shirshir's external mech skeleton, he noted that it bore even deeper cuts than the rebel mech. Jiang Yang's heart sank. Was this the Zerg Queen's trump card? Such velocity and power. If vibrating steel could be cleaved, were those ice blades forged from diamonds? The ice speed mantises emitted a peculiar cry. Their glowing red eyes fixated intently on Jiang Yang, as if the Zerg Queen had issued a lethal command for his demise. Onlookers marveled at the ice speed mantis's destructive capabilities, astonished that even vibrating steel could be cut through. Look, they possess ice crystal shields similar to those of the frost giant. Are these the Zerg soldiers birthed from the Zerg Queen's consumption of the Frost Giant? The Zerg's evolutionary prowess is indeed formidable. They speculated on what other tricks he might possess. The alien spectators reveled in his predicament, finally witnessing Zhang in peril, while Wakanda's superheroes felt a deep sense of foreboding. Given their speed and ability to breach defenses, facing even a single one would likely prove a headache, let alone a horde. Parker was eager to assist Zhang, yet Rogers had issued a strict order against revealing their identities. Even if you go, you may not be of much help. Let us consider our options further, Rogers advised, and Parker reluctantly acquiesced. In the conference room, Charles remarked, if we send Quicksilver, he would undoubtedly be of assistance, but alas, we cannot exit. Clark added, I too can help, provided you allow me to go. Being Superman, few could match him on Earth, and he was no slower than Quicksilver. Yet the critical issue remained that they could not leave. Leaving them helplessly watching, Wayne interjected, let us not forget Flash Allen is still outside. Should we send him to assist? They remembered that both Flash Allen and Parker had been positioned outside as scouts. However, using their superpowers would mean revealing their identities, potentially attracting the attention of the pirate group, who might capture and interrogate them. Falling into the hands of the pirate group would likely spell death. Rogers pondered for a moment and said, let's not rush. Let's see if he can find a way to escape. Wayne sent a message to Allen, who prepared for a rescue upon receiving the notification. Chapter 51. The falling Zerg Queen Egg. Zhang brow furrowed in deep thought as he contemplated a plan while the ice speed mantises charged at him. He could not afford to remain passive. The rebel mech erupted in golden flames as he wielded his pulse sword and charged forward. The might of the golden flames manifested, with temperatures reaching 1,000 degrees Celsius, effectively countering the chilling powers employed by the ice speed mantises. As the ice blades struck the mech, the heat from the golden flames rendered them brittle. The ice speed mantises' blades moved so swiftly that they appeared to leave afterimages, enveloping Zhang in a storm of cutting edges. Yet, Zhang noticed that their ice blades began to crack, shattering after only a few strikes. However, they quickly reformed. Yang Shirshir unleashed a barrage of firepower, while the ice and fire giant swung its vibrating golden spear in attack. Yet the ice speed mantises moved too swiftly for them to hit, and a portion of the ice speed mantises redirected their assault towards them. Yang Shirshir's defenses paled in comparison to Zhang. The ice speed mantises targeted her vital points, and a single strike could spell her doom. Protect her, Zhang commanded firmly. Wang Kai raised his left hand, shielding Yang Shirshir within his palm, engaging in combat with the ice speed mantises using his single-handedly wielded vibrating spear. However, the ice speed mantis's offensive power was overwhelming. Even the evolved ice crystal shield struggled to withstand their onslaught. Furthermore, Zhang pulse sword seemed ineffective against them, dealing no significant damage. Zhang heart sank. At this rate, they would inevitably fall to the ice speed mantises. Just then, a message from the mech helmet, relayed by the Dream V from the base, interrupted his thoughts. Master, the ice speed mantises are targeting you. Lure them together and utilize the base's superstar cannon to eliminate them. Zhang concluded that only this method was feasible. He retracted his pulse sword, and the rebel mech deployed its energy shield while maximizing the thrust power. Charging through the encirclement of the ice speed mantises. In the distance, he activated the laser cannon and fired a shot at the ice speed mantis, entangling Wang Kai. Instantly, all the ice speed mantises redirected their attention towards Zhang. Frantically rushing to attack him, Zhang swiftly turned and flew back towards the base, pursued by a swarm of ice speed mantises, the distance between them closing rapidly. Glancing back, he saw that all the ice speed mantises had caught up, prompting him to instruct Duo Lai V Meng to prepare the supernova cannon. He retracted the energy shield and diverted all energy to the thrusters. Duo Lai V Meng activated the supernova cannon, informing Zhang of the launch countdown. Master, the supernova cannon will fire in 5 seconds. Acknowledging this, Zhang maintained his current speed, the countdown displayed on the panel. Observing Zhang flying towards the base, onlookers assumed he was retreating in fear, hurling mockery at him. So this kid does have moments of fear. Catch him and cut him down. We thought he was formidable, but he's just like the rest. In the Wakanda Royal Council chamber, Rogers felt it was time for Quicksilver to intervene. Just then, a beam of light erupted from base 777, soaring several kilometers before targeting Zhang. A collective gasp swept through the room. Was he planning to perish alongside the ice-speed mantises? As Jiang Yang noticed the supernova cannon approaching, he overcharged the thrusters, his speed increasing tenfold. With a resounding boom, he left behind a mere afterimage. The ice-speed mantises, in hot pursuit, dispersed the afterimage but found no trace of Jiang Yang, only witnessing a beam of light racing towards them. Then came a tremendous explosion. The supernova cannon obliterated the ice-speed mantises, leaving no remnants, disintegrating them into molecular form amidst the blast. As the light faded, a profound silence enveloped the area. Hovering a kilometer above, Jiang Yang gazed down at the vanished swarm of insect soldiers, exhaling a sigh of relief, only to be met with the mech's warning. Energy remaining at 3%. Previously, the mech had 63% energy, but that sudden surge in speed had consumed 60%. The instantaneous velocity, according to the system, had surpassed 6 times the speed of sound. Had it not been for the mech and nanosuit's special protective mechanisms, his body would have been crushed within the mech. The mission is accomplished. Time to head back. I'll reward you with some dorayaki, Jiang Yang remarked. Duo Lai V Ming was so elated it nearly leaped for joy. Jiang Yang returned to the insect nest. Upon seeing him unharmed, Yang Shishir felt a weight lift from her heart. However, others were unable to remain composed. Was the insect queen's trump card truly extinguished? And why had Jiang Yang's speed suddenly surged? In the Wakanda Royal Council chamber, Rogers paused, then said, "Inform Alan that he need not take any risks." Wayne snapped back to reality and promptly notified Alan. Charles' eyes widened. This was the third individual he had witnessed, aside from Superman, Quicksilver, and the Flash, possessing such astonishing speed. Clark was also stirred. Speed, when reliant on external forces, faced numerous technological constraints. Only innate superpowers could transcend them. Iron Man could fly swiftly, yet he could never reach the innate speed of a superpower. Jiang Yang's momentary speed explosion fell short of Superman and Quicksilver's level by several streets, but among those without inherent speed, he was already among the elite. Iron Man could achieve supersonic flight, yet Jiang Yang's multiple times the speed of sound had not yet been reached. Rogers remarked, "It seems we have overthought the situation." He exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips. This time, Jiang Yang not only severely injured the insect race but also exhibited a level of power that fully satisfied him. A qualified candidate. "What do you suppose he will do with the insect queen?" Charles inquired. Chala replied, "He will undoubtedly kill it. Have Parker contact Jiang Yang to bring the insect queen's corpse for research. Perhaps new discoveries await." Rogers immediately relayed the message to Parker. Upon receiving the news, Parker wore a wry smile. Jiang Yang had yet to lift the communication blockade. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang instructed Yang Shishir to remain on the shoulder of the Icefire giant, turning off the live stream before entering the insect nest alone. The nest lay in ruins, the labyrinth no longer intact. Jiang Yang made his way to the underground palace, where he encountered the grotesquely hideous insect queen. The insect queen's combat ability was exceedingly weak. The only aspect to be wary of was its mental prowess. Unfortunately for the queen, Jiang Yang was protected by his mech and battlesuit, and its current mental power was insufficient to breach both layers of protection. The insect queen, sensing his presence, emitted a warning cry. Some insect eggs on the palace walls cracked open, birthing tiny insect soldiers. But they posed no threat to Jiang Yang, who dispatched them with a few shots. Drawing his pulse sword, he charged forward without hesitation, delivering a single strike. The pulse sword cleaved the insect queen in half. Jiang Yang thought that would be the end, only to discover another egg nestled within the queen's abdomen. This egg was unlike any he had seen before, its colors a striking blend of red and blue, and the larva inside did not resemble any known insect soldier. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the insect queen. Ding! The insect queen has dropped a queen larva. Ding! Reward. 1 soul seal. Ding! Insect breeding chamber unlocked. The larva hatched from the queen egg would become a new insect queen, inheriting the evolutionary genes of all previous insect soldiers from birth. The soul seal was a technology of 4th-level civilization, capable of leaving a mark in the soul in the form of wave-color Einstein condensation, compelling any creature to obey you. Jiang Yang was overjoyed and immediately used the soul seal on the queen larva. The mechanical cube seal emitted a beam of light that penetrated the egg. the wave particle atoms manifesting a unique state of matter, inscribing an eternal mark of subservience to Jiang Yang within the queen larva's soul. Then, it vanished without a trace. Jiang Yang stored the queen larva away. It was a treasure, and if others were to discover it, it would undoubtedly incite a scramble. Jiang Yang glanced at the corpses of other insect soldiers and the remaining eggs. These were materials not to be wasted. So he collected them all. His previously partially emptied backpack was once again filled to capacity. Unable to carry everything in one trip, Jiang Yang resolved to make several more trips, but for now, he would return. Jiang Yang flew out of the insect nest. Yang Shishir hurriedly inquired, "What happened?" "The insect queen is dead, and the insect race has been exterminated," Jiang Yang replied. Tears of gratitude welled in Yang Shishir's eyes. The once rampant insect race was finally gone. She felt a glimmer of hope for the restoration of Blue Star and rushed to embrace Jiang Yang. On the moon, Li Zhake's expression was dark as water. How much longer would those two wait? He pulled out the holographic panel and saw that King Kong had acquired the battle axe, and Godzilla's energy had finally been replenished, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Chapter 52. The mech beauties all belong to me. Jiang Yang returned to Titan Star with Wang Kai, swiftly delivering thousands of pounds of flame apples, speedy cherries, and iron durians to the frost giants. They were overwhelmed with excitement, quickly kneeling to express their gratitude to Jiang Yang. Next, Jiang Yang headed directly to the rear of the mine and opened the construction panel. "Would you like to build an insect breeding chamber here?" Yes. With a familiar flash of light, an insect breeding chamber was constructed, embedded within the mountain. Insect breeding chamber level. 1 capacity for insect soldiers. 10,000 hatching speed bonus. 30 evolution speed bonus. 15 upgrade requirements. Vibranium or 5,000. Cosmic Energy Stone 500. Level 2 Energy Core 3. Seeing the upgrade requirements for the insect breeding chamber, Jiang Yang gasped. 500 Cosmic Energy Stones and 3 Level 2 Energy Cores were required. This was even more costly than a gold mine. Jiang Yang clicked his tongue as he stepped into the Zerg breeding chamber. The environment inside bore a striking resemblance to the subterranean palace of the Zerg Queen, yet it was distinguished by the presence of several feeding towers and mechanical arms designed to suspend the Zerg eggs. The ground and walls were festooned with nutrient delivery pipes, resembling human veins, radiating in all directions. Jiang Yang retrieved the queen's eggs, allowing the mechanical arms to cradle them in the center, with 5 nutrient tubes affixed to the eggs. He then approached the feeding tower, discarding the collected materials from the Zerg warriors within. Currently, his supplies were sufficient. The remains of the Zerg soldiers and the deceased eggs could all serve as nourishment for the queen's eggs, expediting their incubation and restoring her original strength. Once all the Zerg materials were deposited into the feeding tower, the nutrient tubes commenced their delivery to the queen's eggs. Jiang Yang turned to leave, instructing Wang Kai to guard the breeding chamber, forbidding anyone else from approaching. He then departed from Titanium Windstar, returning to the base in the central hall. Mei Mei was utilizing Wakandan medical technology to aid young Shishir in her recovery. Having suffered injuries to her ears on 2 occasions, without Wakandan medical expertise, she would have likely faced lingering repercussions. Jiang Yang opened his information panel. Farm owner. Jiang Yang level 7 farm owner experience points. 4789 45600 strength, 252. 81 agility, 210.63 fire resistance and high temperature attributes. 626, flame, high temperature damage reduction of 313, ability 1. Golden flame, possessing a temperature of 1000 degrees Celsius. Each increase of 100 in fire resistance and high temperature attributes augments the power of golden flame by 1000 degrees Celsius. With a maximum limit of 3000 degrees Celsius, backpack capacity, 6789 57,000. The experience gained from this battle enabled him to ascend 4 levels, granting him 4 opportunities for free equipment upgrades. Initially, he intended to upgrade the Ravager mech, but as he advanced, the energy consumption of the mech became increasingly daunting, rendering his current supply of crystal energy insufficient. Moreover, the enhancements post-upgrade were not guaranteed to be substantial. During the last upgrade, aside from augmenting the energy shield, the mech only acquired 2 additional laser cannons on its shoulders, with little else changing. Therefore, he resolved to upgrade Yang Shishir's equipment instead. A significant ally. Her capability to assist him would be hindered without adequate gear. Jiang Yang upgraded her protective suit 3 times and the external exoskeleton once. Ding! The protective suit has been upgraded to a nano battlesuit. Ding! The nano battlesuit has reached its maximum level and cannot be upgraded further. Ding! The external exoskeleton has been upgraded to the Ravager mech. Although the appearance of the battlesuit and mech bore resemblance to Jiang Yang's, they were designed with a more feminine aesthetic in terms of color and style, looking quite impressive. After Yang Shishir completed her treatment, Jiang Yang presented her with the two items. Upon donning the nano battlesuit, it perfectly conformed to her curves, nearly causing Jiang Yang to lose his composure. The sight was akin to a delicate veil draped over her form, exuding an irresistible allure. Jiang Yang immediately felt that the upgrade was worth every effort. Yang Shishir, oblivious to her captivating figure, marveled at the suit's advanced technology. "This is incredible, but if you've given me the suit, what will you wear?" she inquired, puzzled. Jiang Yang reassured her, "I have another set, so do not worry." With that, she felt reassured in her nano battlesuit. Jiang Yang then encouraged her to try the Ravager mech lacking upgraded weapons. He had Duolive Meng craft a vibranium spear for her. As Yang Shishir controlled the Ravager mech to communicate with him, Jiang Yang felt it was an exquisite sight. If the mech epitomized a man's romance, then a beautiful woman piloting it represented the pinnacle of that romance, elevated beyond measure. Suddenly, an alert blared from the computer. Yang Shishir's expression shifted as she retrieved her laptop under Jiang Yang's inquisitive gaze. King Kong and Godzilla have altered their course towards the Huaxia continent. She declared solemnly, "King Kong may arrive a day earlier than Godzilla." On the computer screen, a red dot was moving from Egypt towards the Huaxia region. Jiang Yang accessed the World Chat channel to ascertain Godzilla's location. He was in North America, requiring a longer journey than King Kong. Fortunately, they were not arriving simultaneously. Do not panic. They will take some time to reach us, allowing us to prepare, Jiang Yang assured. However, how could Yang Shishir not be anxious? King Kong and Godzilla were formidable creatures, each capable of obliterating a city before the cataclysm of civilization. She vividly recalled the terror of their previous battle, leaving an indelible mark of fear in her heart. Jiang Yang gently patted her shoulder, speaking softly, "Rest assured, we will overcome any challenges we face." Upon seeing Jiang Yang, she inexplicably felt a profound sense of security, reminiscent of her childhood beside her father. Alleviating much of her fear, Yang Shishir responded with a soft acknowledgement. That evening, Duolive Meng prepared an extravagant feast. Jiang Yang had also caught 2 large carp and a dozen big crabs from the fish pond. Preparing steamed carp and braised crabs, the enticing aroma of the spread momentarily erased Yang Shishir's anxiety. As they indulged in the exquisite meal, chaos erupted in their chat group. This time King Kong and Godzilla were not wreaking havoc but were determinedly making their way towards the Huaxia region. What were their intentions? Were they also targeting Jiang Yang? This is fantastic. That unscrupulous merchant is finally facing calamity. Parker had been monitoring the two monsters' movements, eager to learn how prepared Jiang Yang was. But he was unable to contact him, so he had to send Alan instead. Alan was enjoying his meal, which included homemade toasted bread. Albeit slightly unappealing in appearance, it was quite tasty, alongside mushroom soup, vegetable salad, and a generous portion of pan-seared steak. Thanks to Jiang Yang's monster bestiary, he had managed to catch prey using minimal superpowers, allowing him to enjoy meat. Just as he was about to dig in, he received Parker's message and immediately contacted Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang accepted a video call request from someone claiming to be the Flash. "Alan." "The Flash? Alan? Does he know you?" Yang Shishir asked in surprise. Jiang Yang was uncertain if the individual was the genuine Flash, but he connected the video call. Intrigued, a familiar face appeared on the screen. "You blocked Parker. He has important matters to convey to you." "So I was sent in his stead," Alan began, but his words faltered as he noticed the lavish spread before Jiang Yang, momentarily speechless. Chapter 53. Do superheroes still need assistance? He had assumed his own meals were quite ample. But in comparison to Jiang Yang's, it was an extravagant banquet. As the Flash, he required a substantial amount of food to sustain the energy expenditure of his superpowers. Although he had used his abilities less frequently lately, the allure of fine cuisine remained irresistible. Observing Alan nearly salivating, Jiang Yang, concerned, inquired, "Is it possible that the Flash is going hungry?" Alan snapped back to reality, waving his hand. "I'm not starving. but due to certain circumstances, we are unable to utilize our superpowers, which leaves us no different from ordinary people, hence our meals are naturally inferior to yours. Seeing Alan's expression of the globally renowned Flash, who has saved my country countless times, have fallen to this state, Zhang Yang felt a pang of sympathy. This superhero was truly unfortunate. Alan then asked, "Where did you acquire all this food?" "The fish and crabs are self-raised, while the vegetables and fruits are homegrown," Zhang Yang replied. Alan was taken aback. "How did you manage that?" Almost everyone knew that the land on Blue Star was no longer suitable for agriculture, and even the air was toxic. One had to wear protective gear to venture outside. "I found ways to experiment," Zhang Yang explained. "I still have plenty of food. Would you like me to prepare some dishes for you?" Alan quickly regained his composure, expressing gratitude. "Thank you so much. Parker and I are similar. Please make a bit extra." Zhang Yang nodded slightly, immediately instructing Duo Live Meng to prepare additional dishes. Duo Live Meng set aside her cooking and hurried to the kitchen. Continuing the conversation, Zhang Yang asked, "You mentioned you had something to discuss with me. What is it?" Alan promptly remembered, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, "There are two matters to inform you of. First, Godzilla and King Kong are likely to arrive at the Huaxia region shortly. Second, we need the corpse of the Zerg Queen for research purposes." Zhang Yang fell into contemplation. The corpse of the Zerg Queen was a high-grade material that he had chosen to retain. However, since Alan had requested it, he felt compelled to oblige. After all, he could not refuse based on the vibranium technology information Parker had previously provided. Zhang Yang nodded. "All right, I will transmit the corpse of the Zerg Queen to you. Please hold on for a moment. I will hang up now and await your good news." With a smile, Alan waved his hand and ended the video call. Zhang Yang stood up to transport the corpse of the Zerg Queen. Yang Shishir, utterly perplexed, wondered if Zhang Yang was truly the Flash and if he was acquainted with Spider-Man Parker. What astounded her most was the fact that even a superhero required Zhang Yang's assistance. This revelation fundamentally altered her worldview. Zhang Yang retrieved the corpse of the Zerg Queen and placed it on the exchange platform, then summoned Mimi to scan the body, meticulously recording all the data. The corpse possessed immense research value. The superheroes might be able to develop new technologies from it. Naturally, Zhang Yang would not let this opportunity slip away, for the data analysis capabilities of Duo Live Meng could rival those of Wakandan scientists. And he might glean something valuable from the remains. "Is dinner ready?" Zhang Yang inquired. "Master, it's done," Duo Live Meng replied. All the dishes were neatly packaged and promptly transported over. Alan had just finished his meal but still felt hungry. His superpowers demanded an enormous amount of energy from his body, leading to an appetite that could rival that of 100 people. This was precisely why he seldom utilized his powers. Otherwise, even the lavish spread from earlier would barely suffice to fill the gaps. At that moment, a flash of light emanated from the exchange platform, revealing a large box containing the Zerg Queen and a plethora of food packaging. The aroma of the dishes wafted towards Alan, prompting him to eagerly open the packaging. One of the boxes contained sweet and sour carp, Chinese cuisine he hadn't savored in ages. Alan feasted upon it with great relish. Reducing the carp to nothing but bones in mere moments, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes as he realized that the energy provided by this single carp was equivalent to that of 10 meals. The taste was absolutely exquisite. Alan felt his nearly depleted energy reserves revitalized, electric arcs coursing around him, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as his gaze fell upon the remaining food. Parker finally received Zhang Yang's message and, upon learning that Alan had secured the Zerg Queen's corpse, felt a wave of relief. At that moment, Alan contacted him again. "I've got something special for you," Alan said with a mischievous grin. Parker then received a bounty of food. Puzzled, he asked, "Where did you get all this food?" "From Zhang Yang. He has Yang Shishir," upon observing the resolute glint in his eyes. Solemnly nodded in agreement. The pair, clad in their mechanized armor, soared from the base, hastening towards the desolate ruins of City L. In just a few minutes. As they approached their destination, the imposing figure of the Titan became discernible. The Titan, keenly aware of his presence, fixed its crimson gaze upon Zhang Yang, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated through the air. On the mountaintop, a group of spectators focused intently on the unfolding scene below. To gain a clearer view, they activated a live stream, magnifying the distant spectacle, thus granting others the opportunity to witness the live footage. Despite the armored protection, Jiangyang appeared minuscule in comparison to the Titan. The disparity in their sizes was strikingly evident. How could one even attempt to fight? Victory seemed utterly implausible. Jiangyang was surely doomed this time. Look at the Titan's eyes. They are different from before. Previously, they did not emanate a red glow that it must be under the control of the pirate faction. This is clearly a targeted assault on Jiangyang. They murmured, anxiety palpable in the air. Meanwhile, extraterrestrial spectators were filled with excitement. After such a long wait, they had finally arrived at this pivotal moment. They were eager to see what tricks Jiangyang had left up his sleeve. The fact that such a beast can emerge from a lowly planet is astonishing. It appears to be several times more formidable than the frost giant. Teske, this creature should fetch a hefty price. I can hardly contain my anticipation to see that young man crushed into pulp. Hurry. Strike him down. Tear him apart. Barak, en route back to his home planet aboard his spacecraft, was also glued to the live broadcast. A sinister smile crept across his lips. He had initially pondered how to eliminate Jiangyang, but it seemed he could save himself some effort now. Just then, Jiangyang suddenly wielded a staff. Shouldn't he be using a pole sword? What purpose does a wooden staff serve? Could it possibly be a weapon of greater potency? I too share that sentiment, yet it certainly does not appear so. In the conference chamber of Wakanda, Rogers and others were monitoring the battle. The corpse of the Zerg Queen had already been transported back. Doctor Strange, draped in a red cloak, entered the chamber and observed the live feed of Jiangyang battling Godzilla. Rogers nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. We would truly be at a loss without you, asked the Supreme Sorcerer. Strange was the only one capable of evading the pirate faction's detectors, allowing him to traverse freely between Wakanda and the outside world. However, having previously clashed with Lizak, he was acutely aware of the terrifying telekinetic abilities at play, which meant even he could not recklessly wield magic outside. He could only utilize spatial magic to transport objects or individuals in and out of Wakanda. That staff of his appears quite extraordinary. Strange noted, his gaze fixed on the staff in Jiangyang's hand. Rogers inquired, "Do you have any idea what that might be?" Strange furrowed his brow in contemplation. "I sense an unparalleled spatial power emanating from the staff." While everyone grappled with confusion, Jiangyang raised the staff high on Titan Star. The indigenous villagers witnessed the ice and fire giants poised for battle suddenly enveloped in a peculiar light, vanishing one by one. Exclaiming in wonder, back on Blue Star, the already overcast sky crackled with thunder and lightning. A fissure appeared in the heavens where the staff pointed, and the ice and fire giants, armed with vibranium spears, descended beside Jiangyang. With a resounding thud, each ice and fire giant landed, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Soon, all 16 ice and fire giants had gathered, unfurling their wings as the forces of frost and flames surged forth. A spectacle that left all in awe. The Titan's breath grew heavier. Almost everyone present gasped in disbelief. Strange's expression shifted abruptly. To summon so many colossal monsters simultaneously was within his capabilities, yet it seemed he alone could achieve such a feat on this planet. Lizak sprang to his feet, incredulity plastered across his face. Wasn't there only one? Where did he acquire such a multitude of beasts? As astonishment swept through the crowd, Jiangyang swung the staff towards the Titan, uttering a singular command. Kill. Chapter 55. The Titan is too powerful. Only a group assault is possible at that moment. The world fell silent. Jiangyang's word echoed in the ears of everyone present. The Titan, of course, heard it as well. It roared back, thrusting its battle axe into the ground before effortlessly tearing apart a nearby skyscraper and hurling it at Jiangyang. The horde of giants surged forth, some taking to the skies while others sprinted across the ground, overwhelming the battlefield. Wang Kai collided with the incoming skyscraper, the concrete and steel fracturing under the immense impact. Leading his kin, Wang Kai brandished his vibranium spear and charged forward. The Titan, raising its battle axe, showed no fear, swinging it down upon Wang Kai's armor. A thunderous crash echoed as Wang Kai was sent stumbling back, yet miraculously, he remained unscathed. The Titan's eyes widened in surprise. The force behind that swing was enough to fell anyone but Godzilla. However, the upgraded ice and fire giants, equipped with vibranium, had reached an astonishing level of power. They might not match the Titan. But what if 16 simultaneously? The combined assault of the 16 giants had the Titan ensnared, as the clash of battle axe and vibranium spear generated shockwaves potent enough to topple nearby skyscrapers. The Titan found itself struggling, even attempting to break free from the encirclement, proving to be a formidable challenge. Onlookers were left in disbelief. What was once an expected one-sided affair had turned into the Titan facing overwhelming odds. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, Zhang Yang seemed disinclined to intervene. Elizac's composure faltered. Something was amiss. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. Zhang Yang should have been utterly defenseless against the Titan. Yet here he was, summoning such a host of monsters to keep the Titan occupied in a fierce battle. Elizac frowned deeply, perplexed. On the other side, Rogers had initially planned for Strange to bring in some assistance, but it now seemed entirely unnecessary. The display of Zhang Yang's prowess far exceeded their expectations. Even he had not anticipated that Zhang Yang commanded such a formidable army. What trick did he just employ? Rogers inquired. Strange stroked his chin, pondering. It must be an exceptionally powerful summoning magic. Astonishingly, even I cannot discern its nature. The others were taken aback. There existed a magical technique even the supreme sorcerer could not perceive? Strange remarked, does Zhang Yang truly fit the description you provided, merely a typical individual from a Chinese family background? I cannot shake the feeling that he possesses a significant background. Rogers replied, currently, we have only this information about him. It's possible he has other concealed details, so we cannot dismiss the possibility of an alternative background. He must possess a dual identity. Charles interjected, a dual identity was a common trait among superheroes. Nearly every one of them harbored dual or even multiple identities. The others found this notion plausible and began fervently speculating on the origins of Zhang Yang's other identity. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, he had unwittingly acquired a second identity among the superheroes, that of a mysterious powerhouse endowed with advanced mechanized technology and the ability to wield formidable summoning magic. However, Zhang Yang himself had not anticipated the immense strength of the giant horde. The Titan was being thoroughly outmatched, unable to approach him. This left Zhang Yang with the impression that he had diligently leveled up, hoarded equipment, and awaited the boss battle, only to find that when the boss finally arrived, it was at a lower level and destined to be thoroughly dominated. Yang Shirshir's wide-eyed expression was utterly adorable. She had braced herself for a life-or-death struggle, only to be met with such a scene. She had not even had a chance to engage. With a furious roar, the Titan summoned bolts of lightning from the sky, striking down upon its battle axe. The Titan leaped into the air, the axe drawing lightning down towards Wang Kai. Wang Kai, bracing himself with the vibranium spear across his chest, prepared for the onslaught. With a thunderous bang, arcs of electricity burst forth, the energy shockwave obliterating the nearby ruins. The energy contained within the vibranium spear reached its zenith, the arcs flickering ominously. Just as Wang Kai seemed on the verge of collapse, the other ice and fire giants surged in, swinging their vibranium spears and sending the Titan soaring. The Titan's massive form ascended like a rocket before plummeting back to Earth like a meteor. Zhang Yang suddenly cried out, "Energy counterattack!" As his words fell, all the ice and fire giants raised their vibranium spears, aiming at the descending Titan. The amassed energy within the spears surged forth, manifesting as 16 beams of light converging upon the Titan mid-fall. A resounding explosion echoed as the Titan was sent flying, its body crashing through dozens of skyscrapers before it finally fell, buried beneath the rubble of steel and concrete. The battle axe spun in the air, tracing a perfect arc as it cleaved through an abandoned office building before embedding itself into the ground. Zhang Yang commanded, "Charge in, overwhelm him, and leave him just a breath." 16 colossal icefire trolls charged simultaneously. King Kong had just emerged from the rubble when these 16 burly men advanced, wielding vibranium spears that struck against him. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the spears hitting his thick hide resonated dully. Though the damage was minor, the pain was undeniable. King Kong gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, but the muffled groans escaping from between his clenched jaws spoke volumes. Everyone witnessed King Kong, cradling his head amidst the debris, being mercilessly beaten by the 16 icefire trolls, and the scene was nothing short of tragic. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. Was it truly possible that King Kong, once a supreme beast of Blue Star, was being overwhelmed and beaten down. Moreover, such a cowardly tactic of ganging up on him while he was still down seemed utterly disgraceful. A large group of bystanders could no longer bear to watch. These individuals were all fans of King Kong, men and women alike. Before his fall from grace, King Kong was a gentle giant who had once contributed to the protection of Blue Star. How could they stand idly by as he suffered such humiliation? Do not harm King Kong. Stop at once. If you hurt my King Kong Appa again, I will fight back. Stand strong, King Kong. To be honest, the superheroes were left speechless by these declarations. While it was true that Jiang Yang's tactics were somewhat despicable, King Kong was under control. Without Jiang Yang's intervention, they might have all perished at the hands of King Kong. Was there any way to restore King Kong's sanity? Rogers glanced at Chala. Chala replied, "If we could conduct a thorough examination of King Kong's body, we might uncover a solution, but that seems impossible." Rogers looked resigned. Even if they had methods, they could not apply them, and they could only watch as King Kong continued to endure the blows. Gradually, King Kong's resistance waned, and he collapsed, his gaze vacant. Even young Shershur found it hard to watch and softly urged, "Jiang Yang, isn't it time to stop? He is being controlled by villains, which is why he has lost his reason, I know, and that is why I must expend his strength." Jiang Yang replied. Seeing that the moment had come, he declared in a deep voice, "Cease, bind him." Jiang Yang tossed out chains forged from vibranium. The chains, as thick as a thigh and several hundred meters long, were specifically crafted by Dorymen for King Kong and Godzilla. The troll army halted their assault, pointing their spears at the prostrate King Kong. Wang Kai and Lai Fu approached, grasping the vibranium chains, and came to King Kong's side. King Kong was now too weak, lying on the ground with an expression that seemed to say, "I am exhausted. Do as you please." Wang Kai and Lai Fu bound King Kong's hands and feet, then pierced him through the middle with a vibranium spear. 4 trolls held the spear aloft on their shoulders. The remaining trolls formed a protective circle around them, resembling a scene from Journey to the West where monsters captured Tang Song and hoisted him on a pole, with 2 little demons carrying him back to their lair. Jiang Yang shared this sentiment, waving his hand and ordering, "Lads, carry King Kong back." Thus, King Kong was suspended on a pole, carried by 2 ice fire trolls. With a whole battalion following suit, as Jiang Yang collected King Kong's fallen battle axe, he led the way towards the base. The crowd stood in shock. Had King Kong truly been defeated? Had he been captured alive? Chapter 56. The top-tier King Kong. The city that had once battled King Kong lay nearly in ruins. Observing the battlefield and the retreating figure of Jiang Yang, the spectators were left speechless. Upon returning to the base, King Kong was unceremoniously thrown onto an open area beside the facility, under the watch of the 16 ice fire trolls. The vibranium spear was removed, and King Kong, bound at hands and feet, sat cross-legged on the ground, glaring indignantly at Jiang Yang from a distance. Yang Shershur inquired, "Are we going to leave him tied up like this?" Jiang Yang felt troubled. After all, King Kong was fundamentally a gentle creature, merely under the control of a pirate group. "If only we could break the pirate group's hold over him," Jiang Yang lamented. "For now, we must keep him bound until we devise a better plan." He summoned Mei Mei to conduct a full-body examination of King Kong. "Can I assist?" Yang Shershur asked. "Of course, but do be careful," Jiang Yang replied. Nodding slightly, Yang Shershur piloted her mech to King Kong's side and removed her helmet. Upon seeing her stunning visage, King Kong's expression shifted unexpectedly. Yang Shershur raised her wrist, where the Jimo jewels created by Jiang Yang could scan and detect King Kong's body. As the two examined King Kong, Jiang Yang observed him closely. Standing over 200 meters tall, even while sitting, he resembled a skyscraper, more imposing than any cinematic portrayal. One wondered how such a massive creature had traversed the ocean from Skull Island to this place. Just then, Yang Shershur exclaimed, "I've found it." Jiang Yang rushed over and asked, "What did you find?" "It's a locator left by my father." Yang Shershur pointed to the nape of King Kong's neck, where a device was embedded in the flesh. Jiang Yang immediately called for Mei Mei to scan the locator and relay the information to Doraemon. As Yang Shershur moved in closer, so did Jiang Yang. The locator was as large as a basin, with a central metallic core surrounded by blinking red lights, embedded like a nail within his body. When Yang Shershur reached out to touch it, King Kong let out a deafening roar. Wang Kai and Lai Fu promptly held him down. He was agitated. The locator had been removed before, suggesting there was more to it than met the eye. Yang Shishir remarked. Zhang Yang asked, "Can you detach it? This locator was installed by my father, who taught me about IT. As long as I have the right tools, it shouldn't be a problem to remove it," she replied to AT that moment. Doraemon's voice chimed in, "Master, I detect a signal from the locator that originates from outer space. This should be the controller used by the pirate group to control King Kong." Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing the implications. "Prepare the tools. We must remove the locator from King Kong," Doraemon cautioned. "Master, there is one more issue. The locator contains a bomb, and I have temporarily cut off the signal from the base to prevent detonation. However, according to the programming, once the locator is removed, the bomb will explode." Zhang Yang frowned. "What do we do then? Can you hack it?" Doraemon replied. "I can try it out if you can divert its attention. I should be able to hack it faster." "Leave the distraction to me," Zhang Yang said. Doraemon promptly instructed Mei Mei to connect a data cable to the locator and began attempting to disable the bomb's program. Yang Shishir asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Zhang Yang explained. "The locator contains a bomb program that will detonate upon removal, so we must disable the self-destruct sequence first." "How can I help?" Yang Shishir inquired urgently. Zhang Yang pondered, noticing King Kong turning his gaze towards her. An idea struck him, and he produced a stash of gemstone bananas for Yang Shishir. "Feed these to him." "Will he even eat them?" Yang Shishir questioned, perplexed. "Just give it a try," Zhang Yang urged. Reluctantly, she nodded and approached King Kong. This was her first close encounter with the creature, as a child. She had visited the zoo with her parents to see monkeys and gorillas, feeding them bananas, but now she was about to feed the mighty King Kong. Feeling quite anxious, she produced a banana and offered it. Having traveled across the ocean to the Huaxia continent, King Kong had endured a beating and was famished. When he caught the scent of the gemstone bananas, his initially fierce expression softened considerably. With a clatter, he raised his bound hands to catch the banana, devouring it whole. Skin and all. One banana was barely enough to fill the gaps in his massive jaws. He let out a low growl and gestured towards the bananas in Yang Shishir's arms, indicating he wanted more. Seeing his enormous mouth and sharp teeth made Yang Shishir's heart race, momentarily fearing he might eat her. However, he pointed towards the bananas, and she quickly understood, tossing them into his mouth one by one. "Master, it's working. Tell her to keep going," Doraemon reported. Zhang Yang unleashed several hundred pounds of gemstone bananas onto the ground, ensuring Yang Shishir could continue feeding him. Yang Shishir felt as though King Kong's belly was a bottomless pit. No matter how much food she offered, he never seemed full. Yet this feeding method reminded her of her childhood experiences at the zoo, feeling not exhausted but rather entertained. Moreover, the once ferocious King Kong had now become docile, sitting patiently with his mouth open, awaiting the next offering. The alien spectators gaped at this scene in disbelief. What kind of sorcery is that woman employing? What nonsense sorcery? King Kong is just a lecher. Wait, weren't we told that King Kong was under the control of the pirate group on the moon? Li Zach's expression was grim. He had intended to detonate the bomb within the Titan, but to his dismay, he discovered that the remote signal had been jammed, leaving him powerless and merely gazing in frustration. At that moment, Zhang Yang noticed a throng of people arriving. "Zhang Yang, we mean no harm. We merely wish to admire the Titan," they exclaimed. Yes, we only desire to observe the Titan up close. If we are disturbing you, we can leave immediately." Upon seeing them, Zhang Yang suddenly remembered that many people from Huaxia were also fans of the Titan, himself included. Now, with the opportunity to see it up close, how could he resist? He nodded slightly, refraining from shooing them away. The crowd gazed up at the Titan, their wonder palpable. "Wow, it looks much larger than in the movies," one exclaimed. "Its size is such that even a fingernail could serve as my bed." Another remarked, "I must take a photo for keepsake." Indeed, not capturing this moment would be a loss. "I want to record a video as a family treasure." Thus, everyone began to pull out their cameras and smartphones to document the occasion. Initially, there were only a few dozen people, but after some had witnessed the spectacle, they disseminated the news through global channels. "Brothers, you can come to Zhang Yang's base to see the Titan for free. You can even take commemorative photos without any cost. Don't miss this opportunity." The excitement was palpable. "What? Such a stroke of luck? How can this be? I am in the island nation and cannot reach the Huaxia mainland. Ha ha ha, this is incredible. Jiang Yang's base is only 70 kilometers from me. I can get there in no time. This is a unique benefit for our Huaxia region, thanks to Jiang Yang. Ha ha ha, I'm off to see the Titan. Due to geographical barriers, it was nearly impossible for foreign friends to come and witness the Titan in person, but those in the Huaxia region, especially those nearby Jiang Yang's base, had no such worries. After all, the Zerg had been eradicated by Jiang Yang, and the recent cold fog period had just ended, meaning that most exotic creatures had not yet awakened. They merely needed a short drive to arrive. Before long, the area outside the base was teeming with people, some climbing atop vehicles for a better view, creating an incredibly lively scene. Jiang Yang, witnessing this spectacle, was somewhat taken aback. The Titan's popularity was truly remarkable. Chapter 57. Dismantling the locator, the Titan cast a disdainful glance at the noisy crowd, a hint of contempt in its eyes. Had it not been for the enticing bananas, it would have gone berserk and frightened them away. The aroma of these bananas was extraordinary, far sweeter than the wild bananas it had eaten on Skull Island. More importantly, there were beautiful women to feed it. The Titan race possessed an innate ability to sense a person's morality, and their fondness for kind-hearted and pure women was greatly heightened. Such women could even awaken their latent potential. The Titan's gaze softened. The fear within young Shirshir gradually dissipated, replaced by a smile. Master, the detonation program has been decrypted. We can extract the locator now, Duo Live Meng stated. Jiang Yang approached young Shirshir, indicating that it was time to proceed. She nodded slightly and, carrying her toolbox, moved to the back of the Titan. While Mimi opened the toolbox to assist, Jiang Yang hovered above the crowd, commanding, "Step back to avoid any injuries." A curious onlooker asked, "What are you going to do?" "I am treating the Titan. It may go wild from the pain." Jiang Yang explained. The crowd understood and quickly retreated. Jiang Yang waved his hand, and 12 ice and fire giants formed a protective circle, blocking everyone's view. Since the crowd could no longer see the Titan, they began taking pictures of the ice and fire giants, which stood as an impenetrable barrier. The other four restrained the Titan, preventing it from thrashing too violently, which could interfere with the extraction of the locator. "No anesthetic, so bear with it," Jiang Yang instructed Wang Kai and Lai Fu. "Hold it tight. It must not escape." Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he signaled young Shirshir to begin the extraction. The surgical knife, forged from vibrating steel, was incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through the Titan's skin, which was impervious to bullets. The Titan roared in pain, thrashing its body. However, the 4 ice and fire giants held firm, securing its legs and feet. Any struggle was futile. Hearing the Titan's roar, young Shirshir knew she had to concentrate even more. The sooner she extracted the locator, the better she could understand the Titan's suffering. She hastened her movements, soon staining the mechanical arm with blood. The Titan's cries grew more anguished. The onlookers, shielded from sight by the ice and fire giants, were oblivious to the events unfolding, yet the chilling screams sent shivers down their spines. Will the Titan die? It shouldn't. The Titan is impervious to bullets. How could a few cuts from a surgical knife be fatal? Everyone silently prayed for the Titan's safety. Jiang Yang, observing from the side, felt powerless to assist. Suddenly, young Shirshir halted, her brow furrowed in concern. Jiang Yang inquired, "What's wrong?" "The locator has been modified. It is directly connected to the spine. This is different from what my father taught me. I cannot act recklessly, as it may endanger its life," young Shirshir replied. Jiang Yang pondered this, and at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Have your little girlfriend do as I instruct." The voice was magnetic and eerily familiar. Jiang Yang was taken aback. "Who are you?" "My name is Stephen Strange, also known as Dr. Strange. You may call me that," the voice responded with a hint of amusement. Jiang Yang was astonished. He had not expected it to be Dr. Strange. "How did you manage this? Is it your voice in my head?" Strange chuckled lightly, as the Sorcerer Supreme. "Is this not a trivial feat?" Jiang Yang conceded, realizing that Strange was indeed a formidable entity capable of contending with planetary-level beings and the sole guardian of the Soul Stone. "But how did you do it?" Jiang Yang could not contain his curiosity. Strange contemplated for a moment. "This is a complex explanation. You may consider it akin to the soul communication found in web novels." Jiang Yang gasped, "Doctor, you read web novels?" "Occasionally," Strange replied. "Can we discuss other matters later?" Let's focus on the task at hand. Jiang Yang nodded vigorously. All right, doctor, what should I do? There is a connecting shaft beneath the locator that can be detached. Simply press down, then rotate it 18 times to remove it. Strange instructed. Jiang Yang turned to Yang Shishir. Check if there is a connecting shaft beneath the locator. Yang Shishir, puzzled, reached into the flesh and, to her surprise, found the connecting shaft. How did you know? She exclaimed. Strange's voice resounded again. Do not disclose my existence to her. I can communicate with you about this matter, but you must not tell anyone else. Sensing the gravity in his tone, Jiang Yang agreed and told Yang Shishir. I happened to see a similar device. Try pressing down and then rotating it 18 times. With a tentative mindset, Yang Shishir pressed down on the connecting shaft. A clicking sound echoed, reminiscent of a mechanical latch being released. Her face lit up with joy as she followed Jiang Yang's instruction and rotated it 18 times. Soon, a series of clicking noises followed. Yang Shishir quickly withdrew her hand, witnessing the locator disassembling like a transformer. Finally, with a soft pop, the locator was ejected, splattering blood across Yang Shishir's face. Startled, she closed her eyes, feeling the sticky liquid on her face and neck. Thankfully, her composure remained intact. Upon seeing the locator ejected, she sighed in relief. Wonderful, it's finally Chapter 58. The awakening of three beasts simultaneously after retrieving the locator. King Kong slowly lifted his once downtrodden head, his gaze returning to a semblance of normalcy. Though still wary, he no longer appeared menacing. Jiang Yang remarked, you should wash off the blood on you first. Yang Shishir nodded slightly and went to change clothes at the base. Jiang Yang took out some food. For a creature like King Kong, as long as its internal energy was abundant, its wounds would heal autonomously. The fruits and vegetables cultivated by Jiang Yang were precisely the source of that ample energy. Having just endured a fierce battle and undergone surgery, King Kong's energy reserves were nearly depleted, and his belly was practically empty. Prior to arriving here, he had relied on hunting exotic beasts for sustenance. Now, with the prospect of indulging in sweet fruits, King Kong naturally yearned for a hearty feast. Jiang Yang instructed Wang Kai to unchain him, and King Kong eagerly grabbed handfuls of fruit to devour. Jiang Yang placed his battle axe beside him, saying, once you're full, feel free to leave at any time. King Kong briefly paused his voracious eating, then resumed. Jiang Yang teleported the Troll Legion back to Titan Windstar, simultaneously stowing away the disassembled locator, and turned to head back to the base. The next adversary to confront was Godzilla, and there was little time for idle chatter with King Kong. Suddenly, King Kong extended a hand to stop Jiang Yang. Letting out a series of low growls, Jiang Yang looked perplexed. What are you saying? I don't understand. King Kong pointed to the staff in his hand. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yang ventured a guess. You wish to stay here with me, alongside the Ice Fire Troll? King Kong nodded affirmatively. That won't do. If you want to remain near the base, that's fine, but I cannot accommodate your wish to be with the Ice Fire Troll. I need the Beast Neck Ring to teleport the Ice Fire Troll to Titan Windstar, and explaining the complexities of that to King Kong would be too arduous, so I shall forego it. King Kong growled again, gesturing towards the fruit on the ground. Jiang Yang chuckled, rest assured, you can eat as much food as you desire. King Kong's satisfaction was immediate. Upon Jiang Yang's return to the base, onlookers swiftly approached King Kong, brandishing cameras to capture the moment. King Kong furrowed his brow, suddenly rising and roaring at them. The crowd was instantly frightened into disarray. Once the throng dispersed, a serene silence enveloped the surroundings. King Kong drove his battle axe into the ground and sat down with a pile of fruit, leaning against the wall of the base. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, causing Yang Shishir and Jiang Yang to believe King Kong had gone berserk again. To their surprise, they discovered that King Kong was merely relishing his meal, leaving them speechless. The locator removed from King Kong was analyzed by Duo Live Meng, revealing that the bomb contained within possessed the destructive power to level an entire city, a veritable weapon of mass destruction. Jiang Yang secured it safely in his backpack. As for the remaining components of the locator, they still held research value, so he entrusted them to Duo Live Meng. Remarkably, within a mere afternoon, Duo Live Meng made significant progress. Master, I have discovered that this locator can determine the locations of other monsters. The revelation astounded Jiang Yang. What is the process? Jiang Yang inquired. Duo Live Meng activated the locator, connecting it to the system. and summoned a holographic board, projecting a global map of blue star with several red dots blinking, even in outer space. Yang Shishir gasped, "Are all these red dots monsters controlled by the pirate group?" Duo IV Ming confirmed, "That seems accurate, Master. Godzilla is currently in motion." Zhang Yang observed that Godzilla was swimming in the Pacific Ocean, estimating it would take only a day to reach them. As for the other red dots, they remained stationary, indicating the monsters had yet to awaken. Zhang Yang was somewhat astonished by the sheer number. However, upon reflection, considering the numerous monsters within the Godzilla franchise alone, not to mention those from Ultraman, the total was hardly surprising. Zhang Yang asked, "Is there a way to break the pirate group's control over the other monsters?" Duo IV Ming replied candidly, "Not at present." Yang Shishir expressed her concern. "If all these monsters awaken, it would spell disaster. Could we locate them and sever their control before the pirate group awakens them?" Zhang Yang shook his head. "You are overly optimistic. Setting aside the strategic positioning of these monsters, even if we locate them, the pirate group could detect our movements through the ghost eye." "What then?" Yang Shishir inquired. Zhang Yang stated resolutely, "Clearly, given our current passive situation, we must focus on the awakened monsters first." No sooner had he spoken than two red dots in the South American plate and the Bermuda Triangle began to fluctuate. Duo IV Ming exclaimed, "Master, this is dire. Two more monsters have awakened." Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. "Who are they, Master? I can retrieve the data on the awakened monsters through the locator." Duo IV Ming's small hands danced across the keyboard, and soon information on two monsters was displayed, Bladehead and Venomous Woman. Both were terrifying entities from the Pacific Ring of Fire, with Bladehead possessing formidable offensive power, having once battled the Wanderer Mecha, while Venomous Woman was the most intelligent among monsters. Zhang Yang was taken aback. But the monster gate was already closed, wasn't it? According to the films I've watched, the portal to the monster realm has long been sealed, and the human world should be free from monsters. Yang Shishir replied, "The monster gate was indeed closed, but a few monsters remained on this planet. Scientists induced them into a state of permanent slumber and sealed them away." Zhang Yang frowned. "Is that so? They chose to seal away monsters instead of eliminating them. Are they afraid future generations will live too comfortably?" Yang Shishir gazed at him with her bright, innocent eyes. "Can King Kong and Godzilla possibly be on the same level? In the films, King Kong was repeatedly overpowered by Godzilla. They are not of the same caliber. Moreover, there are two additional monsters whose strength rivals that of Godzilla. Even Ultraman would find himself in a predicament." Zhang Yang stated gravely, "There is only one solution." "What is it?" Yang Shishir asked. "To enhance King Kong." Zhang Yang mused. If the things he cultivated could enable the Ice Frost Giant to evolve, then surely they could have an effect on King Kong as well. At that moment, outside, King Kong, still unsatisfied after his meal, knocked on the base's door. Zhang Yang brought forth all his reserves, including the rare golden flame apples, placing them before King Kong. Upon seeing these unique fruits, which appeared more fragrant and delectable than usual, King Kong was instantly captivated. Chapter 59. King Kong confronts Godzilla. King Kong devoured a golden flame apple, utterly enchanted by its flavor, and promptly gathered the rest to stuff into his mouth. The exotic energy began to alter his very genes. Suddenly, golden flames erupted from King Kong's body. The searing heat caused nearby stones, grass, and trees to melt and ignite. Zhang Yang hurriedly retreated to the base. The base's protective shield activated, and Zhang Yang's ears were filled with the incessant alerts of the shield's diminishing power. Shield value 10, shield value 10, shield value 10. King Kong abruptly stood, unleashing a thunderous roar as golden flames shot skyward. His stature began to rise dramatically. The once towering figure of over 200 meters continued to grow. The immense surge of power sent ripples of alarm across the surrounding 100 miles, capturing the attention of both humans and extraterrestrial spectators. What is happening? Has Godzilla arrived? The sky transformed into a brilliant golden hue, instilling fear. The commotion seemed to originate from Zhang Yang's base. What else could have transpired? The humans on Blue Star could only speculate, while the extraterrestrial observers witnessed everything unfold with clarity. What has he done to King Kong? King Kong's power has increased by more than threefold. This level of strength among the monstrous species was not to be underestimated. Even Li Zak felt incredulous. The evolution of monsters was scarcely studied, as they were inherently formidable. For instance, The ice frost giant of the monstrous species was already perceived as immensely powerful by others, requiring no enhancement through potions. Moreover, attempting to evolve the genes of the ice frost giant through external means, without side effects, would demand a hefty price. With such resources, it would be more prudent to purchase even more powerful monstrous servants outright. Yet Jiang Yang's method genuinely intrigued Li Zak. All it takes is feeding them certain foods to double their power. This technique could incite fierce competition among advanced civilizations throughout the universe. Without hesitation, Li Zak cut the live stream, determined to keep this technique from falling into the wrong hands. However, before he could sever the connection, some had already taken notice, including Baruch, that a food capable of evolving monsters could prove far more lucrative than mining operations. Baruch's eyes sparkled with the thrill of discovering an extraordinary opportunity. Suddenly, the live stream was interrupted. Initially, Baruch presumed there was an issue with his internet connection and fumbled for some time, unable to discern the problem. A sudden realization dawned upon him. It must be that the pirate group had also conceived the same plan he had. He needed to swiftly acquire what Jiang Yang possessed. However, making contact with Jiang Yang was nearly an insurmountable task. Leaving Baruch ensnared in deep contemplation, the evolution of King Kong had finally reached its zenith. His form had ascended to a staggering height of 300 meters, his colossal physique enveloped in golden flames. He was now several times more formidable than before. Even King Kong himself was astonished, never having anticipated that his strength could amplify further. Jiang Yang emerged, clad in mecha, and soared toward him, requesting assistance in confronting Godzilla. Upon hearing the name Godzilla, King Kong was instantly invigorated, letting out a low roar as he seized his battle axe, agreeing without hesitation. With King Kong and the Troll Legion at his side, they should be able to confront Godzilla and the other two monsters. Godzilla traversed the Atlantic, first arriving at the land of Huaxia. The Bladehead and the Venomous Woman soon followed. Upon their convergence, unlike King Kong, the three monsters did not make a beeline for Jiang Yang's base, but instead unleashed widespread destruction across the Huaxia region. Godzilla unleashed his atomic breath, a beam of light sweeping across the terrain, carving a chasm several kilometers long, leaving desolation in its wake. Help! Godzilla is here. Run for your lives. They are utterly terrifying. King Kong had merely trampled a few trees upon his arrival, appearing almost gentle in comparison to the ferocity of Godzilla and his companions. The World Channel was filled with despairing cries, pleading for Jiang Yang to intervene. Only Jiang Yang can save us. Where is he? Why hasn't he come yet? Jiang Yang, hurry. If you don't arrive soon, we will all perish. Jiang Yang, please save us. Jiang Yang realized he could not afford to wait for their arrival. He must stop them before they reduce the Huaxia region to ashes. Jiang Yang and Yang Shishir donned their gear. Standing upon King Kong's shoulder, King Kong immediately charged toward Godzilla's location. ASA Titan, towering over 300 meters. Each of his strides covered 2 to 300 meters, and with the speed boost from the Speedy Cherry, he ran faster than a jet taking off. Standing atop King Kong's shoulder, Jiang Yang felt the ferocious winds whip against him, the scenery whirling past in a blurred, at last, they arrived on the battlefield, which was already engulfed in chaos. Godzilla ceased his destruction, fixing his gaze on King Kong, his eyes reflecting both challenge and surprise, as if King Kong's transformation had taken him aback. The Bladehead and the Venomous Woman also halted their pursuit of the humans, encircling King Kong on either side. Upon seeing Jiang Yang's arrival, the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. Jiang Yang is here. We don't have to run anymore. We are finally saved, Jiang Yang. Take down these monsters. Jiang Yang brandished his staff, summoning the Troll Legion to descend. With a series of loud thuds, the ice and fire trolls crashed to the ground, surrounding the three monsters. The size disparity among the monsters was glaring. King Kong, now evolved to 300 meters, undoubtedly stood tallest, requiring Godzilla to look up to meet his gaze. Next was Godzilla, slightly over 200 meters tall, a titan unmatched by almost any other monster save for King Ghidorah. Following them was the Troll Legion, each standing at 150 meters, respectable within the realm of blue star monsters. The Bladehead and the Venomous Woman, however, were diminutive by comparison, with the Bladehead measuring merely 96 meters, still the largest in the Pacific Rim, and the Venomous Woman being even shorter. More agile and frail, Among this assembly of titans, they appeared utterly inconspicuous. Jiang Yang called upon Yang Shishir and dismounted from King Kong's shoulder. King Kong, wielding his battle axe, let out a roar directed at Godzilla. Godzilla, unwilling to back down, responded with a roar of his own. King Kong then glanced at the other ice and fire trolls, asserting, "Godzilla is mine. Do not interfere." Wang Kai looked to Jiang Yang for guidance, who nodded slightly in affirmation. Without further ado, King Kong leaped from a height of 500 to 600 meters, raising his axe to strike. Godzilla's eyes revealed a glimmer of apprehension as he unleashed his atomic breath. Under normal circumstances, King Kong would have used his axe to deflect the atomic breath, but this time, he had a different plan. "Do you think you are the only one with ranged attacks?" King Kong exhaled a torrent of fiery breath, the golden flames colliding with the atomic breath, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The energy waves rippled like water, extinguishing the flames that had engulfed the battlefield. Distant mountains crumbled under the impact, and the blinding light nearly blinded the onlookers. Those still watching were left in shock, unable to comprehend that King Kong could stand toe-to-toe with Godzilla. The two forces clashed for several seconds before they both instinctively retracted their attacks. As King Kong plummeted from the height of 500 meters, his axe struck Godzilla's shoulder, the overwhelming force propelling Godzilla backward with great speed. His lower body, akin to a bulldozer, pushed aside vast expanses of debris, forming a makeshift mountain. Godzilla slid backward for over 1,000 meters, and once he came to a halt, the area in front of him was left more flattened than if a steamroller had passed over it. In a fit of rage, Godzilla roared and swung his tail, striking King Kong in the groin. King Kong, momentarily overconfident and careless, was sent flying by the impact. Godzilla seized the opportunity, charging at King Kong and delivering a brutal blow to his abdomen, a move that left the spectators wincing in empathy. Seeing the fierce battle between King Kong and Godzilla, even the Bladehead and the Venomous Woman were taken aback, prompting Jiang Yang to command the Troll Legion to engage. The Venomous Woman, sharp-minded and agile, spotted Wang Kai's vibranium spear coming toward her and deftly leaped aside to evade it. The Bladehead, however, was larger and slower, getting impaled in the hindquarters by the spear. Howling in pain, it thrashed about wildly, spewing blue blood, known as Monster Blue, renowned for its toxicity. This was precisely why the Pacific Rim had developed colossal mechas to withstand the splatter of Monster Blue. The ice and fire trolls, equipped with ice crystal shields and vibranium armor, charged forward unperturbed by the Monster Blue, rushing into the fray despite the splattering blood. The Troll Legion split into two groups, with 8 confronting the Bladehead and another 8 engaging the Venomous Woman, making for an effortless skirmish. Infuriated by the spear wound in his rear, the Bladehead turned to retaliate, charging toward Wang Kai. However, Wang Kai's weight exceeded that of the Bladehead by a factor of 2, and as the Bladehead collided with him, it was only pushed back a few steps. Wang Kai then planted the vibranium spear into the ground, enveloped the Bladehead with his arms, and with a powerful flap of his massive wings, soared into the sky. At a height of 1,000 meters, the Bladehead writhed in a frenzy. Wang Kai held on tightly, then dove headfirst, retracting his wings and executing a free fall. Jiang Yang's expression shifted. "Get out of the way!" The onlookers, transfixed by the spectacle above, had no time to react. Jiang Yang rushed to the forefront, conjuring an energy shield. Yang Shishir, lacking a shield of her own, propped up a collapsing wall to protect the crowd. Wang Kai, clutching the Bladehead, plummeted from 1,000 meters. The impact sent tremors through the earth, creating a massive crater where they fell, with the Bladehead half embedded in the ground. Wang Kai emerged from the pit, extracting the vibranium spear and casting a disdainful glance at the remaining Venomous Woman. Jiang Yang grasped a cement pillar as thick as a barrel and swung it down upon Wang Kai's head. The creature staggered slightly, nearly toppling over. Seeing Jiang Yang's fury, Wang Kai quickly crouched, its eyes filled with innocence. Recognizing that this was a first-time offense, Jiang Yang refrained from further reprimanding it, advising that it should be mindful of its surroundings in the future to avoid harming innocents. Wang Kai let out a low growl, indicating its understanding. The spectators were left in astonishment. How could such a powerful monster display such obedience before Jiang Yang? Wang Kai rose, his gaze fixated upon the venomous woman. At this moment, she, utilizing her agile nature, deftly maneuvered amidst the myriad of ice and fire trolls, leaping through the ruins of the building. The tail spikes she flung behind her failed to breach the defenses of the trolls, and it was only a matter of time before she would be ensnared. Upon seeing Wang Kai accompanied by another half of the ice and fire trolls closing in, her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she immediately attempted to flee. "Throw the spears to block her escape," Zhang Yang commanded with a wave of his hand. The Troll Legion hurled their vibranium spears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spears soared through the air, embedding themselves into the ground with a resounding thud. As the venomous woman dashed away, a spear suddenly thrust into her path, nearly causing her to collide with it. Just as she sought to change direction, another spear descended upon her. 16 spears formed a perfect circle, encircling her. The venomous woman resembled a beast trapped in a cage, glaring at Zhang Yang in the distance, letting out a menacing growl. The battlefield's dynamics were unmistakably clear. Neither the venomous woman nor the blade head stood a chance against the Troll Legion. Alien spectators watching the live broadcast from outer space were mostly incensed, hurling expletives. Yet, a portion benefited from the unfolding events. "I told you, bet on Zhang Yang to win." Who would have thought these two monsters were so inept? The disparity in strength rendered any outcome predictable. They turned their attention back to King Kong and Godzilla. "This time, I'm betting on Godzilla. I'm betting on Godzilla too. I'm going for King Kong." The live stream featured a betting interface, a method through which the pirate syndicate amassed wealth. In no time, millions of cosmic coins were wagered. This was merely a small sum. Viewers of the high-end literary star live broadcast were wealthier, with a single event capable of generating billions of cosmic coins. Li Zhaka observed the downfall of the blade head and the venomous woman, his expression growing more sinister with each passing moment. Noticing that the venomous woman and blade head had been subdued, Zhang Yang shifted his attention to the battlefield of King Kong and Godzilla, where their conflict intensified. They had already fought their way to the harbor. Godzilla's tail swept up a large ship and hurled it at King Kong, who cleaved it in two with a mighty axe. Enveloped in golden flames, King Kong surged towards Godzilla, striking him with his battle axe and inflicting severe wounds. Godzilla let out anguished roars, his dorsal fins glowing with blue light, ready to unleash a powerful atomic breath. King Kong's expression changed, and he quickly leapt away. The beam of atomic breath sliced through a distant abandoned cruise ship, sweeping towards King Kong with devastating force. Buildings were severed in half in its wake. Even the evolved King Kong dared not confront it head-on. He frantically leaped through the steel forest, evading Godzilla's atomic breath. Chapter 61. Reconstructing the sanctuary. This battle surpassed the wildest imaginations of all. Although these two titans had clashed before, it had never been this fierce. Yang Shishir was deeply concerned. Could King Kong subdue Godzilla? Zhang Yang too had not anticipated Godzilla to be so formidable, still managing to retaliate against the evolved King Kong. However, one thing was certain. King Kong held the upper hand. "Rest assured, King Kong will prevail," Zhang Yang reassured. Just as he spoke, Godzilla's atomic breath collapsed yet another skyscraper. Finally, Godzilla's atomic breath ceased. This was the moment King Kong had been waiting for. He leaped to the top of a building, channeling all his strength to unleash a fiery breath. The fiery beam struck Godzilla, sending him hurtling away. Godzilla crashed into the ocean, creating towering waves that crashed upon the shore. Ships were shattered, and buildings submerged beneath the onslaught of seawater. As the tumult subsided, Godzilla's body sank into the depths, leaving no trace of movement, and the hearts of the onlookers hung in suspense. Had Godzilla perished? Uncertainty loomed. Surely not. Discussions erupted among the crowd. Zhang Yang contacted the base's Dormy Dream to check on Godzilla's vital signs. "Understood, Master." Dormy Dream quickly provided feedback. "Master, Godzilla is not dead. He has retreated into the deep sea, fleeing to a distant location. Would you like his coordinates?" Zhang Yang replied, "Never mind." Although King Kong had triumphed in this battle, he had expended significant energy, squatting on the ground, panting heavily. King Kong gazed out at the ocean, a goofy grin spreading across his face, seemingly pleased with his victory over Godzilla. Zhang Yang approached, presenting a bounty of fruits for him to replenish his energy. King Kong looked at Zhang Yang with gratitude evident in his eyes. Rest well for a moment, Zhang Yang said as he ascended to hover above the venomous woman. After enduring the ravages of the ice and fire trolls, she was nearly devoid of strength. Zhang Yang contemplated ending her life, yet he could also consider subjugating her. Submit or perish. The choice is yours, he declared, locking eyes with her. The venomous woman, possessing an intellect rivaling that of humans, comprehended his words and reluctantly acquiesced. Zhang Yang commanded the ice and fire trolls to bind her. Even in submission, precautions were necessary. He then proceeded to the blade head, instructing Wang Kai to extract him. To his surprise, the blade head was not dead but merely unconscious. Zhang Yang ordered the ice and fire trolls to secure him as well. Lastly, he turned his attention to those who had lost their base. Without it, they were akin to being stripped of their sanctuary. In such an environment, survival without shelter was arduous. Zhang Yang, however, conceived a bold idea: to reconstruct a base that could accommodate everyone. With the mineral resources at his disposal on Titan Wind Star, coupled with Wakandan technology, creating a new base was well within reach. He addressed them. I will construct a new base for you all. In the meantime, I will build temporary shelters near my base for you to reside in. No one voiced dissent. Very well, we agree with this plan. Living near your base is undoubtedly the safest option. All meals and lodging included. Such good fortune is hard to come by these days. Zhang Yang was hailed as benevolent, likened to a living Buddha. Zhang Yang, Yang, no need for further words. You are now my elder brother. Zhang Yang raised his hand, and they promptly quieted. Now, you will stand atop the ice and fire trolls, allowing them to carry you onward. The crowd was taken aback to see the 16 ice and fire trolls squatting down, extending their hands. One young, beautiful woman gritted her teeth and leaped onto the palm of an ice and fire troll, calling out to the others, "Hurry up, it's safe." Gradually, the others joined her on the hands of the trolls. Once everyone had mounted the shoulders of the ice and fire trolls, Zhang Yang commanded them to head towards the base. Those standing on the shoulders of giants gasped in awe. What a magical sensation! Everything on the ground seemed so minuscule. Is this how the esteemed Zhang Yang travels daily? Incredible! Forget about Ferraris and Porsches. Nothing compares to this. They snapped photos, eager to showcase their experience on the World Channel, hoping to impress those lowly foreigners, while others were busy taking pictures and fantasizing about boasting on the World Channel. Some young women caught Zhang Yang's attention. Is Zhang Yang still single? I want to marry him. Zhang Yang is mine. Don't try to snatch him from me. Women who believed themselves attractive began to vie for Zhang Yang's favor, much to the displeasure of the other men. What a bunch of infatuated fools. Is this infatuation? If I were a woman, I would want to marry Zhang Yang too. I'm not jealous. I'm just concerned. If Zhang Yang can't resist, won't so many women ruin him? I'm worried about that too. Zhang Yang saved our lives. We must think for him. No, we must warn Zhang Yang. He cannot indulge in lust. Exactly. If Zhang Yang succumbs to temptation, we are finished. What shall we do? We can unite to select the most suitable women for our elder brother Zhang Yang. Agreed. Listen up, ladies, not just anyone is worthy of Zhang Yang. You must pass our collective assessment. The young women were immediately displeased. Who do you think you are? At that moment, some elder individuals chimed in. Throughout history, countless emperors have fallen into ruin due to their infatuation with women. We cannot allow you young ladies to lead him astray. Zhang Yang is the linchpin of our future. In a flash, nearly everyone banded together. Although the young women were dissatisfied, they were ultimately outnumbered and had no choice but to comply. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, even without any action on his part, discussions regarding his future harem had already begun. At long last, Zhang Yang led them back to the base. Release them now. Zhang Yang Dao. The ice fire giants squatted down one by one, using their hands to gently place them on the ground. Then, Zhang Yang instructed the ice fire giants to gather wood. Yang Shishir gathered everyone together. Zhang Yang addressed the assembly. Now that they are off to collect raw materials, once the materials are gathered, we shall work together to construct wooden houses. The crowd nodded in agreement, indicating their compliance. At that moment, an elderly man with a gray-white beard stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. Chief, my humble name is Lin Fengyang, and I wish to serve as your right-hand man. Chapter 62. The entire planet relies on you. Zhang Yang's face revealed a look of doubt, poised to decline. When Yang Shishir, using the mech's voice system, softly advised, as the crowd grows, competition will inevitably arise, leading to numerous troublesome issues. You must manage the affairs of the base. How can you afford the energy to deal with these trivial matters? It would be prudent to have someone handle it on your behalf. Yang Shishir had been inducted into the Yanlong Special Operations Unit at the tender age of 17, where she acquired a wealth of knowledge, including social psychology and management. In the current climate of civilization's collapse, interpersonal relations had regressed to a tribal state. In such circumstances, the absence of legal constraints meant that individuals might resort to any means for personal gain. Thus, it was imperative for someone to impose restrictions. However, such constraints could breed resentment. Without a seasoned negotiator in the mix, it could easily escalate into fatal conflicts. Naturally, Yang Shishir wished to spare Zhang Yang from such predicaments. Seeing merit in her reasoning, Zhang Yang inquired, "What was your profession before?" Lin Fengyang, maintaining an air of dignity, replied, "I was the chairman of the Xianfeng Group. After retiring, I secluded myself in a mountain temple, practicing martial arts and cultivating my spirit, detached from worldly affairs." Upon hearing the name Xianfeng Group, the crowd erupted into animated discussions. Zhang Yang also recalled snippets about the Xianfeng Group. It was one of the premier conglomerates in Huaxia, with footprints in nearly every industry. The man before him was a significant figure, having once ranked among the Forbes list, a person whose mere stamp of a foot could tremble the world. However, after his descendants took over, the Xianfeng Group began its decline, ultimately fracturing into several smaller companies. Nevertheless, those companies remained among the top tier in Huaxia. With such a formidable figure, managing these people should pose no challenge. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. "Very well, you shall temporarily lead them in constructing temporary shelters. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." Lin Fengyang assured, "Rest assured, Chief, I shall not let you down." Zhang Yang pondered whether this elder had been too isolated from the world, as his manner of speaking seemed peculiar. "Now, you must be hungry," Zhang Yang said, retrieving a substantial amount of food from his backpack. Upon seeing the food, the crowd's eyes lit up with excitement. Zhang Yang instructed, "Distribute it among them." Lin Fengyang replied, "Leave it to me." Zhang Yang and Yang Shishir turned to return to the base. As soon as Zhang Yang departed, the crowd began to scramble for the food. Lin Fengyang brandished a gun from his sleeve, halting them in their tracks. "This food is allocated by the chief for all of us. Hence, everyone deserves a portion. Do not resort to chaos," he commanded, gripping the firearm. The crowd, devoid of any weapons themselves, ceased their disobedience out of fear. Once everyone had received their share of food, Lin Fengyang finally partook of his own. Biting into a tomato, Lin Fengyang's expression shifted slightly. During his training in the mountain temple, he had followed a wise master and learned certain profound skills. He understood that ancient martial artists cultivated an inner energy, which could be enhanced by absorbing energy from external sources. The energy provided by this tomato surpassed that of a decade-old ginseng he had consumed in the temple. Lin Fengyang was secretly astonished. Such food, in a time before civilization's collapse, could command a staggering price, let alone in today's blue star. Zhang Yang had generously distributed such bountiful provisions. Lin Fengyang's admiration for Zhang Yang grew immensely, declaring, "It seems I have not chosen the wrong person to follow." Not far off, the mighty King Kong observed the crowd's astonishment over the food with a dismissive expression. Constructing a new base required blueprints, building materials, and various tools. Zhang Yang promptly instructed Doryman to draft the designs while he entered the connection tower. Upon returning to the connection tower, it remained as lively as ever. Moreover, Zhang Yang received numerous private messages, one from Morse and another from Carlo. Carlo lamented that food supplies were running low and sought to purchase another batch. On the other hand, Morse wished to buy skewers from him. For the moment, he set those matters aside and hurried to a stall to acquire 2 giant beast collars, depleting his cosmic currency entirely. Zhang Yang let out a wry smile. It seemed the barbecue stall would have to remain operational for a while longer. He then contacted Carlo, who promptly came online. "Where have you been these past few days?" "I've been worried sick," Carlo exclaimed, enveloping Zhang Yang in a bear hug. Zhang Yang managed to extricate himself. Carlo chuckled awkwardly. "We of the B-Star are simply this enthusiastic. Please don't take offense." Zhang Yang replied, "I certainly don't mind now. How much food do you require this time?" "I need significantly more this time, tenfold compared to last," Carlo said sheepishly. Zhang Yang was taken aback. "Are you joking? Can you even consume that much? Carlo explained. You see, my purchasing of food from you has spread like wildfire on our planet. Almost everyone has approached me. Even our king has sought my assistance. He looked at Jiang Yang with pleading eyes. You must help me. I've promised them I would bring back the food. The entire populace of our planet relies on you for sustenance. Jiang Yang was left speechless. A highly advanced civilization was relying on him for survival. Very well, I can agree to your request, but your demand is simply too great. Thus, you will need to wait 2 days. And this time, advance payment is required. If you agree, I shall provide the food to you in 2 days' time. Jiang Yang expected Carlo to hesitate, but to his surprise, Carlo immediately acquiesced. All right, no problem. I will send the beast materials to you right now. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. Aren't you worried I might disappear with the goods? Carlo chuckled. We beast star folks have a keen sense of judgment. You are not that kind of person. Besides, the connection tower has rules. Any party that violates the trading regulations will be blacklisted and barred from entering the tower again. Jiang Yang understood. The items have been transmitted to you. I await your good news. Carlo waved cheerfully before logging off. Jiang Yang exited the connection tower, and upon inspecting his backpack, he nearly found it overflowing. Had it not been for the upgrade that expanded its capacity, he would have had nowhere to store all these beast materials. He would soon begin the arduous task of farming again. Sighing softly, Jiang Yang rose to leave the base, intending to fit the giant beast collars on the Blade Head and Poison Woman first. Stepping outside, he observed that the ice-fire giants had gathered a substantial amount of wood, ample enough for the crowd to construct their shelters. Lin Fengyang approached respectfully, stating, Chief, we are ready to commence work at any moment. Jiang Yang nodded slightly, handing them the tools and summoning the mechanical guardians for assistance. The atmosphere was bustling with activity as everyone diligently constructed the refuge, each fulfilling their designated roles in an orderly fashion. Jiang Yang regarded Lin Fengyang with an expression of appreciation. Chapter 63. The Jiang clan on Titan Windstar with the giant troll legion guarding the periphery. No feral creatures dared to disrupt their efforts. Jiang Yang summoned the mechanical guardians for assistance and proceeded to the pit where the Axe Head and Poison Woman were imprisoned. King Kong lounged beside the pit, resting his head on his hand with the battle axe propped nearby. Surrounded by a selection of fruits. After driving away Godzilla, King Kong had little else to occupy his time, spending his days in a cycle of eating and sleeping. Upon noticing Jiang Yang's arrival, he casually scratched his backside and yawned. This was the life King Kong had always dreamed of. On Skull Island, he was constantly preoccupied with battling the skeletal lizards and had no time to enjoy life. However, being with Jiang Yang was a different story. He no longer had to worry about food or be on guard against sudden lizard attacks. It was simply blissful. Jiang Yang sighed in exasperation. King Kong, this lifestyle will lead to your decline. King Kong rolled his eyes and turned over, continuing his slumber. Jiang Yang shook his head, descending into the deep pit. The Blade Head and Poison Woman glared at him but dared not vocalize their displeasure. In just a day's time, the wound on the Blade Head's rear had already healed. Jiang Yang tossed the giant beast collars around the necks of both monsters. They struggled momentarily, but the nanoneural threads extending from the collars penetrated their bodies, swiftly subduing their resistance. Once the indicator lights on the collars turned green, Jiang Yang summoned Wang Kai to unlock their chains. The Blade Head and Poison Woman prostrated themselves before Jiang Yang. King Kong's eyes sparkled with interest as he pointed a finger at Jiang Yang's shoulder. Jiang Yang looked at him, pointing to his own neck. Do you wish to have a giant beast collar as well? King Kong nodded slightly. No, you cannot wear it. King Kong wore an irritated expression, letting out a displeased roar, as if to say, why should these two lesser creatures be allowed to wear it while I, who have driven away Godzilla, cannot? The Blade Head and the Poisonous Woman, upon hearing this, were quite incensed and issued warning growls at King Kong. In response, King Kong roared at them, nearly deafening them. The Blade Head and the Poisonous Woman promptly fell silent. Then, King Kong turned his gaze towards Jiang Yang, his eyes serious. Jiang Yang had no choice but to explain, I will provide you with one later. Yours will be even better than theirs. Only then did King Kong seem satisfied. Jiang Yang contemplated calling Doryman to craft a vibranium necklace for him as a temporary solution. Follow me, he commanded. The Blade Head and the Poisonous Woman leaped out of the deep pit. trailing behind Jiang Yang as they made their way towards the human camp. Upon their approach, the gathered crowd gasped in fright. Jiang Yang reassured, "Do not be afraid. They have changed for the better." The people exchanged glances, astonished that the creatures indeed seemed non-threatening. Incredible! 2 monsters have become obedient overnight? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Jiang Yang continued, "Resume your work. They will guard you from any beastly intrusions." With that, the crowd returned to their tasks. With their presence, the Troll Legion was no longer needed, and Jiang Yang assigned the Bladehead and the Poisonous Woman as sentinels while he transported the Troll Legion back to Titan Windstar. As the Troll Legion vanished, an unexpected sense of insecurity washed over the crowd. Though the beings equipped with vibranium spears appeared fearsome, their presence had instilled a sense of calm. Now, with the Bladehead and the Poisonous Woman as replacements, the crowd felt somewhat perplexed. Upon returning to Titan Windstar, the reconstruction of the village was in full swing. With Jiang Yang's assistance, the revitalized settlement had transformed into a small city, featuring futuristic technological buildings rather than humble stone houses. Moreover, when Jiang Yang had instructed Doryman to design the blueprints, he had drawn inspiration from the architectural style of Dragon Ball. Although the construction was not yet complete, the unique technological aesthetic was palpable. Once finished, this place would become a thriving metropolis. The village chief approached, his right fist pressed against his chest as he bowed slightly in reverence, stating, "I, Jiang Taifeng, lead the Jiang clan, and we await your esteemed presence." O Divine One! Under the careful guidance of Mei Mei, they had not only become fluent in the Huaxia language, but had also embraced many customs and cultural traditions. Thus, when it came time to choose names, they unanimously opted to bear the same surname as the Divine One, calling themselves the Jiang clan. The village chief, in particular, had adopted the name Jiang Taifeng, combining the Divine One's surname with the name of their planet. Believing it would ensure the longevity of his clan, Jiang Yang nodded slightly, allowing the others to attend to their duties. "Jiang Taifeng, remain. I have matters to discuss with you." The others withdrew, and Jiang Taifeng stepped forward, saying, "O Divine One, you commanded me to explore the mines, and we have currently discovered Ford." Jiang Yang replied, "Let us go take a look." Of course. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Taifeng summoned the Dragonbird Beast Riders to their side. "Please, O Divine One," the Dragonbird Beast, unique to Titan Windstar, measured 20 meters in length and possessed stable flight capabilities, along with formidable attack power. Previously, they would have fled at the mere sight of such a creature. But with Jiang Yang's arrival and his orders to the Icefire Trolls to assist the indigenous people, they now had the opportunity to tame these powerful beasts. A platform was affixed to the back of the Dragonbird Beast, upon which stood a semicircular wooden cabin. Jiang Yang entered, finding a table, 2 reclining chairs, and crystal windows adorning the walls. Once seated, Jiang Taifeng instructed, "To the mines." The Dragonbird Beast let out a screech and soared into the sky. Heading towards the mining site, Jiang Yang gazed out the window, observing the rapidly passing scenery. The water in the cup on the table remained perfectly still, undisturbed. Jiang Yang clicked his tongue, noting how quickly these indigenous people were learning. It wouldn't be long before they reached a medieval level of civilization. Before long, the Dragonbird Beast descended. Jiang Taifeng took the lead, guiding Jiang Yang to the entrance of the mine. There, 20 clan members stood fully armed, guarding the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Yang and the village chief, they quickly clasped their hands in greeting. Jiang Yang nodded slightly, and they entered the mine. As they approached, Jiang Yang felt a dense energy emanating from within. Inside, he beheld a dazzling array of colorful ores embedded in the walls. Some could even be extracted directly without the need for smelting. O Divine One, this is an elemental vein, capable of yielding 5 elemental spirit stones. Jiang Taifeng explained. Jiang Yang needed these spirit stones for upgrading his farms and pastures, so he promptly opened the construction panel for the mine and selected the connection to the vein. Instantly, the mine was enveloped in radiant light, and the two were transported outside. When the light faded, a mine had seemingly materialized. The updated information panel for the mine appeared before Jiang Yang. Mine level: 2 connectable veins, 2 3-connected veins, vibranium mine. Elemental mine automatic mining speed, 600 units per hour automatic smelting speed, 300 units per hour materials required for upgrade. Vibranium or X1500, Cosmic Energy Stone X15, Level 3 Energy Core X1, and connection to 3 veins. This mine was equipped solely with automatic mining machines and lacked smelting furnaces, yet it featured a high-speed conveyor belt. The conveyor belt, built in mid-air and shielded by transparent cylindrical barriers, boasted a speed surpassing that of high-speed maglev trains. The extracted ores would be placed on the conveyor belt and transported back to the main mine near the village for smelting. Others may remain here to guard. Take me to the other veins, Zhang Yang instructed. Since the connected veins could not be changed, he needed to choose the next one carefully. Once determined, he intended to rely on these 3 veins to generate value before upgrading the mine. However, he felt somewhat disappointed with the remaining 3 veins, as they did not yield cosmic energy stones. Perhaps due to the rarity of cosmic energy stones, even if they existed on Titan Windstar, they were deeply concealed within the planet's core. Nevertheless, there was solace in discovering a vein of explosive gold. Explosive gold is a special metal capable of absorbing, storing, and releasing energy. It serves as the core component for electronic swords, laser guns, and gravity guns. Even the core energy source for the rebellious mech is crafted from explosive gold. Consequently, explosive gold veins are considered strategic resources, highly coveted by various civilizations. A small planet with an explosive gold vein could fetch a price exceeding billions of cosmic coins. The remaining 2 veins were both vibranium mines. While having more vibranium is advantageous, 1 vein is sufficient for now. With explosive gold, Zhang Yang could combine it with vibranium to forge extraterrestrial weaponry. He connected to the explosive gold vein, and immediately, the area around the pit shimmered with light. When the brilliance faded, another mine had been established. The automatic mining machines placed the raw explosive gold onto the conveyor belt, which then rapidly transported the ores back to the main mine for smelting. Upon returning to the village, Zhang Yang instructed Jiang Taifeng to attend to his own matters before heading to the insect cultivation chamber located at the rear of the mine. Upon entering the chamber, Zhang Yang was greeted by a flurry of blue figures that swiftly approached him. It was 100 ice-speed mantises, and unlike the ones he had battled before, these mantises boasted jet-like appendages between their wings. The information panel popped up. Ice-speed mantis enhanced level, advanced genetic traits, high attack, high speed, cold resistance, energy burst description. Evolved from the original ice-speed mantis, the jet organs between the wings can store energy at critical moments, allowing the ice-speed mantis to increase its speed tenfold for a brief period. This evolution is based on the memories of the insect queen. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Has it only been a few days? And over 100 enhanced ice-speed mantises have already hatched? Zhang Yang clicked his tongue, for the Zerg truly instilled a sense of terror. It was merely because the last time Zhang Yang had used that particular tactic to eliminate the ice-speed mantis. The newly spawned ice-speed mantises had immediately compensated for that flaw. Had it been these present ice-speed mantises pursuing Zhang Yang at that moment, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. A hissing, eerie sound pierced the air, causing a swarm of ice-speed mantises to scatter. Zhang Yang looked up to see the Zerg Queen suspended in the center of the cultivation chamber's dome, connected to multiple nutrient supply tubes. Her appearance had also undergone a transformation. Her lower body, which should have resembled that of a spider, was now that of a female human, with a gaping maw on her abdomen. However, due to the nutrient supply tubes, she had evolved a more advanced feeding mechanism. The grotesque mouth had vanished, replaced by numerous tail spikes extending from her back, each with a triangular blade at the tip, capable of devouring corpses like a serpent when opened. As for the rest, there were no significant changes. Her lower half remained spider-like, while her upper half retained the alluring form of a woman. Her countenance was nothing short of that of a femme fatale, exuding an intoxicating charm. Furthermore, her delicate fingers had sprouted long, sharp nails capable of effortlessly slicing through steel. Under her gaze, Zhang Yang felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. The evolution of the Zerg Queen's tail spikes and the blades on her fingers was a direct consequence of Zhang Yang's previous actions against her. She recognized that mere psychic attacks might not suffice to handle a crisis, thus she had developed these weapons. With such armaments, even in the absence of Zerg soldiers to guard her, eliminating her would prove exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the Zerg Queen had already acknowledged Zhang Yang as her master and would not turn against him. She severed her connection with the nutrient supply tubes and landed gracefully on the ground. her spider legs rapidly twisting and stirring up a gust of wind as she approached Jiang Yang. Her delicate hands caressed his face, her enchanting visage betraying an expression of infatuation. Jiang Yang, being caressed by such a creature, was instantly covered in goosebumps, especially when the blade-like fingers swept past his face, fearing that a careless move might result in losing his head. After caressing his face, the Zerg Queen wrapped her arms around his, resting her cheek against his shoulder. Despite the softness of her touch, Jiang Yang felt no inclination in that regard. That should suffice. I wish to see how the incubating Zerg eggs are faring, Jiang Yang stated. The Zerg Queen promptly led him to observe the eggs she had laid. Thanks to Jiang Yang supplying her with all the corpses of the Zerg soldiers from the nest. Combined with the attributes of the Zerg cultivation chamber, the number of Zerg soldiers had already surpassed 5,000, including several other types of Zerg soldiers besides the ice-speed mantises. Jiang Yang clicked on their characteristics to take a look. Heavy armored soldier level, advanced soldier genetic traits, enhanced strength, super defense, long-range energy cannon description. After the destruction of the last Zerg nest, the Zerg Queen realized the importance of defense and ranged attacks. Thus, she hatched heavy armored soldiers with superlative defensive capabilities and long-range attacks. They are large in stature and nearly indestructible, serving as mobile energy turrets. Devouring soldier level, intermediate soldier genetic traits, enhanced devouring, energy conversion, speed of energy transmission description. Following the last Zerg nest demise, the Zerg Queen also comprehended the significance of corpse recovery and energy replenishment. Devouring soldiers will voraciously consume the corpses on the battlefield, regardless of whether they belong to allies or foes, converting them into energy to supply other Zerg soldiers, thereby enhancing the endurance of the Zerg army. Sonic soldier level, intermediate soldier genetic traits, invisibility, soundwave detection, flight description. The existence of sonic soldiers eliminates the vulnerabilities of lower-tier Zerg soldiers in reconnaissance. They utilize sound waves to detect conditions over a wide area and possess the ability to become invisible. Gathering intelligence on enemy movements. Blade soldier level, intermediate soldier genetic traits, defense, speed, patience, enhanced hatching speed description. The cannon fodder soldiers hatched by the Zerg Queen. They will comprise the majority of the Zerg army. Although their individual attributes may not be outstanding, they possess a certain degree of offensive capability. Most importantly, their numbers are vast, paving the way for a favorable offensive environment for higher-tier soldiers while also handling the aftermath. As Jiang Yang marveled at the developments, he could not help but feel the lingering resentment of the Zerg Queen from her previous demise. These evolved soldiers were almost entirely a result of his actions in obliterating the Zerg nest. Granting her the genetic opportunity for evolution, Jiang Yang silently expressed relief. It was fortunate he had decisively eradicated the nest last time. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been unimaginable. Chapter 65. The Hive planned 2 types of advanced soldiers, in addition to 3 types of intermediate soldiers. With 5 distinct soldier types, assembling a Zerg army of 10,000 would yield unfathomable power. It was likely that even the Troll Legion would retreat in fear. Jiang Yang was immensely satisfied when suddenly a prompt from the system appeared. The nutrient supply in the Zerg cultivation chamber was down to 10%. If it were to be exhausted, the Zerg Queen would resort to consuming the Zerg eggs and soldiers to sustain her own energy needs. Jiang Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I had previously provided all the corpses of the Zerg soldiers I eliminated from the nest as nourishment." Due to the newly hatched Zerg soldiers being of a higher level than the corpses, their energy consumption had doubled. Thus, these Zerg eggs had already consumed over 60% of the energy. Coupled with the energy expenditure from the Zerg Queen's evolution, it was only natural for the nutrient supply to dwindle to such an extent. There was no miscalculation involved. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yang considered that he needed to retain some of the monster materials for crafting fertilizer and seeds, rather than supplying everything to the Zerg cultivation chamber. Was there any solution? You may command the Zerg Queen to cease egg-laying, which would significantly reduce energy consumption. Jiang Yang initially intended to create an army of 10,000 soldiers, but it seemed he must pause for now. He turned to the Zerg Queen, stating, "This number of soldiers is sufficient for the time being. Refrain from hatching any new ones." The Zerg Queen gazed at him, puzzled, emitting an odd sound that, through her psychic power, conveyed her meaning to Jiang Yang. "What is it? Is it because these soldiers are not competent enough?" Jiang Yang sighed. "It is not that they lack competence. It is simply that there are too many for me to sustain. No. It is merely that these soldiers are adequate for now. You need not exert yourself so much. The Zerg Queen revealed a sweet smile. Jiang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, retrieving 1/5 of the monster materials from his backpack to replenish the energy required for the Zerg cultivation chamber. The nutrients increased to 33%. This should suffice to support the Zerg cultivation chamber for 10 days to half a month. Once he acquired enough monster materials, he would return to fully replenish the nutrients. Having completed his tasks at the Zerg cultivation chamber, Jiang Yang returned to the base and proceeded to the laboratory, where he filled all the monster materials into the fertilizer manufacturing device. And now all that remained was to wait patiently. Exiting the laboratory, he spotted young Shirshir tending to the pasture. On the verdant grass, she wore denim overalls over a white shirt, while chickens and ducks pecked at the feed before her. Without the need to ponder the future, each day merely required feeding the livestock, ensuring a life of comfort, especially with such a beauty by his side. How perfect this life was, Jiang Yang contemplated that once the elemental or yielded sufficient materials, he should upgrade the pasture, introduce some pigs, cows, and sheep, and perhaps even expand the area to accommodate a few horses. The thought of riding alongside her across the meadows was pure bliss. After finishing with the feed, young Shirshir turned around and noticed Jiang Yang standing a short distance away, smiling as she asked, "How long have you been standing there?" Jiang Yang replied with a grin, "I've been here all along." The scene is simply too heartwarming for me to interrupt. Young Shirshir set aside her tools and approached him, saying, "The design blueprint for the base has been completed. Would you like to take a look?" Jiang Yang nodded. Upon arriving at the central hall, Duo Live Ming projected the design blueprint onto the large screen and began explaining, "Master, I have named the construction of the new base the Hive Plan. The new base, or rather, the auxiliary base, differs from the main base in its construction model. It will be built above ground, encircling the main base. The auxiliary base consists of 6 main nodes, interconnected by walls made of vibrating steel, with both above-ground and underground passages linking them. The water source of the auxiliary base will connect to the spiritual spring pool of the main base, allowing for free water access, while the energy system will be supplied by the main base, ensuring all systems of the auxiliary base operate smoothly. Each auxiliary base node adopts a 3-layer hive structure capable of accommodating 60 residents per layer, with each individual private living space reaching up to 100 square meters. Including public areas, the total space can exceed 1,000 square meters. Most importantly, the hive structure boasts exceptional expansion capabilities. Should the population increase in the future, extensions can be made to the existing buildings, saving considerable effort. Master, that is all for now." Jiang Yang stroked his chin, slightly furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Will everything be constructed using vibrating steel?" "Master, aside from the protective walls, the remainder can be constructed using materials from abandoned base buildings. According to my calculations, collecting materials from 500 bases will be sufficient." Dora V. Mingdao. There are numerous abandoned bases, and gathering 500 is certainly not a challenge. Furthermore, once the auxiliary base is constructed, it effectively adds an additional layer of protection to the periphery of the main base. Jiang Yang praised, "Well done." Dora V. Ming's small, round hand scratched her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "It's not just me. I owe it to Miss Young Shirshir's suggestion." Jiang Yang turned to young Shirshir, astonished, "You understand architecture?" Young Shirshir smiled gently, saying, "My mother is an architect. During the pirate group's invasion, she was one of the engineers of our home on Earth, and I learned a thing or two from her." Jiang Yang sighed, "With one parent a renowned astronomer and the other an architect, how did you end up wanting to be a special forces soldier?" Young Shirshir pondered for a moment and asked, "Would you believe me if I said I wanted to be a knight or a superhero?" Jiang Yang nodded, "I believe you, and I will help you fulfill that dream." Young Shirshir smiled sweetly, "Just leave the collection of base materials to me." "All right, I will have the troll officer assist you," Jiang Yang replied. Young Shirshir nodded slightly, "That sounds good. Their help will significantly expedite the collection process." Jiang Yang summoned the Troll Legion, instructing them to follow young Shirshir's orders, and selected 25 individuals from the group to assist her. With this manpower, young Shirshir should have sufficient resources. The task of gathering was demanding, and young Shirshir wasted no time, setting off immediately after preparations. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang worked alongside Dora V. Ming to fertilize the fields and orchards. Lacking sufficient hands, Jiang Yang called back the mechanical sentinels. He felt that a single mechanical sentinel was hardly adequate. However, upgrading them using the free enhancement items would be too costly. It seemed that achieving a fully automated fertilization function would require the base to reach the next level. Thus, Zhang Yang resolved to purchase additional intelligent seeds or intelligent seed servants, but that required funds. Just as he contemplated how to amass wealth, a message arrived from Mo's. Chapter 66. Setting a small goal to make barbecue a universal bestseller. Mo's sent messages almost daily, primarily regarding the purchase of skewers. Ever since Zhang Yang had sold skewers at the connection tower, alien merchants had begun to imitate him. Barbecue had nearly become the most lucrative profession at the connection tower. With half of the tin stalls selling skewers, with so many vendors, why did customers flock to Zhang Yang's stall? In Mo's words, it was because others lacked the authentic flavor. Only Zhang Yang's barbecue was truly genuine. Nowadays, Mo's indulged in mini barbecues 3 times a day, almost adorned with a golden chain and a wristwatch. Zhang Yang assumed that Mo's had come to purchase skewers again and replied, "Today is a bit hectic. I will pack them for you later." Mo's replied, "I am not just here to buy skewers. I have a significant proposition for you." Zhang Yang inquired, "What kind of proposition? Would you like your barbecue to become a bestseller across the universe?" Mo's asked. Zhang Yang thought he was joking. "Stop kidding. I can't even leave my home planet, let alone sell across the universe." Mo's immediately countered, "That is precisely why I'm here to collaborate with you. To be frank, I am a leader of a small faction, with both manpower and resources at my disposal. If you agree, you will handle production while I manage sales, splitting the profits 50-50. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had conducted business with Mo's a few times and found him reliable, this proposition sounded a bit far-fetched. Thus, Zhang Yang decided to listen to his plan. "Since you seek my collaboration, you must have developed a preliminary marketing strategy, right?" "Of course, let us have a video call," Mo's replied. Zhang Yang activated the video call, revealing Mo's in a dark blue uniform, seated in a floating chair. The backdrop featured metallic walls, layered corridors, and bustling crew members, indicating he was aboard a spacecraft. Zhang Yang inquired, "Where are you?" "On my spaceship." Mo's pointed ahead, and through the window, the vastness of space was visible. Along with the immense body of the ship, Zhang Yang estimated that Mo's vessel was at least the size of 100 bases. Mo said, "Let me show you something." With that, Mo's waved his hand, and a slender, green-skinned female alien approached, carrying a box. The edges of the box were metallic, while the sides were transparent. Mo's explained, "This specially designed preservation box can extend the storage time of barbecue for 10 days. Maintaining both heat and flavor. After opening, I will send it to you. And after you place your prepared barbecue inside, I will transport it back for sale across the universe." Zhang Yang found this appealing but had one concern. "The universe is so vast. Will you earn back your fuel costs with all that traveling?" Mo's laughed heartily. "You have no idea. Numerous space stations exist throughout the universe, serving purposes similar to the connection tower. People from various planets stop there for supplies and rest. Though they are not as advanced as the connection tower, I will instruct my subordinates to take your barbecue to the shops at these space stations. Moreover, the shops belong to me. I merely need to collect your products and distribute them. Do you understand?" Zhang Yang nodded slightly. "I understand, but I fear I cannot manage it." Mo's was puzzled. "What other issues do you have?" "For large-scale sales, I will need some monster corpses to create fertilizer, and I also require robots to assist with the fields. Otherwise, my manpower here simply cannot keep up," Zhang Yang replied. Mo shrugged. "Is that all?" "These are minor issues. I have plenty of robots, and regarding monster corpses, I am well acquainted with officers from various civilizations. They use monsters in battles, and the dead ones need disposal. I can easily arrange that." Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. "Then there's no problem. As long as you procure the items I need, I can handle the rest." "Great. Let me show you the robots," Mo said, bringing up a holographic display showcasing dozens of types of robots. Among them were over 10 models of maid robots, not to mention the searchers, teachers, nurses, and various others. "There were simply too many, so many options?" Zhang Yang exclaimed. Mo smiled confidently. "This is my line of work. Besides robots, I also have other biological subordinates, but unlike robots, they cannot be manufactured, and selling them is frowned upon, so robots are my main industry." After a pause, Mo's added, "Choose whichever you prefer." Zhang Yang scanned the robots, noting prices ranging from hundreds to hundreds of thousands of universe coins, with the more expensive ones being superior. Naturally, he desired the costliest, but since he hadn't earned any money yet, he felt it would be inappropriate to burden his partner with such expenses. Moreover, he required robots specifically for farming, so opting for the most expensive would be wasteful. Consequently, Zhang Yang selected the BII-131 robot, priced at 140 universe coins. This model was a caretaker robot, resembling the protagonist of the film WALL-E, but with more mechanical arms and slightly enhanced capabilities. "Are you not going to pick a better one?" Mose inquired. "No need. It's just for farming." "No point in overspecifying," Zhang Yang replied. "All right, how many do you want?" Mose generously asked, as this type of robot was abundantly available and inexpensive, allowing for the procurement of hundreds without issue. Zhang Yang contemplated. "Let us go with 30.30 should suffice for the fields, ranches, and fish ponds, even after upgrades." Mose immediately instructed his people to transport the 30 BII-131 robots to Zhang Yang. A radiant light enveloped the transmission platform as the 30 robots emerged one by one, accompanied by a large device resembling an oversized power strip. Zhang Yang inquired, "What is this?" Mose explained, "These robots require charging. Connect this energy panel to the power system, and they will automatically recharge before their battery runs out." Zhang Yang thought to himself that the upgraded mechanical sentinels were indeed quite impressive. If the sentinels were replaced with charging robots, and enemies attacked while the robots were still connected to the charging panel, what a predicament that would be. Fortunately, they were tasked with farming rather than guarding the base. "Is there anything else you need?" "If not, I will send the preservation box to you," Mose asked. Zhang Yang then inquired, "I also need some construction robots. Do you have any?" "Construction robots are more expensive. How many do you require?" Mose instantly became less generous than before. Zhang Yang reassured him, "Rest assured, I will purchase them all with my share of the profits." "Fine, I will let you choose," Mose replied, displaying a series of construction robot options. Chapter 67. Teaching alien natives to barbecue. These construction robots were all relatively large, equipped with mechanical arms that transformed into cutting machines, laser cutters, nail guns, and various other tools. Upon seeing the prices, Zhang Yang felt they were quite reasonable. A 10-meter-tall construction robot only cost a little over 1,000 universe coins. "These construction robots are incredibly affordable." Zhang Yang expressed his confusion. Mose replied, "After all, artificial intelligence is quite prevalent in high-tech civilizations. Naturally, it is more cost-effective compared to biological labor. Moreover, on our mechanical clock planet, creating a robot is as simple as having a meal." Zhang Yang found this reasoning sound. It was akin to living by the sea and being unperturbed by the presence of seafood. He selected 7 construction robots and purchased some tools suitable for human use, totaling merely a few tens of thousands of cosmic coins. However, when converted to Blue Star currency, it amounted to a staggering figure, especially considering that a pound of crystal energy could fetch over 1,000 yuan on Blue Star, with one cosmic coin equating to dozens of pounds of crystal energy. Then, Mose transported all the items, concluding the transaction. Zhang Yang stored the construction robots and preservation boxes in his backpack, his gaze settling on the group of BII-131 robots. "From now on, you shall be known as WALL-E. You are WALL-E 1, you are WALL-E 2, he designated, continuing in this manner, "Now, let Dorai V. Meng instruct you on how to tend to the fields." Teaching these robots to work was far swifter than inputting code. As Dorai V. Meng entered the commands, the WALL-E robots immediately commenced their tasks: watering, weeding, fertilizing, harvesting, and planting, each step executed with precision. Zhang Yang further instructed, "Dorai V. Meng, please duplicate the barbecue information for Mei Mei." "Understood, Master," replied Dorai V. Meng. Zhang Yang activated a holographic panel to assess the external situation. The construction of the wooden house was progressing smoothly, and it was expected to be completed in 2 or 3 days, rendering the construction robots unnecessary. He decided to wait for Yang Shishir to return with the building materials. Subsequently, Zhang Yang took Mei Mei to Titan Windstar. Surrounding the village, one could observe heavily armored insect soldiers, bowing insect soldiers, and blade-edge insect soldiers moving about. After the departure of the Troll Legion, Zhang Yang had summoned them to protect the village from beastly invasions. Upon entering the village chief, Zhang Tianfeng, promptly led the villagers out to greet him, inviting Zhang Yang to the nearly completed council hall. "Divine Master, how may I assist you?" Zhang Tianfeng inquired respectfully. Zhang Yang stated, "In the coming days, I would like you to learn a new technique. They were eager to acquire new skills to build their homeland. This new technique is called barbecue. Mei Mei will now present a demonstration video for you. Upon receiving Jiang Yang's nod, Mei Mei played the barbecue demonstration video, showcasing grilled kidney, lamb skewers, chicken skewers, grilled fish, and more, leaving the audience nearly drooling. They had just transitioned from an era of raw consumption to one of cooked food, having never seen or tasted such delicacies. After the video, Zhang Tianfeng excitedly asked, "Divine Master, are we truly qualified to learn barbecue?" "Certainly. Starting today, Mei Mei will teach you the techniques of barbecue, and I will send the necessary tools and materials to you one by one," Jiang Yang assured. The villagers were elated, as if the prospect of eating barbecue had transported them to paradise. Jiang Yang did not linger long, offering a few instructions to Mei Mei before returning to the base. Dori Viming approached, stating, "Master, 50,000 pounds of food have been prepared." Jiang Yang promptly contacted Carlo, who quickly responded. Previously, he had requested 5,000 pounds of food, and this time he sought 10 times that amount, 50,000 pounds. The production of fertilizer for this food had consumed nearly a quarter of the monster materials Carlo had provided. After transferring the food, Carlo expressed immense gratitude and added, "In the coming days, I may return to purchase more food, possibly in greater quantities. I hope that won't be too much trouble. As long as the monster materials are supplied, we can provide as much food as needed," Jiang Yang assured, now aided by the Wally robots, alleviating his concerns about fertilization. "That's excellent. You can rest assured. We have an abundance of monster materials," Carlo responded joyfully. After logging off, Jiang Yang felt it was time to upgrade the farmland, orchard, and other facilities. More space was essential for cultivating a greater variety of crops. He opened his backpack, and within a day, he had extracted over 1,000 units of elemental ore and explosive gold ore. The quantity of elemental ore was sufficient to upgrade both the ranch and fish pond, prompting Jiang Yang to immediately access the upgrade panel. All upgrade conditions for the ranch have been met. Would you like to proceed? All upgrade conditions for the fish pond have been met. Would you like to proceed? Jiang Yang affirmed both, and in an instant, the scene was enveloped in white light, signaling the successful upgrades of the two facilities. Fish pond level, 4 area, 72 square meters capacity, 89 400 species, all aquatic life, with a maximum size limit of 5 meters, deep sea species can be cultivated only after reaching level 5, growth rate, 25 times acceleration quality enhancement. Every day spent in the pond increases the quality by 5%. Upgrade requirements. Water Spirit Stone 300. All farms and orchards at level 5, host at level 6 farmer ranch level, 4 area, 460 square meters capacity. Poultry, 90, livestock, 50. Existing facilities. Chicken coop, space remaining 1330. Duck coop, space remaining 1730. Goose coop, 030. Pig, cow, and sheep pens, 050. Growth rate, 25 times acceleration quality enhancement. Every day spent in the ranch increases poultry quality by 10%. Livestock quality by 3%. Upgrade requirements. Earth Spirit Stone 300. All farms and orchards at level 5. Host at level 6 farmer ding. Ranch and fish pond upgrades successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 9,500 experience points. The most significant change was in the ranch, which had nearly expanded 8-fold, creating a much more spacious area. However, due to insufficient elemental ore, Jiang Yang could not continue with further upgrades and instead turned to the connection tower. Upon arrival, he headed straight for the ore trading stalls, where both ore sales and purchases took place. After inspecting the offerings, Jiang Yang discovered that the price of explosive gold ore was moderately positioned among the ores, selling for 200 cosmic coins per unit. In contrast, a laser gun was priced at merely 150 cosmic coins, revealing that a quarter unit of explosive gold was sufficient to manufacture a core component of a laser gun. Holding 963 units of explosive gold ore, Jiang Yang prudently avoided selling them to a single vendor, fearing it might raise suspicions. After careful consideration, he approached over 20 different ore buyers, successfully selling all his explosive gold ore and netting over 14,000 cosmic coins in the process. With this sum, he could easily purchase a personal spacecraft. Jiang Yang retrieved a pre-prepared list and began procuring materials accordingly. 25 units of cosmic energy stone, 500 units of meteorite ore. He searched for the necessary ores to upgrade the farm and spirit spring. Little did he know, he had already become the target of attention. Chapter 68. The target of interstellar pirates. The ones fixated on him were a group of interstellar pirates, notorious for preying on isolated, weaker space stations and planets. The leader, named Gang, was a wanted criminal with a substantial bounty placed by the Cosmic Federation. While his subordinates were all desperados, Gang commanded 3-star battleships, and his forces and weaponry were sufficient to conquer small civilized planets and space stations. Moreover, he was formidable himself, a creature of pure mechanical clock origin. His body had undergone continuous enhancements, granting him the strength to crush a personal spacecraft with a single punch. Many of his trusted subordinates were equally ruthless. The bounty for Gang was 245,000 cosmic coins. While several of his key lieutenants had bounties exceeding 100,000 cosmic coins, it is worth noting that those with bounties of 100,000 cosmic coins are typically notorious figures in the universe. Gang trailed Zhang Yang from a distance, possessing the keen eyesight to discern that Zhang Yang was concealing something. Although 900 units of explosive gold was not an overwhelming amount, in the hands of a human from a secondary civilization, it represented a fortune. With such explosive gold ore, he could easily secure the title of the wealthiest individual on his home planet. Gang approached the stall where Zhang Yang had conducted his transaction, purchasing a piece of explosive gold that Zhang Yang had sold. Examining it closely, analyzing the cutting marks on the mineral, Gang deduced that this particular ore had been mined no more than a day prior. Excitement surged within him as he immediately handed the ore to his subordinates for analysis of its various components and to locate the ore's planetary origin. Not long after, his subordinate, Raz, reported, "Boss, I have identified over 400,000 planets with geological compositions similar to this ore." Gang inquired, "Is there a planet named Blue Star among them?" Raz shook his head slightly. "No, there isn't." Gang persisted. "If we eliminate planets without intelligent life, how many remain?" Raz adjusted the data on the holographic panel, finally deriving a result. "If we exclude the ones you mentioned, over 2,000 remain." "Which is still quite a lot," Gang replied in a low voice. "With these 2,000, we will search them one by one, boss. These 2,000 planets are not all located within the same star system. Locating them will require considerable effort." Raz exclaimed in astonishment. Gang let out a cold snort and retorted, "What do you understand? Do you grasp the significance of a powerful energy gold mine? With it, we need not risk our lives as bandits. We can simply transform into merchants and effortlessly amass millions, or even tens of millions of cosmic coins without resorting to violence." His subordinates naturally understood that being an ore merchant was one of the most lucrative professions in the universe, far superior to their current perilous existence. Gang clenched his fists, his mechanical eyes radiating a fierce, crimson light. "Furthermore, with the energy gold mine, I could even negotiate with the leaders of powerful civilizations to establish our own nation. At that point, we would no longer have to hide from the pursuit of the Cosmic Federation." His underlings were stirred with excitement. Raz solemnly declared, "Boss, I shall act on your orders immediately." Gang nodded slightly. "Go ahead, put in the effort. A life of happiness lies just ahead. As you command, boss." Almost all the subordinates worked with greater vigor than usual. Gang toyed with the energy gold mine in his hand, while a holographic display before him showcased Zhang Yang's image, accompanied by a brief introduction. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yang, who was still wandering near the connection tower, his sale of the ore had made him a focal point for a certain interstellar bandit group. This time, he had acquired sufficient ore and also purchased some steel materials. This steel was the ordinary variety found on Earth, yet exceedingly cheap. 1 cosmic coin could procure 10,000 units. Steel was overwhelmingly abundant in the universe. Nearly every planet had it, including desolate, uninhabited ones. Having secured enough materials, Zhang Yang noticed an offer for intelligent seed servants. He felt that merely relying on Doraemon and Mimi was insufficient. He constantly needed to transfer Mimi back and forth between 2 planets on a USB drive. Moreover, once the secondary base was constructed, several intelligent core brains would be necessary for management. While Doraemon could manage alone, it would expose his secret. Zhang Yang did not wish for anyone, apart from those he trusted, to know of Doraemon's existence. Thus, he resolved to purchase a few more intelligent seed servants, especially since he now had the funds to do so. Consequently, he acquired 5 intelligent seed servants. These new servants boasted superior computational codes compared to the initial Mimi. though Mimi had since caught up with their capabilities thanks to Doraemon's assistance. Upon returning to the base, Zhang Yang activated the 5 code cores, each projecting an intelligent seed servant. Esteemed Master, how may we serve you? An information panel appeared before Zhang Yang, allowing him to modify their settings, including their genders. He designated one as Dora May, and the other 4 as the 4 penguins from Madagascar, naming them Skipper, Kowalski, Rico, and Private. Doraemon, come and meet your new friends, Zhang Yang called out. Doraemon appeared beside him, somewhat disappointed. Master, I do not desire friends. I want a harem. Zhang Yang chuckled reproachfully. You have no need for a harem. Be more focused, do you understand? Zhang Yang could only smile wryly. He had no intention of pursuing a harem, yet Doraemon seemed to want one. Upon realizing he could not have a harem, Dora May looked a bit disheartened. With hands on her hips, she adopted a lecturing pose. Brother, you cannot be like this. Skipper, Kowalski, Rico, and Private exchanged glances. Skipper said, Master, please assign us a task, preferably one with some difficulty. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Doraemon, take them to familiarize themselves with their work and assign them tasks. As you wish, Master, Doraemon replied. The intelligent seed beings learned and communicated with remarkable speed, swiftly exchanging codes. Before long, Dora May and the others understood their responsibilities. Zhang Yang sent Dora May to Titan Wind Star to assist Mimi, while Skipper and Private were tasked with aiding Lin Fengyang. With 4 penguins around, Zhang Yang felt reassured that there would be no trouble. After completing these arrangements, Zhang Yang began upgrading the farm and the spiritual spring pool. The upgrade conditions for the farm and the spiritual spring pool have been met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Zhang Yang selected yes for both, and immediately, the farm and spiritual spring pool were enveloped in a radiant white light. Undergoing significant transformation. Chapter 69. May I touch it? As the light faded, a brand new farm and spiritual spring pool emerged before him. Farm level 5. Currently at the highest level. Further upgrades require an increase in base level area. 600 square meters yield rate. Crop maturation speed increased by 40 times. And crop quality enhanced by 60.4 medicinal herbs that value aging. The growth speed is increased by 70 times. Upgrade condition. Unlocks after the base reaches level 3. Spiritual spring well level 5. Currently at the highest level. Further upgrades require an increase in base level effect. Spring water enhances crop growth speed by 5 times and improves crop quality by 20. Additionally, the spring water has the effect of enhancing human attributes by 0.4, offering purification effects. Through repeated irrigation, it can purify contaminated soil, allowing for the cultivation of ordinary crops. Additional attribute. Surge strength enhancement, ensuring water supply within a kilometer radius. Upgrade condition. Unlocks after the base reaches level 3. Ding! The farm and spiritual spring well have successfully upgraded. The host gains 23,000 experience points. Zhang Yang's gaze fell upon the farm, now spanning 600 square meters, nearly equivalent to 1 mu of land. The area available for cultivation had expanded by more than 5 times. The spiritual spring well had transformed into an almost expansive pool of water, and more importantly, it possessed the power to purify the land. With this ability, once the secondary base was established, crops could be cultivated in the space between the city walls and the main base, restoring Blue Star civilization to its agricultural roots. Zhang Yang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. His goal was to restore Blue Star civilization, and he could finally see the flicker of hope. He promptly instructed the walleye robot to sow seeds in the empty farm and then feverishly applied fertilizer. Next, he opened his information panel and noted that he needed just over 10,000 experience points to advance to the next level. However, there was no rush. The current farm area was already sufficient. Zhang Yang contacted Yang Shishir, who had gathered building materials from 11 bases and was on her way back. Zhang Yang stepped out of the base and approached the site for the temporary residence. They had constructed 3 large wooden houses, capable of accommodating over 200 people. To expedite the completion of the temporary quarters, Zhang Yang had not instructed them to build individual living spaces, as that would waste precious time. There were over 1,000 people to shelter. Upon seeing Zhang Yang approach, Lin Fengyang immediately walked up to him. Chief, the construction of the temporary residence is progressing smoothly. It is expected to be completed in 3 days. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Well done. Let everyone take a break and have something to eat. Understood, Lin Fengyang called out. The chief has instructed everyone to take a break. The four penguins relayed the order to their respective teams to halt for rest. Zhang Yang took out fruit and spring water to share with everyone. Skipper also brought his three brothers and the mechanical guardian to Zhang Yang's side. Others looked on in disbelief at the four penguins beside Zhang Yang. How could characters from animated films appear in the real world? Yet, no one dared to inquire about their origins, as Zhang Yang was surrounded by too many extraordinary figures. However, there was always an exception. Ning Xiaowan was one of them. Ning Xiaowan rose, dusted off her dress, and tidied her long, lustrous hair to appear as dignified as possible. She then took out a small mirror she carried and checked her reflection. The beautiful face in the mirror was her source of confidence, along with her curvaceous figure. As the campus belle of the film academy, she believed that had it not been for the civilization's destruction, she would likely be a popular idol star by now. She was convinced that no man could resist her allure. If she could win Zhang Yang's heart, she would become akin to the queen of this new world, standing above all others. After putting away her mirror, she approached Zhang Yang with a confident smile. "Yanggu, where did you find these adorable little penguins? May I pet them?" Before Zhang Yang could respond, Lin Fengyang interjected, impudent. "How dare you presume to touch the chief's attendants? What status did these four penguins hold? If this were a time before civilization's collapse, they would be akin to high-ranking ministers beside an emperor. Would anyone dare to express a desire to pet a minister, let alone speak to the emperor about it?" Ning Xiaowan's face paled at the reprimand, and she felt the weight of scornful gazes upon her, prompting her to lower her head in embarrassment. Zhang Yang felt it was excessive and remarked, "There's no need to be so serious. Everyone is equal. If they consent, you may pet them." However, the four little penguins naturally showed no interest in women. Their adorable antics were solely intended to bring joy to their master, Zhang Yang. Yet, since the master had spoken, they might as well allow her to touch them. Skibbo turned to the rookie and the soldier, declaring, "It's your time to shine." The rookie stepped forward, gazing at Ning Xiaowan with an irresistibly endearing expression. "Go ahead, but only one touch." "Okay." Ning Xiaowan was nearly overwhelmed with cuteness, her trembling hand resting on the rookie's head. The silky texture felt utterly delightful. It was not just the other women who were enchanted. Even some burly men found their hearts fluttering. "Chief, may I touch them? Chief, can I take a picture with them? Chief, may I hug them?" Zhang Yang, aware of the arduous labor involved in constructing their dwelling, recognized the necessity of not only sustenance but also mental nourishment. With a wave of his hand, he granted permission. Instantly, the four little penguins became cherished mascots, embraced, photographed, and petted by all. Apart from the rookie, the other three wore expressions of numbness. Lin Fengyang, standing nearby, felt a stir of emotion. Seeing the little penguins was akin to seeing his own grandchildren, and he longed to hold one. "Feel free to touch them if you wish," Zhang Yang said. Lin Fengyang's face flushed as he quickly replied, "Chief, you misunderstand. I had no intention of touching them." "Very well. If you don't want to, then don't," Zhang Yang said. Lin Fengyang felt a twinge of disappointment, but thought to himself that once Zhang Yang departed, he would sneak a touch. After all, the four penguins were there to assist him, and there would be plenty of opportunities for interaction. After half an hour had passed, Zhang Yang clapped his hands, signaling everyone to resume their work. Reluctantly, the group returned to their tasks, while the four penguins sighed in relief. Later that evening, as dinner was being served, ominous shadows loomed in the night sky, accompanied by heavy footsteps. The slumbering Kong Kong next to the base stirred at the sound, glanced around, and then lay back down to continue sleeping. Everyone watched the shadows with tense expressions. Before long, the figures drew closer, illuminated by the flickering flames. It was Yang Shishir and her team returning, each ice and fire giant dragging tons of construction materials, leaving deep tracks in their wake. The ice and fire giants squatted down, allowing Yang Shishir and the others to disembark. "You may return to rest. We will set out together tomorrow morning at 5, Yang Shishir announced. "Understood." The team members replied as they rejoined the main group. Yang Shishir approached Zhang Yang with a smile, saying, "Today we collected building materials from 21 bases, along with some supplies, but there was too much to bring back entirely." Zhang Yang replied with a grin, "No matter, we can figure out a way to transport the rest another day. Thank you for your hard work. Take a break and enjoy dinner." He then addressed everyone, "You can all rest now. We will continue our work in the morning." The group gathered around the campfire, indulging in delicious food. This lively and warm scene was once unimaginable, let alone the luxury of shedding protective gear to breathe fresh air. Thankfully, with Jiang Yang's antitoxin tomatoes, everyone was immune to the toxic substances in the atmosphere. Chapter 70. A leap from bicycle to motorcycle after dinner. The others were free to engage in leisure activities. Without any prompting from Jiang Yang, no one dawdled or wandered off. While they rested, Jiang Yang deployed the construction robots. The 7 construction robots were quite impressive and immediately captivated everyone's attention. What sort of miraculous beings are those? I don't know, but they look like giant robots. Goodness, they're enormous. What are they for? Is that considered large? Compared to the ice and fire giants, they seem like mere children. Once activated, the construction robots illuminated with lights, allowing everyone to appreciate their full appearance. All in awe. Even young Shirshir was astonished. She could hardly comprehend how, in just half a day, Jiang Yang had acquired such colossal machines. And then there were the adorable penguins she held in her arms. Indeed, the rookie was cradled by young Shirshir, while the other 3 penguins nestled close to her side. Young Shirshir found the penguins undeniably cute, and while they resisted being touched by others, they showed no reluctance towards her. After all, Lord Doryman had given explicit permission for young Shirshir, who was favored by their master, to interact with them. Perhaps she might even be their future mistress. Jiang Yang instructed, Skibbo, show them how to build. Understood, boss. Skibbo leaped onto the construction robot and inputted the hive plan's blueprints into their system. Returning to Jiang Yang's side, boss, the task is complete. Jiang Yang nodded slightly. Let us get to work. The mechanical arms of the 7 construction robots whirred into action, the sound of gears clanking as they began excavating foundations, mixing cement, cutting steel plates, and performing a myriad of tasks. There was no need for human direction. They executed their duties with precision. The onlookers were mesmerized, entirely unbothered by the noise, and they moved closer to observe the robots at work in the vastness of outer space. A group of aliens watched Jiang Yang aid others in rebuilding their shelter, utterly astonished. These construction robots appeared to be the latest models, each worth at least 6,000 cosmic coins. What do you mean appeared? They are, indeed, they are the latest construction robots, the ones used in the construction of the Conquest-class starship by the Galactic Federation. These construction robots have skyrocketed in price to 20,000 cosmic coins. How on earth did he afford these construction robots? Jiang Yang had chosen these models when he purchased them, hoping to expedite the establishment of the auxiliary base without realizing they were the latest models coveted by various civilizations across the cosmos. When he saw that Moss had over 100 of these robots in stock, he managed to secure them at a factory price with a 20% discount. They would never have imagined that a low-level civilization human was utilizing construction robots that even they could not afford. Li Zhaka was equally astonished upon seeing the construction robots. After all, this model had been nearly depleted by major construction companies across civilizations and was virtually unavailable on the market. Setting aside how Jiang Yang could procure the funds, the very fact that he found a supplier was astonishing enough. You continue to surprise me, Li Zhaka murmured to himself, then added, let me see what kind of base you can build that can withstand an assault. Meanwhile, Baruch, overseeing operations on his mining planet, felt an urgent need to act. If he waited any longer, he feared that even if he reached Blue Star, he would not stand a chance against Jiang Yang. He immediately contacted a friend working within the pirate group. This friend, named Cruz, was a manager in one of the group's departments. Upon connecting via video call, a holographic display revealed an alien creature with tentacles protruding from its chin. Cruz, how is the task progressing? Baruch inquired. Cruz replied, I have found a symbiotic organism that will be deployed on Blue Star. I can use a soul converter to transfer your consciousness into the symbiote and then send you to Blue Star. Baruch, puzzled, asked, a symbiote? It was natural for Baruch to be curious. Even advanced civilization humans could not possibly know every type of organism in the universe. Cruz pulled up a video showcasing the symbiote's activities on Blue Star. This symbiote can gain immense power as long as it finds a suitable host. The individual in the video is Venom. When we invaded Blue Star, he took down many of our men. Cruz explained. Baruch asked, where is he now? Is he dead? He is currently imprisoned by Lord Li Zhaka. I am not privy to the details, Cruz replied. Lord Li Zhaka located the planet where the symbiote existed and brought some back. It has yet to be deployed on Blue Star. If you agree, I can assist you. Baruch watched in horror as the viscous, pitch-black entity slithered into a body and wondered if there was no other method. Cruz, somewhat impatient, responded, "Finding this method is already a stroke of luck. Do you think our group has such vulnerabilities to exploit? If you refuse, then so be it. I don't want to waste more time." Baruch gritted his teeth, recalling how obtaining Jiang Yang's planting technology could elevate him to the status of a top-tier cosmic tycoon. He resolved to take the risk, even if it meant sacrificing his life. "All right, I agree. However, will I be able to return afterward?" Cruz assured him. "Rest assured, I am very reliable. Just keep in mind that while the symbiote has a robust life force, it is sensitive to high decibel sound waves. If it dies, your consciousness will not return." Hearing this, Baruch felt a surge of fear. What if he truly perished? Yet, he thought, without some degree of sacrifice, how could he ever become a top cosmic tycoon? "Let us take a gamble. A bicycle can become a motorcycle." With that, Baruch steeled himself and agreed. "Crusto, since we have reached an agreement, come to see me in the next couple of days, and I shall infuse your consciousness into the symbiote." "When will the symbiote be deployed?" Baruch inquired further. "Crusto, it will be soon. Currently, Lord Lizhak has yet to provide a definitive timeline. However, you must act swiftly. For with Zhang Yang's presence, Lord Lizhak may choose to strike at any moment." "Very well, I shall visit you tomorrow." Baruch ended the video call and summoned his son, Barid, resembling his father with a similarly large head. Asked father, "What is it that you need from me?" Chapter 71. The barbecue factory begins operations upon seeing his son. Baruch's face bore a resolute expression. "I am about to embark on a significant endeavor, and I may be away for some time. Therefore, I need you to temporarily assume my responsibilities and manage the business in my stead." Barid responded, somewhat astonished. "Father, what monumental task are you undertaking?" Baruch recounted the circumstances to his son. After listening, Barid expressed his shock. "Father, this is exceedingly perilous, and even without that technology, our family could still lead a prosperous life." "Why take such risks?" Baruch retorted. "As a man, one must possess grand ideals, do you understand?" Barid paused, then solemnly replied, "Father, I comprehend. However, it is far too dangerous for you to go alone. I will accompany you." Baruch, feeling a sense of pride, said, "Remaining within the family will be of great assistance to me." "Father, please elaborate on how I can aid you," Barid requested. Baruch explained, "Once I arrive on Blue Star, you shall support me through the reward function." "I understand, Father. Rest assured, this responsibility is mine to bear," Barid declared earnestly. Baruch nodded slightly. "This matter should remain confidential between us. If it were to leak, my enemies could seize the opportunity to cause trouble." Barid nodded repeatedly. "Father, do not worry. I fully grasp the implications involved." "Then it is settled. You may return to your duties. I shall depart tomorrow." Baruch gestured for his son to leave. The following day, Baruch arrived aboard the main battleship in the outer space of Blue Star, where he found Crusto. Crusto led him to a laboratory, where a large apparatus stood in the center of the room. To the left of the apparatus was a bed, and to the right, a transparent container filled with a swirling dark gray liquid. Crusto instructed him to lie on the bed and began manipulating the control panel of the apparatus before finally pressing the activation button. A suction device adhered to Baruch's head, and a kaleidoscope of colors surged forth as his soul was drawn into the apparatus and subsequently infused into the symbiote within the transparent container. During this process, Baruch convulsed violently, his expression one of extreme agony. After approximately half a minute, Baruch lay on the bed, appearing to have fallen into a deep slumber. The symbiote within the transparent container grew significantly calmer. Through the wall of the container, Baruch observed Crusto approaching to lift the transparent vessel. "I will place you alongside the other symbiotes, awaiting deployment to Blue Star. As for your physical body, I shall safeguard it until your return," Crusto assured him. Baruch, now aware within the symbiote, found himself unable to speak but harbored no objections to Crusto's handling of the situation. He was then placed in a room surrounded by countless transparent containers housing symbiotes, over 100 in total. If Baruch had any body hair, he would surely feel it standing on end at that moment. The construction of the subbase progressed remarkably well. The foundation for the first hive base had been completed, and the next steps involved erecting beams and walls. Zhang Yang identified several builders from the 1,000 individuals and enlisted their assistance along with construction robots to erect the sub-base. To prevent pirate factions from summoning monsters to disrupt the construction, Zhang Yang procured some Boeing insect soldiers from the Zerg breeding chamber to monitor the surrounding area around the clock. Should any monsters attempt an attack, he would be instantly alerted and could summon the Troll Legion back. However, over the past couple of days, everything had remained tranquil. Even Godzilla had not made a reappearance since its disappearance. Yet, Zhang Yang worried it might suddenly emerge to wreak havoc upon the base, so he refrained from purifying the land around the base with spiritual spring water or initiating the cultivation of farmland. He believed it prudent to wait until the hive base was completed and the steel walls of Zhengang were established before considering the farming aspect. With so many people requiring daily necessities and other supplies, the sheer variety made it impossible for Zhang Yang to satisfy each request individually, thus he allowed them to seek out their own solutions.